The world in which this story begins is a fusion of games and reality that has been happening for a long time. There are different classes here, each with unique and interesting skills. There are also countless tombs and dungeons here, offering many rewards for any adventurer. However, this also means that there are ferocious monsters in this world that can tear an inexperienced warrior to shreds. Each of these monsters receives rewards when killed, but none of them can compare to the most mystical and rare one. This creature has an incomprehensible power that cannot be surpassed, and these creatures are dragons. We are transported to Lungo Academy, which is an ordinary school for those who want to get a new class and arrange their lives. In the graduating class, the teacher says that today's assignment ceremony affects their future development and further education at the institute. He states that they must be confident in themselves even though the results are not up to them, as a strong spirit is important. Here is our main character, who has the strongest spirit and an incredible desire to become the best in this world. He is very happy that this day is finally coming, and he has the opportunity to show himself to the fullest. Our hero's name is Larry. He comes here from another world, and after 3 years of living here, he is already beginning to understand it better. He understands that at the top of the food chain are warriors, mages, and archers, and in the middle are power-up classes like sorcerers and healers. Finally, at the very bottom are the common people in the form of cooks, herbalists, miners, and other working professions, whose lives are unenviable. His Aunt Hillary is an excellent cook and is forced to work hard in a small bakery to pay for his education. Larry understands that she is only 8 years older than him, but he is obliged to provide her with a good life and survive in this difficult world. He understands that the only way to achieve this goal is to become the best warrior possible. Meanwhile, the principal calls the teacher, and he listens to him tensely, after which he says that he understands everything perfectly. After this, he turns to the students and joyfully announces that the sorting ceremony is about to begin, which means it's time to move out. Larry keeps a close eye on the students leaving the classroom, but is in no hurry to join them for unknown reasons. The teacher comes up to him and tells him that he is the best in the class, so he shouldn't worry, but Larry doesn't respond. The thing is, a super treasure magic system appears before his eyes, and that's why he's surprised for a while. The teacher interrupts his thoughts and sternly asks if he really isn't listening while he's having a serious conversation. Larry quickly replies that he apologizes to the teacher and states that he is heading to the placement process. He is happy that he receives the system, because without it, it is impossible to explore this world even in the 3 years that he has been here. He wonders what the benefit of this system is, but realizes that it is not so important now. He rushes forward in the hope that he will be able to pass the distribution most successfully and get a good class. The students look at the distribution crystal and say that this is the first time they have seen this great artifact in real life. Larry carefully pushes his way through the students, who are wondering what class they might be assigned to. The city director says it is time to begin the distribution ceremony, pointing to the priest who will assist him. Larry looks closely at this man and realizes that the combat classes look very interesting and unusual. The system informs him that he is receiving the identification eye skill, which allows him to obtain information about objects and people. Larry immediately decides to use this skill and presses his finger on the corresponding icon that appears on the screen. Immediately after this, he finds out the level of this person, as well as the fact that he has 5 million gold coins in his account, which surprises him greatly. The director hears his surprised cry and loudly orders everyone to remain quiet so he can begin his speech. The frightened students immediately understand that it is better not to joke with this man, and a deafening silence reigns in the hall. After this, the director sternly says that those students whose names he calls must come out and go through the distribution procedure. Larry, meanwhile, is thinking that his aunt will never make that much money baking regular buns. The director calls out the name of one of the students so that he can come out and do whatever is required. A handsome young man carries out the command, while others look at him and wish him luck. After this, he approaches the stone, and a special priest decides to use a spell to help him. This guy exudes genuine confidence that he is in for a very good class that will make him famous for the rest of his life. The emanating radiance is so powerful that it can be compared in strength to a small, tiny sun. The students watching this talk among themselves and say that this is incredibly impressive and means that he is getting a good class. It turns out that she now has the skills of a fire mage and can create fireballs and other spells. Larry reflects on the fact that, having become such a fighter, one can say goodbye to ordinary life, because there is no time left for it. The principal orders the procedure to continue, after which the other students go through their own procedure step by step. Larry carefully studies the statistics for getting into combat classes, and realizes that getting into them is quite difficult. The whole point is that being assigned to a combat class means a bright future and a rich, exciting life full of adventure. At the same time, if you don't get a combat class, you are considered mediocre and lead an unenviable life. After a while, he begins to hear a strange crying sound, which attracts his attention, and he decides to turn around. He discovers a girl who gets into the highest expenses class despite being poor. Larry remembers that his family is also struggling financially, and wonders what he should do if he suddenly gets an expensive class. Meanwhile, the director's stern voice addresses him personally and demands that he step onto the podium. Larry understands that all doubts must be left behind in order to ensure the best possible outcome. The students watching this are curious about what class he will be assigned to, and Larry decides to calm down. He approaches a special stone, and the priest continues the well-learned procedure to determine his skills. Larry hopes that chance will be on his side and provide him with a bright future. Suddenly, he sees a giant eye appear in front of him, which belongs to a real dragon. Larry looks up at the sky and wonders what's going on here as he feels the ground shaking. The stone begins to reveal the light of the one standing in front of it, something that has never happened before. Larry realizes that he needs to continue holding the stone with both hands in order to avoid failing the procedure. The observing students say that a giant dragon appears here, which means that this is some very rare and hidden class. A colleague approaches the teacher and says that this is the first student in the history of their school to receive a hidden class. The teacher happily says that if he gets into the Dragon Warrior or Dragon Mage class, he will become the strongest in the world. Their joy is justified, because people who possess such classes are truly incomparable to anyone. Everyone is hoping that he will get the best possible class, as this hasn't happened for 10 years. The teacher is happy for his student, and says that this is simply incredible, and that the results are impressive even for such a talented person as he is. Larry, meanwhile, continues to watch the giant dragon, who is looking at his incarnation in the form of the main character. After a while, the dragon dissolves into thin air, leaving behind a powerful special effect in the form of a cloud of smoke and a flash. Larry closes his eyes and waits for the moment when the smoke finally clears and everyone turns their attention to him again. The director nervously places his hands on his shoulders and asks whether he has become a dragon blood warrior or has received the title of mage. Larry sadly replies that he is getting the Dragon Tamer class, but the reason for his sadness is not yet clear. However, the shocking reaction of others makes it clear that this is far from the best option. The director can't believe what he heard and says that it was an amazing fight. But it is unclear how it could end like this. He wonders how he managed to get the most useless hidden class possible. Immediately after being assigned, he heads to his old town to visit his aunt. Thanks to the system, he carefully studies the parameters of his class in order to understand what he can actually do with it. Despite the ability to tame a dragon, this class is considered the weakest, as humans have not been able to achieve this before. The thing is that finding a dragon is already a big deal, not to mention somehow coming to an agreement with it or taming it. The director consoles him and says that it is still a hidden class, and if he manages to tame the dragon, he will become the strongest. Larry doubts these words and wonders how a dragon tamer can find one at all. Although there are special dragons in this world and they are quite severe, they are nothing compared to real dragons. Unfortunately, no dragon has been seen in the last 800 years, and no dragon tamer has been able to tame one. No matter how powerful humans are, before dragons they are just ants that can be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. Larry wonders in his mind whether he should really believe in a miracle, since nothing but a miracle will help him. Besides, without taming a real dragon, he won't even be able to unlock his skills, which means it's all over. With the sad thought that now he won't even be able to repay his aunt for her care of him, he returns home. Naturally, he looks depressed and sad, because now he has to somehow explain himself to his aunt. However, he decides to smile when he enters her home, letting her know that he is finally coming back. Hillary, being a simple cook, immediately smiles sweetly. Looking at her beloved Larry, she immediately throws herself into his arms and hugs him tightly, making him feel a little embarrassed. Smiling, she informs him that today is his big day, so he deserves a fantastic dinner. Having seated him at the table, she also sits down next to him and wonders what class he manages to get during the distribution procedure. Larry is trying to decide where to start, and the perceptive girl immediately realizes that he is not achieving any great success. She immediately reassures him, saying that if he doesn't get a combat class, it's a good thing, since she would be worried about him. Larry can't help but feel despair, and reveals that this is not true at all, and that he is indeed getting a combat class. He immediately adds that, unfortunately, this class is called a Dragon Tamer, so it has absolutely no prospects. He emphasizes that if he does not tame the dragon, his powers are very limited, and he will not be able to achieve anything. Hillary smiles at him and understands that in this situation it is better to support him. even if her heart is heavy. After this, she hugs him and tells him that this once again proves that he is very strong since he received this class. She also promises him that if he is able to enter university, she will definitely support him in all his endeavors. Larry realizes that his aunt is the brightest person he has ever seen, and a smile appears on his face again. Hillary advises him to eat as quickly as possible, and Larry states that he simply won't be able to fit that much food in, and that he will get fat. However, as soon as night falls, despondency overcomes him again, and he sadly flops down on the bed face down. He understands that his aunt is only 26 years old, and has spent her entire life working and building a career, but he is not able to repay her in kind. However, he does not want to give up, because if dragons did not exist in this world, then this class would not exist either. Suddenly he wakes up from a system notification that is rushing to convey very important information to him. Looking at the new message, he realizes that the system is capable of generating a treasure map especially for him. Larry carefully studies the description and realizes that divine-level treasures await him, which means this is his chance. Today he only has time to try out the identification system, but still does not understand how to earn treasures using this program. By clicking on the icon, he sees in front of him a huge list of all kinds of rewards, which are combined into a treasure map of a random level. Larry gets the additional information that these treasures are tailored to his class, and this immediately perks him up. He understands that with the help of this system, he can get out of the weaklings and become the strongest person in this universe. In other words, this divine-level treasure map is his last hope to avoid a sad fate. He understands that if he leaves everything as is, he will spend his whole life at the bottom and will not be able to repay his aunt, which means he needs to act right now. The system informs him that the treasure is located in a rocky plain, which is not so far from his place of residence. He understands that all he needs to do is take the last suburban bus at night, and he will already be there in the morning. It's early morning, and the soft dawn sun is gradually rising over the city. Hillary emerges from her room and yawns cautiously so as not to wake her dear nephew. However, when she enters the kitchen, she discovers that there is a small note on the table, which is most likely intended for her. She walks into Larry's room in surprise and finds him making his bed and disappearing somewhere. Larry gets on the bus and texts his aunt that he is going to the rocky plain, asking her not to worry. In order to have at least some means of self-defense, he decides to take with him a small knife, as well as a lot of provisions. He muses that this might be his chance to change his destiny as a dragon tamer and finally get a ticket to a better life. He understands that everything will be fine, after which he gets off the bus surrounded by suspicious individuals who are riding with him. As soon as they reach the plain, the bus easily turns around and starts heading back. At that very moment, someone carelessly pushes him, and Larry sees in front of him people who look very much like robbers. Larry immediately grabs a knife to be able to defend himself and prepares himself for the fact that he might have to fight to the death. At that moment, a strange old man puts his hand on his backpack and asks if he would like to walk with them. Larry immediately pushes him away, informing him that he will be traveling alone and that he does not need company. They tell him again that being alone in this place at night is very dangerous, so he should consider their offer. Larry understands perfectly well that they are doing this only to rob him, and responds to them with silence. They ask him again if he has thought it through and demonstrate what will happen to him if he refuses. Larry realizes they are probably going to attack and places his hand back on the hilt of his blade. However, the robbers are clearly in no hurry to attack and invite him to go with them to explore the place together. Larry refuses again and says that he already told them that he is not going to travel with them. Watching him go, they note that it will be difficult for him to survive in the wild, away from people. They warn that this night could be much more dangerous than he imagines. Larry informs them that he is a summoner and does not need companions, as he will summon assistance for himself if necessary. The bandits carefully evaluate him and come to the conclusion that he is hardly worth the effort they will spend on him. After this, they claim that there is no need to worry about him, since he will be able to stand up for himself and turn back. However, one of the girls stops near him briefly and says that perhaps they will meet again on this difficult path. She then heads towards her comrades and blows him a kiss to remain in his memory. Larry muses that the wild isn't as safe, but thinks it's much better than staying around these thugs. After this, he calls up the map and decides that he needs to go as quickly as possible to get to the desired treasure. After some time, he finds himself in a small forest, which, despite its modest size, is a difficult place where it is difficult to move around. Looking closely, he sees strange antelopes whose faces resemble human ones, and realizes that these are magical creatures. Larry understands that these creatures usually do not attack first, but they still pose a serious danger to him. He decides to take a detour so as not to disturb the peace of these herbivores, since they are not at all harmless. After some time, he realizes that he has found himself in a very delicate situation, since he has made a big detour. Despite all his efforts, he is not getting any safer as he is still walking among large animals that are grazing peacefully at night. These animals are called wildhorns, and it is best not to disturb them to avoid provoking an outburst of aggression. While thinking about how to move carefully, he accidentally steps on a frog, which makes a characteristic sound. This sound instantly attracts the attention of all the wildhorns, who had not noticed the main character before. The leader decides to drive the intruder out of his herd's territory and begins to shout loudly, gathering the others. Larry decides to use the most reliable plan possible and starts running away from these creatures. After a while, he notices that the herd is running in a straight line and decides to return, jumping to the side. After this, he falls to the ground, and the giant herbivores lose sight of him, rushing off in an unknown direction. Rising to his feet, he sees the body of the unfortunate frog, which had been trampled by numerous ungulates. He realizes he must be careful not to end up in the same situation and carefully gets to his feet. He then contacts the system, which informs him that he has reached his destination and found what he was looking for. Larry joyfully rushes towards the characteristic mountain, which attracts attention even from several miles away. He then goes inside, thinking that whatever is inside will change his destiny as a dragon tamer. Of course, he assumes that there might be a dragon egg inside, since that is the most important treasure for such a class. He carefully examines the egg and realizes that it is beginning to crackle, which means the baby dragon is about to be born. A few moments later, he hears a rustling sound behind him and immediately realizes that it is time to grab his weapon. He takes up the weapon at hand and prepares to defend this treasure with all his might until the dragon hatches. He is attacked by an animal that, despite its small size, poses a serious danger. Larry unmistakably determines that in front of him is a bloodthirsty gray fox, which is not to be trifled with. However, this time he finds himself on the defensive and needs to somehow survive the enemy onslaught. Larry makes several desperate attempts to push the creature away, and at one point he succeeds. After this, he immediately calls the system and finds out that his opponent has the skill of 3 quick consecutive strikes. Larry carefully studies all of her abilities and tries to develop tactics for fighting this agile and insidious monster. After quickly analyzing all his chances, he realizes that he really doesn't have a single chance of dealing with her. All he can do is wait for the dragon to hatch and then use the dragon tamer's techniques. A moment later, he realizes that he is unable to dodge the next attack and tries to cover himself with his hands to protect his face. The fox strikes hard and Larry feels burning wounds that pierce his entire body. He understands that the main thing is not to miss 3 blows and not to allow this beast to regain its strength. After this, he blocks several of her attacks in succession and realizes that it is time for the most deadly one. Larry jumps to the side and hopes that he can dodge the blow. Immediately after this, he makes a sharp turn and realizes that the time has come to deliver a powerful finishing blow. In this way, he executes this pathetic fox and earns himself some points to level up in the future. Larry looks closely at the system window and thinks that this fight is very difficult for him, which means he needs a dragon. Several silhouettes appear behind him, remarking on how bravely he is fighting this monster. Treasure hunters say they don't expect him to be able to cope with just a knife. Larry accuses them of following him, despite him saying he would not follow them under any circumstances. The girl smiles and notes that he should not blame them, since he himself is deceiving them by saying that he is a summoner. The one-eyed bandit confirms this, saying that he does not use his skills to deal with a common enemy. Larry kicks the fox towards them, noting that if they want its pelt, they can take it, but they shouldn't bother him. The gang leader approaches and carefully evaluates him for the possibility of receiving a reward. He smiles and points out that the skin is only worth 80 coins, and that they need a dozen of them to feed themselves. After this, he states that they are aiming for a much larger reward, and points his finger behind him. Larry guesses that this is precisely the dragon egg that he is going to get for his own use. Larry mentally accuses them of insolence and of wanting to steal his dragon egg, which rightfully belongs to him. Meanwhile, the bandits rush to attack in order to neutralize the pathetic boy who is only getting in their way. Larry doesn't have much fighting skill, so he takes a powerful punch right to the face and immediately loses his balance. With his body, he plows several meters, and also breaks a small stone that was lying on the ground unused. The girl holds a knife to his throat and tells him not to move, otherwise she will accidentally scratch him. The leader notes that he clearly underestimates the treasure hunters, since he decides that they will not follow him. Meanwhile, one of the bandits enters the lair to examine it carefully and returns from there. He holds a real dragon egg in his hands and notes that it is a jackpot that will make them rich. Larry realizes that the situation is quickly approaching a critical point. while the bandit orders him to be finished off. The girl apologizes to him, noting that, unfortunately, they have to say goodbye at this touching moment. Larry realizes that he can't let these villains take the egg, so he uses magical powers to activate it. The egg cracks open and an extremely fast silhouette flies out, which no one even has time to clearly see. Everyone wonders what this creature is, and is amazed to discover that a dragon is hatching from a dragon egg. Larry, too, can't believe his eyes as the pet rushes towards its intended victims. The leader throws a bottle in his direction in order to scare him away and somehow save himself. The creature moves so quickly that for it all other objects seem to hang in the air. Of course, such a simple tactic doesn't stand a chance, since it's impossible to hit a fast-flying dragon. Not understanding the power of these ancient creatures, the robbers rush forward to fight him with their fists. Even as cubs, the dragon is a very dangerous opponent, and its strength should not be underestimated. Opening its mouth and using a strange spell, the creature breaks through the enemy. Within moments, his body is torn to pieces, and the only thing left is his head, which falls to the ground. After this, the dragon turns its attention to the other bandits and does not make much of a distinction between them and Larry. The leader quickly points the creature towards other people in order to distract its attention and save himself. Larry notes that he didn't know that newly hatched dragons could be so strong. The girl still doesn't understand who is in front of her and asks if they have really been looking at the dragon egg all this time. After this, she turns around to the sounds of tearing flesh and realizes that her comrade is already in the next world. The dragon picks his teeth in surprise and begins to look at the shell from which he just crawled out. The robber girl understands that now she will have to somehow fight this dragon, but Larry pushes her away. After this, he immediately runs to the dragon, who, of course, is in no hurry to attack him, because he feels his native aura in him. Larry puts his hand forward to tame the creature and shoots incredible beams of energy forward. The dragon looks at the approaching man in surprise and understands that he will definitely never attack him. The robber looks at the main character and asks who he is and how he managed to tame the dragon. Larry realizes that he is now a completely different person, and notes that he is actually a dragon tamer. The girl tries to justify herself and says that she didn't know that it was a dragon's egg, and therefore makes several mistakes. However, now the protagonist is the personification of justice, and declares that he will not let her go. After this, he pompously sets the dragon on her, noting that she should go to her friends, and the dragon kills her. After some time, he greets the dawn together with his new pet, happy that everything is working out as he planned. Larry decides to bandage his wounds a little in order to avoid any infection in these wild places. After a while, he decides to cuddle his pet a little to find out how strong he is. Picking it up, he notes that the dragon is quite playful, hearing only a satisfied growl in response. He also realizes that he no longer has to worry about anything, as he rises from the bottom to the top. The feeling of his own invincibility does not leave him, and he claims that as soon as this dragon grows up, it will become a god. Larry declares that very soon his class will cease to be the weakest and will finally lift him to the top, as it always should be. After this, he wonders what to name this dragon and starts going through names, but cannot come to a decision. After some time, his thoughts are interrupted by the strange behavior of his pet, who begins to lick his wound. Immediately after this, he decides to cast several spells, and a strange aura begins to envelop his body. Larry is simply thrown aside by such a powerful shockwave. At the same time, a slight transformation occurs in the dragon, which in fact turns out to be a female. Larry watches in amazement as she, being a natural dragon, transforms into a very pretty visible girl. Larry looks at his pet with interest, and realizes that he doesn't expect that dragons can turn into people. Immediately after this, the dragon nods and begins to look around, studying the world from a new perspective. Larry, meanwhile, gains the dragon contract skill, which allows him to take control of a dragon. He immediately discovers incredibly powerful skills that give him a huge advantage over all other people. No matter what skill he looks at, he immediately understands that with its help, he will be able to resist absolutely everyone in this world. He also manages to get his hands on one of the rarest dragons in the world, so now he will kill everyone with one blow. Larry decides to study his pet's skills and realizes that her abilities are already at a very high level. It becomes obvious that he has unlocked the strongest class, and now he will be able to pass through this life without any difficulties. Looking at the dragon girl, he realizes that her habits are still at the animal level and wonders about her name. Remembering that she is born at dawn, he suddenly decides to name her Celeste and finds that she likes it. After this, he breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that the search for the treasure turns out to be incredibly dangerous. But he succeeds. After this, he comes to the conclusion that he needs to hunt wild monsters in order to feed Celeste and improve her stats. After this, He reflects on the fact that very soon he will face a test that will determine whether he will be able to enter the university or not. The title of Master and the qualification for entry are just around the corner, but advancing in level and mastering new skills remains a priority. He rushes forward, thinking that there are many tasty monsters waiting for him, which he will kill without any problems. He doesn't have to search for long for the monsters he needs, as they quickly come across a large number of greedy hyenas. Larry quickly analyzes them using the system, and realizes that these creatures are much more dangerous and resilient than the bloodthirsty foxes. Larry knows he can't fight these creatures or he'll be finished, but Celeste immediately rushes to attack. He looks proudly at his protégé and announces that these creatures must be exterminated root and branch. With pride, he realizes that there are no more dangers, because this plane is nothing for the strongest man in the world. Of course, the strongest dragon has no fear of the pathetic creatures that are not his equal. Getting closer, Celeste takes a deep breath to prepare her most powerful fire attack. After this, she decides to use her lava flame skill to spew lava in front of her, leaving no enemies alive. Larry instantly levels up to 11 and thinks about how he needs to find some powerful monster. With a broad smile, he informs that his charge need not worry about the sudden end of the meal. He claims that there is still one big guy who has been waiting for them for a long time, and because of him, they will be able to gain more experience. A giant monster, in the form of a three-headed bloody lion, begins to emerge before them. Larry realizes that to get close to such a boss, an ordinary person would need a whole team. The creature uses a skill that causes it to roar, and simultaneously increase its defense and attack power for a short time. Immediately after, it creates triple flames to form a fireball and deal large area damage. Larry rushes forward, explaining that they need to work together to stop the creation of this skill. Celeste lunges forward, creating small bursts of fire around her aura. Larry also moves in the most epic and pathetic way possible, taking up an important tactical position and dropping down. After this, he gathers his strength for a powerful jump and soars into the air, ignoring the danger from the giant monster. Relying on his pet's fiery aura and not getting burned, he orders her to rush forward and grabs the knife. Immediately after this, Celeste transforms back into her dragon form and uses her jaw attack skills. At high speed, she performs a powerful bite that interrupts the creation of the arcane flame skill and stuns the target. Larry, in turn, rises into the air and praises his charge for acting competently and quickly. He then does a small flip and delivers a dragon bite strike, creating a powerful wave of energy. This attack is so powerful that the giant creature simply falls to the ground, unable to continue living. Larry revels in his incredible magnificence and falls to the ground, landing heroically on his feet. He gains several levels at once and notes that defeating this monster was the best decision in this situation. The system also informs him that the treasure map has been sent again, and Larry is already anticipating great rewards. After this, he turns to Celeste, claiming that the time has come to look for the real treasures that are located here. At this time, the action moves far out into the rocky plain, where there are other survivors looking for adventure. One of the girls turns to her friend and remarks that such a rare opportunity cannot be missed. The knight states that they need at least 5 people to open this dungeon, and they don't have enough people. A bandit girl named Erin reminds us that the journey there and back will take at least a day, and by that time the portal will already be open. The leader of the squad, named Citrine, says that if they spend so much time on this, it will be too late. Her companion, Howard, claims that there is nothing to worry about, as with her power she will be able to open many more dungeons. After this, they hear suspicious noises and quickly turn around, wondering who decided to approach them. Larry asks them not to worry, explaining that he is just passing by and does not want to get into conflict with them. Howard takes a defensive stance and declares that it is too dangerous for a mere treasure hunter to be here. Citrine decides to take matters into her own hands and tells him that she wants to ask him for a favor, proposing to team up. She explains that she is willing to pay him 100,000 dragons, and Larry considers agreeing. Citrine claims that they will provide him with everything he needs, and they just need to gather enough people to enter here. Howard notices that such an opportunity is not lying around and invites him to join their posse. Larry says that he is no longer particularly interested in money, so he proposes to cooperate under special rules. Everyone greets this proposal very coolly and looks at him in surprise, not trying to understand what he means. Erin asks if he means the rewards are distributed based on rank and strength, and Larry confirms this. Citrine looks at him with some surprise, realizing that he looks rather weak, and this does not seem to be very advantageous for him. Citrine extends her hand to him and informs him that if he insists, they will form the team exactly like this, but she will still pay the money. Larry shakes her hand with a smile and notes that he is completely satisfied with these terms of cooperation. Citrine also smiles and says that this is excellent news, after which she suggests that they move on. Larry muses that he won't show off his pet for now and will take all the awards himself. After some time, he steps through the portal and finds himself in a completely different and rather creepy place. They end up in the Village of Sorrows, which is a rather difficult place and only 5 people can enter. Citrine advises everyone to be careful, as it is too quiet here and there is no sound except her voice. Howard suddenly turns to the protagonist and asks if he has any weapons or equipment to defend himself. Larry chuckles to himself and shows off his incredibly cool, epic quality black dragon sword he finds. Howard notes that Larry wasn't as simple as he seemed, and that at first they mistook him for a simple treasure hunter, but he apparently gets class. After some time, they are treacherously attacked by rotten zombies that dig themselves out from under the ground. These creatures attack in huge swarms, so it's best to be on guard to avoid falling into such a vile death trap. Another party member rushes forward to use a crush skill and knock back enemies. Howard praises his comrade and prepares to support him with further attacks along with Aaron. Larry watches their actions closely and realizes that in front of him are a knight, a warrior, and a robber. He mentally praises the team's balanced composition, as they can fill different niches and roles. Citrine also decides to turn to her skills, which actually turn out to be much more powerful and stronger than those of her allies. Concentrating, she unleashes a rain of divine light on her opponents. This ability deals holy damage to enemy targets within its radius and heals allies. Citrine decides to tell the protagonist that she is a representative of the Holy Light Mage class. Larry mentally notes that such classes are very effective in fighting the undead, when suddenly he feels an earthquake. He understands that now the steel monsters are on the move, and judging by the sounds, their numbers are simply indescribably large. In addition to the usual rotten zombies, bloody zombies, which are an improved version of them, begin to crawl out of the ground. Howard turns to Aaron and tells her that she and the boy must be protected from danger at any cost. After this, he and his colleague form a small vanguard to divert the attention of these creatures. Rushing forward, he uses the Midnight Execution skill to push back the monsters that survived from underground. His colleague is quite good with weapons, and also kills several enemies using his piercing skill. However, at a certain point he begins to feel that his sword is getting stuck in the enemy and cannot be pulled out. These monsters possess far more advanced skills, and must be fought with extreme caution. These monsters possess the corpse poison skill, and any contact with them, even through a weapon, infects the target with toxins. Having been seriously poisoned, a knight asks his colleague to help him, feeling his life leaving him. Howard immediately rushes to his aid and demands that he quickly drop his sword. Throwing his sword aside, he turns to Aaron and orders her to move to the front line to protect the others from the zombies. Larry realizes it's time to prove himself and notes that he doesn't need to bother other people. Pushing back his bangs, he asserts that everything else can be left to him, and then rushes forward. A giant monster immediately runs out at him and almost completely absorbs the sword stuck in him. Larry gives him a cold, angry look before delivering a spectacular multi-flip punch. He continues to cut down all the monsters with incredible ease, causing the others to watch him in amazement. Howard is very impressed by the outstanding swordsmanship skills of a student he sees for the first time in his life. Larry, with a slight smile, announces that the battle is over, and they can now move on. Howard asks what his level is while Citrine tries to heal her allies at any cost. Larry claims that he is a simple student, and that he has no need to deceive anyone because he is practicing for the exam. Citrine watches him closely and realizes that this man is level 14, but he is much stronger than Howard. Suddenly, particularly hidden monsters appear behind her, deciding to ambush her and deal a serious blow. Aaron immediately covers her mistress with her body and tells her that she will protect her no matter what. Larry decides to show off in front of the others, rushing forward to intercept this monster and demonstrate his speed. He succeeds, of course, and delivers a decisive and swift thrusting attack that pierces the monster at speed. After this, he says that it would be nice if he fought in the front row, and asks them if they agree with this state of affairs. Citrine wonders if this man is the legendary disciple rumored to be there. Smiling, she informs him that he can act as he wishes, given his skills and experience. Larry finally gives his name and says he is very glad that they decided to collaborate. After this, he turns around, calls them to follow him, and informs them that he will ensure their safe passage. Citrine remembers that this man received the Dragon Tamer class, which is why there are so many rumors about him. However, she cannot fully believe in his strength, as she does not remember him being so experienced. As they move forward, like experienced hunters, they fight monsters left and right, earning themselves a lot of battle points. Finally, they reach the Village of Sorrow itself, and the number of monsters becomes even greater than before. Larry realizes that even Citrine's skills cannot open the large portals from which they came, and they will only appear after the death of the boss. Erin reports that she finds it suspicious that there is no trace of the boss in the village, meaning that something is wrong. The monsters continue to arrive with renewed vigor, but something terrifyingly large looms behind them, signaling trouble is coming. The wounded party member takes a few steps forward and warns Citrine to be careful. Afterwards, he falls to the ground unconscious, while the giant mountain of metal debris violently moves and glows. It turns out that the cause of this is a giant iron zombie, which is level 20 and has a wide range of attacks. Erin looks at the giant with concern and reports that the boss appeared at the most inopportune moment. The iron zombies turn their attention to the unconscious knight and call him their new breakfast. Larry realizes that the corpse poisoning of this union is so severe that the piece of iron can absorb it in a matter of moments. He tells them to distract the monster, and Howard immediately rushes into action, using his signature midnight execution move. However, as it turns out, this monster is so strong that even such attacks are completely useless and only cause scratches. Larry rushes forward, thinking that if they have so little time left, then there is no point in using slow attacks. He decides to focus on faster and more effective moves, despite them doing less damage. However, even his quick attacks can cause significant damage to such gigantic creatures. After receiving damage, the zombie goes into a state of deep defense, increasing its defensive stats by 40%. But Larry has already thought out a plan. Meanwhile, the metal zombies activate their fusion skill to prepare in advance and rush towards the target. Larry quickly turns to Citrine for help, then charges his fists with dark dragon energy. Gradually, his arm transforms into a dragon-like limb as he uses the dragon blood armor skills. Citrine decides to trust him, since doubts at the moment will only get in the way, and uses her skills. Larry sees great potential for combining abilities and becomes faster with each passing second thanks to the boost. He also uses new dragon claws to increase his strength proportionally to the pet's strength. Together they manage to inflict significant damage and tear off several limbs of the giant monster. Howard notes that the golem is starting to fall apart, meaning the iron giant needs to merge to maintain its form. Howard reflects that in all his years with the Citrine family, he has seen many masters, but he has never met anyone like him. Meanwhile, the metal golem screams loudly and announces that it does not tolerate insults to its flesh and blood, baring its head. Citrine declares that the head is the true form of this monster, as Larry already takes off. He announces that he is now taking on this monster, after which he soars into the air, finding himself on par with the monster. Taking proper aim, he orders the monster to fall to its knees, then makes a quick punch attack right at its head. After this, he heroically lands on his knees, leaving behind an epic and powerful explosion that almost burns him. Erin looks at the result of the maneuver in surprise, and wonders if the boss was defeated with just one attack. Citrine realizes that she has never seen such a powerful skill, and mentally wonders who he is and why he is so strong. The monster crumbles to dust, leaving only one treasure chest, which contains many interesting artifacts. Citrine smiles and says that according to their agreement, the rewards will be distributed according to special rules. Howard points out that Larry could have completed the dungeon alone, and he clearly didn't need them to do it. Larry laughs it off and says he'll leave the distribution of the rewards up to Citrine. However, once they open the chest, they find a large number of normal rewards and only one rare one. Larry muses that a level 20 hidden dungeon simply couldn't possibly have such rewards. Citrine approaches him and informs him that he can take all the rewards, as he has earned them through his fierce battle. Larry mentally rejoices in the justice and principles of this family, while the others are surprised by the absence of a portal. Erin notes that this is clearly no coincidence, and advises that they should look around in case they missed something. Larry immediately turns to them and tells them that they need to be on guard and not disperse yet. Larry warns them that the iron zombies are not the boss, and asks if they are sure about his words. Citrine becomes even more serious, and reports that she is beginning to sense the darkness that is still present here. Turning to the shore of the lake, she reports that the darkness is coming from there, and therefore this area needs to be investigated. Erin says he trusts Citrine, after which everyone rushes forward in hopes of quickly finding the boss. They also note that the dungeon is quite large, and suggest that they may have missed something on the shore during a previous inspection. After some time, giant tentacles, studded with human eyes, begin to emerge from the water. Larry realizes it's time to fight and tells them to be prepared for a tentacle attack. Giant hands begin to emerge from the darkness, but the boss's full body has not yet appeared before them. Howard reveals that Larry was indeed right, and this is the final boss that they must now fight. Citrine warns her allies to be careful and recommends heading for cover. Howard tries to block the onslaught of the attack aimed at him, but he fails. Another stray blow hits him and he is thrown aside, losing consciousness for a while. Citrine tries to save him, but finds herself surrounded by giant octopus-like limbs. It's clear that now she won't be able to escape from here without fighting the creature, so she needs to act quickly. Citrine holds out her staff, but knows it will hardly save her from a fatal wound. As always, Larry comes to the rescue, moving so fast that he manages to intercept her in time. Immediately after this, he falls to the ground to quickly slow down and return to the battle with the monster. Aaron asks the lady if she is okay, and finds that she was not seriously injured during the fall. The next second, a new silhouette appears from the water, which must be the body of the boss. The group of heroes turn around to see the creature that has turned the village into such a sad sight. This creature turns out to be a strange woman, bound in chains to an amorphous mass that resembles a hybrid of a heart and a brain. This boss curses the grieving corpses, and permanently increases the stats of all enemies by 20%. Howard orders his comrades to stay behind him, and the wounded knight reports that he can fight and block attacks. Howard quickly stops him, saying that he needs to recover before engaging in battle. He asks everyone to be careful, but Larry is already rushing forward, realizing that the outcome of the battle depends only on him. He realizes that Howard and Citrine are barely holding on, so he has no choice but to defeat the boss. Targeting the creature's body, he decides to destroy it to stop its endless and deadly attacks. The boss notices Larry's intentions and begins to scream hysterically, preparing an extremely powerful attack. He uses corpse breath, constantly spreading a weakening aura to all enemies. Everyone, including Larry, is affected by the aura. But that doesn't mean their fighting spirit is broken. Larry rushes forward, simultaneously dodging all the attacks, each of which could be the last in his life. Gripping his trusty dagger tighter, he rushes forward, glaring menacingly at his opponent. Citrine notices that the boss is preparing another sneak attack to get rid of Larry, and warns him to be careful. The sorrowful boss begins to whip all targets in the area of effect with chains, attempting to deal massive damage to them. Larry somehow dodges this attack, causing the boss to go into uncontrollable fits of rage. Meanwhile, the rest of the group prepares to raise their shields and withstand several more serious attacks. The wounded knight is fully recovered and can now rush forward to raise his shield. Larry also keeps up with the fighting pace of his comrades and continues to look for approaches to the enemy in order to strike. At one point, he fails to properly react to the attack, and Aaron saves him with a headshot. Observing the actions of his comrades, Larry understands that if this continues, they will all come to an end, which cannot be allowed. He rushes forward and orders the monsters not to interfere with him so that he can freely act as a hero. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful attack that cuts off several tentacles at once. However, even this is not enough to completely neutralize such a powerful enemy. New chains appear out of thin air, and you need to quickly escape from them to save your life. With the help of the dragon and the glove, he cuts through the chains as if they were made of straw and not metal. His comrades watching him cannot believe that he can deal with such a serious boss so easily. Howard notes that despite all their efforts, progress is not being made, so it is better to retreat. Larry tells them that they need to get everyone to a safe place to take cover and wait out the fight. They ask him what he will do on his own, and he says that he will fight the boss alone. He will have to rely on himself again, since his allies cannot help him in this situation. He understands that even without the weakening that reduces the enemy's stats, they wouldn't be able to do much. However, this does not diminish his confidence in an exceptional victory, since he still has a trump card. He decides to seek help from someone who can fight the creature, and Celeste comes into the picture. In a short time, she grows to an unprecedented size, despite the fact that she was recently a cub. The allies look at Larry and can't believe that the kid was able to summon such a big dragon. The balance of power is now turned upside down, and the boss has serious problems that he is unlikely to be able to solve. The dragon moves with ease at speed, delivering a deadly blow in one motion. The creature falls back into the lake, continuing to make loud moans, dissatisfied with its fate. Howard and his comrades can't believe that 2 blows could have taken out such a fearsome boss. Citrine speculates that the man rumored to be all over town is Larry. She immediately realizes that the rumors are related to his rare class, which this time turned out to be far from useless. This boss has been living here for centuries, because there was once a woman born far from danger. Everything changed when a brutal plague devastated the settlement, leaving behind a huge number of corpses that could not be buried in time. The girl desperately tried to save everyone, but when she changed classes, she became completely different from what she had originally expected. The random class distribution system made her a dark witch, so any healing skills were forbidden for her. She couldn't cure the dying, and decided to summon their souls so that the living could say goodbye and find peace. However, the church that had once protected them declared that she was the one who brought the plague, and sent knights to apprehend her. After they beat the girl, they decided to kill her so as not to leave any witnesses. The girl wanted to save everyone and allowed the souls to say goodbye, but she was chained and thrown into the lake. Larry notes that thanks to this amazing dragon, they will finally be able to leave here. He looks around and realizes that the boss is still alive, as the portal never appeared. After a while, the water begins to bubble, foreshadowing the appearance of something very threatening. A powerful splash is heard, eclipsing even the grown dragon, signaling the beginning of the most difficult stage. The corrupted spirit rises from the water again to take revenge, indiscriminately targeting its enemies in a fit of rage. He reflects on why he was treated this way, when all he wanted was to help dying people. Not understanding who is in front of her, the girl accuses the group of heroes of being the ones to blame for her drowning. The system informs them that the boss has entered a new stage and now has new attacks and enhanced stats. The girl can control a giant water avatar that precisely follows all her movements. Using her skills, she throws several water bombs at them, which deal damage and hinder their movement. Celeste has incredible strength, reflexes, and combat acumen, allowing her to quickly dodge attacks using her wings. However, the same cannot be said for Aaron, who is not fast enough to escape the water trap. Howard tries to help her, but it becomes clear that no attacks on such bombs work. Aaron apologizes to his mistress, saying that she is not strong enough, but Citrine states that she should be the one apologizing. Citrine also says that she insisted on coming here, which means the responsibility lies with her. But Larry reassures her. Citrine doesn't understand his optimism and says that she is the only one who can use magic, but her damage is small. Meanwhile, the monsters use the anger explosion skill to instantly kill everyone with a low probability. Larry gains immunity to all poisoning and stunning effects, as well as complete invulnerability. He notes that he himself cannot do anything with this monster, but his dragon allows him to do the impossible. Aaron notes that the level difference with the creature is huge, but she still fights it without any problems. They continue to fight, emphasizing that they are not the cause of the suffering of this village. Larry, in turn, says that the dragon's strength is no comparison to the creature's pitiful screams. The monster makes another attack, stretching out its giant limbs in an attempt to reach them. Celeste once again uses her combat vulnerability skills and goes on the offensive herself. Larry prepares to give his monster a command and strikes a heroic pose in advance to look more impressive. Taking aim, he announces that it is time to use the skill Raging Flames, which deals large amounts of damage and heals allies. The skill proves to be incredibly deadly and inflicts colossal damage to the enemy. After a few seconds, the monster, which seemed to be made of water, turns into a flaming pillar, brightly illuminating the space. The allies watching this note that the boss is definitely defeated and will not return. The creature's shell cracks loudly and it screams about injustice. As they are destroyed, the ability Explosions of Anger is activated, awakening all dead bodies. However, the bodies cannot be revived, as they burn immediately, and the attack has no effect. Celeste levels up to 10, while Larry gains enough experience to reach level 15. Coughing from the smoke, the allies note that they finally see the portal and need to head there. However, a large number of village corpses have already been raised from the ground to stop them. Howard wonders how to deal with them when Celeste enters the fight again. Flying above her opponents, she uses fire breath to prevent them from getting up even a single chance. Howard and Citrine are surprised that she so easily killed the enemies they had been fighting for a long time. Larry notes that she is a black dragon, so her enemies are pitiful. He recommends not to worry about the enemies, as they are dealt with. And you need to go to the portal. Approaching the great chest, he says that according to the rules, he must open it first, and everyone agrees with his opinion. As soon as he touches the chest, the lid opens with a loud sound, illuminating everything around with a bright light. The chest drops a large number of different treasures, but Larry only takes a special legendary scroll. Thanks to the scroll, he has a low chance of advancing to a higher level class, and Citrine says she doesn't mind. He also states that he can take all the other equipment himself, since it is unlikely to fit Larry. Citrine rummages through the chest and hands him a rare ring, saying that she owes him her life. Larry smiles and accepts the gift, explaining that he only did it at her request. Citrine smiles, looking at him, and tries to understand what else he has not shown, because the man is full of secrets and mysteries. 4 hours later, he returns to the bakery to his aunt, who throws him into her arms and hugs him. She reports that she was very worried about him, and presses herself very tightly against his body in order to feel calmer. Larry hugs her with a smile and tells her that he is so sorry he didn't say anything, and that it was the right choice. He adds that she can stop crying because she will never have to worry about him again. After he recounts everything that happened, Hillary remarks that she was surprised when she first saw Celeste. Larry asks her how well she has eaten these past few days, after which he informs her that he has brought her a small gift. Handing her this scroll, he says that if she manages to upgrade her class, she will no longer have to toil here. Hillary offers to sell the scroll to buy him equipment, but Larry shows him a bank statement. She asks where he got that kind of money and what for, to which he replies that he sold the materials he received during his trip. Larry hands her the scroll and explains that it is better to use it now in order to increase her skills several times. Hillary opens the scroll and reads it carefully, when suddenly a very bright glow begins to emanate from it. This glow lifts her body into the air and causes her to be filled with an incredible amount of new strength. Larry asks her how great the results of this upgrade are and how good she feels now. Hillary announces that she has been promoted and is now an enchanted chef. Larry asks if she has any special features, to which the girl replies that she now cooks food with various bonuses. After a while, she goes to bed, and Celeste falls asleep contentedly after eating a huge amount of dumplings. Meanwhile, they are transported to the Citrine family's office, where the girl tells what she has experienced in recent days. She reveals that they almost died in a very dangerous dungeon, and if it weren't for Larry and his cool class, she wouldn't be here. Her father listens attentively to her story, and asks if she has told anyone else about it. Citrine says that she promised that this dragon would remain a secret, so she didn't tell anyone else about it. He praises her for her work, noting that when this becomes known, many of those who love dragons will be simply delighted. Citrine senses a catch in his words, after which she quickly gets to her feet and declares that they owe him their lives. She carefully asks him if he plans to tell about this dragon in order to make some profit. The father laughs and says that he didn't expect his daughter to think he was so mean, and asks how she plans to repay him. Citrine reveals that before the test began, she promised him 100,000 coins as a reward, and he thinks it's a good idea. He also recommends that she go to him in person to deliver this gift, and Citrine asks if he would like to join. The man grins and says that he would be glad to meet this dragon tamer, but he has important things to do. He explains that the princess from the Tin Quan Kingdom has come to study here, which means he should say hello to her. He adds that if she came here before the most important exam, it means she is not here just for studying. After a while, there is a knock on Hillary's shop door, and she addresses the guests, telling them they can come in. Opening the door slightly, she informs them that they are not working today, so they will not be able to sell them any buns. The princess suddenly says that she didn't expect this place to be such a dump, and the knight declares that they are probably lost. Immediately after this, they come inside without warning and push Hillary aside so that she falls. The princess speaks rudely to her aunt and says that they have come here to pick up an important man named Larry. Larry hears a strange noise and immediately goes down the stairs, wondering who suddenly decided to look for him. Seeing the mess, he asks what is going on here, while the princess starts to put on airs. Larry is wondering what's going on, and Hillary is trying to resolve the situation peacefully. The princess says that she came here especially for him, and he asks who they are. The guard explains that before him is the princess of the Tin Quan Kingdom named Sally, and that his name is Cerberus. They add that the princess came to him to give him a chance to get ahead, which surprises him. She then snaps her fingers and reveals a golden egg, explaining that if he agrees to the terms, she will give it to him. Sally notices the admiration in Larry's eyes and says that the conditions will be incredibly simple. She informs him that he must agree to be her slave, and not allow any disobedience in order to possess this egg. Larry doesn't answer, and the princess notes that for such an ignoramus this is quite natural, since he has never seen anything like it. Larry analyzes the egg and finds that it is not of much value, then reports that the characteristics are quite average. Sally can't understand why the dragon tamer is acting so cynical after seeing the dragon egg. Sally looks at him carefully and wonders if he doesn't know that without dragons, a dragon tamer is useless. Larry explains that if he agrees, he will be forced to accept this agreement, which does not suit him. Sally, not used to being rejected, looks at him sternly, trying to understand his motive. She clarifies whether he really refuses to be her slave, and at the same time, the man who will make history. Larry informs them that if that's all they came for, they better leave, as he has no interest in the dragon egg. Cerberus claims that the princess personally gives him a chance to reach the top, and Larry's rough treatment of her requires retribution. Larry adds that he never intended to be anyone's slave and has no plans to sign this contract. Sally muses about getting this man and orders her guard to beat him up. Hillary rushes forward to protect her beloved nephew, unaware that these people don't stand on ceremony. Cerberus delivers a powerful punch right to the woman's face, explaining that he is acting on the princess's orders. Larry also rushes to her aid and asks if she is hurt, but she replies that she is fine. Cerberus claims that a commoner dared to disobey a noble princess and must pay for it with blood. He goes on the attack, declaring that Larry will pay for his impudent words and will remember them for a long time after he ends up in the hospital. A few moments later, he notices a bright flash in front of his face, heading straight towards him. It turns out that he manages to quickly draw his sword and deliver a small blow to Larry's face to cut him. Larry proudly declares that if they came here to attack his family, he will simply kill them. Hillary advises him not to be so impulsive that he gets into serious trouble. Larry quickly turns his attention to the princess and feels an incredible rage towards her. He also punches her in the face and tells her that he doesn't care that she is a princess, since no one can tell him what to do anymore. Cerberus furiously rushes into the attack, grabbing his weapon, explaining that attacking the princess is punishable by death. Larry quickly knocks the sword out of his hands, having learned how to use bladed weapons in just a few days. Cerberus rushes to the princess and asks her if she is all right, while she tries to gather her strength. Her rage is only enough to slap him in the face to bring him to his senses. She calls him a loser and asks how dare he ask if she's okay. She states that Larry must be dead because the matter has become personal. Meanwhile, Celeste sleeps peacefully on the bed and wakes up after a while when Larry's phone starts ringing. Citrine tries to call him, not understanding what the problem is, because this is the number he gave upon returning to the city. Walking around the city, she tries to find his house, when suddenly a powerful explosion occurs next to her, attracting her attention. Residents are surprised that someone would start a fight in broad daylight with so much destruction. Sally appeals to the common people, saying that they should mind their own business rather than stare at other people's. Cerberus states that the man is quite strong and calls him trash for fighting a loser for so long. After that, he smiles and says that it is time to intervene in the matter by trying to create a spell. Larry quickly analyzes her abilities and realizes that she is the complete opposite of the Citrine class. Citrine also appears from the smoke asking what happened, and Larry can't believe she's suddenly here. After a while, they turn their attention to Cerberus, who suddenly feels a surge of dark magic in his armor. A bright flash occurs, forcing them to cover their eyes to avoid temporary loss of vision. Taking a closer look at him, they discover that he has been transformed into a real monster due to the power-up. Citrine quickly comes to his comrade's defense and says that he wants to help him in the fight, since the enemy is very strong. Cerberus rushes into battle, and Larry stops her, telling her that she should stay away to avoid getting hurt. He asks her to take care of her aunt in the bakery while Cerberus unleashes his full might upon him. Larry realizes that his opponent's attack power has increased dramatically, so he will have to use Dragon Pulse and Dragon Claw. Sally, meanwhile, gleefully orders her men to kill this pathetic man to satisfy her furious anger. However, their plans are immediately disrupted by Celeste, who decides to appear at the most opportune moment to save her master. Her face instantly transforms as she takes on the form of a dragon, frightening Sally. Larry realizes that it is now his turn to act, using the anger that can only be released by beating up his enemies. Cerberus and Sally realize that they are facing a real dragon, meaning the stakes in this battle have increased many times over. However, they don't have time to do anything, as Celeste crushes both opponents at once with one blow. They wonder how this is even possible, since no one could defeat Cerberus with one blow. The princess's servant intervenes, and she decides to use the power of her spells again to give him new abilities. However, after a few moments, Celeste uses a powerful dragon strike that suppresses the enemy's preparation of any skills. After this, she brings down her multi-ton paws on the enemy, preventing him from escaping. Immediately after that, she takes aim and throws him to the side to break a few more of his bones. Sally realizes that such gigantic power, as well as dragons, are not unique to her kingdom. Larry, meanwhile, continues to slowly approach the princess, despite her frightened demands that he not approach her. She starts crying and says that they attacked the weak, seriously injured them, offended them, and threatened them with violence. She asks him if he understands what this could lead to, since he is now the kingdom's #1 enemy. Larry is going to finish her off, believing that he doesn't care at all because he is right. He says she ordered her man to attack him and his family, while Sally questions his intentions. After this, he orders his dragon to charge the skill and prepare to attack Sally. He rushes forward, explaining that he will still avenge her misdeeds, regardless of her age and status. Luckily, he is stopped by Father Citrine, who is shouting loudly and is already rushing here on a griffin. He orders Larry to stop and let her go immediately to avoid getting into serious trouble. Citrine is surprised that her father has come to this place and wonders what he is doing here. Celeste, meanwhile, prepares to shoot a beam of fire at him, believing that there are no limits for her. Larry decides to listen to reason, realizing they have done enough, and calls off the attack. Heeding her master's demands, Celeste also stops charging the fireball, albeit without much enthusiasm. Father Citrine quickly lands on the ground and dismounts from his flying vehicle. He is surprised to see a real dragon, but still recommends that the protagonists take it away from here. Citrine asks them to trust their father, as he is not trying to bring them any misfortune and is acting in their best interests. Larry reluctantly orders the giant monster to transform into human form to avoid attracting human attention. Celeste complies with this demand, albeit reluctantly, and Citrine's father approaches the princess to calm her down. He smiles and informs her that the family's driver will arrive soon to take her to the hospital where she can have her wounds treated. After some time, Citrine tells the others that her father knows the princess and will help solve this problem. Hillary hopes that a major conflict can be avoided, but Larry believes the situation could get more complicated. After some time, a man approaches them and states that he is aware of all the events and is surprised that the dragon destroyed half the city. Hillary asks him if he can explain what happened, and he replies that he sent the princess to the hospital and will now tell everything. He reports that their family is not only involved in business, but also has great influence in the top leadership of the Tin Quan Kingdom. Larry claims that he doesn't care that the family has great power, because he will not sell his honor. Father Citrine praises him for his strong spirit and assures him that he will help him sort out this situation. He also says that he can't handle it on his own, so he has one condition that must be met. Larry asks what this condition is and how difficult it is to fulfill. He explains that he needs to take first place in the offensive exams, and then he will do everything possible to stop the princess. Citrine says that it will not be easy since there are many capable students in the kingdom. At the same time, her father states that he can only help if Larry beats everyone and takes first place in this competition. Larry realizes that he will have no problem winning this competition because of his dragon, and agrees. Meanwhile, Sally furiously demands that Larry disappear from the face of the earth and calls all her friends to yell at them. She also states that she wants this man not only to disappear from the face of the earth, but to be killed in a particularly brutal manner. The next day, they move to the main square of the third academy before the big exam, where many people have gathered. However, after a while they get distracted and discover that Larry is walking towards them. For some reason, they still haven't heard about his incredible accomplishments and consider him a failure, believing that he shouldn't have come. Larry is happy that everyone underestimates him, despite the fact that he is the best student, because now he will show them what he has achieved. The principal states that all students must remain silent to maintain silence and give him a chance to speak. He claims that the exam is about to start, so everyone else should try their best and give it their all. Larry reflects on the fact that since reaching level 15, he still hasn't used a single treasure map. He is sorry that they are all of average rank, but he thinks that if he combines them all into one, it could help him in preparing for the exam. The teacher comes to check on him and asks what he is doing there, to which Larry replies that he has been practicing a lot. After this, the teacher hands him a teleportation stone and assures him that he is no worse than the other students. He also says that classes are important here, as one mistake can lead to injury or even death. Larry muses that if he teams up with someone, the points from the challenge will be split between the team members. Suddenly, Citrine approaches him, who, as it turns out, is the same age as Larry and also came to this exam with her friend. She introduces her by the name Tina, and then, hiding her embarrassment, asks if he would like to join their team. Larry apologizes, saying he plans to go alone and thanks her for her help, but he doesn't like the conditions. Citrine looks down, thinking that, judging by Larry's strength, everyone who is on his team will drag him down. Tina asks her friend why she invited the guy from the weakest class to join them, but Citrine states that he is the strongest. Tina starts making jokes about her friend, saying that she probably fell in love with him, but she doesn't give a clear answer. Larry, meanwhile, walks through the portal with a cool look to see all the challenges that have been prepared for him. He finds himself in the examination dungeon and discovers that there are many other people around him. The director addresses the students and says that candidates should pay attention to the fact that the tests are divided into 4 levels. He explains that normal level tests are controlled and do not result in fatal injuries. He also says that on the hard level there are different monsters, but the points are saved when teleporting home. He also claims that the monsters are stronger on the hardest level, and it is not recommended to go alone, even taking into account the split points. One of the most gifted students named Juan approaches the principal and says that he will try to get an A. Looking at him, the others think that he is one of the best students in the academy, with an interesting class. The other students immediately become discouraged, believing that in order to overtake Juan, they will have to choose a different difficulty level. Meanwhile, in the director's office, several heads of academies are talking to each other and remarking that Juan is very strong. The director of the first academy says that victory will definitely be theirs, and assumes that Citrine will also be among the top 3. The director of the third academy reflects on the fact that he feels very sorry for Larry, because if he had been assigned to another class, he would have taken first place. Father Citrine says he is quite optimistic about one of the students this time. When asked who he is talking about, he immediately points to Larry, stating that he is betting on him. The headmaster of the first academy thinks this is a funny joke, since you can't expect anything from dragon parents. After this, he points to the leaderboard, noting that Juan is already in first place, meaning victory is in his pocket. The principal says Larry has no intention of failing his exams, but is simply waiting for the door to the most difficult level to appear. Larry is about to be transported to a dungeon with a nightmarish level of difficulty that only a desperate fool would venture into. The director tries to stop him, saying that no one has ever returned from this dungeon alive. But this does not stop him. After some time, Larry's body dissolves into thin air, and he is sent into an unknown space. The director recalls that the last student took this test 8 years ago, but for some reason the portal there is still not closed. The headmaster of the first academy states that this is nonsense, and that Larry deserves this fate if he cannot follow the rules that are explained to him. Father Citrine sits down in a chair and continues to remain optimistic, noting that it is too early to draw conclusions. The director turns to him and asks why he has such incredible confidence in Larry. A suspicion flashes through his mind that Larry might have somehow increased his powers, but he can't prove it. Meanwhile, they are transported to the first floor of a nightmarish dungeon that looks like a dense jungle full of thorns. Larry discovers many enemies around him and realizes that there are already 10 of them, and this is only the first floor, which means it will be more difficult further on. Black mushrooms and wolves appear along the way, posing a serious threat to an ordinary person. Larry does not feel the slightest fear, because he knows that he can overcome all obstacles. He smiles and gets ready to beat these wolves to meat to gain some experience. After that, he uses the Dragon Claw skill to deal a powerful blow and destroys the wolves. Within minutes, he clears the first floor of the Nightmare Challenge and earns 990 points. The headmaster of the first academy can't believe that Larry kills everyone with one blow and wonders why he is so strong. Another director suggests that the reason may be that Larry has found the legendary dragon. Meanwhile, an unknown man in a white coat begins walking down the corridor, carrying a small red suitcase. The directors continue to monitor what is happening, and are still trying to figure out why Larry is so strong. After a while, the doors open, and the unknown man in the white coat apologizes for interrupting their surveillance. After this, he introduces himself as Cedric, and says that he came here to talk to Larry for an investigation. Larry, meanwhile, continues to destroy opponents and makes his way through dense thickets that slow down his movement. He opens the map and announces that he has finally found the location of the treasure map he needs. Larry smiles and rejoices at the incredible coincidence that the location of the high-level treasure map and this map coincide. Clutching the dagger tighter, he moves forward, striking blow after blow, and finally reaches a very valuable artifact. He finds the Accelerated Growth Skill Book, which increases pet experience gain by 100%. Larry is happy that this is the perfect combination of circumstances that will help him become even stronger. He recalls that after the Village of Sorrow, his pet's level rose very slowly, and this skill will be extremely useful. Cedric watches Larry's behavior closely and turns to the director of the third academy, saying that the situation is getting more and more interesting. Juan states that his tests must be stopped immediately, and Larry must be transferred here for interrogation. The director states that even if it is an important matter, it will have to be postponed, since the exam must not be interrupted. Cedric says that Larry needs to be punished, after which Father Citrine asks him what happened. Cedric waves it off, saying that there is no point in interfering with his work, and especially not touching Larry. Under the observation of the Sally family, he notes that the Imperial Court will be displeased if they interfere. After this, he states that if anyone still doesn't understand, Larry should leave, and demands that the exam be stopped immediately. Father Citrine notes that the relationship between Tin Quan officials and his family is indeed complex. He adds that once Larry's secret is revealed, nothing will matter anymore, so he can't be taken out of there. Cedric states that all this is pathetic nonsense, and that obeying direct orders is a real crime. After this, he grabs Larry's hand again, and tells him that he stopped and didn't make any mistakes. They are of roughly the same level and have similar classes, so a serious confrontation could break out between them. Cedric states that he will definitely tell the higher-ups about Citrine's father's actions, and it will come back to haunt him. The principal says that they need to calm down and not interfere with the important exam, and Cedric asks why this is so important to them. Father Citrine asks if he is interested in Larry's secret, which is why he decided to disobey the authorities. Upon closer inspection, Cedric discovers that Larry has chosen the Nightmare Dungeon level. Larry, meanwhile, moves on, reaching a giant gate that does not bode well. He remains positive, as he can now clear this dungeon quite quickly with these skills. He decides to summon Celeste, so that she can gain more experience in this battle and improve her combat stats. Cedric wonders what's so special about Larry, while the headmaster of the First Academy states that the best is yet to come. A few moments later, they suddenly hear a loud sound and turn to the screen as Larry calls for Celeste. Now that he has the legendary dragon, who has regained his powers, fighting by his side, nothing can stop him. The observers of this dungeon only look at the screens, unable to believe that they are seeing a real and living dragon. Meanwhile, Celeste prepares to launch a powerful attack that will rip open the metal door like a tin can. Father Citrine notes that he has seen this monster before, but he still gets goosebumps all over his body from its majesty. Celeste, as expected, destroys all obstacles with the help of her incredibly strong paws and durable scales. Father Citrine turns to his comrades and asks if they now understand what his secret was. After this, he declares that Larry is the only one in the history of dragon tamers who was able to tame a dragon. The director cannot believe his eyes and says that he really tamed such a majestic creature. Larry continues to fight his way through all the monsters in his path and destroys them. Celeste also demonstrates her strength, but Larry's fighting skills are in no way inferior to his ward. Everyone in the observation room comes to the conclusion that no one can overcome the powers of this class, and Larry will soon become a god. As Larry progresses through the nightmare level, he begins to move faster and faster as the monsters do not cause him any damage. The director notes that it's not just the dragon, but also Larry's incredible character and his amazing strength. From his point of view, all of Larry's stats were already above 100, and he was the best even without the dragon. Father Citrine asks Cedric if he wishes to continue following orders from higher-ups, and Cedric replies that he has now seen the light. Father Citrine says that in this case he will take the video recording of the exam and send it to the teacher, and Larry recommends leaving. Cedric asks who exactly Citrine's father is referring to, and is told that he is talking about the legendary Jeff, whom everyone knows. Meanwhile, Larry reaches the 20th floor of the nightmare level, where he must fight the real boss. A mysterious priestess emerges from the darkness, level 15, and reduces all enemy stats by 50%. Larry strokes his dragon's chin and remarks that she'll probably level up soon. After this, he activates the lava flame skill to quickly destroy all enemies with a continuous stream of fire. As expected, this attack covers almost the entire hall and area, making it impossible to hide from. All enemies are quickly destroyed, and the 20th floor of the nightmarish dungeon is completed. Larry finds that his charges have leveled up and says it's time to move on. He smiles and declares that it is time to level this challenge to the ground by showing how cool and exceptional he is. An hour later, they are transported to the 50th floor of the terrifying level and discover evidence of a brutal struggle. Juan is not feeling well, despite having fought hard for a long time. He notes that this year's exam is simply terrible, and there must be at least 70 monsters here. Pride drives him forward, and he says that he will be the best in this exam no matter what. After this, he shouts into the camera, saying that they had contacted the best sex and were preparing for his admission. However, in reality, all attention is focused solely on Larry, as he moves even further. The director notes that he has reached the 50th floor of the nightmare level, where everyone has failed. Directors say this level will be a turning point, but after it, they will begin to move more slowly. Larry gains new skills and decides to study them carefully, realizing that his dragons are now available in multiple forms. He tries to develop a strategy to use these skills more effectively, but is alarmed by a powerful earthquake. He begins to notice movement that signals the presence of a giant creature. A few moments later, an amethyst leather giant appears before him, who can sweep away square kilometers with a wave of his hand. The directors discover that the battle with these giants has begun, and now they don't understand how anyone can survive here. The director of the First Academy notes that Larry's results are quite good, so he will still take first place. Meanwhile, the giants are preparing for a powerful attack, and Larry decides to summon a dragon. However, his fortitude has not diminished one bit, and he is making attempts to cope with the threat. Celeste stays by his side and counterattacks to stop the giant stone hand. Larry tells her that she needs to try out the new World Destroyer form to become much stronger. A giant pillar of energy appears, destroying the fabric of the universe and throwing the golem aside. The director watches what is happening and cannot believe his eyes. From the abyss of bloody energy, Celeste is born again, but now her eyes blaze brighter than 1,000 stars. All this is thanks to an incredible transformation that allows her to destroy entire worlds if she so desires. Even though her spirit power was less, due to the transformation, her combat power doubled. She now has the ability to tear apart the earth, as well as a terrifying roar that can destroy everything in its path with its strength. The watching directors cannot believe that the dragon is able to change combat forms on the fly. Father Citrine notes that the whole world will tremble when it learns of the existence of such strong people. Meanwhile, Larry, thanks to his incredible agility, jumps away from another vile attack of the giant. He sees this as just an opportunity to test his dragon's fighting skills and gives the command to attack. The directors watch this and cannot believe that the dragon was able to pierce through a level 20 boss with such ease. Even though the giants have high numbers, they are nothing compared to Larry. That's why he dodges attacks so easily, because he thinks and moves so quickly that for others he's like an ant. He decides to use his new Dragon Claw ability and carefully aims at the enemy. The impact is so powerful that it causes a brilliant explosion, scattering part of the rock. Father Citrine turns to Cedric again and asks if he regrets not being able to take this man. Larry continues to destroy all the enemies that appear, regardless of their number. Celeste masters her new Worldbreaker form, and her movements become more precise and abrupt. Larry smiles proudly and notes that the last hit will always be his, so it's time to get the trophy. He leaps away from his dragon to deliver a measured and powerful blow. Celeste rips apart the ground beneath her, causing a small earthquake and raining debris down on her enemies. After a while, the enemies simply disappear, and Larry and Celeste raise their levels by one more. Larry realizes that this is not a problem for him, since he can go from floor to floor endlessly. As he continues his movements, he is amazed at the enormous amount of experience that is accumulating on him. Father Citrine notes that the 50th floor, which should have been a turning point, turned out to be an easy walk for Larry. The headmaster turns to Cedric and says that he knows a lot about dragons, and asks what this shape-shifting was. Cedric replies that he has seen the city's most powerful students fight, and estimates the dragon's strength at 2,500. Directors are surprised by these figures, and note that they are greater than the sum of all the other characteristics. The director reflects that this is about what he expected, and fears that Larry's power will only increase from here. The director of the First Academy states that the pattern will gradually become even more obvious. Father Citrine asks what exactly is meant, and is told that this pattern was formulated by the scientist who created the test. He explains that after you pass the 50th floor, there will be several bosses every few floors. This makes the trial more like a real dungeon, where players can lose their lives at any moment. However, in this trial, the bosses will be exclusively of the Nightmare level, which means they will be much stronger than usual. He adds that in Nightmare mode, you can increase your stats exponentially thanks to this parameter. Father Citrine notes that it sounds difficult, but he will be interested to see how Larry handles it. Judging by how easily Larry destroys all the opponents, he is completely indifferent to this difficulty parameter. He credits the scientists who designed the test, as it gave Larry an edge over everyone else in the world. After passing the 70th floor, he notes that it becomes a little more difficult, but it is still not significant. Thanks to the legendary dragon, who increases his stats with each battle, this is not a problem for him. The directors are surprised that in 10 minutes Larry is already on the 70th floor, considering that this tower is more difficult than all the previous ones. The director expresses doubt that anyone will be able to go above the 80th floor, despite what he just saw. Larry continues to destroy all his opponents with the help of his faithful ally, mastering more and more new skills. After some time, a giant worm appears in front of him, living in the sand and feeding on everything it comes across. Larry isn't afraid of him at all and decides to use the Black Dragon's blood skill to deal with him faster. In just a few moments, the worm is destroyed, and Celeste levels up to 14. Larry makes it past the 80th floor and continues on, while the director notes that no genius has ever made it there. The director of the First Academy doubts that Larry will be able to reach the maximum level for some reasons of his own. He points out that level 99 has always been considered the hardest. But a few moments later, someone announces that Larry is already there. Larry breaks through another door and finds himself in the 99th level trial, where there is a very powerful boss. He finds himself in the throne room and sees many silhouettes that remain absolutely motionless. Looking closer, he discovers a throne guarded by headless soldiers, but there is no one on it. At that very moment, the candles suddenly flare up, illuminating the hall with a mysterious blue light that softly fades into blackness. Larry feels a strong wind, which, despite all the gusts, cannot extinguish the magical fire. However, the decapitated armor undergoes changes as it begins to catch fire from the candles. Larry remembers that these knights were once real people, and briefly dives into his knowledge of the history of the world. His thoughts do not stop the animated armor from rushing into the attack, trying to destroy the intruder. Larry is faced with the use of the Decapitate skill, which destroys any target with enough health. He understands that exchanging health is the safest way to pass through the Secret Kingdom without receiving serious damage. However, he doesn't have that ability now, so he has to fight his way through and be less effective. Luckily, he has incredible strength, so dealing with all the riders is no problem for him. The guards accuse him of grave crimes, driven by their previous memories. They strike quickly and repeatedly with their pikes, but Larry easily deflects them with a small dagger. After this, he jumps to the side to prepare a counterattack and deal with one of the knights. Dropping down and attacking quickly, it cuts the armor in half as if cutting through butter. However, it quickly becomes clear that such tactics are not entirely effective, as the armor can quickly regenerate. One of the guards uses counterattack skills and gets the opportunity to deal a crushing blow. Larry is so fast that he manages to block the blow and interrupt the counterattack without taking damage. Holding off against the incredibly heavy fighter, he realizes it's time for Celeste to attack. The giant dragon pounces on the knight, leaving him no chance, and changes form into World Killer. This creates a powerful explosion that destroys the castle where all the enemies were located, including Larry. Looking back at the ruins of the castle, Larry praises his charge for her behavior. One of the riders remains alive and declares that he is ready to fight until his last breath for the sake of his master. He increases his attack stat and says that he will fight and sacrifice his life for the sake of the master. After a few moments, he closes the distance to Larry, trying to break through his defense, but to no avail. Larry decides to stun him with lightning bolts, while the other knights also prepare to attack with spears. As soon as they try to bring down the full force of the metal on Larry, he quickly dodges thanks to his reflexes. He thinks that this cannot continue, and that he needs to finish off his opponents quickly and move on. He waits for Celeste's lava breath to recharge and tells her to prepare to destroy all enemies. Having prepared herself properly, she begins to continuously spew a stream of flame in front of her, which protects Larry. At first, the knights try to resist the fiery breath, but it continues to fall upon them. Gradually, the temperature becomes so high that it evaporates even such durable enemies as metal knights. The system levels up our hero and announces that the 99th floor has been completed, but Larry has no doubt about it. The director of the first academy says that the time has come for the last floor and cannot imagine what might be there. Father Citrine notes that today they will apparently witness something truly legendary. The director wonders if Larry will actually get there and begins to voice his concerns. He says that it was because of this floor that he did not want candidates to go through this dungeon for selection. Larry walks up to the throne, which remains in place, and takes out a sword that seems very strange to him. After some time, the aura of this place begins to change, and strange energy fluctuations appear. Larry looks at the sword he was just holding in his hands. The sword evaporates, and he guesses that the 100th floor is already here. He looks at the horribly destroyed kingdom and realizes that most of the enemies have managed to recover. The system reports that an army of undead numbering over 500 is advancing against him. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the undead army is commanded by an incredible level 60 boss named the Emperor. Larry realizes that Celeste needs to maintain her level, so he decides to use the Cataclysm skill. He says with a smile that it's time to get to the last floor and get a well-deserved grade on the exam. Larry points the dagger forward and takes aim at his target, determined to destroy it quickly and decisively. Before that, he gives the command to Celeste to switch to her destroyer dragon form and give everyone hell. The dragon hears his demands, stands up on its hind legs and lets out a deafening roar, changing shape. Moments later, she appears in the most terrifying form imaginable. Those watching the process cannot believe that the dragon has not one, but 3 forms, which completely changes the situation. The boss rises to his feet and orders his subordinates to go on the offensive to take down the pathetic man. The undead army rushes forward, feeling no fear of the giant dragon, as their senses have atrophied. Larry rushes forward and prepares Celeste to destroy the undead army from the ruined kingdom. When entering combat, he activates all combat skills to increase his speed and agility. Realizing that now is the right time to use his ultimate skill, he asks her to activate Cataclysm. Celeste follows the order and concentrates the rage in her body, causing fire to erupt from her body. The earth begins to split. The system notifies of a significant reduction in the army of the undead. Celeste sets her enemies on fire for a short time before detonating an area, destroying everyone in her path. Observers wonder how the candidate can have such serious skills. Larry cuts the undead army down to 5 times its size before rushing forward to confront the leader. Several knights run out to meet him, ready to take revenge for the previous duel. They order him to fall to his knees in front of the audience, but Larry easily twists away and falls to the ground. After this, he turns to Celeste and says that he needs to strike exactly there. Celeste uses Cataclysm again to detonate the area engulfed in flames, causing maximum damage. Observers see that with one blow the dragon kills 4 riders as if they were bugs. Looking at the scoreboard, they understand that no one has achieved such results in the last 30 years, and this day will go down in history. The directors note that the rewards must match the mission's incredible difficulty, and Larry prepares for the boss fight. The final boss of the dungeon is the Emperor of the Destroyed World, who is preparing to take revenge. While clearing away the smoke from the explosion, he calls the protagonist a pathetic parasite who is causing him a lot of problems. Larry turns to Celeste and orders her to use the Dragon Claws skill to defeat the enemy. The Emperor grabs a giant sword and delivers a swift blow, which Larry manages to block with his bare hands. Larry uses the Lava Flame skill to continuously attack and keep the boss under a stream of hot fire. The Emperor is thrown back, feeling his strength suddenly begin to fade with each passing second. He looks at his metal hands and wonders what is going on here and where his power went. Larry smiles and asks if the Emperor has noticed that he has become weaker, showing him his ring. The Emperor says that this is just a disgusting trick, and understands that now with every second Larry's aura will become stronger. Larry decides to continue the fight, and notes that it is time to move on to the second part of his attack. Celeste attacks him with flames, causing the boss to be thrown aside and end up next to his throne. Larry rushes forward, using the incredible acrobatic skills he recently learned. The boss doesn't have time to block the attack, and Larry inflicts a powerful wound right in the chest, which will most likely kill him. Larry applies so much force that he pins the multi-ton creature to the throne and even pierces it through. Larry removes his long daggers from his opponent's body and notes that they are finally done with this dungeon. The directors say that no one has scored so many points in 30 years, and this result will go down in history. Larry, meanwhile, notes that they have finally completed the dungeon and suggests that his dragon return home. The system congratulates Larry on completing the main challenge and gives him a huge number of rewards. Larry carefully examines all the awards and decides that it is time to rest and recuperate. Immediately after this, he activates the teleportation stone in order to return to the civilized world as quickly as possible. The director immediately runs up to him and says that he has finally found the Academy's dark horse, who turned out to be incredibly strong. For this reason, he even decides to remove the photographs of the tragically deceased students from the Academy Hall in order to place only Larry there. Father Citrine says he was mentally prepared for the exam results, but Larry still surprised him. Larry proudly declares that he has fulfilled the conditions, so the agreement regarding Citrine must be fulfilled. The man notes that he always keeps his word, so all misunderstandings should be resolved in the near future. After that, he advises not to worry and focus on choosing the universities he wants to attend. Cedric tries not to attract unnecessary attention and understands that he will never be able to cope with this man. They move to the dragons in the far north, where there is an unexplored area of level 60. An unknown person is watching the ongoing tests, closely monitoring Larry's every move. To keep warm in the north, this man uses strong alcohol and clearly does not limit himself. This man turns out to be Jeff himself, who says that he hasn't seen such a glorious massacre for a long time. After a while he hears a knock and orders his subordinate to come in and not linger. A young man in warm clothes apologizes for disturbing and says that he has an important report. Jeff asks about the contents of the report, and he explains that they have all the data provided by Citrine's father. He explains that thanks to the messenger, they received information about a family conspiracy that had recently occurred. Jeff menacingly places a bottle of alcohol on the table and says that all of this is Urlach's doing. His subordinate notes that the Tinquan family and Mr. Urlach maintain close ties and enjoy privileges. Jeff chuckles and says that now it is no wonder why a man was sent to defeat the dragon tamer. With these words, he delivers a powerful blow with his fist to the bottle, smashing it to pieces. He says that Urlach is taking on too much, because he gave Princess Tinquan free rein to do whatever she wants. He states that it is time to put them in their place and resolve all issues with positions in case of insubordination. He gives an order and says that if anyone has any complaints, they should be discussed with him personally. He adds that anyone who disagrees will have to send a Snow Lion squad to convince him otherwise. After this, he gives orders for Larry to be given the best resources, mentally calling him a legend. Looking at the approaching red sun, he wonders how it will all end. After some time, the princess receives a call informing her that Urlach has been fired. She is advised not to waste precious time on this vendetta, as another dragon has been discovered besides Larry. Sally smiles and says that this is wonderful news, and hopes that everything will go more smoothly this time. Meanwhile, Juan emerges from the portal, feeling very tired after completing the dungeon. He proudly reflects on the fact that he has reached the 72nd floor, and believes that now he will definitely become a champion. After this he asks why it is so busy here and what so many leaders are doing. Juan thinks that now the director will praise him because he showed himself to be the best, and will call him a champion. He greets the director and says that it was not easy for him, because he put in his maximum effort. He looks at the city and notes that he doesn't think anyone will ever be able to get around it. The director calmly states that everything is fine, and that Juan will also have the opportunity to choose any of the 10 universities. Juan finds himself in some confusion and wonders why he seems to be calming down. He assumes that they are very proud of him, and cannot believe that he has achieved such great results. 7 days after the results were announced, Larry and Hillary face a very difficult situation. Naturally, the whole country rushed to them to beg them to enter their universities. Hillary's father notes that the results were stunning, and everyone was shocked, but decided to see the champions in person. He also hands them money, informing them that in addition to the fabulous 50 million, they will receive an additional bonus. Larry carefully examines these bonuses and discovers there is a book of another skill that allows you to weaken your opponents. Father Citrine also shows him the special armor and notes that the director carefully selected all these awards. Larry realizes that this armor isn't very useful, but it might come in handy if he needs something to wear. Citrine comes inside and reports that representatives from 10 universities have already arrived to talk to Larry. Larry is surprised that they are already here, since the results were just announced. Hillary's father reveals that the exam records were deliberately hidden because Larry is too special. He also announces that the legendary Jeff wants to see him, and Larry accepts the offer. He is told that some time must pass for this to happen, and Citrine gives him a purple judge card as a gift. Larry notes that the card is very expensive and costs a fortune, but Father Citrine explains that he deserves it. He adds that in the evening he will take them to an event where the map could be very useful. Citrine grabs Larry's hand and pulls him along, saying it's time to say hello to the major universities. Meanwhile, we are transported to the suburbs, where Sally and Cerberus went to meet the new tamer. She asks her servant what level he is on, and he tells her that he is level 19. Sally smiles wickedly and notes that she didn't expect dragon tamers to be so different. Having reached their destination, they look at the dragon and note that very soon they will be able to fight the level 30th boss. This tamer's name is Chester, and he is much more submissive than Larry, who has a sense of self-worth. He is attacked by a giant ape, which poses a serious threat if it is not dealt with in time. Chester flies high into the air and prepares to launch a tail attack. The dragon swings its giant tail and deals damage to its targets, while the tamer himself decides to finish off the enemy with a powerful attack. After such a quick strike and destruction of the enemy, he increases the level of his dragon. Sally claps her hands and remarks that this is quite good, and that the dragon egg she gave him was not in vain. Immediately after this, she turns to Cerberus and asks if he would mind giving his weapon to Chester. He doesn't dare resist, while Chester notes that with her help, he can definitely become the next champion. Sally also informs him that he must defeat Larry and take the black dragon at any cost to get revenge. She declares that she will help him become the strongest dragon tamer in history, but in exchange, he will become her personal servant. Chester says there is no need to worry about it, as it will be a great honor for him if he succeeds in the task. Sally points out that he is much better than Larry because she gave him a chance, but he didn't appreciate it. After this, she turns to Cerberus and orders him to go to the city and find out which universities Larry has chosen. She adds that if he fails to complete the task, he should never appear before her eyes again. Sally continues to move forward, driven by a thirst for revenge, hoping to get revenge for the way Larry treated her. Meanwhile, Citrine asks the protagonist where he will apply and which universities he is considering. Citrine also reports that her father said that it would be much better if they went to the same university. Larry points out that teamwork is very important at the university, so they must work together. After this, he says that he has not yet made a final decision and will inform her about it later. Citrine tries to restrain her love impulses and declares that she will do everything possible to get into the same place. Larry calmly replies that he understood her perfectly and will take her wishes into account when making his choice. Immediately after this, he opens the doors and enters the room, where several very high-ranking people are already waiting for him. He greets them cautiously and is about to give his name, but they do not allow him to do so. They greet him incredibly warmly, noting that they saw the recordings of his exam and it was amazing. Immediately after this, a fierce competition begins between the heads of universities, who argue about who has the best conditions. This is not the best strategy, as they miss the opportunity to talk to such a legend. A serious conflict arises between the two major universities, and they completely disconnect from serious conversation. Others also join in the argument, while only one remains completely calm. A girl named Gloria assures them that their university conducts national testing, so they invite Larry to come along. One of the directors approaches her and asks if Larry can handle the national level of testing yet. Larry listens carefully to their conversation and tries to understand why they are so worried and what is special about this testing. Gloria explains that the national test is a competition that takes place every 23 years. Other university heads note that this is too dangerous an undertaking to send a newcomer there. Gloria adds that those who pass this testing become truly honored members of the academic community. Larry understands that such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime, so there is no point in turning it down. The system reports that he has opened the second divine-level treasure map, which impresses him. He speculates that the previous treasure map provided the opportunity to find a dragon egg, so this map might also be useful. Turning to the map, he finds that the place is nearby and safe enough for him. Gloria asks him what he thinks about the offer, and Larry quickly announces that he has made his final decision. Smiling, he says that he will apply to their university, but he will need help with the paperwork. 4 days later, he begins to pack up with his aunt, who notes that she never expected to leave this place. Hillary admits that it's hard for her to say goodbye, considering they've lived here for so many years, but Larry reassures her. Hillary briefly reminisces about her past and says that it reminds her of her childhood, but time flew by quickly. After a while, a car stops next to them, along with Tina and Citrine, who also entered this university. Larry asks how it happened that they also ended up in the same school. Tina explains that she had a high score, and her friend Citrine really wanted to study with Larry, so they got in there too. Hillary apologizes for worrying them, and Larry remembers his conversation with Gloria. Hillary recalls that he spoke of his dream of going to a university with a pleasant atmosphere and team. Larry says it's time to stop crying and go conquer the heights of this world. Larry reflects that Hillary tried very hard to raise him to be a good man, and he appreciates that very much. Now his goal is to provide her with a better quality of life, and he will make every effort to do so. After some time, they fly to another country, right to the capital, to inspect the new university. However, Larry soon hears a strange voice informing him that he and the princess have finally arrived. Sally emerges from the car, surrounded by her new servants, and reports that she is extremely disappointed with this city. Cerberus looks around in surprise and notices Larry, whom he somehow didn't notice when he approached. Larry wonders in his mind what they are doing here, as he certainly didn't expect them to show up. Chester wonders if this is the dragon tamer they've been looking for so long. Sally informs him that if he does anything he will be sent back, so he must act sensibly. Citrine and Tina wonder what they are doing here and how they decided to enroll in this university. Gloria comes up behind them and remarks that she is glad that they have already managed to get to know each other. She states that Larry and Chester are two representatives of the dragon tamers from the southern province. Larry is surprised that there is another class of dragon tamers in the world, and it is not so unique. Chester immediately shows his character and says that he has heard a lot about Larry. Larry looks back at him, not quite understanding why he's showing such serious hatred when they don't even know each other. However, he decides not to get involved in the senseless quarrel, and says that they are very tired on the road, so it would be better to go home. Sally says that they can handle it themselves and get to their villa. Gloria takes them to the student dormitories, noting that all the first-year students live here, and adding that there are about 30 apartments. Gloria explains that everyone is assigned house numbers, and Larry will live in house number 1. She also states that Chester placed 18th overall, so he will live in the corresponding house. Larry speculates that this man will likely agree to all of Sally's terms, which may include a contract to kill him. Citrine reports that their results do not allow them to enter the top 30 and asks how they will live here. Gloria states that they will have to move to another area, but Hillary points out that they can live with Larry. Gloria thinks about it and remembers that the rules don't prohibit anything like that, unless Larry himself is against it. Hillary asks him if he minds, stating that she wants to feed him her cooking for the rest of his life. Larry replies that he has absolutely no objection, and a joyful Hillary takes Citrine and Tina by the arm, who say that they are very happy. Larry smiles and says that it would be better if they listen to their aunt, since the hostel is very far from here. Tina and Citrine accept his offer and say that in this case they can stay and not look for another dorm. Tina immediately tries to set the boundaries and says that he must know the limits of what is permitted. Otherwise, he will get hit on the head. Larry receives a notification that a new treasure is available to him, supposedly located near them. He immediately turns to the teacher and asks who lives in room 2, but she replies that she doesn't know these people. The only thing she adds is that they promised that some girl lives in this room. Larry turns to Hillary and says that they should go to the house, and in the meantime, he will greet the new neighbors. Hillary thinks it's a great idea and asks him to remember to give the neighbors appropriate gifts. Tina assumes he's going to see a girl and notes that she underestimated him when she came here. Larry agrees that he is doing the right thing and goes with a small gift to give to his neighbor. After some time, the girl opens the door for him. He says his name and tells where he is from. The girl who opened the door is incredibly beautiful, but she is clearly taciturn and does not answer. Larry immediately hands her the cake, noting that they are now neighbors and hopes that they will quickly become friends. An awkward silence falls between them, and he carefully hands her the box, waiting for her to tell him her name. The girl says that she is from another province. Her name is Ingrid, and Larry understands that making friends will not be easy. Larry asks if he can come in because his throat is dry and he could use a glass of water. Ingrid nods calmly, and he immediately thanks her for the honor, waiting for her to open the door slightly. As soon as the door opens wide enough, he rushes forward unceremoniously, without saying a word. He reflects that he does not want to linger, as he needs to find the treasure and get away from here as quickly as possible. He opens several rooms, but finds nothing important and only stumbles upon personal belongings. After some time, he enters a room in which something unique and glowing is hidden. It turns out there's a room here where Ingrid has never been in all this time, and there's a dragon egg lying around there. Having collected it for himself, he goes out into the corridor and sees Ingrid heading towards him with 2 glasses of water. Larry decides not to pay her any extra attention and says that he doesn't feel like drinking anymore, so he continues walking. He tells her he is pleased to meet her, and then quickly closes the door, leaving only dust behind. Ingrid looks around, trying to understand what the secret purpose of this strange man's visit was. After some time, evening comes, and we are transported to the main character's room, where the egg is about to ripen. Celeste looks closely at this artifact, and her animal interest grows stronger with each passing second. Larry speculates that this is the Emerald Dragon's egg, and the system notifies him that the artifact can now be activated. Gradually, energy vibrations begin around the egg, which intensify with each second. A new burst of energy occurs, and the egg slowly cracks, after which all that remains is to wait for the dragon to emerge from it. The baby dragon that hatched also has legendary qualities, as Larry is a very lucky person. He reflects on the fact that he now has another dragon, which will certainly help him in difficult battles. Reading the ability description, he is happy that Celeste will now receive additional support thanks to this dragon. He also notes that if certain stats are combined, Celeste's strength could reach 12,000. Our hero's strength has just increased exponentially, and if before he could live without worries, now he has become even stronger. Larry wonders what to name the new dragon, how to christen him, but suddenly the dragon decides to bite Celeste. After going through all the possible names for the dragon in his head, he decides to give her the nickname Emerald to emphasize her uniqueness. He chuckled and thought that it sounded good, and that she would now become a good friend to Celeste, who was already upset with her. The older dragon begins to growl at her younger sister to teach her manners, but it has no effect. The next day, they head to the freshman organizational meeting to get all the necessary information. Citrine and Tina ask Larry why his room was so noisy yesterday, and he tries to figure out how to answer. After a while, they stop because a whole crowd of fans gathers around Citrine and Tina, calling them beauties. They note that they would like to be left alone with these incredible girls in the secret kingdom. They start to be tormented by questions about whether they can date this guy both at the same time, and whether they are even busy. After a while, they come to the conference room and decide to get comfortable on the soft seats. After some time, the main character notices a strange man who seems familiar to him, but he does not remember his name. After some time, his memory returns, and he realizes that in front of him is the same noisy guy from the exam. He smiles at him indifferently, while Juan feels an incredible feeling of rage towards him. He remembers how cruelly the director treated him and advised him not to get cocky, because he was still a pathetic loser compared to Larry. Tina, meanwhile, is thinking about how they can't allow a situation in which Larry and Citrine will be together for a long time. Larry walks further and finds a familiar man whom he had already met yesterday. Ingrid glances at him sideways, and Larry greets her, surprising everyone else with the fact that they have already met. Larry tells Citrine that this is their neighbor who lives in house number 2, and Citrine is surprised by her incredible strength. Other people start whispering about how there are so many beautiful girls at the academy, and they are all sitting around Larry. After some time, the rector enters the room and loudly orders everyone to be quieter. The man says his name is Sheng, and he is the vice principal of the university and a professor in the department. He welcomes everyone and notes that he likes to explain the subtleties, so all the details will be clarified by the teachers. After this, he tells them that they will receive a certificate that they will need at the university. He states that it will store their points, which are the university's currency, and a very important resource. He adds that these points are necessary to open the secret kingdom provided by the university. He also notes that the points awarded are proportional to the points earned, but he is immediately told that everyone had different exams. Shen states that he took the coefficient into account and considered it necessary for all points to be equal. Larry muses that this currency will be very useful to him, while Shen informs him that these are temporary points. He adds that an exam will be held in a month, and the top 30 students will be eligible to enter the upper class. He tells the others that entering this secret class gives the opportunity to participate in a secret competition. Noticing other students discussing it, he states that he can challenge other students to join. After this, he announces that if the upper class students lose, they must give up their place to the winner. He adds that currently, 30 people will be included in this class, who will take the first places in the ranking. Larry is, of course, in first place, and after he is announced, he rises from his seat. Larry smiles and the others remark that he did quite well in first place. Chester asks Sally when they can unite him, but she says that they don't know the limit of his power yet. Hillary says that now that his name has been called, it will surely mean that everyone will run to challenge him. After the freshman reunion, Larry reflects on how it's finally time to get down to business. He walks next to his friends and invites them to go to the Hall of the Dark Kingdoms to look around and find some treasures. After a while, he hears a strange sound, and Juan stops near it to address them. To everyone's surprise, Juan challenges Larry, saying that he intends to fight him to the death. Larry looks at him in surprise and wonders why he decided to challenge him to a duel at such a time. Juan states that high-class students have no right to refuse to fight, so his strength must be tested. Larry reflects on the fact that he can't watch the exam videos, so he has no choice but to try it himself. Larry asks Juan if he is sure about this, after which he adds that he accepts his challenge, and Juan bets 200 points on it. Larry agrees to this and accepts his bet, after which he prepares to enter the fight. Sally thinks this is a great opportunity to see Larry's abilities. Juan announces that he will count to 3, and after that the fight can begin immediately. Tina expresses hope that her comrade will not lose, but Citrine smirks and says that she simply hasn't seen him in battle. The teachers, who are always happy to see their students improve in combat, also decide to observe this battle. Juan has almost finished counting to 3, and Citrine is proudly thinking about how big Larry is soon to be discovered. Immediately after this, Juan rushes forward, and Larry turns his back to him to give him shape in this fight. To start the fight, Juan decides to use the accumulated energy attack, which doubles the damage. However, as soon as he reaches his target and delivers a powerful blow, it becomes obvious that Larry simply dodged it with a sharp movement. Juan can't believe it. He just used the second transformation mage skill, so there shouldn't be any resistance from him. Larry materializes nearby and reports that he heard that Juan's class is good at both close and ranged combat. Juan begins to get angry and prepares another attack, hoping that it will at least cripple his opponent. After that, he uses the enveloping wave skill to release sound waves from his palm. Larry turns away from all these attacks and rushes forward to finish the fight without wasting much time on it. Juan reflects that while he hasn't summoned the dragon yet, he still has at least some ghostly chance of winning this fight. Larry quickly dispels his illusions and rushes straight towards him to deliver a devastating kick attack. Juan decides to use the Hard Rocks technique skill to prevent anyone from breaking through his defense. This technique doesn't stand a chance against a powerful fighter like Larry, who can do it with just one punch. Juan feels blood starting to flow from his mouth and wonders how it is even possible for him to lose under these conditions. Everyone else watches this defeat and is amazed that Larry knocked out his opponent with one kick, without even using any skills. No one can believe this because usually a dragon tamer does not have any physical skills. Larry looks at his defeated opponent and reflects on how he still has a lot to learn. Sally asks Chester if he observed his opponent's behavior, to which he states that it is difficult to evaluate skill. After this, he expresses confidence that he will have the advantage, but Sally clarifies that Juan is not weak. Larry picks up his opponent's card to get the required number of points. Smiling, he declares that as a result of this argument, he wins himself 200 points. Juan notices how many points he has on his card and can't believe that Larry was able to earn so many points. He also recalls that the person who finished second in the region had 5 times fewer points than Larry. Juan believes that it was too bold to try to defeat this man, since fighting Larry is almost impossible. After a while, they reach the secret room, and Hillary asks Larry if everything is okay. Tina and Citrine discuss how cool Larry is, and how his powers are beyond their comprehension. Larry says that if they are all here, they can take a look at the dungeon they are about to go to. He adds that he just checked it, and from his point of view, it will be good if they pass it fairly quickly. They also realize that they need to find a 5th person to get this dungeon up and running, and Citrine asks him to take a closer look. She points to Ingrid and says that she is 2nd in battle rating, so she is worth inviting. Larry cautiously approaches her to say hello and start a conversation, inviting her to join his team. Ingrid looks at him with some suspicion, and Larry remembers that he acted very strangely when he was looking for the egg. Larry decides to at least somehow explain his behavior, and immediately announces that he is inviting her to the team. Ingrid doesn't answer, and there's a very awkward and rather long pause between them. She finally expresses her disgust towards him and tells him that he is behaving like a real pervert. Larry's allies ask him what he did, to which he quickly tries to justify himself, claiming that it was all a mistake. He shows the plan of the dungeon and states that their squad needs one more person, and his intentions are absolutely sincere and pure. Ingrid carefully examines the dungeon and announces that they are going to go to the forest of poisonous spiders. After some thought, she agrees without explanation, and the team is quickly formed. Larry is about to tell her the plan of action, but she haughtily stands up and says that there is no need for that. After placing the card on a special pedestal, she opens a portal and steps into it, announcing that she will be waiting for them on the other side. Larry understands that Ingrid's combat level is quite high, so he shouldn't underestimate her. After some time, they find themselves in a forest of poisonous spiders in a secret kingdom, which is on a terrifying difficulty level. He looks around, noticing the gloomy atmosphere and reflecting on the fact that they have finally arrived. Tina asks why he chose this particular secret kingdom, because it's quite difficult here. Larry replies that he has been eyeing this secret kingdom for a long time, since it provides more experience than anywhere else. Hillary reminds them that since they're here to level up, all supplies need to be shared equally. Immediately after this, she offers cookies and explains that the recipe is accessible at a high level, and not everyone can make it. After this, she catches up with Ingrid and approaches her in a friendly manner, despite the fact that she does not study at the university. She then hands her the cookies and tells her that Ingrid should try them too. Ingrid looks at her with less suspicion and asks if she is the creator of the very cake that was given to her. Hillary explains that if she likes the cake, she can make it again without any problem. Citrine adds that Hillary cooks very well, and since they live nearby, they are always happy to have guests. Ingrid smiles, feeling incredibly welcome, while Larry almost immediately notices a suspicious movement. He orders everyone to be careful as they have been spotted and points to a giant snake. Tina instantly rushes forward and grabs her sword, which had been on her belt the whole time. The giant black reticulated python also lunges forward to bite down and then swallow. Citrine reports that all the monsters here are at least level 40, meaning it won't be easy. Larry doesn't have to put in much effort because he can handle any opponents that might arise here. Tina turns to him and asks if he really decided to summon the dragon here. Ingrid also turns her head, as she has never seen living dragons obeying humans. Larry decides to turn to Emerald for help, who flies out of his magical space, looking around. Tina looks at the dragon in surprise, expecting something bigger and more threatening. The others are surprised that he has another dragon, since before he only summoned Celeste. Time passes, and the creepy snakes continue to attack them, so finding out the reasons will have to be postponed. Larry commands his dragon to activate Emerald Light to help his allies. A few moments later, a powerful energy barrier appears right in front of Tina's face, blocking all damage. Tina falls to the ground, and Citrine immediately rushes to her, saying that he will not leave her in trouble and will definitely heal her. Tina looks at her body in surprise and discovers that she has absolutely no wounds thanks to Emerald's enhancement. Larry is happy, and notes that as long as Emerald is nearby, they will not receive any damage. Citrine and Tina conclude that the Dragon Clan is incredibly strong, since even a newborn has such powerful skills. The giant snake suddenly chooses them as its target and rushes forward, opening its giant mouth. However, a few moments later, an energy projectile flies past her face, frightening everyone. This projectile moves incredibly fast and pierces the head of the giant snake, leaving it no chance. After this, the projectile transforms into a sword and returns to Ingrid's hand, who advises that there is no time to waste. Looking around, she reports that it was an ambush they walked into and therefore it would be better to regroup. Larry looks at her in surprise and realizes that he has never met swordsmen who demonstrated such outstanding skills before. Meanwhile, another strange creature appears behind them, and Ingrid and Larry quickly turn their attention to it. Hillary is too careless and doesn't notice how a giant spider appears next to her, aiming to kill her. A little more, and all that would remain of her would be a pathetic bloody sieve. But Larry and Ingrid, with their joint efforts, save her. Once the smoke clears, they find themselves confronted by silver spiders, who are immune to Ingrid's sword. These spiders are also capable of taking away 10% of an enemy's health, and can hit multiple targets with their attacks at once. Ingrid continues to resolutely rush forward, not paying attention to the fact that the enemy is much stronger than the previous ones. She tries to use the puncture skill several times, but each one ends in failure. Larry decides to come to the rescue and tells her to be careful, preparing for an enemy strike. She delivers a powerful blow directly to the insect's head and quickly penetrates it, despite the spider's armor. Ingrid takes no damage and tells him not to worry about her, as she knows exactly what she's doing. Looking into the thicket, they notice that the spider was far from alone, and now they will have to fight a whole armada of these creatures. Ingrid quickly changes weapons and claims that if they were able to defeat one, then these two will follow into oblivion. The leader of this army of spiders is a smaller specimen called the Black Widow. This spider has the ability to shoot a web, and if the target is not released within 60 seconds, it will be instantly killed. Larry joins her in battle and notes that she has a wonderful weapon and good skills. Ingrid explains that starting from the very first level, swordsmen are able to create their own weapons and improve them. After this, she jumps up and says that now is not the best time to talk, as it distracts from the fight. With these words, she delivers several strikes charged with frost energy to freeze the enemy. A few moments later, it turns out that she missed the spider that was trying to attack her from behind. Larry blocks the blow and orders Emerald to use his extra ability to protect her. Ingrid takes aim at the enemy again and attempts to use the Mountain Crush skill. It deals 210% physical damage and additional damage to nearby targets near the primary one. Ingrid looks happily at her comrade and thanks him for the bonus, thanks to which she increased her skill. Larry muses that her bloodshed blade penetrates monsters' defenses, and that her storm sword deals increased damage. However, after a while they turn around and realize that their comrades are in serious danger. Citrine and Tina find themselves surrounded by giant spiders, against which they have no chance. Larry reports that there aren't that many silver spiders, so he can handle them himself. He leaves them and asks Ingrid to deal with Black Widow, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. She watches the fight closely and understands that the team spirit is stronger than ever. Larry orders everyone to be careful not to get caught in Black Widow's web. Ingrid watches so closely that she manages to notice how shells are fired in her direction. Ingrid doesn't manage to fight back quickly, and the shield given to her by the Emerald Dragon is temporarily destroyed. Larry instantly rushes towards her to catch up and protect her. He realizes he needs to act quickly and orders Emerald to heal her. Citrine and Tina inform him that he can go and rescue her, as they can now fight on their own. Larry runs to her and tells her that he trusts them, but he must save Ingrid so that they can deal with the enemies. After some time, he finds himself in an extremely unpleasant place, which is probably a spider's lair. He also finds Ingrid there and tells her that she needs to be careful. Larry rushes forward and commands his dragon to use the Emerald Light Release skill. Ingrid says she can handle it on her own, but moments later her body undergoes a major healing. The system reports that the spider is using its web and has only a minute to escape. Larry comes to her defense and tells her that she doesn't have to be afraid, because he's come to save her. He easily breaks all the spells using his Dragon Claw skills and tells everyone that he can be relied on. After this, he tries to deceive the opponent using special feints and acrobatic techniques. A second later, he unleashes the full force of his Dragon Claw on the spider. The spider doesn't have time to react in time, and a serious blow is inflicted, incompatible with life, as a result of which several limbs are lost. Ingrid watches what is happening in surprise and reflects on the fact that the difference in strength is not that great. But Larry is superior to his opponent in everything. Larry announces that it is time for everyone to act together and receives the Wind Spirit's blessing, increasing his agility. Combining attacks, they deliver a final finishing move that splits the spider in two. Ingrid watches Larry with interest and wonders why there is such a big difference in their scores. Larry is happy for his dragon, who has already reached level 3, and announces that they will soon go even higher. Ingrid looks down sadly and notes that this is the first time she has been treated like a real member of the team. After a while, Citrine, Tina, and Hillary approach them and report that they have succeeded. They claim that they managed to level up and destroy all the spiders without causing any serious injuries. Larry says that she is very strong, but he cannot leave his comrade to his fate. The warmth and spontaneity with which he says this makes her blush a little and feel embarrassed. Hillary points out that Larry needs to heal with the Emerald's light, but he states that he doesn't need it. After this, they ask him if the dragon can restore health, and he agrees to do so. Citrine reports that she is now full of energy, and Tina notices that the glow makes Larry appear greenish. Ingrid watches them warily, wondering if she has finally found the right group of friends. She admits that this is the first time she has been in the company of friends who do not irritate her. After a while, they reach a place where the map ends and wonder if there really is no road further. Tina notes that this is strange, since there should be a large area ahead, which means it can only mean one thing. Larry stares at the strange phenomenon, and Citrine decides to come closer to see what he's looking at. They discover a giant dark cloud that may be a portal to an unknown location. They assume that this is the entry point to the Secret Kingdom boss's lair and prepare to complete this mission. Larry looks down and thinks about the need to destroy the leader of the pack, who controls all the spiders. The system reports that the boss of this place is a screaming spider mother who looks very creepy. Larry also notes that he will have to constantly fight against the endlessly appearing spiders. Hillary accidentally notices a large number of spiders and her stomach confirms that it is a disgusting sight. Ingrid informs that before fighting the boss, you will have to destroy all your subordinates. Hillary wonders how long such a cleanup would take, given that there are about 1 billion spiders there. Larry raises his hand and points out that they don't actually have to stick to any strategy or plan. Ingrid looks at him in surprise and asks if he really has a solution to such a difficult problem. Larry summons Celeste, explaining that her fire attacks can destroy the lair in seconds. He tells her to take the form of a giant dragon, while everyone else creates a powerful aura. Ingrid notes that the dragon looks incredibly majestic in such a stunning form. The formidable Spider Queen senses the presence of a rival and prepares to attack. She gives the command to attack immediately, but Larry has already taken a suitable position. Observing the enemy and realizing that all that remains is to give the command, Larry says that he can be relied upon. Celeste flies into the air and begins to come crashing down, spewing out a massive amount of fire to set the area ablaze. After this, Larry decides to use the Cataclysm skill to blow up the area engulfed in flames. Ingrid and the others watch and note that the dragon is behaving like a legendary one, and this is far from the limit of its power. Larry decides to show off his powers even more by ordering Emerald to boost Celeste's stats. Emerald instantly uses the Wild Impulse skill, enhancing all stats of the owner and pets. The flame beast transforms into a fearsome lion and gathers strength to deliver an even more deadly attack. Once he receives the boost, he literally doubles all of his stats, meaning that the enemies don't have the slightest hope of escape. However, fearsome monsters like the Spider Queen remain hopeful that they can turn the tide of the battle. Larry turns to his comrades and asks if they can help in this situation, and they immediately declare that they will protect Hillary. After this, he turns to Ingrid to help him defeat all those spiders that are still climbing up. They rush forward to meet the monsters in order to cut them up and send them to the next world as quickly as possible. They decide to combine their fighting skills to cut through the crowd of enemies like a knife through butter. Emerald doesn't lag behind even a step, and continues to support them with appropriate buffs and spells. Larry gives a tip to Celeste, and a giant level 5 dragon immediately descends, scattering spiders in all directions. Due to such a large number of destroyed monsters, Emerald increases his level, acquiring a new power-up. Ingrid reflects on how 3 stages of damage is incredible, and she herself almost burned up. Larry turns to Citrine and asks her if she's okay, hoping they can fight off the spiders. Citrine recommends continuing to advance towards the boss, as she and Tina will definitely not lose to the pathetic minions. Larry says it won't take long, then turns to Ingrid and suggests they move on. The giant creature is already waiting for them, preparing for a long-range attack, which, however, misses its target. Larry gives the command to use the Emerald Light to give several blocks of protection to Ingrid. Immediately after this, he notices that a sticky web skill is being used on him with a deadly effect. Larry manages to quickly cut the web, but a small piece still hits him in the face, leaving a deep cut. Larry realizes that messing with this boss will be dangerous, and commands Celeste to use her ultimate skill. When combined with their dragon, they create giant fire tornadoes that shake the earth. Immediately after this, Celeste flaps her wings several times to direct the tornado in the desired direction. Ingrid watches this destruction and understands that if she wanted, she could raze an entire city to the ground. She comes to the conclusion that Larry is capable of destroying any opponent with just one blow. Most of the enemies die, and Emerald levels up again, unlocking a new blessing. However, this also means that the dragon is getting a new form, which means it's time for a transformation. Larry watches in surprise as the dragon decides to change into human form. Emerald looks like a 12-year-old girl, which is natural given her young age. After this, she decides to use special skills to remove all negative effects and heal her allies. However, the spell is interrupted as the spider boss is still alive and tries to ambush him. Ingrid feels that Emerald has placed 3 effects on her, increasing her damage over the course of 3 attacks. After this, she calls the swords to her service, which easily pierce the giant spider. Ingrid wonders if it's all over and can't believe she beat the boss after the buff. Larry praises his pet, saying that she now has access to new skills and additional capabilities in human form. Larry muses that the Emerald Dragon's buffing stats are amazing, especially when applied to Celeste. After a while, they jump away as the surviving spiders are still trying to spit venom. Larry turns to his dragon and orders it to strengthen Celeste in order to destroy the enemy regiment once and for all. Emerald immediately rushes forward to attack the giant black dragon. Afterwards, she applies 3 positive effects to Celeste, strengthening her subsequent attacks. Celeste feels an incredible boost and prepares to deal with the enemy in a few seconds. First, she uses the skill world in the window to create several fire tornadoes. Ingrid notes that the fire damage has become much greater thanks to the dragon's buff. Polk finds it difficult to breathe and takes several serious blows from Celeste's claws. Larry calls on his allies to join him for the final blow. Together, they rush forward to crush the enemy and put an end to the dungeon. The regiment takes some time to recover, preparing to fight back, but its fate is already sealed. Larry quickly jumps up to swing his arm and deliver a powerful punch. After this, he falls down like a stone and uses the Dragon Fang strike skill, piercing through the head. Emerald decides to help Ingrid to make sure that this creature does not rise from the world of the dead. By strengthening Ingrid multiple times, they achieve incredible killing power, which is concentrated in 3 flying blades. Once the boss is defeated, they level up again, becoming stronger and stronger with each adventure. Ingrid asks him how many points he scored on the exam, and he states that he scored about 1,300,000 points. She looks at him in surprise and says that his power level is much higher. But Larry states that this is the maximum in his province. After this, he decides to go back, saying that it is time to take his aunt and leave the dungeon. Ingrid looks at him and reflects on the fact that she has half the points he does, but the difference between them is incredible. She assumes that this gap can never be bridged, because in front of her stands the true god among men. By working together to exterminate the spiders and helping Auntie, everyone receives a corresponding reward. Also, thanks to the team's close work, everyone remains in one piece, and the second-place team is happy for the first time that they were able to work together. To celebrate the team's success, they head to Larry's house, where Hillary treats everyone to dinner. Over the following days, he gradually becomes familiar with the local rules of life, constantly striving to level up and become even stronger. He studies combat theory every day, as well as a large number of other disciplines that can help him in the future. Only half a month has passed before the first-year exam. Only a couple of days remain, but victory is already in his pocket. He doesn't doubt for a second that he will succeed, as his dragons give him incredible advantages. He also tries to help his comrades, whom he takes with him into the dungeon, despite the fact that he himself does not particularly need them. However, thanks to his help, they receive serious rewards and also improve their combat skills several times over. Tina even finds the necessary equipment, which turns her into an unstoppable warrior of epic rank. During one of these trips, Hillary again offers to return to her place to prepare dinner. However, as soon as they exit the portal, Gloria immediately appears in front of them, who says that she has business with Larry. Larry asks her what happened, to which she replies that Deputy Shen is looking for him for an important conversation. Larry wonders what's so important, assuming they want to tell him something right before the conference. Gloria doesn't answer this question, but he decides to give it another try and asks why he is being called. Gloria is clearly hinting that he will soon find out everything himself, so there is no point in showing excessive curiosity. Along the way, they overhear freshmen discussing a new currency called Juans. Gloria reports that because of this, freshmen now bet on each other, calling it a new way of grading. They later discover that Juan has become the new currency because one student lost all his points and now has nothing left to do but mop the floors. After this, Gloria says with a smile that he shouldn't linger and should move on because they are already waiting for him. Larry carefully opens the door and turns to Deputy Shen, asking why he was looking for him. Shen says he passed here, and with shining eyes declares that the national testing will begin soon. He adds that testing was originally supposed to take place in a few months, but the date was moved up. Shen also states that Tin Quan has introduced her candidate, who will soon reach level 60, and Larry chuckles. He suggests that this is why they are rushing to start testing, and Shen confirms that he understood everything perfectly correctly. Larry understands that once the candidate reaches level 60, a third transformation and a new leap in power will become available to him. Shen says he's very sorry this is happening, but in 2 months the candidate will only be able to reach level 30, which is dangerous. Shen adds that in previous years they always won, but now there is less time to prepare, and the countries have become better prepared. Shen asks him if he's afraid of the danger, but Larry replies that it's a great opportunity for career advancement. He proudly declares that he will not only participate, but also take first place, and Shen says that he will not dissuade him. He puts his hand on Larry's shoulder and advises him to try hard to give his all. The next day is the freshman conference, where Shen says he won't be talking much. After this, he announces that the battle format will be 2-on-2 to eliminate any possible cases of cheating. The students realize they're about to face a team battle and immediately start looking for people to team up with. Larry and Citrine quickly decide to team up to form 2 teams and win. Shen reports that it is known that most students have not yet formed teams, so now is the perfect time. After a while, they approach Ingrid and greet her to have a friendly chat. One of the students immediately approaches her and says that he would like to form a team with her, but she immediately refuses. Tina passes by, not understanding what happened, but Citrine declares that Ingrid will never leave them. Larry says they will team up with Citrine, and Tina can fight alongside Ingrid. The next day, the preliminary tournament for new university students begins, and everyone gathers at the stadium. A huge number of fighters decide to fight each other, but Chester and his dragon quickly become the favorite. He fights quite effectively and defeats his opponents in a very short period of time. Thus, he has already won 28 victories in a row, being paired with Sally, and so far no one has been able to resist them. Sally praises his abilities, and Chester states that at this rate they will soon be able to fight the top of the list. Sally announces that her brother, Charles, will be coming to visit her soon, and adds that he must definitely take first place. After a while, the commentator announces that the next fight is about to begin, and all sides need to get ready. Larry and Ingrid, who have never lost a fight and have a good reputation, enter the arena. Everyone else starts chanting victory chants towards Larry, having no doubt that he will win. Larry briefly reflects on why he teamed up with Ingrid. Yesterday, Citrine announced that she had a better idea on how to better form the team. She says that he should team up with Ingrid as they are the two best and should work together. She smiles and says that there is no need to worry about them, since they will definitely cope if they team up with Tina. Now, Citrine and Tina decide to go out to the stands with the spectators to support their beloved friends. Larry, meanwhile, turns to his ally and asks if she will have any problems in this fight. Ingrid strikes a pompous pose and says that there is no point in even thinking about it, as she can handle any danger. While they are in the waiting room, Larry finds several treasure maps and tries to filter them for his purposes. After some time, he combines them, receiving a treasure map of a higher rank. The system tells him that the treasure is in the nest of a dragon that has a very high level, and Larry is surprised. After a while, the commentator announces that it is their turn to go out and fight. Larry smiles and says that they can't lose this fight, so they have to give it their all. In fact, such words are unnecessary, since everyone already knows that Larry is physically incapable of losing to anyone. Ingrid asks if he will call his assistants, and Larry replies that he is not sure he will need them. He adds that while in the forest he discovered that they have similar abilities, which they often use. He also says that if they win, they should compare their characteristics to see who is better. Meanwhile, the battle begins, and Chester immediately rushes forward in the hope of piercing the enemy with a powerful blow of his spear. He menacingly announces that he has long been waiting for the opportunity to fight him, and now there will be only one dragon tamer left. After this, he makes a sharp thrust with his spear, and declares that this tamer will, of course, be only him. A few moments later, Larry appears a few steps away from him and continues talking to Ingrid. He informs her that if she refuses this bet, she will not have another chance, so she should think it over carefully. Immediately after, he uses the Dragon Claw skill to transform his hand into a dragon claw and crush the enemy. Chester is surprised that his partner does not participate in the battle at all, as if she does not care about the fight. He simply looks at the opponent and asks how this can be understood. Larry arrogantly states that there is no point in her engaging in a fight, since he alone can handle them. Sally proudly announces that her plans are not destined to come true, as this time they have become even stronger. She adds that he is too arrogant if he allows himself to think that he will never be in this world again. Sally calls to her Earth Dragon and orders it to make a quick attack to neutralize the ambush. Larry looks at the giant monster and notices that his dragon still has different fangs for some reason. He turns away from the attack and says that he will help straighten those fangs with his knife. He then makes several quick strikes to cut off the giant monster's second fang. The crowd cheers and remarks that nothing can be stronger than Larry, and is surprised that he fights even without dragons. Sally looks at Chester in surprise and wonders what he is even doing ordering the enemy to be killed immediately. Chester states that he is following the princess's orders and rushes forward in the hopes of causing at least some damage to the enemy. He calls on his Earth Dragon to use a clearing skill. He reflects that he doesn't have much of an advantage, but if he uses two skills at once, the chances of success will be higher. Larry doesn't move and calmly waits for the monsters to fall upon him, but at the last moment he disappears into thin air. After this, he finds himself a few meters away from them, and wonders if they are so naive as to hope to hit him. Ingrid thinks the Earth Dragon's stats are quite high, but Larry defeats it with his bare hands. Chester drives the monster away, calling it a pathetic piece of trash that can't stand up to a worthy opponent. She states that they now look like real disgraces in the eyes of others, so it is impossible to tolerate this. After this, she takes aim at the dragon with a dark spell and notes that she will not allow her reputation to fall. She also advises him to give up his dream of becoming the strongest dragon tamer forever, since he is now just trash. Larry wonders if this is the spell that can transform all the surrounding monsters. He looks closely at the creature in front of him and comes to the conclusion that the spell will be used again. Having absorbed enormous power, the monster emits a menacing roar that can deafen all spectators nearby. Gradually, his muscle mass grows even more, and he begins to behave as if he has rabies, exhibiting fits of aggression. Ingrid realizes that the situation is getting very unpleasant, and she needs to intervene to save Larry. Larry stops her and reminds her that she needs to follow the agreement they made, because he can handle it himself. He explains that he has seen this skill before, and understands that it is a distortion of growth and strength. Sally approaches Chester and tells him that he needs to act quickly to resolve the situation. She also states that she will take his black dragon and make it her personal pet to strengthen her team. Pride takes over, and she asks if Larry has the stats to fight dragons in this form. Larry responds by using dragon magic to summon the wrath of the Ice Dragon Lord. The attack is enough to simply unfreeze the creature, completely disorient it, and neutralize its combat skills. Chester and Sally are surprised that Larry can fight not only physically, but also with magical abilities. Larry, meanwhile, explains to Sally that his technique increases the target's characteristics, while simultaneously distorting its shape. After this, he looks at her menacingly, and wonders whoever said that he couldn't cope with such opponents. He then makes a quick lunge forward, noting that his opponents are nothing but pathetic nobodies. Chester tries to shield the princess with his spear, ordering the dragon to protect her. The Earth Dragon quickly prepares to launch an energy attack from afar. However, at the last moment it becomes clear that Larry has once again used his teleportation ability. He teleports and jumps out from behind the enemy, preparing to deliver a lightning attack. Taking careful aim, he uses dragon magic to unleash the roar of a blue dragon lord, stunning the enemy. The attack successfully reaches the target, which has no chance of resistance. The crowd cheers again, noticing that he has once again used amazing magic, which looks impressive. Chester watches what is happening and cannot understand why everything has turned out so ingloriously for him and his dragon. He thinks he has the skills of a tamer, but he can't figure out what the real difference is. Larry takes a few steps back and explains that he was wondering from the very beginning why the enemy wasn't using his skills. He charges his blade and notices that the dragon's fang strikes vary only slightly from one another. Looking closely at his opponent, he asks why he doesn't use dragon skills. Chester looks at his enemy in surprise and realizes that he had been using his class's original skills all this time. Larry concludes that his contract did not cover all the necessary skills, so Chester should give up because he has no chance. Larry adds that he does not hate him, and advises him not to give in to the princess's pressure. Chester notes that Larry is holding him back from becoming the strongest, and that he lacks self-esteem. He also asks the princess to use her technique so that he can fight with dignity and maintain his honor. Sally smiles and says that Chester is finally starting to think in the right direction, and is getting ready to strengthen it. Rewarding him with incredible buffs, she adds that this is his last chance to prove himself. Larry looks at Chester in surprise, and wonders where he gets such devotion to the princess, because he knows what she is like. Chester replies that he doesn't understand anything, because without the princess, he would be an ordinary trash who doesn't even have a dragon. Angry anger clouds his eyes, and he declares that for her sake he is ready to defend her whims at any cost. After this, he begins to transform into a terrible monster, growing extra limbs. However, he also rushes to attack the protagonist, hoping to pierce him with powerful blows. Larry realizes that the man doesn't pose a serious threat, and says that he feels a little sorry for him. After this, he rushes forward to receive the blessing of the wind spirits and increase his agility. Chester only manages to notice a small flash that pierces his body, leaving him completely immobilized. Larry uses the Dragon Fang strike skill and defeats his opponent in just one hit. Chester feels his strength leaving him and apologizes to the princess for not being able to do anything to stop her. Sally also watches in shock at the results of her charge's actions and realizes that she has been left completely defenseless. Afterwards, she asks Larry what he is up to, adding that her brother is the strongest man in the country. Larry ignores her words and delivers a powerful punch right to the face to put her in her place. After this, he remarks that now her brother is in his debt for not finishing her off right there. Spectators react to such behavior in mixed ways, believing that it is not worth humiliating an already defeated opponent. Shen and Gloria order everyone to remain silent so that the image of the main character does not lose its radiance and infallibility. Shen announces that the competition is over and is preparing to announce the winners. It becomes clear that Larry and Ingrid are victorious, winning the final battle and receiving all the rewards provided. Shen then turns to his colleague and says that he must come to her office. Turning around, he leaves and notes that they must also continue preparing for the important mission. Larry enters the office, and Sean states that he now knows about his relationship with Sally and the reason for his hatred. He also clarifies that the arena cannot be used to sort things out, but Larry notes that Sally used Chester for her own interests. Larry insists that now is not the time to discuss it, and hands over a clipboard with the reasons why he was called. He adds that Shen needs to withdraw from the fight, which greatly surprises Larry. Shen says that Larry is doing well, so he no longer has anything to prove to anyone. It also provides a higher-level secret realm, so Larry can level up faster. Shen adds that Secret Kingdom hunters auction off the resources they find and make money from it. Larry notes that some of the auction offers are expensive, but Shen replies that the university can afford the cost. After a while, he looks at the screen in surprise, and Shen asks if he really found something suitable. Larry smiles and notes that he seems to have chosen the perfect dungeon for leveling. The next day, the rematch took place, and the host announced that Larry and Ingrid were invited on stage to fight. Gloria is surprised that the host still hasn't taken into account the changed circumstances, but Shen intervenes. He clears his throat and announces that he is disqualifying Larry and Ingrid's team from the competition due to technical reasons. Gloria is indignant and wonders why their favorite fighter won't be on stage today. Larry and Ingrid, meanwhile, move into the giant jungle far beyond the province to explore. Ingrid thanks him for bringing her to this kingdom, adding that he can take the rewards for himself, as she has enough experience points. Larry notes that they don't like to stay in hiding and sees a young man high in the trees. Larry and Ingrid look at him in surprise, after which he lands on the ground and tells them not to keep their guard up. After this, he reveals that he is a member of the Kingdom Hunters Guild, and all the clients call him Harris. Larry looks closely at the young man and says that he didn't expect him to be the man they were looking for. Harris examines the badge carefully, then declares that he is going to head to the teleportation gate and finally get some rest. After that, he says that his university is quite rich and asks what levels Larry and Ingrid have. Larry names his levels, and Harris notes that this realm is so complex that people below level 55 cannot be here. He takes out his phone and says that he will contact the university to clarify whether there was some mistake. Larry says that there is no point in wasting time on such things, after which a powerful explosion occurs behind the young man. The tree begins to fall rapidly, and the heroes realize that they have fallen into an ambush set by vile monsters. Larry decides to use his Dragon Lord skill to destroy the hostile creatures lying in wait. Larry wonders what this skill is and why he can kill such creatures with one hit. Looking at the destroyed creature, he notes that they just finished off a level 50 demonic winged dragon. Larry says that their level is greatly underestimated compared to their fighting skills, so he doesn't have to worry. Harris exhales tensely, then advises them to follow him, and begins to make their way through the impenetrable thicket. After a while, they stop, and the young man reports that they have reached a cemetery where the portal is located. Larry looks at the giant anomaly and notes that he never expected to see such beauty here. Harris is about to say goodbye, but Larry stops him, saying that he would like to talk to him. After this, Larry smiles sincerely and extends his hand, expressing a desire to become friends for further cooperation. Harris looks at him in surprise and wonders why he thought he could be of any use. Larry adds that he probably knows some secrets and emphasizes that he will not leave him without a reward. Larry also notes that the Hunters Guild likely has valuable knowledge that they are willing to share. Harris thinks for a moment, then says that such a friendship would cost about 100,000 dragon coins per tip. Larry shakes his hand with a smile and declares that he has just negotiated a good deal for himself, and that it is no problem for him. Ingrid enters the portal and says that they talk too much about meaningless things. Larry looks around and thinks that the treasure map is at the top of the sacred tree. Ingrid begins to feel the earthquake and asks Larry if he feels any strong tremors. Larry says that the earthquake is not caused by something underground, but by dragons attacking them. Larry immediately warns her to prepare to attack, and not to let her guard down under any circumstances. Ingrid decides to use the Mountain Crush skill to destroy one of the vile abominations. This skill is ideal for taking out a single target and dealing damage in a small radius around it. Larry becomes an object of interest to other monsters, who consider him easy prey. Larry immediately summons an angry Celeste, and now there is no need to worry about him, since he has a more powerful dragon on his side. She uses the Lava Flame skill to clear a path in front of her, healing Larry in the process. Ingrid is in the thick of the battle, dodging powerful attacks and the wings of the winged lizards. After finding a good position, she uses the Bloodshed Blade skill to reduce the enemy's durability. After this, it becomes clear that the fight is far from over, so she needs to summon her signature weapon. She summons a blade that destroys armies, but does not manage to fully complete the summoning. The thing is that the dragon is already rushing towards her, and she understands that she will not be able to complete the spell in time. Larry rushes to the rescue, grabbing his blade and preparing to thwart the beast's plans. Getting closer, he uses his dragon bites and cuts the giant monster as if it were made of plasticine. Immediately after this, he extends his hand to Ingrid to intercept her in flight and prevent her from crashing. Ingrid instinctively grabs Larry's hand, and he holds her tightly, preventing her from flying into the leafy abyss. Larry carefully surveys the situation to soberly assess the chances and understand how best to proceed. As he falls, he cuts his knife into a piece of wood to break his fall and that of his companion. Ingrid finds that they are hanging at quite a height, but Larry can be relied upon because he will not let her go. He nevertheless advises her to be careful, adding that she should not jump from such large trees recklessly. Smiling charismatically, he says that their target is not on the ground, so she needs to be on guard. Ingrid smiles and notes that he saved her again, adding that this is far from the first time that she finds herself indebted to him. After this, they hear strange noises coming from young groups of dragons, but quickly realize that it is not a threat. The whole point is that someone bigger appeared and started looking for them in order to deal with them as quickly as possible. Larry realizes that starting a fight without the help of his faithful companion makes no sense, and calls on Celeste. Celeste turns irritably towards the next troublemaker and prepares to engage in battle. This time they are confronted by a giant bone dragon, which is probably as strong as an entire army of trained soldiers. Larry's first choice is to target Celeste, as she appears smaller than the dragon and poses no threat. Without thinking twice, the dragon grabs her with his jaws and quickly closes them, hoping to swallow her. Larry quickly intercepts Ingrid and lands in a safe place, completely unconcerned about his pet. Ingrid looks at the furious bone dragon in surprise and begins to worry about Celeste's fate. Larry reassures her, adding that she is okay, and that he will help her as long as she has to keep moving forward. Ingrid tries to stop him, noting that the rabid bone dragon is very dangerous, but he is well aware of all the risks. Rushing forward, Larry turns to his charge and tells her to take the form of a destroyer dragon. Celeste hears his words even from within the bone mouth and immediately understands that she is in for a spectacular appearance. The bone dragon's jaws begin to emit a strange aura, and a large amount of fire slips from its teeth. Moments later, his head explodes, revealing Celeste's powerful form. Ingrid notices that this dragon has another form, but understands that Larry should expect nothing less. Larry and Emerald are already rushing to help, and the henchmen inform that first they need to receive a blessing for strength. Emerald applies 3 effects to increase damage dealt over the next 3 attacks. The same goes for Celeste, who now, at Larry's command, stays close to him to continue the fight. Larry raises his sword over his opponent and prepares to deliver a powerful finishing attack. Celeste will then use the skill Terrifying Scream to deal heavy damage to all targets within range. This effect also increases the enemy's vulnerability to any damage, which comes in very handy in this situation. Larry notices that the enemy is not dead yet and decides to use the Bone Storm skill. Realizing that his opponent needs at least a few hits, Larry uses a few more techniques. In this situation, Ingrid intervenes again, deciding to take advantage of a new attack that hit the dragon's head. If you look closer, it becomes clear that this attack is a flying weapon. Larry asks her why she is there and discovers that she has gained the ability to fly on her ball. Ingrid is resolute in saying that she will fulfill her part of the agreement and will not remain in debt. Larry accepts her terms and notes that they need to prepare for the final blow. The giant bone dragon swings its pointed claws, hoping to inflict at least some damage on Larry. Ingrid reports that once a swordsman reaches level 5, he begins to receive weapons. She shows Larry her fiery sickle and says that she received this blade at the very beginning of her journey. She decides to use the negative karma explosion skill to switch to the dark element. The Dark Kingdom element switches to raging fire to create a powerful explosion at the point of impact. Larry realizes that swordsmen can obtain different weapons to invent new abilities. After this, he turns to Emerald and says that he came to make his contribution to the battle. Emerald once again casts his signature blessing to strengthen his allies. Larry commands Celeste to use Earth Rip to deal maximum damage. Celeste swings her paws to strike the ground and smash the tectonic plates apart. This blow turns out to be incredibly powerful. The bones of the giant dragon immediately begin to crack under the incredible pressure. The boss is defeated and grants everyone else a huge amount of experience, which is enough to level up. Larry looks proudly at the system stats and realizes that each of his dragons has gained at least 1 level. Ingrid reflects that, despite using her own technique, the dragon still played the main role. She says she couldn't help, but Larry says she at least tried her best to help him. He also notes that Emerald now has the ability to take different forms, which must be taken advantage of. Ingrid suggests moving forward more carefully so as not to attract attention. At this moment, several fireballs begin to fly towards them, posing a clear danger. She jumps to the side along with her comrades, noting that it was a magical attack and that she was completely unprepared for its support. They immediately hide behind a tree to camouflage themselves and observe any enemies lurking somewhere. Larry notes that it appears the rabid bone dragon wasn't the main problem, and the worst is yet to come. A whole armada of dragons appears before them, approaching. smelling the scent of easy prey that they can feast on. To solve the problem, Larry turns to Emerald and commands her to enter her soul light form to help Celeste. Larry adds that they must climb the sacred tree to gain a serious advantage. Emerald and Celeste gather strength to transform and transition into dragon forms. After some time, they are transformed beyond recognition and acquire a huge number of new skills. Emerald places a buff on Celeste that allows her to return damage tenfold. Celeste enjoys additional boosts to her strength after transitioning into a new form, increasing it many times over. Ingrid notes that the Emerald's effect seems incredibly powerful to her, and Larry adds that it is truly impressive. Larry speculates that Celeste's destroyer form, combined with her dragon soul lair, makes her an extremely powerful dragon. A huge number of energy projectiles, created using various elements of magic, immediately fly towards them. Larry recommends not resisting and continuing to move forward as quickly as possible, as Celeste's defenses can withstand such damage. Emerald understands commands without words, and enhances her damage absorption properties to cover her ally. They cast 10 shields on her, preventing any damage, allowing them to close the distance with ease. Larry decides to dilute the defensive spells a little and orders the use of air damage. Emerald follows the command and uses a skill that creates a powerful airstrike that reflects back the damage received. This is enough to make the weakest dragons fall down immediately, unable to continue the fight. Ingrid wonders if this is a dragon skill that supports her. She muses that she used to think of leveling up a dragon as being similar to leveling up a weapon. She realizes she was wrong, and even using hidden techniques doesn't bring her closer to Larry's level. Having reached the right place, a giant dragon made of steel bones appears in front of them. He immediately decides to use the remaining Bone Strike skill to deal massive amounts of damage to his opponents. He chooses Celeste as his priority target because she is the most threatening and largest, making her easier to hit. Ingrid notes that it is urgent to help Celeste, but Larry reassures her, saying that there is no need to worry. He immediately turns to Emerald and tells her to prepare for the Soul Shock skill as a countermeasure. Emerald uses the Emerald Dragon's bloodline skills and doubles the effects of all its abilities. Celeste feels an incredible boost after the blessings, and realizes that she is now able to fight the enemy. Larry uses the Dragon Pulse skill and increases the stats of his pets by 30%. He declares that it is time for a combined attack, and both dragons rush into battle, sparing no effort. They repel all of the giant metal dragon's attacks without experiencing much resistance, and then attack it. The giant boss realizes that he can't handle them, but it's too late as one of his limbs is severed. In a fit of rage, he turns his attention to Larry and Ingrid, and the girl begins to get nervous, realizing that he is walking towards them. She understands that even if she is in a weaker position, she still needs to contribute to the fight. Taking careful aim, she uses the negative Karma Burst skill to fire dark projectiles at the enemy. The element switches back to darkness, simultaneously increasing Ingrid's attack power so that subsequent blows are stronger. In response, the remaining dragons use increased defensive stats to significantly reduce the damage they take. Ingrid angrily notes that she hasn't done any damage to the creature, but Larry says it's perfectly fine. He adds that she helped him a lot, and doesn't even pay attention to the dragon's attempts to devour him with its giant teeth. At the last moment, help comes from Emerald, and Larry, being absolutely fearless, rushes forward. He understands that the giant creature will not be able to frighten him, since in its hands is the power of the gods themselves. As he launches a powerful counterattack, he notes with satisfaction that he has finally leveled up his pets. Ingrid states that Emerald is probably already at level 15, and Celeste was able to handle the boss on her own. Looking at the main character, she smiles and remembers one very interesting phrase. After that, she says in a proud voice that with such a strong dragon, a person will be able to kill everyone in his path. Larry smiles back and notes that she's joking, and Ingrid remarks that he's changed her since they met. Larry says that this is very cool, since he always liked her pleasant voice, and this greatly surprises the swordswoman. She asks if he really thinks that, and Larry says he enjoys her company, and they continue on their way. If you look closely, you can see strange formations on the tree, as if spiders live there. Among these cocoons there is also a small egg, the young of which is waiting to hatch into the light. Ingrid says that after defeating the dragon, she reached level 25, and Larry asks if she got a new weapon. Ingrid shows a small dagger that increases agility and is useful, but is not yet fully upgraded. Larry congratulates her on reaching level 25 while Celeste and Ingrid play behind him. Larry muses that even if she upgraded all of her blades, she would hardly reach his level of power. She also notices that her teammates are always under pressure because they are inevitably weaker than him. Larry tries to cheer her up, noting that after upgrading her blade, she's unlikely to find an equal opponent. After this, they continue walking along the tree and come across an unpleasant discovery. They discover a destroyed research camp and realize that these people have been missing for a long time. Larry carefully examines the bodies and tries to figure out who was able to catch these warriors by surprise. Larry turns to Ingrid and advises her to be on guard, as there are plenty of monsters here that can attack from behind. At that moment, a strange lizard jumps at them, but misses at the last second. Larry notices that there is a bronze dragon in front of them, which is a strong boss of nightmare difficulty. In addition, another creature called the three-headed elemental dragon flies to them. Larry realizes that they are now facing two bosses at once, and Ingrid guesses that they have been hiding in the shadows all this time. These creatures decide to use the triple magic skill to ensure the destruction of their opponents. Celeste immediately goes into a battle rage and prepares to tear the pathetic dragon to shreds. The enemy casts a protective spell on his head, and Ingrid declares that they need to deal with the bronze dragon. Celeste also assumes a fighting stance, ready to attack at any moment. Larry tells her not to worry as he has a plan, and asks her to summon a new sword that is dexterity-focused. Larry commands Emerald to assume Soul Light form and activate a shock boost for Celeste. Celeste must transform into her Worldbreaker form to engage the large dragon and delay it. Fireballs are already starting to fly towards them, but they confidently repel all long-range attacks. Emerald activates the shock boost, and Larry realizes it's time to test out his new abilities. He turns to Celeste and asks her to activate an enhanced version of the breath. Celeste smiles and initiates the transformation into her World Destroyer form, preparing for battle. In just a few moments, she transforms into a giant dragon and lets out a menacing roar that can deafen everything in its path. This activates a stunning and fearful effect, causing even such a gigantic beast to feel extremely uncomfortable. Ingrid notes that the pressure is so powerful that her head is about to burst from the incredible tension. Larry asks for a little patience, promising that everything will be over soon, after which he rushes forward to slay the bronze dragon. He notifies Celeste that the bronze armor has been penetrated, meaning she can finish off the enemy as quickly as possible. Celeste screams loudly and grabs the dragon by its multiple heads to completely disable it. Her strength is so great that she is able to tear off these heads with just her paws. Larry stops Ingrid and warns her that there will be an eruption of fire, so it is better not to approach this place. He adds that Celeste is getting better with each battle, and her skills are improving noticeably. Ingrid sadly reflects on the fact that she was again unable to help in any way, and begins to feel completely useless. Larry places his hand on her shoulder and notes that all the heads need to be destroyed, but that this job is best left to Celeste. Ingrid agrees with him, after which Larry receives another system notification, the contents of which are still unknown. A few hours later, evening falls, and Ingrid peeks out of the tent, noting that she has found a gift from Hillary. However, it soon becomes clear that Larry has gone somewhere without first warning her about it. Ingrid reflects on the fact that she still doesn't seem to be up to his level to take part in the raids. Larry, meanwhile, finds himself almost at the top of the tree and apologizes to Ingrid since he didn't tell her anything. In fact, he came here for every treasure to find the egg hidden here. He discovers two giant cocoons that begin to move, which is a bad sign. A few moments later, a loud crack is heard, and Larry realizes that the creatures hiding in the cocoons have hatched. Two souls of the Dragon King immediately appear before him, which are only his incarnation. Larry realizes that this is the most powerful boss in the kingdom, and decides not to underestimate him, but also not to be afraid without reason. He states that they will be able to fight them and emerge victorious thanks to their powers. Ingrid hears a loud sound and looks up, trying to figure out where it is coming from. Ingrid reflects on how he saves her again and again, wondering if he's tired of it. After this, she tells herself that she can no longer remain inactive, as this contradicts her inner essence. She wonders if she should have surpassed the Dragon King in strength long ago. Remembering his kind face, she understands that she will never become like him, but she must still try. Larry continues his intense battle with giant dragons, and it's not easy for him. He notes with annoyance that level 70 is quite difficult, and the monster itself is very dangerous, so he needs to act differently. Larry approaches Celeste and asks her to prepare the fire breath skill to gain an advantage. Celeste captures one of the monsters and prepares to release a huge amount of lava and hot magma at it. This proves to be extremely effective, and Celeste is able to continue raining fire down on her enemies. However, the Dragon King is not about to give up and uses the spirit attack skill in an attempt to kill Larry. Larry notices this in time and orders Emerald to activate his Eternity form for protection. Moments later, a multitude of swords rush towards the ghost of the Dragon King, which block his attack. Larry looks closely at the swords and realizes that they remind him of the sword that Ingrid wields. Ingrid also joins the fight and says that she will help Larry in this difficult fight, no matter what it costs her. She asks him not to worry, noting that she is strong enough and can help even with such an opponent. Larry smiles with satisfaction and says that he understood her perfectly, placing high hopes on her. After this, Emerald activates the life benefit skill to remove all negative effects. This also gives the opportunity to regrant the Emerald's blessing, now lasting 12 ticks instead of 3. Larry notes that it is time to finish off the enemy and asks Celeste to continue the fight. Celeste only lets out a loud roar, signaling her agreement with Larry's proposal to tear the enemy apart. They combine their forces to launch combined attacks and disable one of the dragons. Larry decides to activate another skill to appeal to the spirit of the thunder dragons and lure them to his side. He lets out a powerful magical roar to summon a multitude of lightning bolts to his side. Larry notices a special fiery glow and notes that it is special forbidden dragon magic. The monster uses magic to deal elemental attacks from all sides. Larry quickly calls Emerald for help, as only this dragon has sufficient defense stats. After a few moments, the dragon uses the skill Sunfall, creating powerful destructive explosions. The smoke gradually clears, and it soon becomes clear how exactly the heroes manage to avoid this level of destruction. Emerald uses the Eternal Defense skill, creating a barrier that can withstand any damage and restore wounds. Ingrid notes that without Emerald's help, they would all be dead, and then levels up. Larry claims that the dragon's eternal protection became a real salvation for them in this difficult battle. Larry praises Emerald, while Celeste is a little offended, feeling undervalued for her contributions compared to the younger dragon. Ingrid reflects on how she always believed that if the opponents are unreachable in level, there is no point in fighting. Larry explains that he actually came here to fight this boss. Ingrid remarks that everything is fine, and that now she would like to tell him something else. She smiles, thinking that he is incredibly strong, but she herself does not intend to fall behind in the ranks of strength of her class. After some time, Larry opens the treasure chest and feels that this time he might find something incredible. He finds the wing of the Dragon Lord, which grants him the ability to rise above the ground and fly. However, he can't call it extremely useful, but the chest also contains a dragon saddle. He is offered a dragon bone flute that allows him to summon the soul of the Dragon Lord, but only once. Larry realizes that this is a very useful prop, but its uses are limited. Ingrid asks what this item is for, and Larry recommends paying attention to Emerald's transformation. Emerald uses the Life Source skill to restore health to himself and his allies. Larry wonders what happens when she starts using magic on the leaves. Ingrid and Larry know that she can heal trees, but they still don't know why she does it. After some thought, they come to the conclusion that trees are Emerald's true allies, since she is connected to nature. Thanks to this, the greenery gradually blossoms and stretches higher, despite the fact that a fire recently raged here. In a matter of seconds, Emerald restores the arena as if the most powerful battle had never taken place there. Larry also notices another plant that grows much taller than the others. Larry suggests that Emerald has unlocked a special task that now needs to be completed for prizes. Larry muses that he will have to kill one of the dragons to complete this quest, but he will have to level up to do so. Larry praises Emerald, noting that without her, they would not have known about the secret mission to heal the tree. After a few moments, he stops his comrades, saying that he has been thinking about something. After this, he hands a small flute to Emerald and asks if she can absorb it. He immediately justifies himself, noting that this does not mean that he is going to feed her everything indiscriminately. He adds that if Emerald absorbs the item, she will be able to strengthen it, but if she fails, nothing bad will happen. Emerald calmly eats the flute, and Ingrid wonders if this little dragon is capable of such a thing. Larry looks at his subordinate's updated stats and notices that she can now summon 2 Dragon Lords. Smiling, he adds that this is a skill, which means the number of summons is now unlimited. The logic of the system's operation in this case cannot be disputed, since otherwise it would be impossible. Emerald concentrates, and 2 giant dragons appear, who will now help her in case of danger. Ingrid watches closely and wonders if her pet will now be able to summon additional allies. She states that she is probably tired of defending a kingdom of such a high level, so they better go back. Larry tells her to head home and he will catch up with her, then opens the system treasure map that Shen gave him. After some time, the scene moves to the university, to house number 1, where the main character lives. Larry addresses his comrades, saying that they have spent a lot of time together, so it is time to set the record straight. He states that Celeste and Emerald should act more friendly, like normal sisters, and not bully each other for no reason. Noticing that they are not listening to him very much, he asks them why they do not pay due attention to his words, since he is their master. He also states that a future family member is about to appear before them, so they need to give this dragon a warm welcome. Larry tries to crack open the star dragon egg, thinking that this is already the 3rd dragon on his account, and he wonders who will be in it. However, after he uses the special spell, absolutely nothing happens, causing an awkward pause. Larry immediately turns to the system and says that this is very strange, since before this magic worked like a clock. After some time, he discovers that he is only one level short of opening another slot. Larry tells his dragons that they must now go to the poisonous forest to advance to the next level. The next morning, Citrine and Tina come to visit him and ask him how long it has been since he returned. Larry, opening the door, wonders what happened, to which Citrine states that this post has already flown around the entire university. Larry asks them if they woke him up just to show him some social media post. Citrine explains that this is due to Larry's withdrawal from the competition, which everyone is actively discussing. Larry notes that the post contains information about someone named Ford trying to challenge him, and wonders what it means. Tina says Ford teamed up with other people and decided to take first place through a fair fight. Larry reflects on the fact that he will now have to take the lead in putting people like this in their place. Larry smiles and says that they can come as a team and try to stand against him, but they don't stand a chance. They ask him what he means, to which Larry states that he will strike back, and they will not recover from it. The scene shifts to the training arena, where Ford's team members are diligently training, while one of them looks at a tablet. A young man named Alfred approaches the leader and says that they finally got an answer from Larry. At that very moment, two students rush to attack Ford to test their new fighting techniques. Ford also decides to use serious countermeasures and concentrates all his spiritual energy into skills. At this moment, he creates several copies of himself, each of which is indistinguishable from the original and can confuse any enemy. Students wonder what this skill is and complain that they can't keep up with his movements. After a few moments, they receive serious damage and are unable to resist such a powerful spell. Ford says they need to be healed, then asks what exactly Larry told them. Alfred explains that Larry posted the message and recommends that he look at its contents for himself. Ford reads it carefully and says it's an arrogant statement and thinks he can beat everyone in the pair. After this, he recommends that they respond by telling Larry to come to the arena tomorrow and prepare to be torn to pieces. Alfred asks him if they will all fight them, to which Ford replies that it is Larry's wish. He adds that he would like everyone to understand that a true number one cannot be compared to others in terms of merit. After some time, another post appears on the forum, and this news spreads throughout the university group. Citrine tells Larry at dinner not to be arrogant, as it will not lead to kindness. Citrine also notes that Larry is now a real celebrity and rumors will spread if he acts strangely. After a while, the tournament begins and all the participants come to watch what is happening. Hillary looks at Larry with a smile and says that she dressed him up perfectly, because now no one will recognize him. The hosts announce that the semi-finals are about to begin and recommend that everyone prepare for a real battle. Larry stands up demonstratively and says that he is not interested in all this, and asks to call when it's all over. Shen immediately notices the arrogant behavior and understands who is in front of them, despite appearances. Some time ago, he came to the rector's office and said that he would like to discuss Larry and recent events. The rector told him to continue to watch the boy and not to interfere in his affairs. Shen points out that this boy is too strong, so he shouldn't take part in this competition to avoid injuring others. The rector says the deputy thinks too much, and so he'd better worry about how to prepare Larry. He adds that the competition will take place in a month, emphasizing that national testing will be conducted ahead of schedule. The rector also says that the new envoy of the Tin Quan state is now a man named Barrett. Shen understands that this is a very unpleasant person who once knew Jeff and was not on the best terms with him. The rector suddenly asks him why he is suddenly silent, despite the fact that he was telling important information. Larry muses that if this man is the messenger, he is unlikely to get very far. The rector notes that this person needs to be helped as much as possible so that he can pass this test. With a wave of his hand, he also says that he will be present at the event to see everything live. For a while, the action moves to a room for friendly competitions, where another student fails. His comrades ask him how he managed to lose so many times, but he declares that it is real hell. They ask questions about who the person is who has occupied the room, but they cannot recognize him because of the mask. Larry begins to get bored, realizing that he should have gone somewhere else, when suddenly the door opens and he sees an unfamiliar silhouette. A girl comes inside, greets him and asks if he would like to fight her. Larry greets her, and she says that she is much higher up the ladder, so he should be polite, and he won't get hurt. Larry calmly replies that there is no need for that. He is already ready to put her on her shoulder blades with one, not very strong blow. The girl looks at him with interest, wondering if he is really so confident in his abilities. After this, she summons a fire weapon, saying that in this case, she will not be nice to him either. Larry immediately regrets his words, realizing that the girl is not so simple, and it is better to be careful not to lose his head. After this, she suddenly makes a move towards him, materializing behind him, saying that he is not like everyone else. She also states that he has no shortage of strength, after which she makes a powerful lunge with her fire trident to disorient him. Larry somehow manages to get his weapon out and block the attack, but is knocked aside by the force of his momentum. Looking at his weapon, he quickly discovers that it has begun to smoke due to the incredibly high temperatures. Larry mentally acknowledges that she is strong and wonders what level she is on that she can block his punches so easily. The girl says that he blocked the attack well, after which she recommends to be on guard and fight at full power. Smiling and sticking out her tongue, she says that otherwise she can teach him a lesson for such disrespect. Larry realizes that the jokes are over and says that he accepts her conditions and will fight at full strength from now on. The moment of truth arrives, and the girl demonstrates a much deeper understanding of the current combat situation. She makes multiple strikes towards him, not giving him time to rest or counterattack. The students on the other side of the door notice that this girl was able to hold her own against him. Meanwhile, the presenters announce that the competition is over, and now it is possible to sum up the results of the current stage. He states that Ford and Alfred's team defeated all their opponents without suffering a single defeat. Ford, meanwhile, says he didn't expect a different result, and didn't actually show half his strength. Hoping Larry had been watching him the whole time, he gives him a thumbs up and says it's not over yet. He proudly declares that Larry's leadership will not last long, and that very soon he will be thrown off the top, to which he undeservedly occupies. He promises that tomorrow Larry will have no chance against him and his team. Tina and Citrine realize it's time to leave, but soon discover that Larry has been missing the whole time. Hillary decides to call her friend while he struggles to survive a fight with an unknown girl. Larry wonders in his mind what is wrong with her and why she has such incredible power, but he still holds back. The girl says that after 15 minutes, she still hasn't figured out his strategy, which means he's being very smart. Larry realizes that if she fought at full strength, she would destroy him in 2 hits, and the girl notes that his endurance is weak. After that, she takes a few steps towards him and says that he is very handsome in any case. She asks him why he doesn't prove himself, because it will make everything much easier. Larry realizes that the situation is going completely wrong, and a moment later he picks up the phone, realizing that he needs to answer. After a quick chat with Hillary, he apologizes to her, thanks her for the experience, and adds that he would like to get her number. The girl starts making fun of him, saying that he just entered university and is already asking for her number. Larry claims he just wanted to train with her to gain experience, but she says he will find her in this room. Larry tries to figure out who she is, realizing that he almost lost, and guesses that she is hardly an ordinary student. Afterwards, he discovers that the system has awarded him points, as if the girl had admitted defeat, even though he had won. He runs out of the room to meet the girl and ask her a few questions, but he can't find her. He mentally asks himself where she got such strength from, and why she not only didn't take the glasses, but also didn't give him contacts. He realizes that his search may be in vain, and wonders if he will be able to find out anything, but considers it unlikely. Citrine and Tina, accompanied by Hillary, look at him and ask who this woman is that he has been looking for all this time. Larry returns sadly, realizing that he did not find her, and realizes that he wasted his time, which may raise questions. The next day, after the certification of the first cadets, the action moves to the university, to the arena, where the final begins. Ford and his team ask where Larry went and why he hasn't shown up yet. At first they assume he is scared, but soon they find him among the crowd. They immediately take a fighting stance and understand that they need to prepare, as the fight will definitely not be easy. Larry apologizes to everyone, explaining that he is late, but this is a very important and interesting duel. Holding bread in his teeth, he announces that they can finally begin now that he has sorted out all the business. Ford asks why Larry came so late, but he assures him that he was not late and showed up at the right time. He adds that he doesn't know how big their pavilion is, but that doesn't stop him, and they can all attack together. One of the fighters immediately loses his composure and calls Larry overconfident and arrogant. Ford stops him, explaining that if Larry isn't taken seriously, they won't be soft on him either. Immediately after this, he places a 7,000-point bet, while Larry says that he almost forgot about these bets. After placing a small bet on a card, he announces that he is betting 17,000 points, showing that he is clearly not poor. Alfred, seeing such a serious contribution, says that this is too much, and they do not have enough strength to fight him. Ford reflects that if he can win, he will continue his studies for 3 years without worrying about anything. After this, he addresses his pavilion and says that they must present a united front to fight Larry. Larry is pleased that the bets are placed, after which he discusses that the fight can begin. Ford says he keeps an eye on all the students he tagged while in the arena. After this, he addresses his allies, explaining that they must prepare themselves to give their best. Larry looks at them carefully, smiling a little, realizing that they are not serious opponents for him. Fear can be seen in the eyes of ordinary students, as they have no idea how strong the person they are fighting is. Ford pauses briefly and says it's time to attack from all sides. The first to enter the fight is Alfred, who decides to use the curse of the copper lock to attack Larry. Larry doesn't move, puts his hands in his pockets, demonstrating incredible self-control. Ford senses an opportunity to strike and rushes forward with his comrades. Larry quickly draws his sword and instantly destroys all the nets that were entangled around him, revealing that he was pretending. Ford can't believe Larry can still move after such a strong spell. Larry uses several counterpunches and quickly grabs Ford by the clothes to throw him away. Ford is too weak to keep his balance and falls to the ground almost instantly. Everyone is surprised that Alfred's powerful skills are completely useless against Larry. To at least restore his reputation a little, he uses the Curse of Cruelty skill, slowing down in front of Larry. A powerful spell is cast upon the target, but its effectiveness remains unclear. After this, he immediately unleashes several long-range attacks on Larry to ensure that he cannot escape. Larry waits for the smoke to clear and wonders if they are the leaders of the freshman challenge. Looking haughtily at his opponents, he reflects that he expected much more from such people, but is now disappointed. Alfred can't believe that everything ended so ingloriously, because he gave it his all, but couldn't achieve anything. Larry believes that this man is not to blame, since he is helped by dragons, and almost no one in this world can defeat him. Ford realizes that now, to get out, he will have to use his signature move, and creates shadow clones. Other fighters feel their fighting spirit rise and say that now they will finally start fighting for real. Larry reasons that Ford took first place, so he will show the difference between himself and these pathetic guys. Ford wonders if Larry is going to summon dragons to fight by his side. A few moments later, giant monsters enter the arena, to everyone's surprise, among which is a dragon. After this, the monsters release a huge amount of fire to destroy the shadow clones in an instant. Everyone present is speechless and completely unprepared for the dragon to hand over his pet. Ford realizes that it's over because this dragon is much stronger than the dragon Chester had. His fighting spirit immediately drops, and he realizes that his only option is to try to escape from here. Larry stops him and thinks that in this case, running is pointless, so there's no point in even trying. He proudly notes that he is actually already attacking, after which the dragon begins to emit a powerful roar, causing damage. Larry feels absolutely calm, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, as if he doesn't need to fight. All people present here are subject to the effects of immobilization, fear, and disorientation. Ford feels absolutely terrible and understands that it is impossible to defeat such a person, because he is as strong as a god. Larry reflects that he will gladly accept all the points from the fighters who decide to challenge him. After this, he notes that the task is finally completed, and it is time to return to practice. After a while, he enters the training room, talking with Citrine, when suddenly a familiar girl approaches him. The girl comes into the room and asks him if he has been waiting for her here all this time to fight. Larry reflects that he was looking forward to the meeting because he now sees no reason to fight the others. Smiling, he notes that her level is above 70, which surprises her greatly. He assumes that she is probably not a senior, and is hiding her identity for some reason. Meanwhile, Shen examines the bodies of the defeated students and notices that they were badly damaged in battle. He realizes that if Larry had put in any more effort, there would certainly be nothing left alive and they would all have died. Turning around, he realizes that fortunately, their lives are not in danger now, so Larry showed his merciful side. Larry, meanwhile, talks to an unknown girl and realizes that she is definitely not a student, judging by her level. She asks who he thinks she is then, but Larry assumes she's probably a teacher, judging by her appearance. Smiling, she points out that in that case he can still contact her if it suits him. After this, she takes a few steps towards him and says that it is much more pleasant to talk to him when he does not hide his face. She also warns that if he wants to see her again, he shouldn't set the level higher than 70. After this, she clarifies that he quickly copied the technique she used last time to fight Ford. Larry happily reflects that he now understands that she was watching his game, which means she is interested in him. The girl smiles and notes that summoning the dragon in just a few swings was quite an impressive maneuver. She also compliments his attack speed, and Larry smiles, admitting that he's not as good as her at close combat yet. He understands that with such women one should not let one's guard down, since during training one must put aside personal attachments. Seriously injured, Larry looks at her in surprise, wondering what this all means. The stern woman explains that despite the progress in his skills, he is still far from perfection, so he cannot become arrogant. Larry tries to calm her down, saying that he only came here to study, since she is very talented. She smiles and adds that if he wants to become her student, he should study on his own, and she will show him a couple of techniques. As payment, she asks for a dish that his aunt cooks, and he says that there will be no problem with that. After this, the girl thinks that if he came here, he should show what he learned during the last battle. After this, she gets into a defensive stance and almost instantly reflects his blow, noting that the speed is quite good. She then states that in that case, she would like to try out her weapon on him, which she still does not have a perfect command of. With these words, she performs a very acrobatic move, simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to the protagonist's back. Afterwards, she asks him what he thinks about this technique, emphasizing that now the weapon is not under his control. Larry reflects that he has been using weapons for a long time, but he has never seen anything like this before. The girl rushes forward again and wonders what he is going to do in this case to get out of this situation. Larry turns towards her and muses that he would like to learn one very interesting technique. He proudly states that his goal is to gain the skill of level removal in order to become an even more effective fighter. The girl suddenly becomes serious and asks him how he knew about the existence of this skill. She then rushes into attack and reflects that this is a very rare and expensive technique, so this cannot be allowed to happen. Larry tries to stop her, explaining that he had no bad intentions when he talked about this technique. However, it is too late and she deals multiple blows to his body, noting that he will regret his words. That same evening, Larry returns home beaten and tells how he met an interesting stranger. Ingrid reflects that, judging by the description of this person's appearance, she hardly works as a teacher in this place. Meanwhile, Citrine explains that Larry has become a new star because he single-handedly defeated an entire pavilion of enemies. Hillary expresses hope that after this victory they will finally leave him alone, and Larry reflects that he wants the same. Ingrid notes that this does not mean that they will leave him alone, since everyone will calm down only when he subdues the pavilion. Larry reflects that he is not interested in becoming the new ruler of this place, as other things are important to him. Ingrid looks at him and wonders what his true purpose is. After some time, they head to the secret kingdom with their friends to level up. During this time, Ingrid successfully trained and learned a couple of interesting techniques to clear monsters more effectively. Larry finally levels up. Now he has another slot to place his pet. Citrine congratulates him on his new achievements, while Hillary feels bad about the large number of spiders. They immediately ask him what he is waiting for and suggest that he go to the training hall to undergo the transformation. Once the portal opens, everyone takes notice of it as it has gained incredible fame. A huge number of female fans flock to him, asking him to sign photographs or shake his hand. Tina notes that all those guys left the pavilion and have now become fans of Larry's incredible power. Hillary speculates that they have no choice but to hide their identities to avoid attracting attention. 10 minutes later, Larry puts on a mask, glasses and a cap, completely hiding his identity, remaining completely unrecognizable. Citrine is glad that they were able to break away, and Larry reflects that if it weren't for him, everything would have ended differently. Tina notes that those people are so strange, and adds that she would like to get some attention. They also recall that throughout history, not a single dragon of a single parent has ever reached a second transformation. All this means that the protagonist will go down in history as the very first tamer. But now it's time for action. Larry heads to the transformation room and tells everyone not to worry because he can handle it. After this, he swipes his identification card to pass through the checkpoint. The system recognizes his name and declares that the student is fully ready to undergo the second transformation procedure. The system also reports that the platform is ready to begin the ceremony, but no information about the new tamer has been found. Larry is not surprised, since all known classes undergo special treatment. After completing the procedure, he carefully exhales and realizes that he is filled with new strength. 3 possible subclasses appear before him, in which he can develop further. The first subclass is the Dragon Priest, who gain skills focused on improving their dragons. There are also Dragon Summoners, which are a class similar to the Mage, with crowd control abilities. The third class is the Dragon Warrior, who focuses on transformations and close combat. Larry studies all 3 classes carefully, but understands that such an unusual person needs a special approach. The system hints to him that for people like him there is another class, inaccessible to simple dragon tamers. Turning around, he sees another class called the Dragon Knight, which combines their skills and strengthens dragons. Larry realizes that this is the perfect choice for him, and decides that he is the best fit for the situation. Meanwhile, Citrine and Tina overhear discussions among other students who have already undergone the transformation and are discussing their choices. Tina wonders why the transformation takes so long when it usually only takes a couple of minutes. Hillary tells her not to worry because these are tough times, but Tina knows she's nervous too. Ingrid says she understands their concerns, but Larry is probably just exploring his options, and things will change for him. Citrine notes that one simply needs to trust him, as the 800-year decline of dragon tamers is coming to an end. Turning around, they find that he has finally left the hall and ask him what he chose during his transformation. Larry, having become a knight and dragon tamer, announces that he is ready to tell them everything he saw in the system space. After he tells everything, they ask if he needs to learn to ride a horse, but Larry states that he already knows how. He adds that he needs to quickly get Celeste to level 30 in order to break through to the next level. They laugh at him for getting himself another dragon that will soon be turned into a beautiful girl, and Larry blushes. His mentor suddenly greets him and says that he should have left her his contact information so as not to have to wait for him here. Tina notes that this is apparently the same girl who trained him to exhaustion, and remarks on her beauty. After this, she approaches Hillary and informs her that she is the legendary chef. Smiling, she says that she came specifically to talk to them and ask them to give Larry to her for a walk. Hillary says she shouldn't have even asked because Larry has achieved so much success thanks to her. The girl expresses her gratitude to them for their generosity, promising to return Larry that evening. Ingrid watches the woman closely, clearly suspecting that she has ulterior motives towards Larry. Despite all the indignation, Larry quickly changes his clothes and gets into the car, after which the girl takes him to the city. Noticing his sour expression, she asks what happened and why he is so upset. Larry asks where they are going and why they left the university grounds. The girl smiles and says that they are going to buy him a small gift. She clarifies that this will be a super rare resource that will help him gain the skill of level removal. After some time, they find themselves in an auction house, which looks like a very richly furnished place. Larry asks why they came to this particular auction house, and she replies that the scroll is being sold there. Larry muses that the price the vice president has asked for the scroll is too high, and he is unlikely to be able to pay it. The girl mockingly asks him if he is scared, and adds that there is no need to worry, since she is clearly richer than he thinks. Larry suggests that he should be more careful until he finds out who she really is, so that he can remain in her debt. He tells her that he will return the money, when suddenly the host loudly greets everyone and announces the start of the auction. The host announces that the first treasure will soon be put on display, for which everyone can compete by placing their precious money. He clarifies that this treasure is a precious scroll that can be used to remove the level restriction. Larry realizes that the starting price for the scroll is 95 million, and thinks that such sums are clearly beyond his means. However, this does not bother the girl, and she explains that at the auction there is always a certain scheme of actions. After waiting for the judge to start taking bets, she prepares to bet more. However, she is interrupted by a gruff voice that states that he is willing to bet 300 million to get this scroll. This voice belongs to Sally, who came to ruin the evening for the main character. Larry asks where he can get the scroll, while his interlocutor warns that bargaining with this princess is dangerous. Larry asks how she knows this princess, and the girl vaguely replies that she knows a lot. After this, she says that she will help him get the scroll today, after which she makes a bet of 400 million. Sally looks around irritably to see who has decided to cross her path and wonders who she is. Cerberus notes that the princess has nothing to worry about since they brought 500 million here. After this, the girl smiles and immediately bets an amount exceeding 500 million, enjoying her superiority. No one dares to bid more, and such a valuable scroll goes straight into the hands of this unknown girl. Cerberus and Sally suddenly discover that Larry, whom they hate so much, is in her company. Sally notes that this man always appears when she is haunted by failure, as if he were her premonition. After this, she says that she hates him very much, and Cerberus promises to find another scroll for her. Sally turns around in irritation and leaves, saying that no one can be relied upon and she will definitely tell her brother about it. After some time, another girl, who for some reason is familiar with her, approaches Larry and the unknown girl. Smiling, she says that she immediately understood who was in front of her, since only this person can make such bets. Larry's mentor hugs the auction worker and says she's sorry she couldn't say hello to her sooner. The girl draws attention to Larry because of this question about who he is, after which the mentor states that it is a gift for him. The girl introduces herself as Diana and says that if he needs to buy something unusual, he should contact her. Smiling, she explains that they are not just acquainted with his mentor, since she is her daughter-in-law. Larry understands that he will have a hard time paying back the money, since he still needs to save 480 million. However, with this scroll, he will be able to remove the level 60 requirement for the Dragon Lord's wing and equip it right away. Diana suddenly asks if she has managed to find anything useful lately. The mentor smiles and looks at Larry, informing him that it is time for him to think about how to repay this debt. Larry asks what they were talking about, to which the mentor replies that she came here for one more thing. She shows him various items, explaining that she is selling them to earn coins for her collection. She adds that if you find something that is not in this auction's collection, you can make a lot of money. Larry looks at the list of equipment in the book and wonders if they are all priceless. They explain to him that if he brings a rare item, he can get 3% of the system value, and Larry understands that this is a chance. He shows off the Dragon Lord's wing and asks for an appraisal of the item. Diana reports that it is a level 60 legendary item, the best of its kind, and is valued at approximately $2 billion. Larry realizes that this is a good way to make money, and tells them that he has an even rarer treasure. With these words, he takes out the Star Dragon's egg, and asks what she thinks of this artifact. Diana looks at him in surprise, and suddenly asks if he is the legendary dragon tamer everyone is talking about. The mentor asks if he has another dragon besides the black one, and Larry decides not to reveal it. Diana reports that a dragon's wing is a very valuable item, but dragon eggs are even more valuable. She comes closer to him and says that if this egg appears in the book, the auction house's reputation will skyrocket. The mentor looks at Larry and reflects on how incredibly valuable he is for possessing such artifacts. Diana invites him to visit the auction house again and promises many financial privileges. Larry says they can put these things in their book and asks when he can get the money. Diana announces that they will go into effect today, and Larry says with a smile that in that case he will go about his business. After they leave, the mentor notes that she will not rush him to return, but Larry declares that he will. The mentor notes that she didn't think that her daughter-in-law would be so generous and return absolutely all the money. Larry says that there are a lot of useful things for sale at this auction house, and you should pay attention to them. Other people look at the trading book rating update and wonder if something worthwhile will come out this time. The dragon egg comes first, and most businessmen are interested in how much this artifact costs. Larry notes that this auction house will soon be at the peak of popularity, but the mentor says that it is not time to rejoice yet. She adds that if they stay here for even a minute longer, they will have to fight their way through the people who have come to see the egg. After some time, they finally get out of this place, while people continue to come to look at the egg. Larry realizes that he shouldn't have agreed to this because now the businessmen will earn more than they pay him. Larry asks her where her car is, and the mentor approaches the motorcycle, playfully swinging the keys to it. Larry asks what all this means, and why they arrived in a different car, to which the mentor explains that it was her car, not his. Larry reflects that his mentor is incredibly noble, because she did not appoint him as her driver, as Sally would have done. The mentor sits on the motorcycle and explains that he must hold on to her so as not to fall off the motorcycle. As soon as he sits down, she immediately starts pressing on the gas, not paying attention to the fact that he is not yet fully holding on. The mentor informs him that he has nothing to fear, since after the second transformation, his agility has automatically increased. Larry notes that she knows a lot about him, after which she asks why he didn't choose anyone other than the Black Dragon. Larry explains that this is the third egg, after which he focuses on the road, since it is the driver. The girl says that he knows almost nothing about the blessing and emphasizes that others are not as lucky as he is. Larry asks why she is helping him and when he will be able to find out who she really is. The mentor replies that it is not time yet, and that he has not yet passed the first stage, to which Larry asks what this stage is. The mentor explains that at the university, representatives must assess whether he is suitable for participation in the competition. She also says that if a message comes to level 70, he can target it, and Larry laughs heartily. The mentor asks why he is laughing, despite the fact that she understands perfectly well how risky the situation is. Larry says that he will definitely present their country in the best light, without mentioning that he is from another world. However, his patriotic speech leaves a mark on the eyes of his mentor, who looks at him with great respect. Smiling, she asks if he has too much courage and asks him to convince his opponent of this. She also notes that it is quite late, although she promised to return him to Manor Number 1 before dark. Larry decides to use the dragon's wings and says that he will help her increase her speed. He gently tells her to hold on to him and squeezes her hand tightly. He then takes off, not worrying about the motorcycle landing on anyone's head, and claims that they will arrive on time. After some time, he takes the mentor home and asks if he needs to see her off, but she politely refuses. As soon as he flies away, she notes that he is not like everyone else, and is very attracted to his unusualness. She also says that she is very sorry that there is no one else in this world who can compare to him in character. After this, she puts her hands behind her back and claims that this is not a bad thing, since she likes such people. Larry gets to his house and reports that he is very tired, but the more he flies, the more he improves. After this, he takes out the Star Dragon egg, which apparently he took from Diana, and says that it is time to act. He immediately warns Emerald and Celeste to behave well, as all dragons must live in harmony. Having prepared himself, he announces that the star dragon will now be the third in his collection. After some time, he goes through the full process of opening the egg and feels a bright light shining through the shell. Celeste and the other dragons are very surprised by the sudden appearance of a new dragon and try to close their eyes. After some time, the egg cracks and the aura of the star constellations begins to spread throughout the room. Larry realizes that he is looking at a very amazing dragon, which he has never read about in encyclopedias, despite having read them all. Afterwards, he looks at the young form of the star dragon and realizes that it is a power-oriented dragon. Larry picks him up and tells him that he is looking at a real warrior dragon with high stats. Larry realizes that he has the same stats as Emerald, but his strength is almost twice as high. He remembers that he used to think of Celeste as a fighting dragon, but now he realizes that she is an average fighter. Larry reflects that this dragon will give him a huge advantage in any attack on the enemy. Meanwhile, the star dragon attacks Celeste, who decided to feast on a fragment of the eggshell. Larry announces that it is time to name the new sister, since all his dragons are born exclusively female. After thinking for a bit, he says that he calls girls by diminutive and affectionate names, and he makes no exception here. He announces that he wants to name this dragon after a constellation, but Celeste and Emerald Kit immediately make it clear that they are not very happy with this. Larry looks at them in surprise and asks why they are so jealous, because it's just a name for some dragon. He then adds that he will come up with a better name and then change it, after which he asks the dragon if he likes the name. The star dragon falls asleep almost immediately and shows no interest in the protagonist, which surprises him. Meanwhile, the action moves to one of the deserts, which is located in the state of Tin Quan. Late at night, a group of people decide to spend the night in the desert to catch their breath and replenish their resources. Charles is talking on the phone, after which one of his allies wonders what happened and why he is so angry. Charles explains that his sister wants him to avenge her because he is number one in his country. His allies are surprised by this demand and notice that Sally is in another country and is studying at a university. Charles says she constantly claims that someone is bullying her and sighs in irritation, realizing that he is not particularly interested in dealing with it. Meanwhile, a giant worm appears behind him, but this does not distract Charles at all, and he notes that Sally has been spoiled too much. The priest calmly asks him if he is really going to go to that country now to sort out the problem. Charles replies that he simply has no choice but to deal with the problem, even if it doesn't interest him very much. The giant monster tries to devour Charles, but a dark entity immediately appears behind him, preventing him from doing so. In the blink of an eye, the giant worm is torn apart, and Charles declares that he loves his sister very much and will not leave her in harm's way. He adds that the country is currently preparing for the competition, so it is better to get there secretly. Charles says he will help his sister, and then find out who has been chosen as this year's candidates for the competition. He is filled with determination and insists that his country, which he loves very much, must be number one. His companions say they have no doubt of his victory, since the opposing side does not have a single chance. Meanwhile, Larry continues his constant training with a mentor who has promised him generous prizes for victories. On weekdays, his team continues to improve in the poisonous spider forest, and the levels of all the dragons increase significantly. During her transformation, Ingrid chooses the Dancing Swordsman class, which significantly increases her agility. Citrine and Tina also reach level 30, but their transformations are much less interesting and exciting. Larry reflects that he has finally achieved what he wanted so much, and now his team has reached a new level. He hopes that they will now be able to complete more challenging dungeons where much more interesting rewards await them. Ingrid reveals after a while that she chose the Dancing Blade class because it is very similar to her comrades. She also notes that explanation is unnecessary here, since everything else should be clear to them. Citrine smiles and says that she thought about changing her specialization, but changed her mind. Larry says it's a major improvement, when suddenly Tina comes out of the special room and claims it's amazing. Citrine looks at her in surprise and asks what happened, while Tina asks her to guess what she chose. Ingrid suggests that Tina also received a hidden class, and Tina immediately confirms that she is correct in her assumption. After this, Tina declares that she is now a water swordsman and can control the element of water at will. Ingrid notes that the likelihood of everyone getting hidden classes was very small, but they did it. Larry says that Tina decided to become a water swordsman so she wouldn't be left out, and Tina immediately tries to get revenge on him. Meanwhile, Larry receives a phone call from his deputy, who informs him that the envoy is arriving here. After a while, they head to the combat training hall to greet this man. Gloria reveals that the messenger's name is Urlock. He is a level 76 Knight of the Sacred Shield, and has his own plans for Larry. Larry remembers the words of the mentor, and realizes that she warned him about this. but he still does not know who this messenger is. After some time, he sees an unknown figure in a cloak holding a staff, which previously occupied the first place in the book. Larry approaches Gloria and asks what she knows about this man, to which she replies that he is the new director of the university. Gloria also emphasizes that little information is available about this man, as only another deputy knows about his powers. Gloria adds that if the director came to meet with the envoy, then he is certainly not an ordinary person. Everyone immediately turns around and sees a rather large man who wonders if they can come closer to him. Shen immediately extends his hand to him and informs him that he is the vice dean and is pleased to welcome him. Urlock passes by, saying that he is looking specifically for the director, and if they have not decided to choose a normal player, then they are wasting their time. After this, he wonders whether all the candidates who are supposed to be selected have come here. Shen says that they don't have any candidates because they have chosen a player who will be Larry. Larry understands that this man is not so simple and, apparently, will do anything to achieve his goal. Urlock states that if they have already chosen a candidate, then the envoy's opinion means nothing to them. Shen says they have confidence in Larry and he looks promising, which only piques Urlock's interest. After this, Urlock tells the main character's backstory down to the smallest details, since he knows absolutely everything. Urlock asks if Larry can hold his own, and if his level 32 can compete with level 50 or 60 creatures. Larry knows in his mind that the man is wrong to hate him, as he is much stronger than Urlock thinks. Urlock states that if the university believes in him so much, then they should see what he is capable of. Immediately after, Urlock delivers a powerful sword attack, noting that they must see if Larry is worthy of being a participant. Gloria says that this kind of action is unacceptable, and Shen says that the level gap is too high. Urlock states that he doesn't care about Larry's level, because it wasn't he who forced him to participate in this selection. He emphasizes that his job is to hire people who are strong enough to compete with the rest. Larry understands that this man will definitely not be able to do anything in close combat, and there is too little room for appeals here. Urlock goads Larry, saying that he must use all his power to show what he is capable of. Larry continues to turn away, but Urlock demands that he release his dragons and show them how powerful they are. Urlock gets angry and asks why Larry is making him wait and waste his time. Suddenly, everyone is engulfed in a red glow from an unknown spell, and everyone immediately switches their attention. The university director says that apparently the envoy arrived in a very high mood. The director bangs his baton on the podium and announces that they need to move to another location. The light engulfs Shen, Urlock, and Larry, after which their bodies gradually begin to dissolve into thin air. The people remaining in the hall wonder where they disappeared to and assume that the director transported them all. After some time, a portal forms at the Grand Stadium, which becomes the hero's exit point. The director says there is much more testing space here, and greater potential for realizing dragons. Urlock states that he doesn't care where they fight, as it won't increase the participants' strength. Suddenly, Larry realizes that Urlock is the reason for Sally's behavior. Summoning a dragon that takes the form of a number destroyer, Larry notes that there is enough room to fight. Urlock realizes that this is the same dragon from the video on the internet that caused a stir in Ms. Sally. He reflects on the fact that he is very sorry that the dragons are powerless against him and cannot do anything. He understands that no one can stand against his incredible defensive spell and break through it. Larry approaches the messenger and recommends that he continue to observe to assess his strength. A giant dragon attempts to crush the shield, frightening and immobilizing enemies within a certain radius. Urlock is affected by these effects, but quickly brushes them off, noting that he expected nothing less from the huge dragon. Shen says that last time the black dragon destroyed the entire pavilion with this technique, but the director states that this is not the end. Urlock states that intimidation is useful in this situation, when he suddenly feels his legs giving way. Urlock wonders how this is possible, and how he came to be affected by the knight's skills. Larry goes downstairs and asks the messenger if he is worthy to take part in the test. Urlock uses the knight's resilience skill to recover and asks if Larry is laughing at him. Urlock then charges in, asking if Larry thinks he can hold his own in close combat. Larry creates a question, why not? And then creates 2 portals to summon the rest of the dragons. Urlock is shocked that Larry has another dragon and cannot believe that he has more than one dragon. Larry says with a smile that in that case he will have to use all his strength to pass the test. Larry adds that he will now be much more serious if Mr. Messenger demands it, since he respects him. Urlock has a hard time accepting the reality that he will have to fight 3 dragons, each of which is very powerful. Shen also can't believe how many dragons this boy has and says it's simply unbelievable. Larry states that this answer is actually incorrect, as he has many more dragons. At the same moment, he snaps his fingers and summons 2 Dragon Lord souls, the level of which corresponds to emeralds. Urlach understands that now 2 more dragons have come to meet him, which means that the fight will not only be difficult, but practically impossible. Shen asks the director if he knew that Larry has 5 dragons, emphasizing that this is simply an unimaginable level of power. The director, after a short pause, says that this is an amazing coincidence. Larry, meanwhile, is showing off in front of everyone else and saying that he understood Mr. Messenger's demands perfectly. He stretches out his hand and prepares to give a command to his dragons. Realizing that nothing will come from Urlach's side, Larry says that it is time to put an end to this test. The dragons attack Urlach, but Larry believes that this is not enough and that they need to increase the pressure. Urlach understands that he cannot cope with these creatures alone, so he urgently does something. To save himself, he decides to use the skill of the Sanctuary of Light and grants himself invulnerability. After this, several tons of pure power are unleashed on him, which would otherwise crush him and leave no trace. Shen says that this is a very bad sign, and if the messenger dies, they will have to report about it for a long time. Larry, meanwhile, turns around and discovers that his attack missed its target and was completely nullified. Urlach used his mount to avoid the attack in time, noting that he could not be killed. Shen says it is a preferable fate to dying at the dragon's claws, and the director declares it a surprising outcome of the duel. Larry notes that Urlach is worthy of being called a messenger, as he runs incredibly fast. Urlach feels his pride hurt, and wonders if this boy is overestimating himself. He realizes he only needs to land 1 hit, and there are only 4 seconds left before his Sanctum of Light expires. Getting closer, he says that he has finally gotten the right moment to punish Urlach. Larry rushes forward, noting that no matter how many dragons he has, he will overcome all difficulties on the way to his goal. Urlach realizes he needs to hurry, as he only has 2 seconds left to win. Immediately after this, Urlach charges an attack for maximum damage, but fails to penetrate the shield. Larry notes that Emerald is much more effective than regular light spells, so Urlach doesn't stand a chance. Urlach remembers that light cannot be completely destroyed, but somehow Larry reverses the rules of the system. Larry asks if the messenger is planning to escape again, and notes that if that's the case, it's not his fault. Urlach wonders what Larry is planning, ignoring the fact that the constellation dragon has already approached him. Larry gives the command to deliver several blows to the messenger in order to disarm and paralyze him. Powerful lightning strikes strike Urlach's body, causing him to fall from his mount, and all that remains is to hope he doesn't break. A few moments later, he falls with a dull thud onto the stone pavement, but escapes with only bruises. Larry approaches him and haughtily recommends that he look at himself and remember the words he spoke recently. He also asks where the messenger who was eager to teach him a lesson has gone. Urlach realizes that he didn't sign up for this kind of thing and tries to stop Larry, admitting his terrible mistake. Larry ignores his pleas and unleashes a powerful attack that causes a massive amount of smoke that gradually dissipates. Larry deliberately destroys Urlach's mount, leaving only a charred corpse. Larry pretends to care and says he's sorry about his mount. He adds that the national test does not prohibit killing an animal, although it is not mandatory. Shen says the test is over and gives his verdict, making Larry a worthy candidate. Urlach orders them to shut up immediately and states that he will decide for himself when the test should end. Shen and the director are very surprised by the messenger's mood and try to figure out what to do. Shen tries to control the situation democratically, but the director insists that Urlach must be released, since he won't last long anyway. Urlach muses that he has protection from injury from magic and dragons, as well as 5 more legendary creatures. But that's not the end of it. Larry, meanwhile, begins to get angry, since he already knows his exceptionalism, but Urlach still does not allow him. Urlach charges forward, declaring that things won't end that easily, and that he will do everything he can to prevent Larry from taking the test. Emerald is already preparing to stand up for her master, but Larry stops her with a quick gesture. Urlach strikes multiple times and claims that Larry is the reason Sally's family left him, and he ruined his career. Urlach adds that with so many problems, he is obliged to punish Larry for all these sins. Larry, meanwhile, crosses the line and delivers a powerful blow directly to Urlach's body, not worrying about the consequences. Larry makes sure the punch is powerful enough to knock Urlach down. Larry also notes that this battle was pointless from the start, as Urlach had gone mad. Larry adds that if Urlach believes his feud with Sally ruined his career, he will expect his revenge. Larry puts his hands in his pockets, looking epic, and says that next time will be different. He emphasizes that he will not stop and will simply kill Urlach, since the lives of people who go against him are worth nothing. Urlach feels his strength rapidly leaving him, and realizes that he can no longer continue the fight. Shen immediately runs to Urlach and tells him that he must hold on for his life, as the audience will soon arrive. The director, meanwhile, states that Larry's possession of 5 dragons was a great revelation for everyone. Larry notes that he didn't actually show even 10% of his dragon's true power, and wasn't serious. The director says that this is great news and that choosing Larry was the right decision, and then disappears. Larry watches her carefully, and realizes that now he will have to return to the conference room on his own. He also notices that the director looks very familiar, as if they had already communicated before. Meanwhile, we are transported to the unexplored regions of the far north, which require level 60. Jeff continues to receive information regarding Larry, and notes that it is very interesting, and the person will be useful to him. He chuckled and stated that Erlock must have cried when he signed the man's approval as a participant. After some time, an assistant comes to him and asks if he needs anything at the moment. Jeff gets up from the table and says that Lev needs to be prepared because he is going to university. Jeff immediately emphasizes that he is not leaving forever, and all research must continue as usual. He also states that he needs to meet with other researchers and a very important person. Meanwhile, Larry returns to the house, where he receives a new treasure map and decides to study it. He discovers that the place is more than 3,000 kilometers away, making it too far to travel. However, he reflects that Erlock recognized his qualifications, so the situation became much calmer. Larry decides to go there next time and realizes that he might be connected with magicians, but the price will be appropriate. Larry suddenly discovers that the system rewards him with another powerful artifact that will help him in the future. The system informs him that he has gained access to a treasure chest that may drop an amazing artifact. Larry reflects on the fact that he has finally reached the God-tier treasure map and now nothing can stop him. Larry contacts his clients and says he wants to clarify some details to make a decision. A few moments later, a giant meteorite begins flying towards him, which looks like it was created by a magician. Larry ignores this and says he will go to the far north. Within moments, his house is reduced to a giant pile of coals, and he can only hope that his friends weren't in it. A lone figure hovers above the rubble of the house, the one responsible for the assassination attempt on the protagonist. Immediately after this, the magician takes out a small stone to teleport from here and not leave a single trace. However, a few moments later, a giant dragon jumps out of the thickness of the fire and heads straight for him. Of course, neither Larry nor his friends receive the slightest scratch from this fiery attack. Larry transforms his hand into a dragon's paw and asks his opponent if he has been wanting to run away for a long time. After this, he orders him to stop, and she delivers a quick blow to rip off his mask. After this, Larry looks closely at his opponent's face and realizes that he has seen him somewhere before. Larry tries to understand why the teacher who is standing next to the principal today suddenly decides to kill him. Everyone is wondering what's going on here while Citrine and Tina heroically save everyone else. The fire could spread quickly, so it is necessary to evacuate everyone from the area. The professor says that from the moment he sees Larry, he simply has no other choice. With these words, he uses the Blazing Castle skill to paralyze the target and bind them to himself. Immediately after this, he uses the Extreme Flame skill to set his health on fire and explode spectacularly. Larry understands that this is the most powerful skill of fire magic, which can cause a simply monstrous amount of damage. The professor, in turn, hopes that they will be able to die together, and he will fulfill his duty and retire. Citrine and Ingrid quickly come to the protagonist's aid and inform him that they are not going to leave him in this trouble. Hillary looks at her beloved Larry in horror and hopes that he will be able to get out alive. The professor, meanwhile, pulls him closer and closer, claiming that Larry will not be able to escape his grasp. Ingrid notices how the professor's face begins to swell disgustingly and says that he, in his words, will finally finish off Larry. Larry takes advantage of every second it takes to charge this skill and says that it is necessary to activate the Eternal Defense. Emerald immediately follows his order and creates a powerful barrier to prevent anyone from getting hurt. The professor, meanwhile, smiles and declares that it is time to die, after which he begins to laugh villainously. Larry charges in a desperate attempt to save himself, and the others call him crazy before he grabs his dagger. However, after some time, the professor's back is pierced by a powerful staff belonging to the director, and interrupts the Flame Core skill. Larry can't believe that the director himself comes to his aid in difficult times. The professor, in turn, feels terrible pain and tries to exhale, but his days are numbered, and all that remains for him is to die. Consciousness immediately begins to leave him, and he utters several meaningless phrases about how Larry must die. Immediately after this, he falls down like a torn balloon and is no longer able to do anything. Larry watches his unsuccessful killer go by, trying to understand why he decides to do this. Meanwhile, the director's staff begins to move in the air and rushes towards its true owner. Larry looks up to find the director rising into the air to reach him. Larry doesn't know what to say, except to thank his savior for his timely appearance. Gloria comes to the terrible noise, and advises the students to return home so that they do not interfere with the fire extinguishing. Citrine says that what is happening looks terrible and asks who this magician was, and Larry tells them where he saw him. Pointing to the burnt body, they say that this man was standing next to the director just yesterday, but did not say a word. Sheng states that they never even thought that anyone would dare to attack them, as this professor was very strong and respected. Larry wonders why he did this, and assumes it was the work of Urlock, or Sally's family, or some other shadowy actors. Shen tries to calm everyone down and says that they will look into this issue and that concrete answers will appear soon. Early the next morning, the director says that the attack will definitely happen again, and that the next time it will be even more dangerous. After this, the director says that she controls the entire university, although such incidents may sometimes occur. Jeff says that they should learn how to make booze because theirs tastes disgusting. After this, he advises the director not to get angry and to listen to them, since they have not seen each other for a long time. The director asks about the situation in the far north, and Jeff states that there are still many problems that need to be solved. After that, he smiles and says that he comes here to take this guy to the far north and solve a couple of problems. He adds that even if this guy is not afraid of assassination, troubles will continue to haunt him because of his strength. Jeff also says that Larry won't be in any serious danger in these parts, but he will be able to help with the investigation and level up. The director says that Larry must be kept safe and sound, to which Jeff states that he will ensure that. Early in the morning, some interesting things also happen in front of the main entrance to the university. Sally runs to meet her brother, and says that she knows that there is nothing more important in this world than herself. Charles greets her with a hug, and tells her that he must prepare for her arrival, and asks if she is ready. Sally puts on a sweet face and asks him if he came here to finally help her. Charles says that she must tell who hurt her, as he will teach a lesson to anyone who has caused her trouble. Larry, meanwhile, receives an exclusive offer to purchase a very high-level treasure map. He is told that communication with him was interrupted last night, but he still obtains the necessary artifacts. Ingrid asks him if he really wants to go to this strange place, to which Larry states that it looks tempting. He emphasizes that before he had not even thought about whether to go there or not, but everything changed after he was attacked. Ingrid says that everyone was falling last night and the girls were still resting, so it would be better to go later. After a while, they hear a knock and assume that Shen is probably coming to them to share the results. Larry opens the door with a smile and asks how things are going, after which they discover that someone else is standing in front of him. Jeff smiles and says that he has nothing to do with the results, but he can guarantee that he is definitely a good person. After this, he shows several knocked-out guards and says that he was not allowed in, which is why there is a misunderstanding. Larry immediately grabs his gun and realizes that Shan can no longer be trusted as another attack is taking place. Citrine opens the door and greets Jeff with a smile, asking why he suddenly decided to visit them. Afterwards, she finds a bunch of unconscious guards and asks what's going on here. Jeff comes into the house and reveals who he is, which calms Larry's anxious nature. He apologizes to him and says that he thought he would attack him, although he has long wanted to shave him personally. Jeff states that despite Urlock being removed from office, he is still trying to take revenge on him. Larry suddenly remembers that in front of him is a real hero who is confronting the ferocious beasts in the north. Jeff says that it was a long time ago, and now he is more interested in Larry himself and his ability. After this, he puts his hand on his shoulder and says that he is coming to take him with him and go to the north. Jeff emphasizes that he is already discussing this with the director, and the trip will help Larry gain experience and prepare for the test. Citrine says that the far north is a region fraught with many dangers and terrible monsters. Jeff says conditions in the far north are extremely harsh, but it's a great place to recharge. Larry muses that the treasure map, by a happy coincidence, points to the far north. Ingrid tells him that he should just say so if he wants to leave, as they will accept his decision. Ingrid also says that they have already had a second transformation, so there is nothing to worry about, and they will be able to stand up for themselves. Larry says he really wants to go to the far north to gain new skills and good experience. Jeff laughs and praises him, saying that he is not mistaken about him and does not doubt him for a second, after which he offers him a drink. Larry says that he will now buy groceries so that his aunt can prepare the dishes they need, and declares that there will not be long to wait. After this, they decide to help the guards, but it turns out that Citrine loses her ability to heal after the transformation. In the evening, he returns to the battle arena and reflects on the fact that Jeff, for some reason, is trying to take him to the far north. The teacher suddenly comes into his room and asks what he is doing there at such a late hour, assuming that he is waiting for her. After that, she adds that she has been very busy lately and asks if he wants to work out. Larry says he's coming to say goodbye, and the teacher looks at him in surprise, asking what that means. Citrine quickly says that he is leaving for the far north, will be absent for a month and will only return for the competition. He asks her if she will miss him, after which she begins to pinch his cheeks. Smiling, she says that in the far north he will become much stronger than she is, and will return more prepared. Larry smiles and says that he understands this perfectly, but will still keep the memories in his heart. After this, she waves to him and tells him that it is time for him to go, and that he still needs to say goodbye to the others before he leaves. Suddenly the mentor says that she is not letting him go yet, so he should stay here a little longer. Larry asks her why she got so close to him, and she replies that she is not going to see him off. Along the way, she places a small talisman in his hand, and tells him that he should always carry it with him. She then says that there are competitions going on all over the country, so he should take care of himself. Larry tries to stop her, but she quickly runs away and says that he should take a piece of rotting ice with him. Afterwards, he looks at his hand and finds that she is handing him her hair to keep for himself. After a while, he goes outside, holding a bag of groceries in his hands, and notices that someone is following him. Larry stops and asks his pursuer how long this will go on and why he needs him. Charles is surprised to be noticed and says that finding Larry was quite difficult, despite everything. Larry quickly turns around and asks him who he is and why he decided to follow him. Charles states that they don't know each other personally, but Larry must have heard of him, after which he picks up his coat. Looking menacingly at the protagonist, he says that his name is Charles, and that he comes here to avenge his sister. Larry drops the bag of groceries and realizes that he is about to have to fight to the death with this man. He looks down on him and says that Charles should call his sister here if she was the one who put him up to this. Sally emerges from the darkness and asks him why he feels such anger towards her. Smiling, she declares that she couldn't miss the moment when her brother would teach him a lesson on how to behave. Charles says that the outcome of this fight depends only on Larry, after which he gives him the opportunity to return everything he took. Larry asks if the whole family has such bad memories that they don't understand the cause and effect relationship. He smiles haughtily and says that Sally probably didn't tell her brother the full story of their last meeting. Sally declares that this scoundrel can only talk nonsense and is not worth trusting, and Charles says that he does not intend to tolerate this. After this, he raises his hand and says that Larry must stop defiling Sally's family, or he will face consequences. He then summons a strange creature made of darkness, and says that otherwise Larry will be punished. Larry jumps to the side, causing the dark creature to spew a massive amount of corrosive acid onto the ground. Larry realizes that this disgusting creature has very powerful attacks, despite its horrific appearance. Larry realizes that he will have to dodge if he wants to stay alive and emerge victorious. After some time, the creature that Charles summons begins to abruptly change its form, acquiring human features. Larry realizes that this looks very strange, and discovers that the monster is acquiring Charles's face, becoming one with him. Larry orders a monster called the Cave Explorer to grab the guy and finish him off. Larry looks up into the sky and notices a strange silhouette of a winged creature flying towards him. Looking closer, he discovers that the Arctic Griffin Lord is unleashing all his might on the monster. Sally and Charles jump back and wonder what is going on and where this great griffin came from. Jeff intervenes in the fight, much to everyone's surprise, and asks them if they really think they're at home. Immediately after this, he lands, showing that he does not intend to tolerate such treatment of his students. Charles looks at the man in surprise and realizes that the mount and the voice leave no doubt about the enemy's identity. Jeff immediately decides to move from words to action and rushes forward to deliver a powerful blow with his spear. He also calls them brave men and states that they will regret having set foot here with such rude and despicable intentions. Charles turns to his little sister and tells her to be careful, because this man is very dangerous. Within moments, Charles is knocked down and impaled on a giant, impossible-to-dodge pike. He coughs loudly, and then blood begins to spurt out due to severe damage to his internal organs. Jeff looks at him and asks if he now knows the truth, after which Charles declares that this is the older Jeff. He says that Charles must give up, because his creature will not help him, because no one and nothing escapes the clutches of his griffin. Meanwhile, the griffin continues to hold the mysterious entity in its paws, not allowing it to move an inch. Sally understands that in a little while her brother will go to the next world, and she begins to cry, unable to cope with what is happening. Charles, meanwhile, says that this power is worthy of Jeff, emphasizing that he does not doubt his fighting techniques for a second. After this, his face begins to change unnaturally, as if life is leaving his eyes, but everything turns out to be not so simple. Sally notices that her brother stops moving completely and starts screaming loudly, hoping that he is just pretending. Larry can't believe that the elder suddenly decides to just go and kill an important government figure, Tin Quan. Jeff reveals that Charles's skills allow him to swap bodies with his subjects if they are still alive. In confirmation of his words, Charles's body immediately begins to become more and more amorphous and transforms uncontrollably. Larry looks at this in surprise and realizes that he is not actually dying, but is staging a terrible deception. Jeff states that this is their last warning and they better get out of here while they still have a chance. Casting aside the vile essence of his spear, he notes that next time he will not stand on ceremony and will kill them all. Sally turns towards the griffin and finds that the amorphous oil is beginning to take on the features of her brother. Charles feels that he has been badly battered and understands that now he will need a lot of time to recover. He explains that the skill has a 12-hour cooldown and claims that he cannot be killed as he is Tin Quan's heir. He also adds that if anyone dares to attack the representative, all 23 countries will immediately turn against him. Larry knows the prospect of surviving such a blow seems unthinkable, but Charles still manages to do so. Jeff, in turn, says that he is well aware of this rule, but also reminds us of another rule that prohibits attacks on candidates. He emphasizes that he does not intend to kill anyone, since there will be competitions this year, and there is no point in making the situation worse. Charles looks at him carefully and says that he understands him perfectly, hinting at a slight gratitude. Jeff throws a spear towards the shadow entity and orders them to never come back here again if they want to stay alive. Charles immediately turns to his sister and tells her that they need to leave while they still have a chance. Standing up, he turns to Larry and says that they are both candidates, which means they will not fight each other. He emphasizes that he is looking forward to their next meeting and adds that next time no one will stand up for Larry. Larry notices that Charles is acting strangely, because he is almost dying, and now he is throwing around such words. Jeff suggests they just go home, and it becomes clear that the monster is destroying the groceries Larry bought. In the evening, the guys throw a small party to relax and prepare for Larry's send-off to the north. Some people become uninhibited, while others cannot contain their emotions and literally cry from intense longing for the main character. Larry realizes that he must leave because he is now an important political figure and does not want to put his family in danger. So he sets off north, as there is only a month left before the competition, and the mysteries of the far north must be unraveled. Jeff says it's important for Larry to stay warm and to endure the cold that everyone here goes through. Larry realizes that it is in these uncharted lands that the divine-level weapon pointed to by the map is hidden. After some time, Larry discovers a giant blood moon, and Jeff states that this is why he invited him. They are transported to the far north base, and Jeff reveals the location of the Griffin Hunter Squad. After this, he shows him a map of the blood moon and informs him that it is their priority target. Jeff claims that they can't get close to it or figure it out, so they just call it a thing. He pats Larry on the shoulder and notes that now that he's joining them, they'll be able to move forward with their research. Larry reflects that these people's research coincides with his own interests and decides that he can kill two birds with one stone. Studying the map carefully, he discovers two routes that are closest to the treasure and turns to Jeff. He asks if he can join one of the squads that patrol the numbered routes. Jeff says Larry is a big daredevil because Route 78 is literally crawling with monsters. Larry says he comes here to get stronger, and Jeff notes that he was the same way when he was younger. After this, he creates a small bow, literally pulling it out of thin air, and shows it to the main character. Larry looks at it, and Jeff claims that the bow now belongs to Larry, and he can use it. Larry notes that he is now able to use two legendary weapons at the same time. Larry says it's a very nice bow that must be worth a fortune, and Jeff calmly gives him the weapon. Larry thanks him, noting that with this bow he will definitely be safe until the competition starts, and decides to get down to business. One of the assistants quickly approaches Jeff and reports that the military uniform has already been prepared. Jeff hands him some clothes and tells him that Larry should change and finally get to know the blood moon better. Larry agrees and puts on his coat in one movement, noting that he can't wait to explore the place. Jeff asks Larry why he doesn't fly on a dragon if he is a dragon knight, but uses wings instead. Larry explains to him that his dragons are too low level to be suitable for riding. A sudden friendly conversation is interrupted by the appearance of owl demons, who mistake them for trespassers. Larry notices that they are targeting Jeff and warns him to be careful or he might get hurt. Jeff reacts to the danger with complete calm and says that he is not the one who needs to be careful here. After this, he materializes a spear and engages in battle with the owl demons, quickly destroying them one by one. Jeff reports that they are heading to Route 78, where this kind of thing happens all the time. Larry reflects on the fact that all members of the elite Griffin Riders are above level 70, and realizes that Jeff is very pleased about this. He realizes that he is no longer at the academy, which means he needs to be focused in order to survive in these places, Jeff states that they have arrived and allows him to look around to assess the situation. Larry looks at the landscape carefully, suddenly freezes and realizes that what is happening looks extremely strange. Among the giant glaciers, he discovers a real red eye that looks like it belongs to a dragon. Jeff says it looks like the body of some kind of monster, but they still don't know exactly what's in there. Larry speculates that it all resembles the remains of a dragon, but they have yet to determine the size of the creature. Larry decides to use the system's skill, but is surprised to discover that even the glowing eye skill does not provide any data. Jeff says that people in this world have control over only small areas of territory, and there are many places where no human has ever set foot. He says that he still remembers the day they discovered the eye, because it protected the sky from demons back then. They were trying to get to the mines, and his assistant suggested that they return to the rest of the miners, and he agreed. He remembers that an avalanche occurs then, and they try to evacuate the miners as quickly as possible with the help of griffins. It is then that the giant eye opens, and it becomes clear that its awakening is what is causing the avalanche. Jeff adds that a whole year has passed since then, and they still haven't figured out anything. But it's clear to him that this thing is alive. Larry looks up at the sky and reports that they are once again being approached by guests who want to interfere with their exploration of the area. Jeff looks at the approaching creatures and says that they are riders who used to be people, but are no longer. Now they are fallen corpses, growing stronger with each comrade they have nearby. Larry engages in battle with the dead warrior and realizes that he was once a griffin rider, but at some point gave his life. Larry turns to his friend and asks if these are the ones he thinks of, but receives no answer. After a short pause, he says that these scoundrels are nothing but trouble, so it's better to retreat in time. He notes that he does not want to kill them, if only because they remind him of his former self, when they were still alive. To disarm and immobilize them, he uses the icy cold skill, reducing their mobility. Larry shifts position so as not to interfere with his comrade's release of ice projectiles, but curiosity continues to torment him. He turns to the elder and asks if they were his wards before, but he remains silent again. After a few moments, the elder turns around and says that they need to leave, since they have already seen everything. Looking at the helplessly dangling dead dragon riders in his icy nets, he notes that there is no time to waste. After some time, they fall to the ground, causing a powerful explosion that shakes the surrounding area. After the snow settles, one of the dead men rises to his feet as if he had no injuries or broken bones. He looks at Larry and Jeff without saying a word, but there is hatred in his eyes. After this, he turns around and heads towards his pet, who serves him faithfully even after death. The next day, Jeff asks Larry if he is confident in his abilities and in what he just said. Larry confidently states that he doesn't care about the dead soldiers and the creature under the mountain, since he came here to fight. Jeff says that in that case he will not interfere with him and orders the deputy to call the squad to meet him. Larry turns around to see fighters lining up behind him. The leader of the 78th squad is a knight named Lucas, who reports that they are arriving in full force. Another warrior named Chuck says he is very surprised that they are being called here from the front lines and asks about their next orders. The warrior named Cheryl remains more reserved and does not utter a single word, waiting for everything to be explained to her. Jeff announces that he has brought them a new addition, as they will now have a talent named Larry with them. Larry greets everyone and Chuck says that they have the same last name and that he is very happy to serve with him under this command. Chuck smiles and adds that Larry doesn't need to worry about himself, as they will definitely look after him. Larry asks him about the badge on the commander's coat, and he explains that it is a military medal. Lucas asks Jeff if they brought a student for an internship, hinting that it would be very dangerous there. Jeff states that the fact that they occasionally communicate with each other in an informal setting does not mean that he can be argued with, and that he is confident in his choice. Lucas immediately turns to Chuck, thus interrupting the small friendly conversation that he had been having with the main character. After this, he turns to Cheryl in a stern voice and tells her that she must take him to the conference room. Cheryl looks at them with irritation and says that she doesn't need another headache at a time when things are already difficult for them. After some time, they find themselves in the 78th Squad's meeting room, and Lucas reports that a strong storm is approaching quickly. He points out that it will take them 2 days to reach the front lines, leaving them little time to explore Route 78. Lucas adds that with the new guy's arrival, the mission will be considered a success if they clear the area for the next 100 kilometers. Cheryl says it's a pretty big area, and considering they've been given a student, it's not going to be easy at all. Larry reflects on the fact that in order to reach his intended goal, he will have to overcome unknown lands full of dangers. Lucas says that time is of the essence, so they need to prepare the griffins and move out in 15 minutes. Lucas also says that Larry can leave his pet in their pen, but Larry states that his pets are too low level. Cheryl and Chuck are surprised by this news and ask him how he plans to get around in this case. Larry proudly says that there is no need to worry about him, since he can move around on his own. After a while, they see his incredible equipment and come to the conclusion that he has very rich parents. Larry asks Cheryl why her eagle is followed by two smaller eagles, but she replies that now is not the time for chatter. She explains this abruptness by the fact that they will soon enter thunderclouds, and they need to be prepared for this in order not to die. Lucas warns everyone that visibility is about to drop critically, so everyone needs to remain cautious. Larry continues to follow them and realizes that the wind is gradually beginning to affect his flight path, making movement difficult. He also realizes that he has completely lost sight of his comrades and shouts loudly to call them. Suddenly, two glowing eyes appear behind him, which clearly do not hint at belonging to an ally. Larry turns around to see what it is and sees a huge lion that is clearly intent on swallowing him. The system tells him that this enemy is level 75 and can blend into fog and clouds for camouflage. Larry realizes that this is the resurrected corpse of some creature again, which means that the blood moon affects not only people. Larry studies his opponent closely and realizes that he is not like the others, so he does not summon dragons yet. Chuck charges into the enemy, taking some damage before landing a powerful attack to stop the monster. Cheryl and the rest of her comrades come to their aid, advising them not to allow the lion to create more copies before it's too late. Chuck flies closer to Larry and says that he will help protect him, since they fight these creatures every day. Cheryl also advises him not to act on his own and to follow the plan, since he is still a newbie and does not know all the nuances. Chuck agrees with her, saying that they will deal with this lion themselves, since they have not fought anyone for quite some time. Larry looks closely at the spell the monster is preparing to use, and notes that it doesn't sound like a roar. After a while, an even more menacing cry is heard, and the fighters retreat, saying that the Devourer of Heaven is approaching here. Larry asks them what the creature is and turns around to get a better look at it. A whale of gigantic proportions appears before him, swimming sadly and slowly across the sky as if it were in the ocean. Larry realizes that this creature is much larger than even Celeste when she takes on the form of the Destroyer of Worlds. Lucas asks Larry why he is stuck in the place and recommends that he leave the place immediately while there is still a chance. Chuck reports that they are finished, as the World Eater has appeared here along with other creatures from the Stormfront. Larry flies away, reflecting on the fact that all the giants near the Blood Moon are dead, but that doesn't stop them from being dangerous. Meanwhile, the giant creature opens its mouth to use a skill that allows it to absorb any target. Larry tries to resist, but deep down he knows that they will not be able to avoid a collision, since even dragons cannot withstand it. He has no other choice, and he asks the captain for permission to help them, but he immediately refuses him. They claim that in just a little while they will be able to get out of this danger. But suddenly the Devourer's skill is interrupted. Larry asks why the creature suddenly stopped attacking them, to which Lucas replies that monsters can't fly outside of a thunderstorm. Larry understands that all undead monsters have their own strengths and weaknesses, and each requires a different approach. He inadvertently remembers the fallen soldiers and realizes that their sacrifices were not in vain, since thanks to them they learned important information. Lucas and his crew watch as the giant whale falls to the ground and explodes, breathing a sigh of relief. Chuck says the captain was in such a hurry that he dragged the newbie straight into the thick of things when they could have taken a detour. Larry apologizes to them for not being able to help, but Chuck points out that everyone is like that on their first day, and it's no big deal. Cheryl angrily says that if they continue at this pace, they won't complete the task on time. Lucas reassures her that they will get it done soon, but she asks how they will be able to do it. Cheryl immediately turns to Larry and informs him that he won't get any bonuses for visiting this place, so he better focus. She adds that if the creature beneath their feet awakens, the end will come not only for their country, but for the whole world. Larry calmly says that he knows a lot about this place from the stories of his elders, and that this information will definitely be useful to them in the future. Chuck and Lucas try to calm him down, explaining that now is not the time to argue over trifles. Lucas adds that if the captain did this, he had good reasons that cannot be discussed. After this, he sends them off to rest, explaining that they have a long and difficult journey ahead of them, so it is better to behave in a disciplined manner. He also turns to Cheryl and asks her not to be nervous, as the newcomer clearly won't be getting underfoot. Cheryl hopes that the problems won't arise again, when suddenly it becomes obvious that someone is attacking them. Looking up, they see a huge number of pieces of ice falling on them, capable of crushing them into small pancakes. Lucas and Cheryl jump to the side and use defensive skills to create a barrier. Chuck executes the command and creates a defensive shield skill so that all allies absorb the damage taken. The ice projectiles continue to fall down, but they cannot find Larry and wonder where he is. It becomes obvious that the ice collapsed for a reason, and that some creature is behind it, and it is already close. Larry turns around to find that they are surrounded by level 80 elite monsters. Lucas and Cheryl radio Larry and demand that he answer if he is still alive. Lucas says that this is the end for Larry. It is impossible to survive, since there are about 30 Yetis on the rocks that cannot be fought. Cheryl says she can try to get him out with the eagle, but Chuck is the priority right now. However, during their plans, they do not notice that one of the snowmen suddenly attacks him from behind. They manage to dodge the powerful attack, but it neutralizes their protective barrier. Lucas says there's a change of plans, and he'll now hold off the monster while Cheryl goes to Chuck. Cheryl rushes towards Chuck, hoping she can move fast enough to make it in time. She makes several jumps, maneuvering perfectly even on very slippery surfaces due to ice chunks. Meanwhile, Lucas continues his tense fight with the Yetis who are causing him problems. Cheryl considers helping him, but quickly realizes she doesn't have the option. Cheryl realizes there is no other way out, and now she will have to prove herself in order to show Chuck where they are. Taking a deep breath, she lets out a piercing whistle so that everyone in the area can hear her. Naturally, the giant monsters also hear the sound, and now they will approach the target without stopping. They move forward with every second, and the number of enemies increases, making the task of escaping from here almost impossible. Cheryl prepares for battle, wondering where the others went and why they are still missing. Chuck, meanwhile, asks Larry if he's okay, to which he replies that it's best for him not to talk right now. Larry watches the approaching monsters and says that he will deal with them, and then immediately help him get out. Chuck reminds him that he is unlikely to be able to heal him, and tries to dissuade him from pointless heroism. Larry waits for the creatures to get close enough to use his ice shard throwing skills. Immediately after this, he will use the Dragon Claws skill to deal 2 powerful attacks in a row, attacking together with his pet. He then uses the Black Dragon's energy to further enhance his attack with elemental powers. Chuck watches his incredible results in amazement and asks how this is even possible. Larry explains that nothing is impossible if you want it badly enough and put in a lot of effort. He smiles and declares that he is a dragon tamer knight from the southern province, which gives him even more strength. Meanwhile, other monsters try to attack him with the same primitive lines of attack. Larry immediately changes the energy his blade uses to switch to the Star Dragon's powers. Because of this, he decides to use the same attack, but now it cuts the giant ice block into 2 pieces. Chuck can't believe that a level 32 class can fight monsters that are more than twice his level. Cheryl, along with the seriously wounded Lucas, finally gets to him and notes that they have found him. They find him badly wounded and ask if he's okay, to which he replies that Larry covered for him. Larry turns around and is attacked again by one of the monsters lurking in the thick snow. Lucas tries to warn his comrade, noting that he needs to watch his flanks carefully. At the same moment, Larry throws his weapon with the last of his strength to inflict massive damage on a single target. Lucas advises him not to be so impulsive and to carefully assess the tactical situation, after which he plans his retreat. Larry states that first they need to destroy all the enemies, and then there will be no more threats to them. Cheryl asks if he's joking and emphasizes that they need to get to camp as quickly as possible. Larry confirms that he is not joking and can help with healing, but admits that there are too many monsters here to do so. Cheryl replies that he shouldn't think about himself too much, as he's only wasting time. Larry summons the legendary bow and tells her that they have no time to talk, and asks her to evacuate the wounded from here. Lucas is surprised that the boy has the Hellsnake bow that Jeff used before. Cheryl speculates that the master used this bow to defend himself from attacks by neighboring states. Larry turns to Captain Lucas and asks him not to worry, assuring him that once they get out, everything will be fine. Lucas takes his advice and asks him to take care of himself, noting that they will not be detained anymore. Larry watches them go, hoping they get to camp safe and sound. After this, he looks at the approaching monsters and realizes that this is an excellent chance to test his weapon. Cheryl reflects that she can't stop thinking about Larry's words and whether they did the right thing. Chuck, in turn, claims that there should be no problem with this, since he has already seen Larry fight. At this time, the monsters approach him, unaware of the cruelty that awaits them very soon. Chuck adds that they are actually a big hindrance to him, as they prevent him from showing his strength. Yetis use the same skills, since during their stay in these places, they did not have time to learn anything else. Larry fires several arrows at once towards his opponents, hoping to instantly destroy all the ice blocks. He succeeds in this very well, since the ice is too hard to withstand his force. Larry asks if they are still standing after one shot, emphasizing their tenacity. He then charges up the next attack and offers to try a new skill that he has already mastered. Larry is proficient with this weapon because his intelligence is extremely high. Any other person would spend several days mastering even a basic technique, but not the main character. Larry calls on Celeste and Constellation to his side to deal with the advancing creatures. Monsters enter a berserk state to increase their combat skills and recharge with energy from their comrades. Larry realizes he needs to use his Constellation skills to deal with these creatures quickly. After this, he creates the skill Shattered Star, causing the dragon to fly into the air for a long distance. The Constellation attempts to create a star and then destroy it, causing massive area damage. The power of this skill depends on the dragon's strength, which is the main attribute and is at a high level. Larry suddenly realizes he has a brilliant idea and immediately takes aim with his bow. All this is necessary to independently detonate a star that is rapidly falling downwards using an energy shot. Larry takes a few seconds to properly charge the shot and destroy all the enemies. The thing is that this skill has hidden energy with the ability to detonate a star. When using the snake shot, the energy of the star destruction deals 5 times more damage and causes a powerful explosion. Squad 78 wonders what happened and moments later loses control, crashing into a wall. The eagle suffers almost no damage, and within moments begins to pull its comrades out from under the snow. Lucas and his friends also escape with only minor bruises, and don't even suffer any fractures from falling from such a height. Cheryl, however, is keeping an eye on Chuck, for whom any further damage would be dangerous and could lead to death. Lucas is left wondering, then suggests that this was Larry's true form of power that he had been hiding. He speculates that Larry caused the massive explosion using his pet's power to save them. Larry, meanwhile, orders Celeste to scout out the situation, as there may still be monsters nearby. A few moments later, the captain and his comrades return and ask if he really created that powerful explosion. They also discover Celeste's human form and ask who she is, to which Larry orders her form to be changed. Celeste immediately follows his commands and begins to gain altitude, creating a blazing aura around herself. After some time, she transforms into the form of the Destroyer of Worlds, and Larry says that he doesn't like it here, and she should return to her previous form. The dragon flaps its wings 4 times, releasing fiery projectiles that deal heavy damage to all targets. Lucas and his squad note that this is incredible, and in front of them is the very same dragon tamer from the southern province. Larry confirms that this is indeed the case, then asks if they have heard of him, to which Lucas replies that it is true. Cheryl says she wasn't particularly interested in anyone, but there were a lot of rumors about Larry, and now they finally met. Larry notes that they overestimate him, since he knows too little about these places and irritates them with his questions. Lucas says he's taught a lot of impatient students, but Larry is different, and that's great. Cheryl also notes that Larry has a unique ability, and it is unlikely that the master would send someone untalented to them. Larry thanks them for their understanding and says that he will now be happy to work with them for the common goal. After a few moments, Celeste reaches level 30, and she begins to undergo new transformations thanks to this. Lucas asks Larry what's going on, to which he replies that his pet has reached rank 30. Larry speculates that after reaching level 30, the pet receives a boost in the form of another skill. He also reveals that he can now use his giant dragon for riding. However, after a few moments it becomes clear that the transformation is not limited to the ability to ride a horse. Chuck and Cheryl recommend that Larry see the dragon, as such a powerful flame rises even into the sky. Larry himself is surprised by this, and cannot understand what is happening to Celeste, and what transformations are taking place in her body. Moments later, she gains a second form as a black dragon called Destroyer. Larry says that this is probably due to Celeste's transition to the second rank, and now she can be considered an adult. Lucas notes that controlling such animals requires proper equipment, but Larry already has everything. Lucas notes that all of Larry's equipment is high quality and can provide a 10% boost to all stats. Larry says his saddle is designed for dragons and allows him to combine Celeste's power with his attacks. Cheryl wonders what this wonder of the world is, as they have never seen anything like it. The balance of this system remains highly questionable, as the dragon tamer is clearly its favorite. Cheryl says she used to think Larry was a burden, but now it's the other way around, and she'd like to have a saddle like that herself. Larry thanks Celeste for everything, as she helps him out every time, and suggests that they continue to work together. Chuck, meanwhile, interrupts a fight between Cheryl and Lucas, and announces that it's time to stop fighting and pay attention to Larry. He declares that they have now witnessed the rise of a great knight who will surely change this world. Larry experiences an incredible feeling as his body is filled with power, and it seems as if he is able to destroy the entire world with one hand. The saddle also gave him the ability to control the dragon's power despite this, and turned him into a real monster. Lucas notes that Knight Tamer Larry became the first true knight and the only one of his kind. Chuck reflects on how, after entering university, Larry was placed in a strong class and worked hard to gain this power. Now it becomes clear that it was just Larry's luck, who was lucky enough to get into the strongest class in this world. Any training done by ordinary people would be useless compared to him, because his starting point is too high. Larry senses the approach of dead enemies and orders Celeste to use the premonition skill. Celeste follows his command and carefully scans the area to sense any approaching danger. A few moments later, they discover strange silhouettes approaching them in large numbers and at high speed. Lucas and company notice that hidden monsters are approaching them, which from a distance look like floating people. Lucas realizes that these are not just monsters, but snow butterflies, and advises not to approach them, as they are very strong. These creatures can hide during blizzards and snowfalls, but skills or receiving wounds can remove their disguise. Lucas says that snow butterflies are nocturnal creatures with high stealth and lethal skills. Larry smiles and asks if the butterfly is that dangerous, and then immediately rushes to attack. Smiling, he notes that this is exactly what he wanted, and destroys one of these individuals with one blow. Larry's normal attacks are now accompanied by dragon energy, greatly increasing their effectiveness and making them even more lethal. Larry rushes into the attack without thinking, crushing each monster one by one. Chuck notes that the monsters are killing countless of their comrades, but to Larry, they are just children's toys. In these conversations, they forget that they themselves have nothing to do with Larry, and he had better be careful not to die. Luckily, Larry quickly comes to their aid and destroys several monsters with one blow. Chuck is surprised that Larry is able to perform ranged attacks while on his dragon. Larry warns them of the danger, noting that only Celeste can now remove the enemy's stealth effect. Celeste uses a large area fire breath to unmask her opponents and force them to reveal themselves. After some time, they destroy all the monsters, and the squad thanks Larry for saving them again. Cheryl says they need to be more careful because they don't want Larry constantly bailing them out of trouble. Larry reports that he seems to have figured out how to ride a horse, and the snowstorm will no longer be an obstacle. Lucas notes that there is no doubt about Larry's readiness, but even the stars are not visible in the sky due to the approaching snowstorm. Cheryl says she was afraid the storm would hit them early because they wouldn't have time to get back to camp. Larry informs them that in that case, they must continue killing monsters and exploring the area to complete the task. She also extends her hand to Larry and says that they can rely on him to get them out and complete the mission. Lucas thinks about it for a while, and the team starts asking him his opinion on the matter. A few moments later, he shakes Larry's hand and tells him that as long as he is with them, they will never retreat and will fight. After a while, they retreat to a safe distance from the camp and continue to smash enemies left and right. Each creature leaves behind a little bit of experience, but this time Larry manages to find a small gem. Larry quickly picks it up, thinking that he has finally managed to get the ice crystal he was looking for. He is happy that he will be able to bring it as a souvenir for his mentor and give it as a gift. After this, he turns to his comrades and says that they can now go out, since it is already safe here. Tangled in his warm clothes, they ask if he just killed over 1,000 butterflies single-handedly. Larry replies that he doesn't know because he killed indiscriminately, and Chuck is friendly and envious of his strength. Lucas reports that they have advanced more than 100 miles along the route, but are running low on supplies. Chuck supports the idea of returning, as he can no longer withstand such stress without rest. Larry looks at his dragon and notes that she agrees, and since it's too cold outside, they should go back. Cheryl is ordered to plant a mark, after which the group begins to move back. Immediately after this, the giant device is driven into the ground using incredible physical force. The system reports that this is a signal transmission beacon that allows communication between different squads. Lucas tells the protagonist that when the weather calms down, another squad will arrive here and set up camp. Larry approaches the captain and asks where his griffins went, assuming they returned to camp. After some time, an unknown creature approaches the lighthouse, which has clearly already lost all obvious signs of life. As we get closer, it becomes clear that this is a dead fighter who has risen from the dead with the help of the blood moon magic. A few days later at the camp, Lucas says that he will report everything to the master, and then they will sort it out themselves. Larry asks Cheryl if she knows anyone who could help with processing the ice crystals. Cheryl replies that this is done by Old Man Cherry, who is in the supply squad and usually does not go on sorties. She immediately asks if Larry wants to give the girl a gift, but Larry replies that it's just a friend. After this, Larry turns around and says that he is very grateful to her and will now head to the blacksmith. Cheryl looks at him, then puts her hand on her chest to feel something very important. She takes out a jelly with a crystal, which is a very valuable accessory, usually given as a keepsake. After looking at it for a while, She kisses it so that the memories of the man who gave her this crystal will give her strength. After this, she hides it again behind her clothes and prepares for the next sortie. Meanwhile, we are transported to the blacksmith's workshop, where the old man informs us that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Smiling, he notes that in 2 days he will make a new wonder of the world out of this crystal, and the girl will be delighted. Jeff also looks into the workshop, puts his hand on Larry's shoulder, and tells him that he has been looking for him for a long time on an important matter. Larry asks what happened, to which Jeff replies that old man Lucas told him about how he saved the entire squad. With these words, Jeff hangs a bronze badge on Larry's clothes and explains that without it the squad would have perished. Jeff states that when the others discovered the griffins, they were dying, and his comrades' pets were killed. He also says that as soon as he saw the speed at which his dragon was consuming the supplies, he immediately understood its power. Larry remarks that the dragon hasn't been this hungry in a long time, to which Jeff replies that as long as he eats in peace, he can show something. With these words, Jeff hands Larry several sheets of paper and explains that his people recently obtained this data. Larry examines them carefully and reports that this is very surprising news. The photos show a giant skeleton, and Jeff claims that one of the participants in the international tournament went there. Larry notes that if it is a giant skeleton, then it is probably somehow connected to the giant eye located here. Jeff invites him to follow him and tells him that his people have obtained a video recording instead of excavations, which could be very valuable. Larry realizes that this is the key to solving the mystery of the strange creature and immediately follows it. The video shows 2 people reporting that it looks very much like the skeleton of a 6-winged angel. The girl explains that Mr. Charles is already in that very temple, which is located on the mountain nearby. Her colleague says that the group, which included a person of the Fourth Awakening, recently lost contact. They ask what these sounds are and assume that they are probably the puppets of the Holy Mountain. Suddenly they notice a man with holy wings approaching them, but something is clearly wrong with him. Moments later, he attacks them as if under the control of some strange entity. Jeff reports that the video recording ends here, and luckily his subordinate managed to escape alive and pass the recording on to them. Larry asks how dangerous this Holy Mountain slave is, and Jeff explains that she is apparently stronger than the puppet. Larry notes that this is very reminiscent of corpses under the influence of the blood moon, so the 2 phenomena are clearly connected somehow. Jeff agrees with him and adds that he has already sent the report to the higher authorities so that they can conduct an investigation. He also notes that there are a lot of such remains, and they are now called ancient gods, which Larry considers an appropriate name. Jeff suggests that Larry thinks too little is known about these creatures at this time. In his opinion, it is alarming that the monsters created by the Holy Mountain are divided into 2 categories, while the Blood Moon only has corpses. Larry concludes that in this case, they should separate the bodies into 2 categories to make the analysis easier. Jeff agrees with Larry and says that the corpses look more like slaves, which means that there are still living captives somewhere. Larry agrees with him and asks if Jeff knows what happened to the people after what happened on Holy Mountain. Jeff explains that the Holy Mountain slave killed all the members of the expedition, except for one man named Morgan. Larry remembers the man and notes that he is a candidate for an international competition, to which Jeff confirms that this is so. He recalls that after his men escaped death at the hands of a slave, Morgan was discovered meeting him near the temple. It was noticed that Morgan not only did not attack, but also behaved quite loyally towards him. This is evidenced by the fact that the mindless puppet gave Morgan the so-called essence of the Holy Mountain. Larry looks at Jeff in surprise and says that he didn't expect that such creatures could have their own essence. Jeff explains that Morgan used to be very strong, but now he has taken an essence that has taken him to another level. He immediately began to transform and changed his class to a hidden one, which is unknown to anyone, now acquiring the appearance of a saint. Jeff explains that there is no data on this class in any country, and people have tried to find out something, but without success. Jeff states that it is best to avoid Morgan at the competition, since the guy apparently has the power of one of the ancient gods. Larry notes that there is no need to worry about him, since Morgan is not afraid of anyone and will take first place no matter who his opponent is. 2 days later, Larry returns to the forge and finds that the gift he ordered is already ready. Larry praises his work and hands the blacksmith a bottle of quality alcohol as a token of gratitude. Cheryl opens the forge and announces that it's time for them to move out, as a new mission has arrived for their squad. The blacksmith sees them off and tells them that if they need help, they can feel free to contact him with any questions. Chuck notes that Larry has already received a bronze badge and remarks that he hasn't accomplished anything despite all his efforts. Lucas is going to see his count for 15 days, so he needs to try to get as far as possible. Larry notes that the coordinates were correct, but there is no signaling device here. Cheryl, upon discovering this damage, says that the device was most likely damaged by strong winds in the area. Larry thinks something is wrong here because it is too quiet, as if someone is trying to set up an ambush. Chuck suggests going ahead to start clearing the area, but Larry stops him, warning him it's a trap. Chuck asks Larry if he's sure about this, when suddenly a huge number of different monsters appear in front of them. They survey the surroundings and realize that they are surrounded under the control of an unknown entity, which means that someone was directing this maneuver. Larry points out that the monsters are watching them but not attacking, meaning they are under some kind of command. Lucas wonders if the Blood Moon Slave exists, and one of the monsters confirms it. Larry quickly looks around for the enemy and wonders who dared to attack them, looking up to the sky. Chuck also notices the new Blood Moon Slave, which leaves him speechless and horrified. Meanwhile, the unknown creature gradually removes its hood to reveal its appearance. Cheryl looks at him in surprise and asks how Lincoln could turn into such a pathetic excuse for a man. Lincoln shows off his new look and addresses his comrades, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Larry looks at him carefully and wonders who it is, although it is obvious. Lucas explains that he is a former officer of the Silver Badge Holder, and also the fiancée Cheryl has been looking for. Lucas adds that after the engagement, Lincoln went missing and is now a slave to the Blood Moon. Larry immediately turns his attention to Cheryl and realizes that she is in a terrible state of mind. Cheryl remembers her beloved and says that she misses him very much, hoping that she can bring him back. After a while, a familiar silhouette approaches her and tells her that he also misses her very much. An unconverted Lincoln sits down and says that they have finally met, emphasizing that he has been waiting for this for a long time. Cheryl throws herself into his arms and tells him that if it really is him, then he should come back because everyone will be happy. Lincoln tells her he can't leave, grabs her shoulders and asks if she wants to stay with him. He immediately turns into a monster and declares that she must stay to serve the gods who will awaken. Cheryl asks what he's doing and why he can't return to the human side. Lincoln explains that if she behaves well, he will give them the essence of the gods, which will give them power. He starts threatening and says that if Cheryl refuses, there will be only one outcome, and the puppets will tear them apart. Larry tries to get her to talk, but she is still under the influence of the hallucination and does not account for her actions. Lincoln continues to torture her from a distance and orders her to answer whether she wants to stay with them or be a traitor. Lucas says that they must not turn in Cheryl under any circumstances and asks if they can break through this pack. Chuck notes that even if Larry starts attacking the enemies, they are unlikely to survive because there are too many of them. Larry smiles and says that it won't be easy to escape, after which he takes up a fighting stance. Chuck asks if he plans to kill all of these opponents, and Larry replies that that is exactly his plan. He moves forward a few steps and says that there is no point in letting all the efforts go to waste. Lincoln says he is very sorry, because for those who refused, there will be only one way out. After this, he rushes into attack and declares that all heretics will be killed and forcibly converted into puppets. Larry rushes forward and asks Chuck to cast a damage-preventing protection spell on himself and his comrades. Chuck follows his command and wonders what they should do next and how to get out of here. Larry says that now they can finally relax, since he will deal with the opponents himself. Immediately after, he fires an arrow upward to create a blinding effect and increase the damage fivefold. Chuck asks what this means and points out that the effect only lasts 10 seconds before wearing off. Larry declares that this time will be enough for him and then shoots Lincoln. Teleporting behind Lincoln, he summons his loyal ally Celeste in her World Destroyer form. At that very moment, a giant fiery portal opens, and from there emerges a menacing dragon that looks very majestic. Lucas turns to the protagonist and says that everyone is counting on him, because without him nothing will work. Larry tells him that he should have been more careful because they were being attacked by many different monsters. Larry prevents the local attack from activating in order to deal with the large number of enemies and keep his friends safe. He performs several swings, crushing Lincoln and beating him down, causing him to lose a massive amount of strength. Celeste doesn't lag behind, creating powerful streams of flame that set fire to the snow and all nearby enemies. No one can resist this all-consuming flame, and all monsters inevitably perish, giving up experience and valuable trophies. Chuck wonders what kind of skills these are, as he has never seen anything of such power. Lincoln slowly burns to ashes, and they wonder how this is even possible. He asks God why he was not endowed with sufficient strength to deal with this enemy. Celeste continues to attack the monsters, while Larry tries to finish off Lincoln so that he won't hurt anyone else. Once all the enemies are gone, they calmly gather around the dying Lincoln to see if everything is okay. Chuck asks to use the holy light chains to prevent him from escaping, but Larry says he can handle it himself. Cheryl sadly says that her lover has changed, and now his consciousness has completely changed. After a few moments, a terrible energy begins to emanate from his eyes and mouth, which drains the shell. Larry watches this force closely and assumes that it is somehow connected to the blood moon. Lincoln regains consciousness and asks his dear wife to leave while she still has the chance. Cheryl tells him to hold on, but the boy replies that there are other enemies, so it would be better for them to run away. Finally, he states that they are deep in the ruins and should not linger, after which he dies. Cheryl sadly realizes that she will never see her husband again, and now she will have to preserve his memory. The only decision she has left is to accept the fact that he came back to her for a few seconds to say goodbye. Lucas says that thanks to her and Celeste, they were able to survive, since the situation with Lincoln threw them off balance. They realize they need some rest to allow Cheryl to recover, when suddenly they see the strange energy again. Larry grabs his weapon and realizes that this energy is moving directly towards the location of the blood moon. He rushes forward and understands that this energy will explain the principle of the puppet's work, so he cannot lose sight of it. After dealing a powerful blow to the energy, he suddenly discovers that the essence of the corpse, which looks like a small crystal, is falling out of it. Larry remembers that Morgan got this thing during his visit to the Holy Mountain, so it can give him power. Larry muses that if he accepts it, he will be able to gain a new hidden class, but in that case, he will become a slave to the gods. Larry assumes that the same thing happened to Morgan, and believes that the object cannot harm him now if he simply holds it. Larry says they need to tell the boss about everything, but Lucas points out that they'll have to stay here a little longer first. Larry nods understandingly and states that they need to help Cheryl dig a grave and escort Lincoln on his final journey. Cheryl hopes she was sincere when she said she was bored before the battle. After this, she brings the necklace to her lips and says that she is very sorry that her dreams are not destined to come true. Larry says he was definitely sincere because everyone present heard his words. Cheryl takes a long time to take off her glasses to wipe away tears and says that she is very grateful to him for being here. After this, she turns around and becomes the strongest sister again, because military endurance does not allow a soldier to waver. The rest of the group behave very cautiously, try not to touch on this topic, and immediately go on to complete the tasks. Cheryl realizes that she must say goodbye to her beloved and think about the future that can still be saved. The next day, Jeff listens to the report and carefully examines the corpse's essence, declaring that everything is clear to him. Larry says he's been thinking about what's happening and has come to one important conclusion. Jeff asks what's on his mind, and Larry states that in order to become a god, one must fulfill certain conditions. Larry claims that animals can only become puppets, while servants retain consciousness and are capable of acting independently. He points out that with Lincoln it was different because someone was controlling it remotely, which means something is wrong. Jeff says that to become a slave, it is not enough to simply absorb the essence, because the gods themselves must choose the person. Larry asks if this power must be earned and finds that it seems plausible. Jeff recalls several dozen countries that reported the appearance of certain cults on their territory. He notes that their participants claim to be messengers of God and aggressively impose their views. Jeff says that if Lincoln was telling the truth, then these cults are messengers of the gods that need to be stopped. Larry muses that if there are more than a dozen of these cults, then there are about the same number of gods. Larry asks if this is the only inhabited place in the far north, or if there are other settlements. Jeff replies that there is no one here except this place, and suggests that the missing riders have become slaves of the enemy. Larry says that if any of the missing hunters left these lands, they definitely became slaves of the Blood Moon. He immediately recommends sending people after them to prevent a real disaster. Jeff and Larry lament that these guys served the state, and now a real hunt has been declared for them. However, they understand that there is no other choice, because otherwise people would not understand anything while they are conscious. Jeff admits that the decision is difficult for him, after which he turns his attention to the essence of the corpse. Larry says it would be a good idea to conduct an experiment to confirm his words in practice. Jeff asks in surprise if they are going to use it on living people. Larry smiles and says that it is better to use a dragon, since using it on people is inhumane. Jeff says it's even more risky since Celeste only narrowly escaped the Blood Moon's influence. Larry reassures him, claiming that he had something else in mind and had already developed a well-thought-out plan. Jeff looks at him with confusion and tries to figure out what exactly Larry is going to do with this crystal. After that, they go outside, and Jeff says that he saw his fight with Urlock, where 5 dragons participated. Larry clarifies that he only has 3 dragons, and the other 2 were summoned by souls for experiments. Larry immediately calls Emerald and asks her to summon the 2 overlords here. Emerald immediately complies with the order and turns to the dragon bone flute to summon the two souls of the dragon lords. Jeff had already seen the fight between Larry and Urlock, but these two dragons still inspire both respect and fear in him. Jeff realizes that if the final boss of the dungeon is just Larry's pet, then this guy is not so simple. Larry muses that this is the weakest dragon of all, and even if it turns into a monster, it can be killed. After this, he turns his attention to Jeff and asks him to be ready to engage in battle if necessary. He also turns to Emerald and orders her to command the dragons to consume the stone. He instantly throws the stone into the air, preparing for the best-case scenario. The dragon swallows the stone without a twinge of conscience, and at first no serious changes occur within him. However, after a few moments, the dragon's eyes begin to glow brighter than usual, and its body darkens. After some time, a dark aura envelops him, and at first it may seem that he is under the influence of the blood moon. The second dragon, Emerald, Larry, and Jeff step aside and watch how this terrible transformation will end. Jeff already grabs the weapon, getting ready to run, since the dragon could turn into a slave. But Larry stops him. Watching the transformation of the two dragons carefully, he says that it is not worth killing them now. He turns to Emerald and explains that she must seize control to prevent something irreparable. Emerald uses the Emerald Light skill to constantly bless those targeted. Larry says that the twin overlords are a subspecies of dragons, so they need to be constantly fed with blessings. One of the dragons gradually comes under the control of a dark entity, which neutralizes all the effects of the blessing. The dragon destroys everything with a powerful flap of its wings and lets out a loud roar. But it is too early to give up. Emerald Paw has no intention of losing her comrades, so she rushes forward again with even greater effort. Her body begins to glow brighter, and she again attempts to envelop the dragons in blessings to help them resist the moon's influence. Jeff asks irritably what's going on here and what they should do now. After some time, the dragons fully regain control of themselves, although their strength changes. Emerald maintains control and now has two demonic dragon lords. Jeff says his assumptions are correct. If you obey the ancient god, you will have to give him your soul. Jeff laughs and admits that he did the right thing by not killing the dragons, and Larry declares that he wants to test their abilities. Jeff reminds Larry that they have received valuable information, but there is more, and reminds Larry about the temple. Larry nods and adds that they urgently need to go to the ruins to study them as quickly as possible. After some time, he joins the squad, and they go forward, saying that the ruins are already waiting for them. Larry points out that Lincoln spoke of ruins, so the answers to all questions can surely be found there. The system reports that they are approaching the map's coverage area, and Cheryl spots something ahead. She happily notes that they are finally out of the storm, and will now be able to see some normal sky. Having emerged from the endless clouds, they are amazed by the incredibly beautiful views that open up before their eyes. Chuck discovers a fairly large lake and wonders if it is a frozen sea. The squad decides to land nearby, and Lucas discovers a chain under the ice, wondering where it leads. Larry receives a system notification that each treasure has been activated and that he is in the right place. After a while, it becomes clear that he has hit the real jackpot, as another dragon egg appears in front of him. Larry carefully studies the system notification, which informs him that in front of him is a blue dragon egg of an unknown level. Just as he decides to take it, he notices another small mound covered in snow. He quickly digs up the mound and discovers a small suitcase with something interesting inside. Opening the suitcase, he finds a special book that allows him to enhance his dragon's magic by 100%. Larry realizes that he has a blue dragon egg, and once it hatches, they will be able to use skills together. The squad wonders why he is standing still, but Larry decides to hide his new discovery from them. Smiling, he says he was just thinking, and adds that he has a feeling they have reached the far north. Lucas notes that they have explored most of the territory, but there are still many unexplored places here, so they need to be on guard. He also says that the bloody mountains stretch for thousands of kilometers, but end right here. Larry says it's too early to speculate and they just need to move on. Lucas reminds his comrades that they have no idea what dangers they might face, so they need to be on guard. Chuck says he'd like to move on, and Cheryl suggests he stay with her and they set up camp. Larry announces that he will leave camp for a short while to scout the area while the others set it up. They let him go, not doubting his incredible power, and Larry summons Celeste in her World Destroyer form. Celeste immediately responds to his call and assumes her most threatening form. Lucas says that while they are setting up camp, Larry should come back if he notices anything strange. Larry spreads his wings and announces that he will definitely do everything as instructed. He immediately takes off and announces that they will be moving forward with Celeste. 2 hours later, they continue to explore the area and discover that it is a very large space. Larry specifically emphasizes that there is no end in sight here, and it is unclear where the entrance to the temple ruins is. After a while, the system warns him that he is entering the territory of ancient ruins, and Larry quietly exhales. Larry looks down and realizes that everything is repeating the state from which he received the video recording about Morgan. He realizes that there is something here similar to what the Morgan family faced, so he needs to remain cautious. Celeste becomes worried, and Larry asks her what's wrong, trying to figure out the reason for her strange behavior. Taking a closer look, he understands why the dragon is acting strangely, and a chilling shudder runs through his entire body. He looks at the huge coffin with chains, covered in ice, and he wonders how this coffin got there. Larry activates his observation skill to get at least some clues, but finds nothing. He decides to take a closer look and discovers a strange stain next to the coffin, which is gradually flowing into the water. Celeste becomes more nervous, and Larry tries to calm her down so that she doesn't do anything rash. Larry understands why she's worried, because there could be something worse here than the ghost from the cursed village. After a while, the strange amorphous mass begins to move towards Larry, and he realizes that they have been noticed. The ice begins to slowly crack, and Larry decides that there is nothing more to do here, and he needs to leave as quickly as possible. He realizes that the creature is much faster than he initially thought, and decides to use the wind's blessing. Only with the help of a serious boost does he manage to break the distance with this entity. Larry rushes forward, leaving behind a bright flash, covering several kilometers in 1 second. Larry turns around one last time and notices that the creature has suddenly slowed down and is no longer pursuing him. However, the reason for the creature's aggressive behavior still remains a mystery to him. Larry is pleased that his stats while flying stack with those of the dragon. Meanwhile, his comrades have already set up camp and are waiting for his return, hoping for news. Noticing giant silhouettes in the air, they are glad that their comrade is finally returning. Larry lands next to them, creating a small blizzard due to the dragon's gigantic wingspan. Chuck asks what happened, and Larry reveals that there is a very powerful being in the ruins. He seriously notes that they need to return to camp as quickly as possible to pass on the information. Chuck agrees that the situation is indeed serious, since even Larry chose to retreat rather than rush into battle. 15 minutes later, they find themselves at headquarters to review the video received from another country. Jeff advises that it is best not to continue exploring this area to avoid losses. Larry notes that the coffin is sealed, and the creature underwater was so strong that even Celeste became nervous. Jeff says that since even the dragon was scared, this area of the ruins will be considered a forbidden zone, which cannot be approached. He asks Lucas to cancel all research expeditions in that direction, and send the coordinates of the lake to the capital. Jeff adds that the research mission is declared complete, and they will now be providing security around the ruins. After this, he turns to Larry and notes that in less than a month, the team has made enormous progress in their research. He hands Larry a badge and informs him that the Griffin Riders officially recognize him and consider him their equal. Larry thanks him and says that it is now his duty as a Griffin Rider. At first, he wants to refuse, since he already has a bronze medal. But Jeff insists that this badge will definitely come in handy. Lucas points out that there are only 19 people in their unit who have silver brooches, and now Larry even outranks Lucas. Larry says he will respect the chain of command and always listen to the advice of his elders to avoid making mistakes. Lucas notes that if that's all, they should contact scientists for consultation. Jeff says everyone is free to go, but Larry stays behind to discuss something important with him. Once they are alone, Jeff notes that they have made significant progress since his arrival. He also says that the period for which he lent Larry the information is coming to an end, and gives him information about all the tournament candidates. Larry realizes that the tournament starts in 2 weeks, and it's time to start preparing for departure by carefully studying the list of candidates. Jeff asks Larry if he's forgotten about the competition, and reminds him about the other guys, to which Larry replies that he doesn't want to leave. Larry claims to have become much stronger thanks to his strengthened bond with his dragon, and is now even able to ride it. Jeff says he's glad to hear it, as the director personally prepared the folder especially for Larry. At this time, we are transported to the country of Tin Quan, beyond the forest, which is teeming with powerful creatures and serious monsters. Charles continues to hone his skills by hunting down any living creature he comes across, and killing it without the slightest mercy. Sally looks at him with fear, and asks why they are here for so long, since his pet has already evolved. Charles notes that in a little while, they will be able to move on to the next stage of development, by absorbing the life energy of other beings. Suddenly, peaceful townspeople appear before them, surprised that the prince and princess decided to visit them. The townspeople ask if they really came to personally deal with the beast, and add that it is a great honor for them. Charles looks at them with an angry look, and says that he gladly accepts their invitation to his house. Immediately after this, he gives his beast the command to attack them and suck out all the strength from them. The peasants try to escape, frightened by the monsters that are preparing to tear them apart. Chester tries to stop Charles, saying that there is no point in harming civilians, since they are not guilty of anything. Charles states that in order to progress to the next stage, the beast needs to absorb more souls, and it doesn't matter which ones. Charles emphasizes that his beast will simply kill people, and it is a great honor for them to be eaten to help it develop. Charles turns to Chester and notes that he joined their family a long time ago, but still amazes everyone with his naivety. Chester remains silent, but now he finally understands the serious problems he faces. At this time, we are transported to the country of Hainan, to the assembly hall, where 3 candidates from this state have gathered at once. A candidate named Kiran proposes that others collaborate to achieve a high place in the tournament. A candidate named Vela agrees, noting that she doesn't mind collaborating, as it would be difficult for them if the information were to leak. Another person named Sheridan says they find themselves at the bottom of the list every year and it's time to change that. Together they decide to act as a team to earn the top spots. Thus, a mysterious union of talented fighters is born, ready to do anything to achieve their goal. We now move to the land of Xing, near an active volcano, where another candidate is honing his skills for the upcoming competition. His assistants politely inform him that the head of the family has ordered preparations to leave for the national competition. A proud, armored candidate named Andrew celebrates that he will finally be able to go to the international tournament. We return to the ruins of the Temple of the Holy Mountain, where Morgan merged with the essence of the Holy Mountain. An important official informs him that it is time to go to the state of Tin Quan, and asks if he is ready for battle. Morgan proudly replies that he will definitely defeat all opponents and bring glory to his country. 2 days later, Larry continues to study the background of all the contenders, and realizes that he has a tough fight ahead of him. Jeff comes up to him to check on him and asks how his preparations for the competition are going. The squad happily supports Larry, noting that he is obliged to take first place in the tournament no matter what. Jeff asks if Larry is ready to go to his homeland or if he needs a little more time. Larry smiles and says that he has already found out everything he needs, so they can head towards the university. The next morning, Larry comes to the principal's office to talk to him alone. He is immediately let in and carefully opens the door, apologizing in advance for disturbing those present. Shen, surrounded by 2 guards, announces that the director is away, so he will be in charge of all matters concerning the tournament. After this, Larry points to 2 guards and says that they are shadow guards, who are here to ensure his safety. Larry sits down and asks Shen if he will go with him to the competition instead of the dean, to which Shen replies that everything will be exactly like that. Shen adds that Larry recently returned from the far north, but he will have another trip coming up soon. Shen assures Larry that if he needs anything, he can ask for it right away, and Larry notes that he does indeed have a request. Larry asks if the university can get him a scroll that will allow him to increase the number of pet spots. Shen asks in surprise if Larry has found another dragon, swallowing his tea with difficulty. Larry says that he is just getting ready for it, and Shen replies that the scroll is not that expensive, but they do not have it yet. Larry approaches the guards and asks if he can spend the rest of the day solving his problems at home. He is allowed to do whatever he wants, but the guards continue to follow him like shadows, causing no trouble. Hillary is delighted to see him back and tells him that she missed him very much, and Larry's other friends react similarly. Hillary immediately calls him to the table and informs him that she has prepared a truly exquisite meal for him today. Larry says he really missed his aunt's cooking while he was on assignment up north. Dinner drags on for 2 hours, and Larry talks about his trip to the far north, and then learns that no one touched his family. However, besides his aunt and friends, there was another person he wanted to meet to give him a gift. Looking at the piece of jewelry made for him by the blacksmith, Larry is reminded of his dear mentor, whom he deeply respects. Tina asks what the gift is, noting that it looks very expensive, but Larry immediately hides it. Others ask why he has become so secretive, to which Larry rather rudely replies that he is going for a walk. An hour later, he returns to the room where he had previously met with his partner, but she does not come. Larry also remembers Diana's number, and realizes that he needs to contact her to find out if he has the item he needs. Diana takes the call and asks if Larry has finally returned from his long-awaited business trip to the north. Larry asks where the mentor is, to which Diana replies, and adds that she was wondering if Larry was bored. Diana explains that if he wanted to convey something to his mentor, it is now impossible, since she has left on important business. Diana adds that if Larry came here, he could take a look at her, since before leaving the mentor asked her to give him something. Larry arrives at the auction house that evening, and Diana informs him that he already has personal security. Larry notes that they are real professionals, so they will not bother him, and notices that business is on the rise. Larry recalls that the replica dragon egg he somehow obtained brought him a good amount of money. Diana hands him a small box, informing him that it contains the item that the mentor asked him to give. Larry opens the box and discovers a legendary rank weapon called the Blazing Blade. Larry picks it up and notes that it is very comfortable and designed as if it were made for his personal needs. Larry speculates that the mentor had been watching his every move, and that was why she had set the requirements for this weapon. Diana recommends taking a closer look at the other artifacts in the box, and Larry discovers the dragon's fire tongue skill. Larry understands that his mentor cared for him very much, and he became much stronger thanks to her, although he cannot thank her. Larry takes out the letter and reads the news from his mentor, according to which she had to leave on important business. The teacher informs him that when he receives the letter with gifts, he must sort it out himself, like an adult. The mentor emphasizes that she has not forgotten her promise, and asks the blacksmith to forge the best weapon for him. Larry continues to reflect on the fact that the mentor knew about his training in the gym, so he must give it his all on his own. The mentor said that if he did not win, he would disgrace her, after which she expressed the hope that he would not forget his promise before leaving for the north. Diana watches Larry closely and asks with interest if everything was explained in order, as he looked rather strange. Larry smiles sincerely and says that he is very grateful to the mentor for the package she sent. Diana states that she is ready to help him in any situation, and Larry asks if they have a scroll to increase pet spots. Diana sadly reports that she doesn't want to upset him, but unfortunately, there are no such scrolls yet. She adds that the scroll is only used by a small number of classes, such as summoners, and is therefore not in high demand. Larry reflects that since the scroll is neither at the university nor at home, he will have to postpone summoning the dragon. Diana advises Larry not to be upset, as she carefully takes into account all his requests and writes them down in her diary. She states that if they receive a scroll or book in the dragon language, he will be the first to know and will have priority among buyers. Larry takes the gift box and thanks Diana, saying that it's late and he should go home. As Larry returns home, he reflects on what Diana promised to tell him if they got the scroll, but he is leaving tomorrow. Larry realizes that exterminating corpses in the far north has not given him much experience, and has only earned him military awards. As he gets closer to the house, he suddenly discovers Ingrid, who notices that he is late and apparently is not at all worried. Larry asks her what she is doing here, to which the girl replies that she has simply been waiting for him for a very long time. Ingrid says there was no opportunity to propose during lunch, and suggests a duel to strengthen her powers. Larry agrees, and says that he just wanted to try out the new weapon to get better accustomed to it before the tournament. Afterwards, they go to the training room, where Larry uses the skill book to gain new abilities. Ingrid is surprised that he decided to use this artifact right now, and states that in that case, she should surprise him. Intrigued, she says he tried it in the far north for quite a long time, and wonders how much of his skills he has retained. After this, she pounces and announces that the duel has officially begun, so Larry must fight at full capacity. Larry, of course, fights only with a small percentage of his strength, so as not to injure his friend. He charges the sword with demonic energy to cause it to deal even more damage in one hit. However, he notes that despite the increase in offensive characteristics, the blade feels lighter. After this, Larry makes a test strike, and is amazed that the blade seems to perfectly understand what strike he wants to make. Ingrid gets to the right distance and performs a feint using her karma skills. Larry parries the attack and reflects that the mentor was right. This blade is much better than the previous one. He decides to try another weapon, as the blade is much better than the previous one and cannot be compared. Larry rushes to the attack and tells Ingrid with a smile to watch out and not get seriously hurt. Ingrid takes a few steps to the side to return and uses the armor destruction skill. Larry counters with a daring lunge to intercept the attack and transfer the momentum of his weapon to her block. Ingrid jumps back, realizing that Larry hasn't fully mastered the blade yet, but can already fight off all of her attacks. She compliments his speed of learning, to which Larry notes that she has also become much stronger and is teaching him new attacks. Ingrid launches another powerful attack, but Larry manages to block it and jump far to the side. She approaches him and tells him that she is becoming stronger and stronger each time. Holding out her fist, she asks Larry if he can take first place, thus declaring a friendly draw. Larry makes the cherished gestures and says that he will do everything possible to achieve his goal. The next morning they see Larry off, and Hillary again cannot hold back her tears because her loved one is leaving again. The day at the university flies by, and it's time to leave for another country, so Larry moves on. The international tournament begins in 3 days, and Larry's mind is filled with words of encouragement from his dear comrades. For him, This is a ticket to the list of the best masters in the country, and the key to becoming the strongest in the world. Larry makes a firm promise to himself that he will win this confrontation no matter what. After some time, Shen comes closer and announces that they have finally arrived at their destination. He points out that a military observer is already waiting, and Larry asks who this observer is. Shen explains that each state sends not only a candidate, but also a military observer. Shen says that the observer is appointed by the university administration, so it is necessary to be respectful when meeting. Shen wanted to say something else, but suddenly the guards kneeled before the appearance of another person. Larry looks at them in surprise and wonders what this means and why they are acting so strange. The unknown old man says that they shouldn't have behaved like that, since he doesn't demand that much respect. He recommends that they stand up and turns his attention to Larry, asking if he is the candidate everyone is talking about. Shen greets Elder Hong and asks if he really came personally to meet Larry. Elder Hong reports that it has never been a big problem for him to meet his candidate, and Larry greets him. The elder smiles back and says it's nice to be a young dragon tamer. Elder Hong states that since ancient times, heroes have proven themselves at a young age, and it is in Larry's best interest to succeed in this tournament. Larry promises to do his best to make this happen, and the elder says that he is friends with Jeff, so he knows about Larry well. Turning around, the elder heads to the car and calls them to follow him, telling them that they need to get to the banquet on time and not keep others waiting. Larry asks Shen who Elder Hong is, and he reveals that his full name is Hong Fabi. Larry understands that he is one of the most influential people in their state, and even Jeff is under his control. Larry realizes that if the elder supported him at the first meeting, it means that he has studied his personal file and now has useful connections. Once in the car, Larry immediately asks Shen why he doesn't feel the same powerful energy from the elder that is typical for him. Larry suggests that either he is too low level to sense it, or the elder is carefully hiding his power. Sheng smiles and says that Elder Hong is not hiding anything, he is simply a level 40 chef. Larry is very surprised to hear this, but Shen states that even in a difficult world, other professions are ignored. Shen reports that only one of the 3 elders has a combat class, while the other 2 have normal classes. Larry reflects on how elders usually show off their skills and were still able to achieve such heights. After a while, the guard approaches the candidate and informs them that they have finally arrived, and they stop at the building. The reporters, who have been here for several hours, immediately turn to each other, informing each other that the candidate has arrived. They approach him, trying to get a short interview, but are pushed away and told that there will be no interview. Larry reflects that the town is small, so they got to the hotel quickly, but there are too many people here. After a while, the car stops and everyone turns around, asking questions about what is going on, because there is already another candidate here. That evening, Larry is getting ready for a banquet, and notices that a huge number of journalists have gathered there. Larry complains that he can't even go outside, but Shen says there's nothing to see, and it's better to stay in the hotel. Larry notes that he still hasn't noticed Morgan, and Shen explains that their country never reveals the candidate before the competition begins. Larry realizes that something is clearly wrong here, and starts looking around when he suddenly notices his friend. We are talking about Charles, who is sitting calmly at his desk and talking with his handlers. They notice him too, and give him a few sullen glances, showing that they are not happy to see Larry here. Charles's handler suddenly perks up when he sees Elder Hong and says he didn't expect him to show up. After this, he introduces himself as Circus and says that he is the curator from Tin Quan's side and the organizer of the tournament. Elder Hong approaches Larry's table and announces that they have met again, not hiding his goodwill. Circus claps loudly to get everyone's attention and announces that if everyone is here, they can begin. The others are happy that the banquet is finally about to begin, and notice that there is a pleasant atmosphere and delicious food. Shen says that they are used to their dishes, but in this country the dishes are a little different, so it is better not to react. Larry tries to understand what he means, but as soon as the trays are placed on the tables, he looks at the food in surprise. He thinks it's a state banquet, but Elder Hong explains that their country is short on resources. Larry reflects on how much he misses his aunt, because he has never tasted better food. He remembers that she still has some of her dishes in her luggage, so he can just bring them here. Meanwhile, Andrew starts complaining, saying that the dishes taste terrible, are too small and disgusting. Charles informs that if he doesn't want to eat, he can abstain, since barbarians are not welcome here anyway. Andrew takes this seriously and gets to his feet, ordering them to repeat what was said, and they try to calm him down. Andrew, being a temperamental man, declares that Charles must not be seen by him during the tournament if he wants to live. Charles replies irritably that he must behave in exactly the same way if he does not want to return home in a galvanized coffin. Andrew's curator asks where he's going, to which he replies that he's getting out of here because it's impossible to eat. However, after a few moments he is stopped by a very delicious smell, and for a while he forgets all his sorrows. Elder Hong sits at the table and opens a couple of dumplings, saying that they smell very delicious. Shen asks why he brought so much food with him, and Larry says that his aunt gave it all to him. Andrew lingers near their table for a moment, and Larry immediately notices him. Smiling, Larry offers Andrew to help himself to this food, since what the locals have prepared for them is clearly not as tasty. Larry points out that they didn't have time to enjoy the local delicacies, and decided it would be better if they ate something of their own. Andrew thanks him for his generosity, and says that in this case he will not be modest and will take a rather large dumpling. After he tried it, Andrew felt that he had never tasted such a delicious dinner in his long life. Larry says it's all for nothing, as he's just glad he enjoyed what they cooked. Turning to his comrades, Larry also recommends that they try all of this, since he brought it to share. The rest of the participants watch as Andrew endlessly praises the cuisine of Larry's state. Shen reports that his aunt is a master of her craft, and a true culinary goddess who should be worshipped. Charles becomes even more angry, causing him to break the chopsticks he had been using all this time. Circus immediately notices this and interrupts his attempts to create a scene, telling him that he must behave calmly. After this, Circus gets up from the table and addresses everyone professionally, announcing that it is time to talk. He states that the presentation is almost complete, so it's time to present the tournament map. After this, he presses a button on his remote control, and a large collage of photographs appears in front of the players. Larry reflects on the fact that there are 9 locations in total, each home to different monsters. Circus says the kingdom has chosen 9 different locations across the planet to create the most expansive tournament zone yet. He adds that the points for killing will depend on the rarity of the monsters they encounter in these zones. Circus emphasizes that they have introduced special tasks into the tournament structure. He explains that each location will have different tasks, for completing which points will also be awarded. Circus adds that points will be awarded immediately after completing a mission, and mission conditions will be determined randomly. Larry reflects that everyone knows exactly what he's getting at, but no one says the obvious out loud. Kieran reports that they understand the rules, but he still doesn't lie with a single word. Circus explains that the skull on the map refers to another rule, which is the presence of a dungeon. Kieran asks what a dungeon is, assuming it's another in-game mechanic. Circus explains that each zone contains a dungeon that moves randomly around the map and contains a boss. Circus also states that in addition to serious monsters, these dungeons contain themes from the 9 worlds. Everyone is shocked by this news, reporting that these demons almost destroyed the kingdom of Tin Quan. Shen tells the protagonist that 50 years ago these monsters broke free and nearly destroyed the entire state. Elder Hong reports that they were resealed by the 5 Fourth Awakening Masters, who were the true heroes of Tin Quan. Larry understands that if we are talking about an ancient monster that only 5 masters can cope with, this is a serious adventure. Kieran says that usually the power of such monsters decreases during the test, and asks by how much exactly. Circus smiles genuinely and says that it's a good question, but they didn't reduce the monster's strength by 1%. Participants note that this is simply suicide, and that a real massacre is clearly ahead. Andrew reports that even for those who have already reached level 60, a team of at least 10 people is needed to deal with the monster. Larry immediately raises his hand and asks how many points can be earned for killing such a monster. Kieran advises that this is a very risky way to earn points, so it's best not to even think about it. Circus says he doesn't know how confident Larry is that he thinks killing a demon will score big. Quickly turning away, Circus says that if there are no more questions, that's the best place to end the presentation. The participants watching this exhale in irritation, realizing that this time the tournament will be very difficult. Elder Hong addresses Shen and Larry, telling them that they should go to their rooms and rest. Elder Hong says this tournament will be one of the most interesting yet, and is looking forward to Larry's performance. Larry is in his room, reflecting on how he has no idea what Morgan will do, but Charles will clearly not stand aside. After this, Larry discovers that someone is already making predictions about who will take first place, and Morgan and Andrew are in the lead. Larry is surprised that the media put him on the same level as Charles, and did not appreciate his abilities. Larry knows he doesn't particularly trust the media, but he'll have to keep an eye on one person. This man is an unknown swordsman named Ludwig, who came here from another country. The next morning marks the start of the international tournament, and all the participants come out to the stadium. The presenter asks everyone to look up to notice a very important detail. Larry looks up to see a giant portal that will take them to the secret realms where the competition will be held. A few moments later, the portal comes into action and begins to pull all participants in an unknown direction. Larry reflects that everything is ready, and he would be glad to be in some good place where he can level up. Smiling, Larry expresses genuine joy that the competition is finally starting, and that he will become even stronger. Meanwhile, Hillary and company are watching the tournament on TV screens, as the event is broadcast everywhere. The presenter announces that the final places in the competition will depend on the points scored by a particular candidate. He also adds that the winner will be the one who scores the most points and passes all the tests. The presenter emphasizes that all candidates have entered the kingdom, and asks who will win this struggle. Larry receives a system notification that he has entered the secret realm of the international tournament. Looking around, he realized that this place seemed very familiar to him, since it was located somewhere in the far north. After this, he activates his system map, built into his wristwatch, to figure out where he should be. He finds that he is currently in the very center of the map, and judging by the rank, no one has scored any points yet. He also receives an indication that the first objective of the mission, which needs to be completed, is nearby. Larry muses that whoever gets the most points becomes the target for the other candidates, and the rules are pretty simple. After this, 2 portals open at once to summon Celeste and Constellation in order to protect yourself. Larry approaches Constellation and asks if she would be willing to level up with her sister. The Constellation sits on his shoulder and curls up, demonstrating that she is not very interested in all this. Larry realizes that this kid never listens to him, after which he happily announces that they should go ahead and look for the dungeon. Charles, in turn, finds himself in a desert location where he spent a lot of time. Charles looks around irritably and says that this desert is painfully familiar to him. Without thinking twice, he releases his abyssal hunters to obtain the necessary amount of living material for him. He also uses the split skill to make the hunters split into parts and hide in different spots. Each such part can transmit information while maintaining a sufficient level of secrecy, and also enter into symbiosis with others. Larry realizes that, given the hunters' resurrections, he can come back to life 9 times, meaning he is practically immortal. However, a few moments later, one of his personalities is hit by a ball and instantly destroyed. Ludwig reports that, unfortunately, he only has 8 attempts left to return to life. Charles asks him why he is killing his servants, since they agreed to cooperate so as not to cause problems. Ludwig puts away his sword and says that he was just wondering if he would get points for killing these creatures. He adds that he still has 8 lives left, so there's no need to get angry, and they can kill the bosses together. Charles nudges him with his shoulder and says, there is no time to waste on pointless talk. Ludwig doesn't move away, and explains that they had to try hard to be teleported to the same point. Charles reveals that they are proceeding with a plan in which he kills Larry, and Ludwig takes on the Black Dragon. Charles also says that when he moves, he scans the surrounding area and attacks people. Ludwig begins to doubt the viability of their plan, stating that if they encounter the demon, he will not be able to resurrect. Charles announces that since they have become allies, this means that he will take Larry under his protection. Ludwig looks at his body in surprise and wonders what happened, but Charles tells him not to worry. Ludwig nevertheless feels that this is a very serious spell that will affect him in the future. His strength suddenly leaves him, he falls to his knees, and Charles informs him that they are now bound to each other by an abyssal contract. He emphasizes that now he can be resurrected along with Charles, but if Charles dies, then he will die too. Ludwig informs him that these are very peculiar conditions for their alliance, and asks Larry not to worry about backstabbing. Ludwig asks if Larry wants to move faster, but Sally says that the task needs to be completed first. Ludwig discovers that they have passed the mission's start marker, and wonders where Larry is going. Charles explains that it is just a trap that was set on each map, and only he knows where the real targets are. Ludwig looks at him in surprise and asks what this trap is and what will happen to those who fall into it. Charles smiles and decides not to reveal all his cards, stating that Larry will soon find out everything and stressing that this task is impossible. 5 hours later, the leaderboard notes that the leadership picture has changed significantly since the previous tests. Some note that in previous years there were 3 main rivals for the top spots, but now the situation has changed. Observers note that information has appeared online that the candidate from the country of Lune was placed on the same line as Ludwig through connections. Circus relishes these rumors, which he likely helped spread, but knows that this won't get him very far. Elder Hong watches what is happening with genuine interest and calmly makes himself some tea. Larry, meanwhile, tries to find the dungeon, but it does not appear despite his persistent search. Several giant-level lions appear in front of him at once, each of which is worth only 84 points. Larry decides not to waste his time on them and simply dodges them to fly away. He recalls that the number of points for them is even less than for the weakest enemy in the north. Larry understands that in order to earn as many points as possible, he needs to take on tasks and kill bosses or other candidates. After some time, he sees a giant bluish explosion and tries to understand what is happening there. The system notifies him that a mission start point has appeared in front of him, and Larry is glad that they have at least found something. Meanwhile, Sheridan continues to fight to the death, as he has been unlucky enough to encounter a serious enemy. The giant enemy, despite having reduced characteristics compared to the usual northern one, still creates difficulties. Sheridan understands that without the third awakening, it will be very easy for him, despite the fact that he was able to defeat this enemy. After this, he is glad that he was able to reach the point with the task before everyone else. However, his happiness is short-lived, as a huge dragon lands on him, immediately kicking up snow. Sheridan looks at him with some fear, and notes that the giant dragon is warning of Larry's presence. Larry, in turn, doesn't even greet him and calmly analyzes the notification system, assessing his enemy. After this, he heads towards him without wasting time explaining his behavior. Sheridan is very tense, but Larry walks past him without a word and continues walking in the direction he was going. Sheridan finds him very arrogant and recalls that Jeff once caused trouble for his ruler. Sheridan realizes that if he can teach Larry a lesson, this will be his chance to become a powerful and great hero. Immediately after this, he rushes into attack and orders the protagonist to stop immediately for crimes against his country. In order to delay Larry, he uses the water cage's skill to prevent the target from escaping for 20 seconds. Sheridan wonders if Larry was busy fighting and decided to quietly complete the mission. Sheridan thinks this is very naive behavior, but Celeste delivers a powerful punch right to his face. He understands that he acted very intuitively, because this is a real dragon, with whom one cannot act carelessly. Larry smiles and tries to get out of the cage, noting that Sheridan has too high an opinion of himself. He states that he only has 5,000 points, and that this is too little for him. So he is not interested in Larry. Sheridan can't believe that his skill has absolutely no effect, despite being higher in level than Larry. Sheridan muses that even if he loses the competition, he should still try to kill Larry and become a national hero. Celeste reads his intentions and unleashes a powerful and loud blast of ice to knock him to the ground again. Immediately after this, she comes closer to him and prepares to melt him with her fiery breath. Larry considers that it would be better to think through his actions carefully, after which he decides to accept the task. Having accepted the mission, he realizes that he is now tasked with destroying the demon of the 9 worlds as quickly as possible. Sheridan understands that it is all over. This enemy will surely finish him off at the first opportunity, and he will not be able to escape. However, after a few moments, a large silhouette of a giant monster flashes in the sky, enraged by the violation of territory. The creature lands next to them, and Sheridan immediately tries to run away in order to survive and continue the fight. It becomes clear that this is the boss who is guarding the mission point, but has been in ambush all this time. Sheridan is glad that even God is on his side, because Larry will definitely die fighting him. However, after a few moments, the boss switches to Sheridan and appears next to him. He looks closely at his victim and understands that there is no way she can resist his powerful blows. Sheridan realizes he has become a typical victim of premature celebration and needs to be much more careful. However, suddenly a bright glow appears behind the giant Yeti monster. The monster turns around to see what's going on, but is immediately cut into several pieces. Celeste rushes into the attack to finish off the remains of this monster and prevent it from escaping. She uses the skill Heaven's Breach to deliver 2 powerful attacks using Chai energy. Larry stands in the enemy's way and notices that this monster is quite large, but still too weak. Sheridan is surprised to find that a huge crack has formed next to him, created by this dragon. Sheridan understands that if this attack was directed at him, he would definitely die, so there is no point in fighting them. Larry comes closer to him, and Sheridan understands that it's all over, because now he doesn't have a single chance. He closes his eyes and wonders if this will really be such an inglorious and sudden end for him. Sheridan simply asks for forgiveness and mercy, but Larry has no intention of fighting him and simply passes by. Sheridan is surprised that he was spared and tries to find out why this happened. He asks Larry if he will let him go, but Larry is too busy to answer this question. Sheridan also decides to find out what task this man has taken and comes closer to calculate his actions. It becomes clear that the young man has taken on a mission to destroy the demons of the 9 worlds. Shen wonders how this is even possible, and who came up with the idea of giving such serious tasks to ordinary participants. He immediately accuses Circus of making the task impossible, but Circus suggests that he keep a low profile. Shen grabs him by the clothes and reminds him that he doesn't dare talk to him like that, because there are clearly flaws in their competition. Circus notes that he is not a representative of the country of Lun, which means he has no right to command. He adds that if Shen continues to behave so badly, he will simply be kicked out, and Elder Hong recommends calming down. Smiling, he notes that even a representative is powerless to change anything and suggests discussing the current situation. From his point of view, such assignments are given out in order to help their own and harm other candidates. Shen wonders why Elder Hong, despite understanding the situation, does nothing to help Larry. Elder Hong points out that certain difficulties will lead to nothing, since in the face of absolute power, there is nowhere to escape. He smiles and points out that this impossible task is exactly what Larry needs. Shen decides to just calm down and watch what's happening, paying attention to the screen. After some time, he is surprised to discover that Larry has already reached the boss's location. Larry, meanwhile, actually finds the dungeon, which is a geometric figure hanging in the sky. Larry happily notes that they have finally found this place, and now it is time to attack it in order to capture it. The system informs him that the army of the 9 worlds has awakened, and a large number of bats are attacking him. Larry wonders why these animals are here, because they belong in the zoo. He notes that it doesn't matter anyway, since he will still destroy them to earn rating points. After this, he turns to the Constellation and tells her that he has come to fight and gain experience. Jumping up, he orders Constellation to take on the form of a destroyer to destroy everyone. The transformation takes only a few seconds, and the same unstoppable monster appears before him again. Larry also recommends that she pay attention to the ground, as there are a large number of monsters there. Demons who had been lying in ambush the entire time and waiting for the right moment to attack, burst out from underground. Larry comments that this is very cool and hopes that there will be more enemies since he needs to level up. Celeste uses the Scarlet Flame skill to accompany normal attacks with energy and strengthen the dragon's attacks. Larry watches the approaching monsters and realizes that killing them one by one will take too long. After this, he uses the Dragon Impulse skill to increase all stats of himself and his pets by 30%. After this, he rushes forward, drawing his legendary bow, and orders everyone to prepare for the legendary technique, World on Fire. Celeste concentrates all her strength in her chest to release as much fire as possible at the right moment. At the right moment, she releases several fire tornadoes with a loud roar, which deal great damage. Larry realizes that Celeste's spiritual stats are approaching 26,000, so there won't be any problems with the cleanup. He charges up his Shadow Serpent skill and continues to prepare for further bombardment of his enemies. Celeste continues to assist him and moves to the side, dealing massive damage to a specific area. The monsters continue to approach, seemingly ignoring the deadly projectiles flying in their direction. Larry finishes preparing another ultimate skill and notes that they should join forces right now. After this, he shoots towards Celeste to perform another combo that is only available to him. By a lucky coincidence, the protagonist's bow contains hidden energy that enhances Celeste's skills. The combination of World on Fire and the Shadow Arrows skill creates a powerful explosion that increases damage dealt by 5 times. Thus, in just a few attacks, he was able to clear the area of weak monsters and gain a large amount of experience. Thanks to this, he immediately takes first place, since he immediately earned a huge number of points. He raises his level, and the tournament spectators rejoice to see their comrade win. Shen notes that his observations are confirmed, as a complete demon cleansing has become a real opportunity for Larry. Elder Hong happily drinks his tea and notices that the Black Dragon is dealing massive area damage, which is good news. Elder Hong also expresses joy at seeing dragons, which the man had not previously recognized. Sheng states that he will arrange for tea to be served, but Elder Hong notes that tea is delicious at any time. He recommends not getting distracted and waiting for the dragons to finish fighting, and only then making tea to celebrate. Circus smiles wickedly and reflects that the joy will be short-lived, as the demon will soon attack Larry. Observers note that the boss will appear very soon, but Larry has no intention of leaving and plans to clear the dungeon. Meanwhile, Larry watches as the prison chains gradually break and a giant boulder falls down. After this, one of the giant chambers opens, and even more monsters come out. Larry realizes that if he had known about them in advance, he would have used the skill later and not wasted time clearing them out. Now he faces higher-level opponents with serious skills. There are also smaller monsters here, but they are numerous enough to make up for their weakness. Celeste and Larry, meanwhile, are not afraid of these opponents and decide to make more efforts to get rid of the remaining ones. Larry calls Constellation to his side, informing her that she can also take part in the fight. The Constellation orders them to stop, and Larry is surprised to see that she wants to deal with them herself. The monsters continue to approach, not realizing how serious the enemy in front of them is. The Constellation happily goes towards the monsters to destroy them all and gain new experience. Larry tries to stop her, but she doesn't listen and continues to act on her own, putting herself in danger. Larry turns to Celeste and notes that they need to help Constellation so she doesn't get hurt. Meanwhile, the constellation selects a new target and quickly approaches it to destroy it. The monster doesn't take her seriously and orders his small minions to attack her with regular arrows. Larry jumps to his friend and notices that Constellation is too willful and never listens to him. After a while, he begins to think that he has never seen her true strength and that perhaps he should let her show herself. The Constellation uses the skill Star-Colored Scale Armor to absorb all damage taken. She rushes forward, spinning from side to side and receiving powerful blows, but taking no damage. The giant monster swings his club, trying to deal a fatal blow, but it fails. Moments later, his attack is repelled as if it were too weak to defeat the small dragon. The two-headed ogre is indignant, but he has no choice but to await his death at the hands of the Constellation. Larry says that Celeste should stop, and notes that they won't have to worry about their feisty friend, because she's too strong. Larry also emphasizes that they shouldn't tell her what to do because she's not like everyone else. The Constellation uses its star-colored scale armor to perform a spinning attack, returning all damage taken. The attack is so powerful that the goblins are sent flying as if they were made of papier-mâché. The giant ogre looks at his opponent in bewilderment, who now decides to create a star and destroy it. Larry realizes that he'd better step aside to avoid getting damaged by the large shockwave. The Constellation continues to charge its new skill, setting fire to anyone who doesn't get close enough. A powerful wave of star napalm is created, which destroys and decomposes all who fall under its influence. All monsters that try to approach the Constellation receive a lethal dose of cosmic energy. Thus, the Shining Dragon remains the only survivor in a rather large area of damage. Larry notes that without using his shadow arrows, the Constellation's powers are already at Celeste's level. The Constellation immediately demonstrates confidence, showing that she does not suffer from low self-esteem and self-doubt. Larry praises Celeste so that serious conflicts and competition do not arise between the pets. After some time, the walls of the dungeon begin to collapse, which means the appearance of another monster. The heroes turn around to find out which enemy they will have to defeat this time. A horned toad from the Dark Mountain appears before them, having come to feed on those killed by the dragons. Larry is happy that this boss has appeared, as he will be able to quickly kill him and get a considerable amount of rewards. Toad calls upon his powers and prepares to attack as the enemy advances. The toad watches its opponents closely and shoots its tongue at them, trying to capture them. Larry says that Celeste must prepare the lava flame to provide powerful resistance to the monster. He leaps from his saddle and rushes forward to strike the toad's tongue with his powerful weapon. The toad clearly did not expect such a turn of events and is now forced to take extreme measures to survive. She calls upon her magical powers and concentrates poisonous energy around her mysterious black horn. It turns out that the horn can be used as a projectile, and she fires it towards Larry, trying to pin him to the ground. Larry orders Constellation to show all his power, realizing that the toad's attack will not be effective anyway. The Constellation continues to fight relentlessly and intercepts the powerful projectile with its small hands. Larry turns to Celeste and notes that she must act decisively and deliver another fire attack on the enemy. This time the attack turns out to be really powerful, as Celeste hates frogs very much and is ready to do anything to destroy them. The toad jumps to the side in terror, but receives a lethal dose of fire, and its health quickly decreases. After this, she is stunned, and now all that remains is to await her death. Larry drops down and delivers a powerful blow with his weapon to finish her off in one hit. The Constellation begins to hover above the toad, preparing to perform another finishing move, although it is no longer necessary. She takes aim and throws the horn with great speed, the sharp side of it, at the toad's head, pinning it to the ground. Larry notes that they did a great job, as dungeons are the best place to level up and improve skills. Observers begin to lean their sympathies towards Larry as he displays immense strength. Shen notes that Larry has become much stronger in the far north to cope with this challenge. Circus enters the office and wonders what's wrong with Larry, and how he managed to deal with an entire army of monsters. He orders the parameters of the dungeon to be checked, assuming that the candidate might have found a loophole. Circus muses that no one but the family heir is capable of killing the demon of the 9 realms. He hopes to catch him breaking the rules, but the staff note that no violation has been detected. Circus asks them what they are saying and is told that they can retest, but Larry is absolutely clear. Circus calls them idiots and orders them to check everything again and not return without a good result. He angrily tells Larry to go to hell, noting that players were supposed to avoid this dungeon. He also understands that he cannot be allowed to score even more points, and is ready to increase the difficulty of the game if necessary. Circus realizes that there is nothing to worry about, since Charles will not be able to catch up with Larry in points and overtake him in the future. After this, he enters the corridors and hears strange conversations, but they do not give details about what happened. Elder Hong greets him with a smile and invites him to look at the results on the leaderboard. Circus comes closer and takes in the results, then becomes almost speechless with surprise. Larry destroys another horde of monsters that were in the dungeon and does not experience any problems. Larry steps on the body of one of them and notices that more and more opponents are appearing. Despite their numbers, they don't stand a chance, as Larry is comparable only to the creator gods. Larry looks at the enemies and realizes it's time to call on Emerald to help with power-ups. The monster tries to run forward but suddenly stops in front of a majestic creature of amazing beauty. Emerald is summoned immediately in Eternity form to use additional summoning and buff skills. When leveled up, he increases all skill effects by 4 times and becomes immune to negative effects. In addition, he creates barriers and places a blessing so that the next 12 blows will be much stronger. Larry happily commands the dragon and rushes forward to take advantage of the buff period. Celeste uses lava flame to cover a large area with fire and destroy all enemies. Larry gains a perpetual defense buff, allowing him to absorb a large number of hits from enemies. Larry also addresses the constellation and recommends continuing his attacks to take advantage of the power-up. The constellation decides to utilize all of its power-ups to the maximum and tears its opponents apart with its claws. Larry continues to fight and realizes that he almost forgot one important artifact that can be used. He takes out the book he received at the auction and can now study it, as he has reached level 35. After quickly studying the book, the Dragon Resonance skill becomes available to him. Larry proudly squeezes his hand, noting that he too can now use Celeste's lava flame. He decides to test the resonance, creating a powerful explosion that hits all nearby enemies. Larry flies high into the air and asks his ally if she is ready to join forces with him. After this, he takes aim and puts his hand forward, deciding to use the magic of the dragon language. A spectral copy of Celeste appears behind him, also preparing for a deadly lava flame skill. From the outside, it looks as if these two creatures are creating several copies of real suns that will melt everything in their path. The leader of the army of the dead understands that he will not survive, despite all his defensive indicators. Larry unleashes lava flame on his enemies, concentrating 2 sources of this deadly fire at once. Larry is glad that he doesn't take any damage despite being in the center of the fire. Continuous eruptions cause all enemies to burst into flames like matches, while the leader still holds on. The system notifies him that when a Dragon Knight and his dragon use the same spell, their power is doubled. Larry is happy that they can now do 4 times more damage and feels unusual. In a short time, he manages to achieve complete harmony with Celeste, and now all that remains is to deal with the leader of the army. Larry recommends that Celeste take on the form of the Destroyer of Worlds to finish off the villain. Celeste obeys the order and prepares to pounce on the enemy, changing form. She uses the Dragon Bite skill to absorb the dragon's energy and deliver a powerful blow with her jaws. Larry decides that this is not enough, and joins the attack to combine it with his own. Suddenly, Constellation also joins the fight, so that the glory goes not only to Celeste. With a powerful movement, she splits the demonic armor, completely destroying the demon army. Larry wonders where she gets her sass from as his dragons level up. He notices that Constellation has leveled up to 15, which will unlock a new form for her. Larry realizes that she has over 4,000 power points, and now possesses the Starshine form of his personal path. Of course, he expects nothing less, and understands that in the form of Starblaze, her power increases another 5-fold. Milky Way form is very similar to one of Emerald's abilities, which allows her to avoid all attacks. Larry looks around and reflects on the fact that he hasn't seen other monsters for a long time, which means they are destroyed. Celeste decides to use the Premonition skill to gain a heightened sense of danger, at least for a short time. Larry jumps on her and muses that if the monsters aren't coming out to meet them, then they're coming towards them. Immediately after this, Celeste addresses the younger dragons, reminding them that they must remember one important thing. In a few moments they enter the dungeon, and only the most difficult obstacles await them from now on, so they need to prepare. Larry looks around for any possible traps and quickly dismounts from his dragon. Larry reflects on how dark it is here, and judging by the echo of his footsteps, the hall is simply huge, but there is no end in sight. He looks around and notices a small torch that can be used to dispel the darkness. Looking in the other direction, he realizes that the star space is beginning to form into a giant dungeon. Larry feels a slight sense of fear, and orders Celeste to stay away from him in case of danger. Celeste obeys silently, but her premonitions tell her that something dangerous awaits them ahead. Larry does not encounter the enemy and assumes that the demons must be getting closer. He looks forward and feels the air begin to pull him inward, and the space appears with a palpable pressure. Suddenly he stops as the space in front of him changes again and takes on concrete outlines. A giant throne suddenly appears in front of him, and Larry wonders where it came from. Celeste begins to growl in irritation, and Larry orders the demon from the 9 worlds to finally show himself. The demonic entity reflects that he was killed a long time ago, since he sees a man and a dragon. After thinking for a bit, the demon realizes that he has lost his body, and this place does not even belong to him. He begins to laugh loudly, noting that the pathetic fools saved his soul to their own misfortune. Gradually the demon appears and declares that he is one of the demons of the 9 worlds and cannot be treated like this. Larry watches the earth demon, who asks if he really wants to seal him away again. After this, the demon attacks Larry, thinking that he must say his last words. Despite this, his attack turns out to be not that strong, as it is unable to penetrate Emerald's barrier. The demon is confident that the chronic demons will not be able to break through Emerald's defense, and notes that he will not be the one speaking the last words. Immediately after this, he takes out his sword and orders Emerald to summon the souls of the dragons to fight. Moments later, the souls of the Dragon King, having undergone a demonic transformation, emerge from the void. The earth demon notices that this is a very powerful energy, and ponders how such a power could belong to them. Larry prepares for battle and reflects that this information is of little use to him, since the demon will die anyway. Immediately after this, he turns to Celeste and orders her to use the lava flame skill. The earth demon watches the approaching projectiles, but they somehow return to Larry. At the last second, when the equipment was supposed to reach him and explode, it becomes clear that it was not there. Larry realizes that the attack failed because the demon dissolved its shell, controlling the body. The earth demon smiles, noting that the heroes seem weaker since some pathetic kid with dragons came to him. Larry realizes that the situation is extremely dangerous, as the premonition only works on those who use disguises. The earth demon has extensive knowledge of demonic disguise and is untraceable. He tries to attack Larry, but the force of the blow is not enough to penetrate Emerald's shield. The earth demon immediately runs away, thinking that he can play with them forever, but the heroes will run out of stamina. Larry realizes he needs to be careful when the demon suddenly attacks him again. Larry blocks the attack without any problem and notes that this time the demon will not be able to hide. The earth demon looks up in surprise to see the constellation raining down on him from the ceiling. The earth demon looks at his hands in surprise and wonders how the boy was able to find the perfect counter. Larry notes that Constellation is coming out of the shadows as it's time to try out her new skills. The earth demon turns around and states that this simply cannot be, not believing in the power of dragons. The Constellation, meanwhile, takes on a completely new form, and now looks like a much more mature dragon. In this starlight, she looks especially beautiful, so one can only admire her incredible strength. The earth demon wonders if all these dragons belong to Larry and why they were always hiding. Celeste and the other dragons prepare to engage this incredible foe, but they are not afraid of him. Larry also stands at the forefront and wonders if he should ask the demon if he has any last words. Immediately after, the Constellation Dragon uses secret magic to activate demonic disguise. The earth demon thinks that this is a dirty trick by a man who has never encountered this magic, but he immediately figures out how to destroy it. He also reflects that there won't even be a single shadow here, but that still won't help him get out of here. Larry expected such fury from the enemy, and orders Emerald to use the Soul Council form. In just a moment, he jumps onto his trusty battle pet and prepares to engage in battle. Like a heroic knight, he displays his weapon and reflects that no evil can hide from him. He also turns to Emerald and recommends combining efforts to increase the effects of these skills by 30%. Together they receive massive stat boosts that further increase their damage output. Larry swings his weapon and muses that it's time for a powerful combination strike. Together they use a devastating dragon claw that combines the attacks of Larry and all of his battle dragons. The earth demon wonders why ancient dragons, who were once gods, obey a mere boy. Larry looks at him and thinks that the demon has already decided to break their connection, based on exclusive trust. This time, Larry is assisted by 2 souls of dragon lords who are no less powerful than the summoned creatures. The earth demon watches these creatures in amazement and wonders why they obey a man of such power. Larry is not happy with the conversations and thinks it's time to shut this scoundrel up before he says too much. The Constellation does not object and prepares to bring down another star on the demon. The earth demon calls Larry an insolent man and muses that he should perish along with his pathetic dragons. Celeste and Emerald perform a combination attack, creating a soul vault to absorb damage from the demon. Larry, in turn, jumps into the air, takes aim with his bow, and thinks that they have done a good job. Celeste and Emerald try to hold back the enemy's onslaught, holding him in one place. Larry asks his dragons to hold the front while he charges up a powerful attack to combo into another skill. The earth demon realizes that he has only one chance to emerge victorious from this battle. Taking advantage of the slow charge timer, He delivers a quick punch in hopes of knocking Larry down. However, suddenly his arms are grabbed, completely neutralizing his ability to move. Larry spends some more time charging his ability and reflects that now is the time for the final chord. He believes that the time has come to destroy the dungeon and put an end to the demon's existence. Celeste adds lava flame to this attack to increase its damage over time power. The constellation casts its spell, creating an area filled with starlight. The earth demon feels incredible suffering and reflects that he has never seen a human possess such power. A few moments later it explodes, leaving behind only smoldering debris that slowly falls downwards. Shen can't believe his eyes and asks if Larry just killed the Nine Realms demon. Circus muses that this simply can't be true, as some guy can't handle such an enemy. Only moments later do observers notice that Larry, despite the devastating explosion, has survived. They immediately point out that despite surviving, Larry is still on his last legs. The Earth Demon calls Larry a real scumbag who inflicted incredible humiliation on him in the duel. He promises that he will never forget Larry and will not forgive defeat, so he will definitely return to kill him. Larry watches the demon with a smile and thinks that he is not finished yet, because he has 2 dragons. The Earth Demon quickly looks up and sees 2 shimmering dots rapidly approaching. The demon begins to transform into fire, which sets the stone floor nearby on fire. The Earth Demon slams his hands on the ground and reflects on how he cannot lose, even though he has been imprisoned for a long time. He cannot believe that he was too weak, and even after being reborn he dies at the hands of a man. The Earth Demon tries to use the Shadow Fusion skill to escape, but Larry immediately prevents it. Larry's quick attack deactivates this skill and prevents the demon from leaving the area for a while. After this, Larry takes a few confident steps forward and thinks that this is the end for the demon, so he'd better stop resisting. The Earth Demon can't believe that this is his end, since he didn't harm either Larry or his dragon. He wonders how this could be the end of his story when suddenly his body begins to fill with a strange energy. Larry watches the demon in surprise and does not understand why he has suddenly changed so much. The Earth Demon receives powerful infusions of spiritual energy from an unknown source, which heals him. His arms begin to increase in size and his muscles swell to incredible proportions. The Earth Demon reflects joyfully on the fact that he has finally tasted the former power he once possessed. After this, he begins to laugh and rises above his opponent, feeling that he is now capable of breaking through the very fabric of worlds. Larry activates the assistance system to find out why the demon, while on the brink, suddenly gained so much power. He suggests that the Nine Realms demon still has some aces up his sleeve, adding that Tin Quan's heroes were very strong if they were able to win. Upon further analysis, Larry discovers that the demon's stats are starting to steadily increase. The Earth Demon, in turn, receives another stat boost and muses that mere insects won't be able to defeat him. Larry can't believe this strange turn of events and assumes that someone else is clearly behind it. Shen and other observers wonder about what is happening and assume that such a creature is impossible to handle. Shen turns to the Elder and says that the demon's stats are growing, so it's better to save Larry. Elder Hong is hesitant to intervene, wondering if Larry remembers the promise he made earlier. Shen notes that the boy is in danger, and the Earth Demon has changed, receiving multiple increases in stats. Elder Hong reminds that Larry's past battle demonstrated his experience and ability to find a way out of any situation. He also adds that he will not let Larry die, but he has enough faith in his abilities. Shen agrees with this, and thinks that there is no need to worry, since the Elder will get Larry out of there if anything happens. Circus smiles as he reflects on how no one noticed the last-minute moves they made. The thing is that some time ago he asked his employees to set the boss's characteristics to the maximum. He smiles and understands that all that remains is to wait for news of the death of the pathetic boy. Larry, meanwhile, reflects that he doesn't understand how much his stages differ, but it's too early to rejoice in his victory. He suggests that we should stop the growth of characteristics and head towards the secret weapon. He combines the dragon bone flute to summon the souls of lords whose level is equal to that of his dragons. The Earth Demon is furious that the pathetic human is constantly summoning these dragons. He strikes hard and orders the pathetic man to die, not really aiming and relying on brute force. Larry manages to disappear and materialize next to Celeste, commanding her to use the terrifying roar skill. Celeste immediately carries out his command to briefly stun even such a large opponent. The Earth Demon reflects that all his efforts are completely futile, since he cannot kill Larry even if he wants to. Larry, meanwhile, unlocked the magic from the dragons to secretly modify his abilities. He is happy because the forbidden magic was unlocked at the very moment when it was most needed. The Earth Demon grew even more angry, and began to think about how he would show the heroes what happens to those who underestimate him. He tries to maintain his dignity when suddenly he is enveloped in a soft net, preventing him from moving. Larry realizes that the demon underestimated the Dragon Knight's strength, and thereby put himself at a disadvantage. After this, Larry reflects that the demon's assessment was critical, so he will die right now. The constellation awakens to gain another skill that will turn the tide of the situation. The Earth Demon watches the baby dragon in amazement, and wonders how he managed to achieve such strength. Meanwhile, the constellation summons its spiritual avatar, who is ready to deliver another blow thanks to its multiple enhancements. The Earth Demon is under pressure from the light destruction of stars, the damage of which is increased several tens of times. His body disintegrates, and he speaks of losing again. Despite only having gained this power for a moment, he disappears, warning that Larry is celebrating too soon, as he will return to take revenge on them. Larry stands proudly in the empty room, knowing he easily defeated this opponent in an instant. After this, he discovers that the dungeons are starting to behave very strangely, and tries to escape from here as quickly as possible. He warns his comrades that the dungeon is about to collapse, so they need to hurry as fast as they can. After some time, they punch a powerful hole in the falling dungeon with the count of Celeste's breath. Larry happily says that this dungeon is very big, and they could hardly get through it, but now new adventures are beginning. Larry also gets 10 times the points of the previous competition winners, and now he doesn't have to worry about anything. Everyone except Elder Han is surprised at how easily and playfully Larry passes any tests, without experiencing any difficulties. The old man says that Larry really worked very hard to demonstrate the abilities of his class. Circus, meanwhile, is genuinely furious at his failure to destroy his opponent. His subordinates ask him if everything is okay, but he leaves in annoyance, saying that he is fine. Shen wonders what happened, but Elder Hong says there is no need to worry about this man. Circus, meanwhile, feels depressed as all his plans inevitably fail. He can't believe that this boy defeated the demon, and without any problems at all. The assistants immediately run up to him and ask if he is okay, adding that they were unable to contact him. Circus grabs one of them by the collar and asks if they really maxed out the boss's stats. They tell him that it was as if he had read the movements of this demon, and Circus realizes that the problem is getting even bigger from this boy. Suddenly, he hears Sheng and Elder Hong walking next to him, having decided to take a short walk down the corridor. They say that this boy's abilities are simply amazing, and he will definitely take first place. Circus watches them go, hiding his disdain behind dark glasses. After this, he notes that something is clearly wrong with candidate Larry, and the Elder knows about it and remains silent. He comes closer to them, thinking that he needs to find out what loophole they found with the demon, since they were able to defeat him. Elder Hong says that if things continue like this, their side will take first place again. Circus is mentally amazed at their incredible self-confidence, and understands that he needs to catch them in order to win. However, a few moments later, a powerful blade flies past his face and almost pierces his head. Circus wonders who dared to discover him, realizing that there is no one around. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the weapon is called the Dark Reaper and belongs to one of the Great Four. Circus realizes it was a warning and berates himself for being so overconfident, forgetting that the Elder has good security. He realizes that he shouldn't stay here any longer, because if the four blades decide to kill him, he won't be able to escape. 10 minutes later, Shen and Elder Hong return to the observation room to continue monitoring Larry. Elder Hong looks at the hole in the wall in surprise, as he had heard nothing when the sword first arrived there. He adds that real scoundrels live in this state, but this does not surprise him. Circus meanwhile returns to his assistants, who greet him cheerfully and say they were worried. They hand him a spare phone, tell him it has a lot of missed calls, and ask what happened to his face. Circus orders them to go to the observation room to continue watching, and not ask any unnecessary questions. After this, he picks up the phone, realizing that now he will have to deal with other problems as well. Unknown contacts ask him how candidate Larry was able to defeat the Demon of the Nine Worlds. Circus muses that if he can latch onto anything, he can certainly rule this out. He notices that Larry has gained even more points, despite the fact that he is simply standing still. He happily calls and notes that Larry is using fraudulent schemes when suddenly he freezes. Once connected, he freezes in surprise and again almost drops his jaw from such shocking content. Larry wonders why the Demon Army, as well as the Demon of the Nine Worlds, are helping him earn points. Larry sits down calmly on the ground, and notes that he can finally relax in the company of his dragons. The thing is, they stumbled upon something amazing an hour ago, as soon as they were able to get out of the tomb. Larry is glad that he has finally dealt with the demons of the Nine Worlds, and can now take a break from fighting. Afterwards, he looks at his dragons and realizes that he never considered them as pets, but they have proven themselves well. After this, he discovers a giant throne, which still remains intact despite the destruction of the tomb. He looks at the remaining body of the demon, who for some reason was unable to destroy himself, and he gets an idea. He recalls that in the far north, Emerald fell under the control of the ancient god of both dragons. He also reminds himself that before this, he and the Elder had discovered that the offended demons differed from each other in their level of control. He now has 2 dragons at his disposal, imbued with the power of the ancient god. But that's not all. Looking at the defeated enemy, he realizes that he has dead demons here, which means this is a very interesting opportunity. Larry guesses that the powers given to revive dragons would naturally work on any other creature. After this, he orders the dragons to take control of these creatures and forever subjugate them to his will. Larry remarks that he's not sure it will work, since the dragons could control corpses after all. At first it may seem to him that nothing will work out, but he understands that this is just unnecessary modesty. Emerald is trying to attract attention to himself in order to demonstrate something interesting. After this, she changes her form to Soul Light form to help the dragons cope. She doubles all skill effects to remove negative effects from her pets with force. Larry realizes that his dragons have now become real pets, even though this was never written about anywhere in the system before. Larry realizes that the problem was a lot of features, resourcefulness, and the ability to change the rules of the system on the fly. After this, he decides to combine his powers to give these pets additional skills. Emerald also joins in this action, making every effort to help. A few moments pass, and they take control of the resurrected Earth Demon. The dragons look at each other and are surprised that he is superior to them in strength, but they can resurrect him. Larry realizes that there is no time to waste and asks Emerald to use the Eternity form. Emerald lets out a guttural roar and spends another awakening point to empower himself. Dragons receive multiple blessings that add even more positive effects. Larry is glad that their characteristics are now superior to those of the Earth's demons, so they must try harder. With these words, they put even more effort into finally subduing the resurrected demon. In addition, another army, which had previously been quickly defeated, also returns from the dead. It turns out that exposing them to fire does not guarantee that they will turn to ashes, and they are completely restored. Larry is happy that the demons are coming to life, and with such a huge army, he will have no problem scoring points. Now he can control puppets and heal them, which means he has become a real necromancer. Larry is glad that there are no laws or restrictions for him, since they can easily be overcome if he wants to. Meanwhile, he moves, but his will is absolutely unquestioning, and control belongs entirely to the protagonist. Larry smiles and notes that the ancient monsters that once nearly destroyed an entire state have now become his puppets. After some time, when everyone finds out about this, they are speechless, as Larry changes the rules of reality whenever he wants. Circus realizes that it's all over since the demon is under Larry's control. Elder Hong laughs and says that he always knew that this boy would be first because he is too strong. Shen adds that the Elder, as always, was right, and understanding reality will help find a solution. The other contestants will never be able to catch up with Larry, and he asks Circus if he shares his opinion. Circus understands that the situation is critical and continues to worry him, and now he will have to deal with even more problems. He realizes that he has no choice but to entrust himself with the mission to get rid of Larry. Larry, meanwhile, receives a new message and realizes that he won't have a minute to rest at this tournament. The system informs Larry that he has been given a new task that is close to his position. The mission location is located on the ice field, where Larry previously encountered Sheridan. Sheridan himself is constantly hiding in the forest due to serious injuries and suddenly notices another mission, assuming that this is his chance. He understands that he was unlucky at first, because he ran into Larry, but he will definitely complete this task. He hopes that no one will disturb him, but suddenly he hears something huge approaching. Noticing the giant dragon, he wonders if Larry will hijack this mission again and leave, taking everything with him. Sheridan notes with irritation that his task was taken away from him again, even though he tried so hard to score some points. Sheridan understands that if he came here for a new task, it means he has fulfilled the past and killed the demon of the 9 worlds. Larry quickly turns towards him and gives him a look that suggests he doesn't want to see him. Sheridan realizes he's been spotted and clarifies that he's just thinking out loud and shouldn't take it personally. Larry immediately decides to use the Black Dragon Awakening Tier 2 skill. After this, he quickly launches an attack to cut down the tree next to Sheridan, without bothering to explain the reasons. It turns out that there is a small monster behind him that brings him a whopping 245 points. Sheridan discovers this monster and realizes that Larry did not want to kill him and simply helped him once again. A sense of nobility tells Sheridan that he should thank Larry for saving his life. Larry offhandedly clarifies that he wasn't even thinking about saving Sheridan and that he was only interested in scoring points. Sheridan admits he thought he was finished, while Larry analyzes his glasses. Larry offhandedly asks Sheridan why he has so few points, even though the competition has been going on for a day. Larry considers killing him and taking the points for himself, but realizes they are too few to be worth the effort. He comes up with a brilliant plan, according to which he will feign interest and advise Sheridan to try harder. Larry suggests that Sheridan make a greater effort to achieve a higher position in the next meetings. Sheridan doesn't realize that Larry is only doing this to kill him and get more points in the future, and takes it seriously. He assumes that usually people from this state have always been very cruel and arrogant, but Larry is not like that. Sheridan realizes that he has been behaving incorrectly all this time and trying to harm Larry. He thanks Larry for his help, and says that by the next meeting, he will definitely become much stronger and earn more points. However, as soon as he turns around, it becomes clear that Larry is not the least bit interested in him, and simply flies away. Larry is given an assignment that requires him to hunt down other candidates in order to kill them. Larry finds himself needing to find an unknown candidate at the 6th location, which is in the swamp. Larry realizes that he doesn't care who is in front of him, because he will kill anyone to get points. Looking into the distance, he orders his faithful companion to head towards the swamp as quickly as possible to intercept the candidate. We are transported to a swamp region that looks very menacing and is full of dangerous monsters. These monsters not only attack other players, but also attack animals, which also pose a danger. In this case, the giant snake is controlled by Citrine, who is peacefully trying to earn points by killing monsters. He receives a notification that he has become a target, which means that soon another person will come for his soul. After a while, one of the boars falls next to him, causing a small splash of dust. Vela notes that it doesn't matter who comes after him. As if they unite, they can defeat him. Vela also says that she doesn't like this place, but Citrine replies that it's out of his control, and they were assigned here by chance. Vela wonders why out of the 4 members of this alliance, only they came here, while the other 2 did not rush to help. Citrine reports that Baden will be here soon, but Sheridan has not appeared since they entered this realm. Vela explains that she was in a hurry to get here, so she was only able to kill a few monsters, and they need to catch up. Looking at the map, she asks if the hunter is already approaching their location. Citrine smiles and confirms this, hoping he has enough points to set up an ambush. He adds that they need to show which of them is the real victim in this cat-and-mouse game. 4 hours later, Larry arrives at the secret swamp and looks around for a target to kill. Larry reflects on the fact that he has finally arrived, because it is quite dangerous here and full of poisonous insects. He understands that the local fauna are more animals than monsters, so it is unlikely that anyone will hunt here. He asks Celeste to activate her premonition beforehand, so she can scan the area for threats. Celeste obeys his orders and carefully scans the area to spot potential enemies. Larry immediately discovers several traps and notes that he expected something like this, but did not expect there to be 3 of them at once. Larry angrily remarks that his targets are hiding despite hearing his voice and knowing who he is. He then delivers a quick edge attack to help them come to light and reveal their true selves. The system tells him that he has detected targets, and a giant snake appears in front of him, looking straight at him. Citrine notes that he couldn't imagine finding him in his snake-like state of hibernation. Larry smiles and notes that there was nowhere to hide, so it wasn't difficult, but he is disappointed. Citrine adds that he himself thought that some cool hunter would come, but a person from the bottom of the ranking came here. After checking the system updates, he discovers that Larry is now in first place in points. Citrine can't believe Larry has moved up the rankings so much, as just yesterday he was in last place. Smiling, he realizes that he didn't expect such luck, since the victim is right in front of him, and all that remains is to kill her. He then asks a question, suggesting that Larry hopes to be scared when he sees their score. Larry, in turn, does not respond and only prepares to continue the vicious confrontation. Citrine states that in the eyes of others he is nothing more than prey, and that giving him the title of hunter will not change anything. He also claims that in the eyes of others he remains prey, even if he has been given the title of hunter of other candidates. With these words, he directs a powerful explosion towards Larry, but Larry dodges it with a deft movement. Citrine remarks that he will take his glasses, and Larry replies that he will be interested to see how he does it. After this, Larry sits down to take a stance and orders Celeste to use the lava flame skill. Citrine, in turn, asks his snake not to worry, since there is nothing scary or threatening about this dragon. He smiles and adds that it's only a level 30th creature, so it can be attacked without fear. Celeste responds with a powerful fire attack to calm his ardor and put him in his place, which he needs to know. The giant snake and its rider suddenly stop and then disappear underground. Larry initially thinks that the enemy has escaped, but then remembers that there are 2 more in ambush. Suddenly, Vila appears behind him, swinging a chain attached to a powerful stone structure. She throws the chain towards Larry, hoping that one blow will knock him down. Larry knocks away a multi-ton rock with a deft blow, realizing that he doesn't have enough strength to move it. Celeste immediately tries to take revenge and deals a powerful blow to Vela, who sided with her comrade. The blow is effective due to the speed and power involved, causing her to be pushed to the ground. Vela is surprised at how much power this dragon has at only level 30, because it was too big. However, this is not enough to break her fighting spirit, and she intends to fight with her friends to the end. Larry is amazed at her resilience and notes that for some reason she laughs even after taking serious damage. Vela addresses Citrine and Baden, telling them that they must act immediately if they are to succeed. The next second he is attacked from different sides, and Larry realizes that they should have acted more carefully. However, he understands that in this situation there is nothing to worry about, since the hero's agility and strength are enough to fight back. Celeste, in turn, also has no problems fighting the giant snake and intercepts its blow. Citrine and Baden irritably note that they missed, and now their allies find themselves in an awkward situation. Vela wonders how this is possible and why this man is so strong despite the difference in levels. Baden acknowledges her competence, since the guy in front of them is only a level 30th boy. Larry remarks that it was a pretty good ambush and wonders if they think they can beat him. Vela replies that he was stronger than they thought, but that doesn't mean they'll give him their comrade. Larry declares that it is time to find out whose bodies will end up drowning in this swamp until the end of time. Citrine turns to his snake and commands it to summon a poisonous mist to hide their presence. A giant snake continuously sprays poison that deals heavy damage to the target and has the ability to disorient those who inhale it. Larry turns to Celeste and orders her to take action to eradicate the problem posed by this snake. Celeste immediately rushes into battle and intercepts the giant snake to interrupt its skill. Immediately after this, she tears it into several pieces to finally destroy it. Citrine can't believe it took just one blow to tear her to shreds. Sheridan fires several arrows towards Larry and states that he will cover him if he continues to fight. Larry listens carefully to this and understands that the energy around Citrine is some kind of skill that needs to be interrupted. Citrine is enraged and announces that the magical formation is ready, after which he warns the protagonist that now he is finished. After this, he unleashes an array of 10,000 snakes on Larry to teach the impudent boy a lesson. Larry is surprised by the number of summoned creatures and remains unprepared for a while. He begins to fight them off with his sword, noting that there are too many snakes here, so it is better not to linger. Citrine states that Larry cannot escape from the formed number of snakes, so the dragon must be destroyed. Baden wonders if the snakes will hurt them, while Vela notes that they don't have time for that. A few moments later, a powerful explosion is heard, which destroys all the snakes that were here. Larry asks them if they really believed he couldn't get out of here. After this, he takes off and notices that the spell was just a mere trifle, unworthy of his attention. Citrine chuckles and notes that these are far from all the skills he has up his sleeve. Citrine continues to attack and calls out to Vela, saying that she must be faster with her comrade. Vala realizes that now is their chance to at least somehow stop Larry with the help of their weapons. Larry, of course, parries thanks to his incredible speed, but the number of opponents creates a certain threat. Celeste steps in behind him with the help of her incredibly strong wings, which do not let projectiles through. Larry suddenly feels an earthquake and realizes that something is clearly wrong here, and perhaps some creature has awakened. Citrine brings his giant snake to life and says that 10,000 more snakes need to be released. Larry realizes that this is not as easy as he initially thought, since this man can revive his snakes. This still doesn't allow him to relax, so he quickly calls his dragon to cover him. Vela falls under the influence of the poison, as she fails to take cover in time from the massive poisonous attack. She asks why he hit his own creatures with such a powerful spell. Citrine, obsessed, says that even if his dragon has immunity, Larry is unlikely to have anything similar. Vela feels her body begin to fail and urgently tries to resist the poison in order to survive. Meanwhile, Citrine realizes that his opponent is most likely already immobilized in the fog, so he doesn't need to exert himself too much. He also notices that his allies have been poisoned, but he doesn't plan to save them because doing so would cost him their points. Baden asks him in surprise what happened to him, ordering him to help Vela immediately. Vela is truly on the brink when Citrine decides to change his mind and urgently administers the antidote. Vala feels her breathing getting easier with each passing second and hopes that something like this won't happen again. Citrine apologizes to them in advance, saying that he made a mistake and will give them immunity in advance before the next battle. In fact, he only saved them because he remembered that he still had a few more people to kill. He then casts poison immunity spells on Baden, saying that they should check on Larry. Larry smirks and tells them to take their time, as he is still alive despite their attempts. He notes that it was a great show, but the Alliance leaves much to be desired and they won't be able to do anything to him. Baden can't believe that the young man is still alive and hasn't suffered any negative effects. Kieran realizes that apparently he and the dragon are vulnerable, and his poisons are completely powerless against Larry. He desperately declares that Larry must be killed and places a 20,000-point bounty on his head. Vela realizes that they simply have no choice, and notes that she has not yet exhausted her strength. However, suddenly a fireball appears behind her, rushing towards her at incredible speed. Larry also turns in that direction and wonders if some ally has decided to come to the rescue. Vela also turns away from the fireball and assumes that Sheridan has decided to come here. But she is wrong. A few moments later, a powerful projectile hits her body, causing serious damage. This time, the noble Andrew, who has not forgotten his kindness and hospitality, decides to come to Larry's aid. He says that Larry doesn't have to be afraid of anything anymore because he came here to help him. He also looks at the protagonist's dragon and notes that he has a very good dragon, after which he condemns his enemies. Larry immediately reassures Celeste, explaining that this man does not pose a threat to them and is a friend. He also notices that Andrew's body is covered in fire, but Andrew explains that it is just a third awakening skill. The smoke gradually clears, revealing that Vela has not sustained enough damage to render her unable to fight. Andrew looks at her in surprise and asks if she is really a girl, and Larry just makes fun of her. Andrew laughs and explains that she can be as strong as she wants, but he will still deal with her in no time. Larry smiles and declares that he can beat them since he didn't even break a sweat during this battle. Vela continues to be enraged by such arrogance and disrespect for warrior honor, and then falls into a true rage. Having transformed into a bear, she declares that now no one will leave alive, even if they really want to. Grabbing her chain along with the giant metal ball, she says that they will pay for their words. Andrew rushes towards her to intercept all her plans and try to block the attack. He turns to the protagonist and says that he must defend himself while Andrew deals with her. After this, he uses the Flame God's true body skill, increasing all his stats by 100%. Larry understands that Andrew is not only kind, but also very strong, but he does not need help, because he fights at only 1% of his strength. However, Larry decides that there is no point in wasting time any longer, so he rushes forward riding Celeste. Baden tries to hit Larry, but his accuracy suddenly drops significantly. Kieran calls Larry a dead man and orders them to continue shooting at him, sparing no effort in order to finally finish him off. Kieran himself points his staff towards Larry and orders the snake to use the poisonous mist again. His snake begins to continuously spray poison, which deals massive damage to any target that inhales it. Larry asks why they keep releasing it when he knows full well they are immune to all poisons in the world. He suddenly wonders where the man's second snake went and misses an obvious attack from behind. Larry realizes that they tried to deceive him in order to scatter his vigilance and attention. However, he believes that this is too weak an attempt to outsmart his unrivaled combat intellect. He quickly turns around and orders Celeste to perform a quick attack that takes off the snake's head in one blow. Larry claims it was almost effective, but the snake was too slow. Kieran explains that his snake is immortal, so trying to kill it will be futile. Immediately after this, he uses the skill of Summoned Resurrection, which allows him to raise a snake from the dead. Larry notices that the more snakes he kills, the more of them there are after resurrection. He realizes that there is only one way to deal with this, and orders Celeste to take the form of the Destroyer of Worlds. The Black Dragon awakens and changes form to deal more area damage. She now uses her enhanced Fire Breath skill to cover a huge area with fire at once. Kieran realizes he needs to hold on for a while until it goes away and asks the snake not to give up. He also asks Baden if he has finished aiming and preparing for his shot. Baden reports that he has charged the skill, so he needs to be covered immediately so that he doesn't get hurt. After that, he says that he will gladly see his opponent in hell and uses the Great Thunder Arrow skill. The system notifies that this skill allows you to charge a shadow arrow that deals massive darkness and electricity damage. Larry notes that it sounds familiar, but now he will show the true magic of dragons, which is worth admiring. Baden can't believe that a dragon tamer has the language of dragons and the same abilities. A giant dragon appears in front of them, preparing to use a lightning attack. Almost instantly they are hit by serious electrical discharges that deal moderate damage. Baden asks to hold on a little longer, adding that he no longer has the strength to resist. Kieran struggles to hold on and asks his snake to use its snake-breathing skill to go down. Baden asks him in surprise what he is doing and asks him not to leave him alone with this giant monster. Kieran continues to ignore him and goes underground, barely listening to his pleas not to leave him. Baden makes one last attempt to convince him to take him with him, but it all turns out to be in vain. Larry kills the man in cold blood, and the system notifies everyone that Baden has been destroyed. Larry reflects on how Kieran betrayed his comrades, and the Alliance didn't even pass the first test of strength. Larry immediately turns to Celeste and orders her to prepare for a joint technique to use dragon resonance. Rising into the air, he declares that the time has come to burn absolutely everything. This way, they create a pool of lava, and the target that falls into this pool will always receive a lot of damage. Larry speaks loudly to Kieran and tells him that it is time for him to go to the next world and bring him glasses. He claims that it's all over, since of the two of them, he is the hunter. The system notifies him that Kieran has died, and he has gained some more points for his collection. Larry is pleased that he managed to complete the task of eliminating another hunter and retains first place. Looking back, he suddenly hears the voice of his comrade, who orders him to act faster. There is a powerful explosion nearby as Andrew defeats someone who is clearly weaker than him. Vela has lost too much strength in the fight, and now she has no chance to fight Andrew. He walks up to her proudly and raises his axe to end this battle. She begs for mercy, but he ignores her pleas and decides to hit her with his axe. He brings down all his power and raises it above his head, believing that such opponents deserve no mercy. He tries to moralize and remarks that it is wrong to attack one person with a crowd, ignoring the fact that Larry is much stronger than all of them. Larry is surprised that he would threaten her by destroying the girl, since only the one who finishes off gets points. After this, he happily takes aim and decides to finish off the enemy, who is already too helpless. Andrew explains that he came to help because he saw a crowd attack for no apparent reason. Larry decides not to reveal the reason for his visit, and thanks Andrew for giving him the final target. Andrew declares that he will now follow him to the ends of the earth, since Larry treated him to dinner, which makes them friends. After this, he summons giant fiery wings to fly away, when suddenly his stomach begins to treacherously rumble. Vela turns to the protagonist and asks if he has anything to eat. After a while, they have a small picnic, and Andrew again admires the incredibly delicious food. Andrew looks at the protagonist's wealth and asks where he got it from. Larry checks Andrew's ID card and asks if he was given the task of killing the demons of the 9 worlds. Andrew explains that this is a very difficult task, and hopes that Larry will not go there unnecessarily. Larry claims that Andrew is the reason he got to first place, as that's the only way to earn points. Andrew wonders in his mind what kind of monster this is, since he himself is still on the 3rd floor of this tomb. He is glad that he became friends with Larry, because otherwise he would have died in battle. After taking a breath, he says that he would like to ask to share the secrets of scoring points, but now everything is clear to him. Larry replies that it took him a little work to defeat the demons. He also praises Andrew the dragon, but he immediately begins to growl, as dragons of this species are very jealous. Larry asks if he tried to complete this mission before, but he failed and retreated. Andrew explains that he almost died, so he had to retreat quickly. But now he can't take on another mission. Larry says that in that case they could team up to deal with the demon together. After a while they move forward, and Andrew decides to ask him a very important question that is bothering him. He asks why the dragon is looking at him as if it is going to devour him at any moment. Larry explains that dragons are very aggressive by nature, like jackals, so one must be careful. After some time, they reach the dungeon, and thus the procedure for the appearance of monsters is immediately activated. They are attacked by several celestial animals at once, which are terrifying hybrids. Andrew looks at his comrade and asks him what they will do to get out of here. Larry smiles and explains that it's simple. They'll just divide the monsters evenly to make it easier to deal with them. Grabbing his sword, he states that they should rely on their abilities and incredible fighting prowess. He notes that all of these monsters are excellent at flying, and therefore it will take incredible agility to defeat them. Larry assumes that his friend is all he needs to deal with these celestial eagles and bulls. Andrew replies that they won't cause him any problems, and Larry states that in that case, he'll leave the first wave to him. After this, he summons Constellation and informs him that he is heading inside to deal with the enemies as quickly as possible. He also commands Constellation to assume Starblaze form to quickly cut through enemies. The dragon is commanded to use the skill Crossing the Starry Sky to increase its strength 5-fold. Larry explains that instead of just sitting and waiting for all the enemies to come out, they will simply kill their minds. After this, the dragon creates a portal that allows you to move to the desired point without any restrictions. Larry quickly rushes forward and announces that Andrew can enjoy the mountains of points that these monsters will bring. He gradually makes his way inside, using portals, and penetrates the squad's dungeon from the sides. Almost immediately he notices a strange movement in the darkness, and realizes that these are the first guests. A huge number of void moths and dark eaters appear before him, guarding their master. The owner turns out to be Tame of the Earth, who declares that he has not seen such a stupid and obnoxious person for a long time. He claims that Larry made a big mistake by coming here, but now he will give him a choice of how to die. Larry expresses regret that the warm greeting he had hoped for was not forthcoming. He says that he has prepared a special gift that will have to be given later. Immediately after this, he turns to Emerald and asks him to use the shelter skill on himself and his allies. After this, he makes a caustic remark about how the number of monsters under his control was not that impressive. Immediately after this, they rush forward with their dragons, preparing to combine their skills. Larry declares that it is time to clean up this dump of pathetic trash that is not worthy of life. They do it brilliantly, as no monster can match the strength of even their weakest dragon. The constellation decides to create another star so that it can be combined with Larry's shadow shot. Larry fires his projectile at Sky School to create a massive explosion and clear out the entire area. Thanks to the combination of these skills, the explosion radius and its damage increase several dozen times. Emerald provides complete protection from explosion thanks to the Soul Shelter skill. Emerald also uses an airstrike to knock back enemies and reflect all damage taken back onto them. Juan summons his spiritual avatar to use the Light of Star Destruction skill. This powerful combination of area of effect attacks leaves no one in the room with a chance of survival. Larry notes that this was not bad, but the opponents could have been dealt with even faster. After this, he orders Emerald to summon 2 more shadow dragons to help him. Emerald immediately carries out the command and uses the Combine skill to strengthen the dragons. The Star Dragon changes form again, entering the Milky Way state with enhanced spirit skills. A starfall appears on the battlefield, causing significant area damage that is difficult to dodge. Larry moves with incredible speed and feels them starting to increase the clearing levels. There is only one Void Moth left on Earth, which, despite everything, remains alive. Taking aim from the dragon, he shoots poison that quickly penetrates the target and neutralizes the senses. The constellation doesn't even take the projectile seriously and decides to fight back with an interesting skill. It creates a black hole that constantly attracts enemies, and when the attraction ends, a powerful explosion occurs. Almost nothing can escape such a force of attraction except the allies of the constellation. However, this is not enough for the dragon, so he creates 3 black holes at once to not give anyone a single chance. Larry chuckles and realizes that with allies like these, no enemy can stand up to him. After a while, the smirk disappears from his face as he discovers that there is no one on the throne. The Earth Demon uses the Shadow Slash skill to blend into its surroundings and become invisible. The Earth Demon immediately uses the Death Spiral skill to rip apart the enemy's limbs, rendering them unable to move. A few moments later, the Earth Demon notices a strange creature that painfully reminds him of a familiar colleague. His skill is interrupted by his own comrade, who was summoned to assist him in battle. The Earth Demon flies back, unable to believe that his own ally has suddenly betrayed him. Looking at his comrade in surprise, he asks how it happened that he decided to help people. The Earth Demon does not speak a word, for his will has long been destroyed. Afterwards, he uses the Ghost Step skill to merge with the shadows and launch a quick attack. A few moments later, he materializes right behind his comrade and tries to stab him in the back. The Earth Demon does not manage to return in time and receives serious cut wounds in several places at once. Celeste takes to the skies to assist her partner with quick, lightning-fast attacks. Larry commands her to use the World Fire skill to flap her wings and create several deep tornadoes. Afterwards, Larry asks if he liked the surprise of having an old friend who is now fighting for him. The Earth Demon looks closely at his damaged comrade and realizes that something is clearly wrong here. He says that the ancient Germanic god was twice defeated by man and turned into his coin. Looking at him, he calls him pathetic, noting that he was never his equal in strength, no matter how hard he tried. He claims that all the pathetic little people who imagine themselves to be the masters of this world will surely perish. The Earth Demon telepathically informs that the enemy is very dangerous and that we need to hurry. Immediately after this, he rushes into an attack to delay the enemy and give the heroes a chance to come up with a plan. The Earth Demon curses his comrade and says that he will make him pay for his betrayal, even if he dies. After this, he uses shadow cloning to create multiple copies of himself. The Earth Demon continues to fight them, noting that gifting 8 opponents at once is not so easy. Larry says that since the enemy liked this gift, he will give him another one. After this, he gives the command to raise the demonic soldiers so that they can assist the Demon of Earth in battle. An otherworldly portal appears out of nowhere, from which a huge number of demonic soldiers jump out. The Earth Demon cannot believe that a human has subjugated an entire army of demons and taken control of them. His former comrade interrupts his thoughts with a powerful blow aimed straight at the eyes. Larry says that these are the strongest ancient monsters, and he will be happy to see which of them is stronger. The dragons, the Lords of Darkness, rush forward with their loyal subjects who know no fear. Other monsters are also devoid of fear and rush towards their opponents. A real massacre ensues as the demonic warriors prove stronger than their opponents. The Earth Demon cannot believe that a human can possess such power and have so many servants. Larry takes aim at his opponent and declares that it is now his turn to go to hell. The Earth Demon claims that they cannot kill him, and their attempts are in vain because their dreams do not exist. Moments later, a series of powerful poisonous explosions begins, leaving behind toxic fumes. These fumes are so toxic that they can kill anyone within the area of effect. However, they also obstruct the view, and it is only by a miracle that the hero manages to notice the fleeing Earth Demon. He asks if he has decided to run away, and then uses the Dragon Impulse skill to prevent this. All stats of the protagonist and his pets are increased by 30%, and he declares that he has no other choice. The dragons rush towards each other, creating another powerful wave of energy. Larry turns to Emerald and orders him to change form to attack with light. The constellation also decides to change shape to take the form of Starblaze and activate the light of star destruction. Larry also combines his shot with Celeste's skill, which is capable of creating a large amount of flame. This powerful combination of all the dragon's abilities allows him to gain an advantage in battle. The dragon's forbidden magic allows it to release a powerful breath stream infused with the deadly energy of the fallen. This breath is combined with the advice of destruction of stars that the constellation emits. Celeste gives her all to destroy her opponent and subjugate them. Together, they form a dragon language resonance to enhance the abilities of all subordinate dragons by 100%. This is enough to knock down almost any creature and vaporize its body from the high temperature. Almost the same fate befell the rebellious Earth Demon, who is now forced to suffer a cruel defeat in battle. Meanwhile, the action moves outside the dungeon, where Andrew continues to fight for his life and hold off the monsters. His fiery wings allow him to stay in place for long periods of time without expending any additional energy. He focuses on his giant axe and its ability to cut down his opponents. Each of his attacks is accompanied by a powerful blast wave that spreads tens of meters to the sides. He quickly deals with the remaining monsters and notices that the sky has become unusually quiet. Andrew looks at the dungeon and wonders why the gates suddenly closed and where the third wave of monsters went. Moments later, the dungeon explodes, leaving behind only pitiful dust. However, a projectile flies next to him, causing a powerful explosion with a shockwave. Andrew watches the scene in surprise, wondering what the hell happened here. 5 minutes later, a giant dragon flies out of the dungeon, and Larry notes that Andrew dealt with it very quickly. Larry takes a few moments to admire the remaining battlefield and the pile of dead enemies. He quickly approaches his comrade and asks if he is okay, while throwing off the demon's head. Andrew is frightened by the fallen body part and wonders what it even is. Approaching carefully, he says that this is the first time he has encountered something like this, since previously such enemies were only encountered in books. Larry notes that there is absolutely nothing surprising here, since it is just the head of the Earth Demon, and for him it is ordinary. Andrew asks if Larry is just going to give him all the glasses, to which Larry states that he doesn't need them. Andrew calls Larry one of the best friends he has ever had, and notes that he has never received such caring treatment. Immediately after this, Andrew decides to interrupt the demon's slow resurrection skill, and delivers the finishing blow with his axe. The action shifts to early morning at the tournament site in the swamp, where the friends decided to make camp. Andrew boasts that he received 200,005 points for completing the task, and is now in second place. Larry asks if this is the end of their temporary alliance, and Andrew falls silent sadly. He says he's very sorry because it's every man for himself in the tournament, and they're still rivals. Larry asks him not to be upset, as they will definitely meet again, and Andrew says that he really hopes so. After this, they promise each other to treat each other to something tasty and shake hands. Larry then decides to transfer the points to him, and tells him that he should accept them as a thank you. Larry receives 50,000 points and asks why Andrew decided to give him such a large sum. Andrew explains that he intervened in Larry's fight and also helped him with the task, so he decided to thank him somehow. Larry says he feels awkward accepting such kindness, but he is very grateful for the sincerity. Andrew notes that he is surprised that Larry took so long to kill his opponents, since they are clearly weaker than him. Larry explains that almost all of the candidates here have some kind of trick up their sleeve, so he decided to study their skills for the future. Andrew notes with a smile that no one would have expected him to be less resourceful in this situation. Taking off on huge fiery wings, he wishes Larry luck and hopes that they will definitely meet. Larry reflects on how Andrew is a very good person, and expresses hope that he won't have to fight him in the finals. After this, he realizes that more important matters await him, as the long-awaited reinforcements will soon arrive in the demon army. Meanwhile, the action moves to the tournament venue, where Andrew's curator rejoices at his success. The man approaches the elder and expresses gratitude for Andrew's help in settling into his new place. Elder Hong shakes his interlocutor's hand with a smile and tells him that Andrew is a very capable and loyal comrade. Circus continues to watch them angrily, reflecting on how Charles is losing ground more and more. He looks through his correspondence with his boss and understands that no amount of rating manipulation or system manipulation will help him. One of the employees cautiously opens the door and asks for a moment of attention, but Circus immediately snaps at him. The employee explains that this is very important, as the scroll they were talking about has finally reached the stage of being ready. Circus happily notes that this is just great, and gives the command to begin executing the very plan. On the third day of the tournament, Circus meets him in the office and asks the guards if they have checked everything, to which they confirm everything. They explain that there was no time for testing, so there is a possibility of additional difficulties arising. Circus looks closely at the scroll and weighs all the possible risks. The employee reports that they watched Larry for a long time and did not notice anything unusual about him. Circus calls them idiots and muses that he won't be exposed from the observation room. He orders that the corridor be guarded and that no one be allowed in until he returns on his own. The staff look at him in surprise, and he explains that he will use the scroll to personally enter the tournament area. They warn that it is too dangerous, because the portal could close at any moment or be noticed. Circus says he has already warned those broadcasting the footage, so nothing will be shown until he returns. He adds that no one should be allowed in, lest their country's reputation fall below its current level. After this, he decisively demands to start the final task, adding that Larry must find one demon of the 9 worlds. The action moves to the desert, where a new mission appears, but Larry is already nearby. Looking closely at the system window, he comes to the conclusion that the next demon, apparently, is in the desert. Noticing a huge dark spot, he notes that he won't have to look for the dungeon for long, given its size. He reflects that according to the tournament rules, there shouldn't be so many tasks worth so many points. He feels a strange premonition, but still decides to move on, jumping on Celeste. He understands that anything can be expected from a tournament led by Tin Quan, because the organizers are two-faced and disgusting. He quickly comes across monsters typical of the area near the dungeon and prepares for battle. The creatures immediately begin to squeal upon noticing the threat, and prepare to tear him to shreds in a matter of seconds. Larry calls upon Emerald and Constellation, noting that they need to stop relaxing and get to real work. Larry adds that it's time to use the Starry Sky Crossing skill to defeat these creatures. The constellation changes shape, turning into a starry blaze and preparing a powerful skill. It creates a portal that allows you to teleport to any desired point within 60 seconds. He decides not to waste time on petty kills and simply heads to where the best reward is. Once inside the dungeon, he dismounts and looks around in search of a demon that needs to be destroyed. Other dragons appear nearby and are ready to immediately rush to protect their comrade in case of danger. The giant demon on the throne wonders who dared to invade his domain at such an hour. He asks his opponent if he is tired of living as a pathetic boy. Larry explains that he apologizes for the intrusion. But today this pathetic demon will die like the last dog. He immediately resurrects several demons with the help of his dark dragons and prepares to fight the pitiful enemy. Approaching the enemy, he notes that there is little time left, so he wants to deal with him faster. Meanwhile, in the desert, other fighters are facing problems in the form of rogue players. Ludwig approaches one of them with a sword and asks why he is suddenly asking for mercy. He arrogantly states that it is pointless, because he will not spare anyone anyway. The fighter says he can give up the equipment, but Ludwig says he would prefer to take it by killing the enemy. It will be more fun. After this, he claims that he can lick his boots and admit that the enemy state is nothing but a bunch of pathetic pigs. The barbarian refuses to do this, and Ludwig sternly asks if he is really tired of living. The barbarian understands that there is no choice, and agrees to fulfill the demands, sincerely apologizing to him. He leans over and begins to say what Ludwig demanded, with Ludwig demanding that he do it louder. The barbarian declares that his state consists only of pathetic pigs that can never become anything serious. A few moments later, the barbarian is pierced through and through, and the system notifies everyone that the warrior has died. Ludwig looks at the corpse of his fallen enemy in surprise and wonders why he was killed now. He capriciously notes that he has not yet finished playing with this man, but understands that he would hardly have let him go free anyway. Ludwig adds that he would have killed him anyway, but now it all happened for fun and a few points. Charles explains that they have more important things to do, so he finished off the pathetic worm to avoid delay. Ludwig asks about the meaning of what is happening, and Charles orders him to listen carefully and not ask stupid questions. The portal opens and Circus arrives, surprising Charles and Ludwig. Meanwhile, the blood demon of the earth continues to fight the hordes of resurrected monsters, having transformed into several tigers. He rushes forward and tries to use the Thunderclaw's skill to imbue them with the power of thunder. The enslaved demon immediately attacks its former brother, using the body to restrict his movements. He wonders why they turned against him despite having no conflicts before. The demons don't respond and simply strike his body repeatedly, trying to inflict maximum damage. After some time, another demon of the 9 worlds, having been defeated, falls to the ground and breathes his last breath. Larry notes that the 2 9-realm demons are a good attack, but he wonders what would happen if all 9 were gathered. Larry reflects that the people of Tin Quan did not expect Charles to have such a hard time winning the competition. He turns around and looks at the huge number of slain monsters that were unable to resist him. He then uses the powers of his dragons to resurrect these creatures again and subjugate them to his will. Larry muses that by unleashing the entire army of demons, he will be able to destroy entire worlds. He smiles, knowing that everyone will be shocked when they realize the extent of his superpower. Meanwhile, Charles and Ludwig are trying to get to an unknown point as quickly as possible. Ludwig notes that his observer pointed to the point with the highest score, but they are going in the wrong direction. Charles reflects that it is not yet time to discuss such things, and notes that the situation is in complete disarray. Circus reports that Larry has scored a lot of points without breaking the rules, so he can no longer be disqualified. Circus states that it is useless to simply kill everyone who gets in his way, and instead it is necessary to understand how he cleared the dungeons. Turning to the portal, he notes that they are becoming unstable, so they need to hurry. As he leaves, he announces that Charles has become aware of a final task that needs to be completed as quickly as possible. Charles and Ludwig watch him go, but hesitate to follow his advice. Charles explains that the final task is designed to confront Morgan, not Larry. At the moment, he clarifies that the final task is created as a target that everyone must attack. Ludwig agrees, adding that in that case he will simply follow him, noting that in this state, everything revolves around deception. Suddenly their vehicle stops, and he falls face down into the sand after traveling a few meters. Getting up quickly, he notices that Charles is too vindictive and could behave more calmly. Charles calls him an idiot and tells him to look ahead to see why they stopped. Ludwig immediately notices the heavenly demon soldiers, who are dragging huge chains behind them and slowly moving forward. Ludwig guesses that they are being taken to the dungeon and senses a powerful energy emanating from the place. Charles advises not to worry, noting that the demon's forces are sufficient to clear this place. Ludwig has no doubt that they can handle it, and doesn't question why the demon has such a small army. He charges his armor with energy, and a terrifying mask appears next to his face. After this, he raises his hand forward, charges a powerful attack, and delivers an energy slash, destroying everyone. Meanwhile, Charles ponders what good Larry's dragons are, and how he was able to control his powers. The soldiers continue to advance on him, but he quickly grabs them with his hands and tears them apart. Along the way, he notes that if the boy managed to cope with this, then he will be able to achieve even greater results. Sometime after the massacre, they suddenly discover that they still haven't received any points for the monster they killed. Charles explains that there seems to be some problem with the dungeon, so it's best to investigate it to find out the cause. He also wonders what Larry found in these places that allowed him to level up so quickly. Upon entering, they find it unusually empty, and assume the dungeon has already been cleared out. They don't hear the noise and tense up, preparing for the fact that another creature might jump out of the darkness. Gradually, the darkness begins to thicken, and something very threatening is about to appear before them. Ludwig and Charles were prepared for almost anything, but they certainly didn't expect to see what appeared before them. In front of them come giant demons of the 9 worlds, which are already under Larry's control. Along with him, 2 more demons appear who obey him, but Ludwig and Charles do not yet know about this. They are very frightened by the fact that 3 demons of the 9 worlds appeared in front of them. These creatures stand before them in their dark glory, and they do not understand what to do with so much power. Ludwig is shocked by such incredible surprises, and Charles assures that some mistake has occurred. Larry appears next to them and remarks that he didn't expect to see them here at such a time. Smiling, he adds that usually no one finds these places, but here he met 2 people at once. Charles and Ludwig immediately prepare for battle and ask him why he is in this place. Larry adds that there is nothing surprising, since he came here only to meet them, since they attacked his base. The more demons the protagonist has under his control, the better he can control them. He can even send an army to hunt outside the dungeon, so that he himself does not have to do anything. Each of the 3 demons controls their own squad, and now they have a personal army that earns them points. According to his plan, everything works out perfectly, since his soldiers fight, worshipping him, and do not spare their lives. At the same time, the demons of the 9 worlds sit in the dungeon and guard it from any invasion from other players. Ludwig asks Larry if he is really so confident in himself that he decided to meet them, even though he would definitely lose in this duel. Looking at his glasses, he notes that he just needs to kill him and quickly take all these glasses for himself. Charles thinks that Larry will be easy to deal with, but he still doesn't understand what to do with the demons. Larry abruptly puts his hands in his pockets and remarks that they underestimate him, despite the fact that he is still alive. Charles demands to reveal the secret of passing the dungeon in order to spare him, and Ludwig suggests arranging an interrogation. Larry looks at them in surprise and asks if they really think he got through prison with God's help. Charles notes that they survived 2 waves of monsters and the inside is empty, and asks how Larry managed to score points. Larry smiles and asks them if they are sure it's empty. After this, he points to the demons and asks why they are not taken into account, since they are here. Charles realizes that these creatures are too calm, and should have essentially attacked them immediately upon entering. He asks the question in surprise, because these creatures are under Larry's control, and no one else can do that, even among the highest warriors. Larry explains that only Tin Quan candidates can gain points unfairly because the assignments are rigged. Charles realizes that if Larry really does control the demons of the 9 realms, he needs to think carefully about his strategy. Ludwig, not being particularly smart, rushes into the attack, believing that there is no point in wasting time on empty talk. Larry notes that he even feels a little sorry, because he only said a few words, and they already want to kill him. After this, he snaps his fingers and remarks that in this case he will demonstrate his true power to them. Charles advises him to run away, but Ludwig cannot believe that this man is capable of controlling demons. Charles claims that this is some kind of flaw, since demons cannot be controlled under any conditions. Within moments, their movement is restricted as a giant demon blocks their escape. He delivers a powerful blow that knocks them into the air and stuns them for a short time. Charles falls to the ground at high speed, receiving minor bruises, but manages to not break anything. Trying to get to his feet, he suddenly sees a giant demon in front of him, who is already preparing to strike. As a defensive measure, he summons his beast, the Voidwalker, to at least somehow rectify the situation. The demon ignores the creature and pierces it with its powerful attack with sharpened claws. Charles feels true fear as his beast cannot withstand even one blow and immediately returns to its space. He understands that he needs to run away from here, because it is too early for him to die, and he must continue his life. He reflects on the fact that he is, at the very least, the pride of the nation, and therefore must sacrifice everyone in order to save himself. The demon is cool about all these stories and makes another attack with his hand to crush him like a pathetic crumb. Larry points out that he doesn't exploit any bugs, and pretends to have worked really hard to get this army. Ludwig says that he will not give up so easily, as he is the best warrior of the young generation of his country. He assures that he cannot die here, and strikes with his demonic scythe to release blades of wind. All these attacks prove pointless, as they are too weak compared to Larry's demons. Larry quickly defeats him and remarks that if he had entered the fight, it would have been over much sooner. After this, he looks at the system notifications and realizes that he was not awarded any points for defeating them. Larry notes that this is a little strange and wonders why things turned out this way. After thinking for a bit, he remembers that there is a logical explanation, since monsters can be resurrected at the expense of animals. We are transported to a desert area a few kilometers from the dungeon where this inglorious battle took place. Charles and Ludwig emerge from the sand and notice that they only have 6 uses of their skills left. Rising carefully, they note that they miraculously survived, but now they have no opportunity for reincarnation. Ludwig proudly says that now they can stop fearing death, but Charles advises him not to be too naive. He notices that the opponents are 3 demons and an entire army, so even 5 spare resurrections won't help here. He emphasizes that in their situation, they cannot waste their lives and need to find another dungeon to get the demons. Ludwig says it's time to hurry and find a way to deal with this pathetic adversary. However, after a few seconds, he begins to feel terrible, as if someone had pressed him to the ground by force. He feels the effects of weakness and wonders where the strength he was proud of has gone. Charles calmly explains that after being resurrected, he is subject to a fatigue effect that wears off after 10 minutes. Ludwig asks if it is dangerous to walk here, and Charles advises to move carefully. At that very moment, a fiery axe falls on Ludwig, almost completely destroying his body. Charles turns around and feels a terrible chill run through his entire body, causing him to tremble with true fear. Andrew happily remarks that he is lucky today, as he gets the opportunity to kill another person. Taking a closer look, he realizes that it is better not to be seen, even if the enemy is some kind of prince. Charles realizes that now is not the right time to fight, as the fatigue has not yet passed. Andrew asks what they are doing here, assuming they are hunting monsters to survive. Afterwards, he rushes forward to make another kill and remarks that it was just a great game. Charles understands that it's all over and there's no escape, and the only thing left for him is to hope for revival. Andrew reaches out to him and says that he really wanted to play this game with him and crush him like a mouse. Moments later, it causes a powerful explosion that kills Charles instantly. After this, the barbarian looks at his glasses and wonders why nothing has changed. He adds that he clearly remembers that he killed them, but he still hasn't received any points. On the 14th day of the competition, the hosts note that it is hard to believe that the tournament will soon end. The university is closely monitoring every day and hopes that Larry will easily take first place. Students continue to follow the progress of events and hope that their favorite candidate will be able to move on. The presenters report that now the points received for killing monsters will not affect the place in the table. According to the rules, candidates must now only kill each other to get at least some points. Destroying the best candidates in their own countries is a dubious practice, but it is the accepted practice in this world. Meanwhile, Andrew takes third place and sleeps peacefully somewhere in a large clearing. He feels a pleasant breeze as the presenter announces that the man in second place has held on for 4 days now. Now it becomes clear that the great Morgan has taken second place, destroying everyone who gets in his way. He strokes his cross and reflects on how they will soon find their target and finish it off. Larry, in turn, defends another dungeon in order to subjugate even more demons. He goes on a mission to destroy the demon of the 9 realms, and realizes that it was the last demon in the collection. Smiling, he notes that his army is almost assembled, and now no one at all can stand a chance against him. He realizes that he has already reached such a level of power that he just needs to snap his fingers to kill everyone. Larry receives a new assignment called the Dragon Kingdom and decides to find out what it is all about. He also discovers that his dragon, Emerald, has gained a new skill that needs to be tested. After reading the description, he understands that the skill creates a zone 100 meters long in which all the dragon's stats are increased. He realizes that this is a very powerful effect, as it not only increases the stats of dragons, but also weakens others. He also understands that there is no escape from this zone, which means this skill will help him in any victories. He receives a warning that he has become the target of a hunter and tries to understand what it all means. Smiling, he realizes that he will soon have even more points, since he will kill anyone without a second thought. Morgan, meanwhile, receives a task called the final fight for first place. Smiling, he notes that it will now be even easier for him to get first place, because he knows perfectly well where Larry is. Charles and Ludwig gave him this task in order to team up with him, and with his help, reach the top places. Charles realizes that in front of them is a man who, with one blow, can destroy the giant they spent 3 days killing. He emphasizes that they trust him, but the two of them will definitely not be able to finish off this enemy, since he has subjugated the demons. Morgan says that he is capable of this too, and adds that it is not his power, but merely borrowing someone else's power. Morgan asks them how he managed to subdue such powerful creatures. At the same time, we move to the tournament area, where 2 employees are in the server room. They complain that the gentleman has not contacted them since then, and assume that he has decided to fire them. One of them adds that they were told to watch Larry and do their job, as initiative is punishable. They don't notice that a woman has crept up on them unnoticed and immediately grabs a sharp knife. She instantly grabs one of the employees in order to finish him off as quickly as possible. A few moments later, his comrade turns around and sees his friend falling, clutching his throat in death throes. The killer comes closer to him and notes that he should not scream, otherwise his death will be long and painful. The employee tries to beg for mercy, but it is useless, since the woman has no desire to spare him. She turns and heads towards the large racks of servers. After this, she grabs the wires and is asked over the radio what is happening. The girl replies that there is nothing to worry about, since the Morgan family never loses. The broadcast is interrupted and the signal for the event is lost, but technical staff reports that everything will be restored. Sheng turns to the Elder and asks if he thinks this is another attempt by the Tin Quan royal family. Elder Han notes that things are not going smoothly here, and suspects that the Morgans are also involved. One of the staff members tries to find Circus, believing that, as the one responsible for the broadcast, he should do something. However, to their surprise, they discover that he has disappeared from the office, as if he had never been there. He is near the observation room and approaches the head of the Morgan family, asking why he scheduled the meeting. Morgan reports that he said he would take 3 minutes, but he didn't intend to discuss anything serious. After this, he turns around and says that their time is up, after which they thank him for his attention. Ludwig and Charles, meanwhile, receive information that Larry has become a servant of the ancient god and has received these powers. Morgan notes that at first he too was weak, but then he accepted the strength given to him by the heavens. He emphasizes that the powers of the ancient ruler called the essence of the holy mountain greatly strengthen him. After this, he hands them 2 stones containing the essence of the holy mountain, and they ask him where such generosity comes from. Morgan looks at them calmly and says that he is offering to make a deal where in exchange for victory, he will study their lands. Charles understands that these are very favorable conditions, and since he is a prince, no one will deceive him, which means he should agree. He quickly accepts the gift and announces that he invites the family to come to his country after the competition. Ludwig asks if he agrees to this, and Charles declares that he has no intention of living in Larry's shadow. Morgan asks Ludwig if he agrees to this, adding that there may not be another chance like this. The warrior accepts these gifts and notes that he too would not mind participating in this adventure, although he cannot refuse. Morgan looks at him proudly and explains that the more submissive he is, the more power he will receive in return. He grins and says that he prepared the last stone especially for Larry to enslave his will. He proudly notes that now Larry will become his puppet and will not be able to do anything about it. The practice room attendant enters early and reports that the cameras are unable to see anything, but the broadcast has been restored. Circus's assistant asks him if he's going to report everything that happened here. Circus says an internal investigation will have to be conducted because the information cannot be allowed to leak. He remembers the observers who distract him and realizes that this is definitely the work of the Morgan family. Meanwhile, the location moves to the volcanoes, and Larry is already rushing forward, hoping to kill someone. He looks closely at the map and reflects on how lucky he was to find a few more players to kill. The map shows him Sheridan, from whom there has been no news for 10 days. Larry realizes that this is easy prey and lands next to him, hoping to trick him. He gives the dragon the command to gradually descend so as not to frighten his prey prematurely. As soon as the dragon gets close to the ground, Larry jumps down and looks around, trying to find a target. He wonders where Sheridan went, hoping he won't have to play with him again. Sheridan hides behind a rock, but as soon as he sees the protagonist, he realizes that he is in absolutely no danger. He happily walks out and waves to him, thinking that Larry spared him last time, which means there won't be any problems. Smiling, he notes that all this time he thought he was being pursued by a hunter, and he is glad that he met him. Larry laments that he has too few points, after which he takes out a gun, noting that there is no room for kindness here anymore. However, just as he is about to finish off the man who was deceived by the dragon, he suddenly senses something is wrong. Sheridan fails to react in time to the approaching entity and falls into its trap. Several hands suddenly emerge from the ground, preventing him from getting out and grabbing him. Sheridan doesn't yet fully understand Larry's true nature and thinks he can help him if he asks. Larry takes aim and recognizes the monster as the creature that once belonged to Charles, but now it has become a puppet. He concentrates as much power as possible to kill both Sheridan and the creature at once, but it takes too long. Sheridan takes his last breath and asks for help, but no one is going to rescue him. The system alerts everyone that Sheridan has died, and now there are only 9 participants left. Charles turns to the protagonist and notes that he took his glasses away from him because Larry will kill him anyway. Larry states that they haven't seen each other in a while, before saying that they have become stronger as slaves of the Holy Mountain. He understands that if they have joined Charles, then the hunter approaching them is him. Morgan also appears out of nowhere and says that they know each other's abilities very well. Morgan hands him the stone and explains that he must kneel before God to gain strength. Larry understands that we are talking about the essence of the Holy Mountain, but he does not need this because he himself controls the corpses. Morgan, in turn, says that if Larry joins them, he will be spared, but Larry states that he is not like them. Larry notes that by gaining this power, they only became on par with his dragons, but that is not enough. Morgan believes that it is unlikely that they will be able to reach a normal agreement. He asks his comrades if they want to take revenge for all the humiliations they suffer from him. Immediately after this, the 3 of them jump towards him, noting that he will pay for his sins. Larry turns away from the powerful attack and realizes that he will have to fight seriously. He speculates that these people have definitely become slaves and have acquired serious skills that pose a threat. At first, he takes aim at Ludwig, hoping to take his life with one shot, but something goes wrong. Ludwig starts moving faster and calmly deflects all the shots with his swords without any problems. After this, he notes that today Ludwig will die from their blade, although he can still escape. Morgan continues to hold the small stone of Holy Mountain essence in his hands. Morgan says that otherwise they will kill Larry, and he will become an ordinary puppet of the Holy Mountain. Larry reflects that in the far north he killed many puppets, and the slaves do not dare threaten him. For some reason, this hurts his fragile pride, and he thinks that he will punish them for such insolence. Ludwig misunderstands the intentions and believes that the hero is afraid. Larry takes offense at these words and thinks that none of them will leave here alive. After this, he orders his dragon to take on the form of the World Destroyer to show off its power. Ludwig jumps aside and notes that he won't fall for that trick again. Larry completely ignores him and rushes towards Morgan and Charles to destroy them. The Abyss Wanderer comes out to meet him, and Charles remarks that today will be his last day. Their self-confidence knows no bounds, and they are ready to do anything to win this fight. Larry makes a powerful dodge and heroically lands to the side to land a punch. Jumping back, he notices that fighting 2 against 1 is not so fair, despite the numerical advantage of his animals. After this, he immediately summons Emerald to now gain a numerical advantage for himself. Larry ponders what would happen if he combined the dragon with the essence of the Holy Mountain. Celeste continues to continuously spew flames in front of her, and Larry orders her to redouble her efforts. Charles realizes that the attack is much more serious than he initially thought, and he needs to dodge it. Ludwig gets into a special stance to block the heat, but he succeeds with great difficulty. Larry orders him to summon a more worthy opponent and stop throwing out one small attack. After this, Larry begins to tease, noting that his dragon has not used up 1% of its power, and they are already tired. He emphasizes that he didn't expect Morgan to be so strong, and thanks him for the extra points. Morgan gradually becomes angry, and notes that he did not expect to meet such a complete idiot. After this, he soars into the air, believing that now he will understand that fate is not on his side. As he flies upward, he uses the skill Punishing Flame to direct holy fire at the enemy. Larry watches the hail of sacred fireballs closely, but is not at all impressed. He rushes forward, thinking that he expected much more, and that his master is not so strong. After this, he uses his dragon skill to transform his hands into claws. Morgan calls him a pathetic little bug who will pay for his words and clutches the Holy Mountain Essence Stone. He applies incredible force and destroys this hard stone quite quickly. Looking angrily at the protagonist, he says that now Larry will see the true power of the ancient gods. At that very moment, he summons a gigantic structure that is initially impossible to comprehend. A huge angel emerges from the structure, ready to deliver a powerful blow with its sword. Larry realizes that he has just concentrated the energy contained in the essence, and that it is a very powerful attack. Taking aim with his bow, he notes that this skill could not have been learned in a couple of days. However, once the projectiles reach their target, it becomes clear that they do not leave a single scratch on the angel. Larry reflects that the summoned creature's power is greater than that of the demons of the 9 worlds, and decides to strengthen himself. He uses the dragon's inspiration skill to give all pets an even greater damage boost. After this, he orders Celeste to use the World on Fire skill to create several fire tornadoes. Seraphim ignores these skills and rushes forward, preparing to strike with his sword. A fireball, reminiscent of the real sun in shape and temperature, immediately flies towards him. Larry begins charging up his attack to combo it and deal even more damage. A few moments later, a snake-shaped arrow, which was supposed to be combined with the fiery sun, cut through the air. However, Seraphim is not worried about this, continuing to move forward and hoping that everything will work out for him. A powerful explosion is heard, which from a distance resembles the explosion of a real nuclear bomb. Morgan notes that the power of the ancient god is sky-high, and it is impossible to destroy him so easily, and that it is a pity for ordinary mortals. The explosion dissipates, and it becomes clear that none of the participants received damage, and this is not the end. It becomes clear that the angels had to take a defensive stance, meaning that the attack was partially cancelled. Larry fires another snake arrow, splitting it into 12 projectiles to deal even more damage. Ludwig comes to his aid and strikes him with the ghost's scythe to at least partially slow down his momentum. Larry realizes he'll have to perform a powerful parry maneuver, and parries all the blows with incredible ease. Immediately after this, he notices that something divine is forming behind him, and decides to turn around immediately. He realizes that this attack can be neutralized, and rushes forward at incredible speed. It cuts through the air, leaving a distinctive cross-shaped mark on the attack that was aimed at it. Ludwig and Charles remain optimistic, believing that without his dragons, this man is incapable of anything. Morgan also remains in high spirits, noting that all that remains is to separate Larry from the dragons. Larry looks at them with a smile, and asks if they are sure that in this case they will not fall into their own trap. Morgan asks about the meaning of what is happening, and Ludwig advises not to succumb to provocations. Larry lands on the ground and suddenly notices that a gigantic number of demons have appeared along with him. He smiles, noting that he predicted their actions, as he is incredibly smart and calculating. Morgan looks at him with a smile and asks if Larry really thinks the puppets can defeat him. Larry snaps his fingers and thinks that with such numbers they are unlikely to succeed. After this, he calls to his side all the remaining and defeated demons of the 9 worlds. Morgan smiles and notes that their chances have now increased to almost 100%, and victory is almost guaranteed. Ludwig, Charles, and Morgan realize that the situation has gone from critical to dire in an instant. Morgan can't believe what's happening, because not much time has passed since the last battle with the demon. He wonders how Larry managed to fix all the demons while he continues to admire himself. Morgan adds that he doesn't care how many demons are summoned, as it doesn't affect anything. He loudly declares that even with the sacred mountain working, they still won't win, and then uses the light skill. This skill grants all allies bonuses to their armor, strength, agility, and willpower. These skills take effect immediately, and Morgan rushes forward to destroy demons with increased speed. He notes that the 9 demons are no match for them, as they are all corrupted entities. Charles and Ludwig believe that after receiving power from Morgan, they are much more tired, and now they will not lose. Larry notices that they are happy with a few handouts, but his dragons are much stronger. Emerald uses the power of her kind to strengthen everyone. This buff extends to all demons, making them even more deadly than before. All the damage they received in a short time is instantly restored, and the demons regain their strength. Emerald continues to bless at an incredible rate, increasing their power 12-fold. Celeste begins to feel great, as she can now ignore 12 blows. Immediately after this, she lunges forward, attempting to bite Seraphim on the head and somehow damaging the angel. Morgan wonders how this is possible, since a slave of the sacred mountain cannot lose to anyone. Larry advises to watch closely, as this is not the only surprise he has prepared. After that, he cuts through the air and decides to use the Dragon Realm skill to lock the opponents in a certain area. Ludwig notes that this is almost impossible, since the skill is unlocked much later. Morgan states that he doesn't care what skill it is, as it won't affect the outcome of the battle. He uses the skill Punishing Flame and notes that he will cut down everything in his path if it gets in their way. After this, he loudly declares that he will show the difference, which will be simply incredible if you compare them. Larry, in turn, calls upon the giant monster's logic to do some of the work for him. Morgan notes that his attack power has increased, but Larry is still able to deflect the blow with a flap of his wings. He quickly realizes that the kingdom's effect is seriously weakening them. Immediately after this, they are attacked by a huge number of monsters trying to prevent their escape. Larry watches them and notes that if they died in such a situation, he would be bored. Moments later, a powerful explosion of holy energy occurs, knocking back several demons. Hillary invokes sacred primacy and notes that he originally wanted to keep Larry alive to make him a slave. He adds that he regrets not taking the chance to become even stronger. After this, he remarks that after Larry's death, he will become his puppet, although Larry has already heard this several times. Morgan doesn't understand why all his attacks don't do any damage, even though he is much weaker than the main character. Shen notes that the stakes are getting seriously high, and asks the Elder if he is thinking the same thing. Hillary falls to the ground and admits that it is practically impossible, because he hoped that at least something would have an effect. He wonders who has ever survived an attack by an ancient god before. Larry declares that they seem to have run out of cards, and it's his turn to strike hard. Celeste lets out a powerful roar to strike terror into the hearts of her enemies and prevent them from dodging her attacks. All the enemies clutch their ears and note that they can no longer withstand this loud sound. Charles runs to his friend and reminds him that they still have a void contract, and if they die, they will be reborn. Larry strikes Ludwig almost instantly, leaving him no chance of survival. He smiles and notes that he will not allow them to be reborn, because he himself decided so. Charles looks at his fallen comrade in surprise and realizes that he is not showing the slightest sign of life. To his horror, he also realizes that he no longer feels his comrade's presence here. Charles wonders in frustration why he can't contact the monster no matter how hard he tries. Morgan immediately grabs his hand to make him come to his senses and make the only sensible decision in this situation. He states that Charles must sign the Abyss contract with him, otherwise he will not be able to die here. Charles realizes that this is not the best time to discuss the contract and says he refuses. Larry quickly gets behind Charles, delivers a powerful punch and notes that there is no point in discussing the contract, as it will not help. Smiling, he adds that no one can perform summoning magic except him, and without a pet, it is impossible to sign a contract. Morgan reflects that he could never have imagined that he would find himself in such a situation, because he is a servant of the gods. Rising to his feet, he says that he wanted to give this crystal to Larry, but his narcissism got the better of him. After this, he stands up and notes that he will beg the god of the sacred mountain to fill his body with strength. Larry quickly kills him and says that no one will give time to charge the skill. Morgan suffers injuries incompatible with life, and his body immediately begins to wither away at an incredible rate. Once he hits the ground, A strange aura begins to emanate from his hand, and the mountain's essence flies into the air. The essence rushes in an unknown direction, but Larry watches it, and nothing is hidden from his gaze. Larry notes that no one can escape from the Dragon Kingdom, even if he is a god. Larry proudly rushes forward, realizing that his abilities are so strong that they surpass even the capabilities of the gods. He thinks that he will finally receive the essence of this sacred god, as he has been waiting for this for a long time. Meanwhile, it becomes clear that the leading candidates have been killed, and now only a few people remain. Shen is happy that Larry has killed all the people who stood in his way, and happily turns to the elder. Circus turns and walks away, trying to figure out how to explain everything to his superiors now. Elder Hong watches the events closely, and does not say a word, as he is too concentrated. Circus realizes that his charges are dead, and now must somehow explain this to their families, who will be unhappy. The problem is that Charles is the great hope of the whole family, and the state has invested a lot of resources and time into his development. However, his thoughts that all this is heading towards collapse are interrupted by the appearance of strange tentacles. He understands perfectly well who these tentacles belong to, and fearfully greets the gentleman who just appears. A strange hooded figure stares at him, making him wonder if his son was brutally murdered. Circus falls to his knees and apologizes to him, saying that he is ready to accept any punishment. He claims that the candidates from the moon side were too strong and he tried to stop them, but it was to no avail. The man notes that it is now clear to him where the strange sensation he experienced came from. Taking off his hood, he shows his face and says that now he will have to act more aggressively. With these words, he squeezes his tentacles around Circus's neck and begins to strangle him as hard as he can. He angrily asks if Circus remembers his promise, adding that now his son is dead, having lost to the state. He wonders why Circus couldn't even handle some pathetic boy. Circus begins to beg for mercy, saying that he must give another chance that will definitely live up to expectations. Charles's father decides not to waste his time on him and simply lets him go, allowing him to hit his head painfully. He adds that Larry must not leave the state and must be disposed of after the tournament. As he leaves for his circle, he notes that they will leave no trace of him, just as they will not leave any trace of the demons of the 9 worlds. Circus looks away in fear and confirms that he has understood the orders and will begin to carry them out. Larry, in turn, holds the essence of the sacred mountain and notes that he gladly killed 3 people for it. Looking at the twin dragons, he realizes that he has absolutely no idea how they will react. Nevertheless, he decides to try experimenting on them, since otherwise he will always have time to kill them. With these words, he throws the stone into the air so that the dragons will try to swallow it. One of the dragons quickly opens its mouth to swallow the essence and taste it for itself. The dragon's eyes begin to glow with a bright yellow light, and he feels himself becoming much stronger. In this way, they activate a process of incredible evolution that advances their development even further. Larry and Emerald watch this in amazement and try to figure out how much the dragons will improve. After some time, they completely transform their dark form and become like divine avatars. Larry carefully examines the system notifications and notes that his dragons have received 2 new skills. One of the skills further increases the dragon's stats, and Larry speculates that they can now destroy entire countries. Looking at the dragons, he wonders how many more entities he can feed them and how it will affect them. Smiling, he says that he is now very interested to know what the twins' final form will be. After some time, the system notifies him that an important vote must be held to complete the tournament. Larry reads the rules and realizes that there are 6 survivors left who need to vote to leave the tournament. Larry realizes it's time to end it, as he's already killed enough people, and accepts the terms. The system reports that the number of participants who voted for the end is in the lead, and the tests are about to end. The system also informs that each participant is entitled to a reward depending on the place they take. Larry looks at the huge number of chests, and happily notes that he has finally completed the adventure. He opens one of the chests and examines it carefully, hoping that there is something very valuable inside. Naturally, the hero pulls out a level 90 legendary item which suits him perfectly. He also finds skill books that will help him create even more interesting skills. Larry realizes that this is a good reward and praises the Tin Quan government for choosing the perfect prizes. He also finds a summoning spot and a buff scroll to level himself up. He realizes that the scroll to increase summoning capacity arrived just in time, and now he needs to return home. He decides to use the scroll to remove the restrictions from a special ring so he can put it on his finger right away. After this, he wonders if it will be possible to improve the weapon he holds in his hands. He becomes curious about how big the difference is between legendary quality and enhanced legendary quality. Larry holds 2 pieces of equipment in his hands and realizes that his powers are immediately increased several times. He reflects on how the skill of copying the language of dragons, combined with resonance, makes him a true magician. Now he feels the power of the Golden Dragon Lord, and even feels the ability to transform into a golden dragon. Immediately after this, he emerges from the portal, and is glad that during all this time he has not encountered a single difficult enemy. He is asked uncomfortable questions about the fact that he killed a bunch of people, but he decides not to look for justification for his actions. Shen immediately dismisses the journalists, explaining that Larry does not give interviews because it is beneath his dignity. Elder Hong smiles and calls him a hero of the country, after which he notes that he is very happy. He congratulates Larry on his victory and notes that he was previously in the top 3, but this year he surpassed everyone. He then hands him a gold Griffin Troop badge, explaining that Larry is an honorary recipient of this award. Larry notes that he was told that only 8 people had the gold badge, and the elder confirms this. He adds that Larry is now the 9th recipient of the badge, and also the youngest. Larry thanks the elder, while Circus announces that this year's international tournament is coming to an end. He announces that he congratulates everyone who got out alive and suggests moving on to summing up the results. Circus announces that Larry, who has earned a huge number of points, is the champion of this tournament. He also reports that second place is taken by Andrew, who also tried hard, although he scored 10 times less points. Elder Hong notes that he didn't expect Larry to become champion, yet he scored so many points. Turning around, he explains that it is a bit hard for him to stand, so he will go and rest so as not to tire the participants with unnecessary conversations. Smiling, he adds that they are returning home tomorrow and the elders will want to meet him. Larry asks what an elder is, and Shan explains that he doesn't yet understand the full extent of Larry's contributions. At night, he finds himself in a hotel and looks at his gold badge, realizing that he didn't put much effort into getting it. He smiles and notes that he is now second in status in the country after Jeff, and this makes him happy. He enjoys the thought that he can now order Urlock to humiliate himself, and while it is in his hands, he decides to do other things. He turns to his inventory and reflects on how long he has waited to use these scrolls. He is delighted that he can now summon a dragon from the blue egg, and immediately places it on the floor, watching it carefully. The other dragons appear nearby, and he asks them if they are ready to see their new comrade. He uses a special skill to cause the egg to activate and bring forth a new dragon. This time, it becomes obvious that there was a thunder dragon inside, as lightning runs between all the participants. The dragon was in suspended animation, but due to the destruction of its shell, it gradually came to its senses, looking around. Larry looks at him carefully and realizes that, unlike the others, this time he has come across a boy dragon. The other dragons look at the new addition with great interest, trying to understand its character. Larry notes that he has a very cool dragon form and an amazing talent with lightning. However, as soon as he extends his finger towards it, the newly minted dragon almost immediately bites him with all his might. Larry is stunned by this development, as he did not expect the dragon to attack him. The constellation begins to laugh at him, while he waves his hand, admitting that he did not expect such a disposition. Celeste struggles to remove the dragon from her master's finger, but he finds a new victim. Without thinking twice, the dragon turns around and bites her hand, hoping to assert his dominance. Larry realizes that this little guy will likely become a real thorn in his side, just like Constellation, so he studies his stats. He notices that the dragon has 2 variations, each of which is aimed at dealing massive amounts of damage. Overjoyed, he decides that it's time to come up with a name, since he has already decided on the characteristics. Meanwhile, the dragon chooses Constellation as its target and begins to respond menacingly to her actions, preparing to release lightning. The Constellation responds with a powerful blow, as it is not accustomed to enduring such treatment. Larry tries to stop them, explaining that now is not the time to fight each other, because the dragon is still a baby. Once the Thunder Dragon gets his due and understands his place, Larry tries to come up with a new name for him. After some thought, he notes that if his skills are related to thunder and lightning, the dragon could be called Xiaolang. The dragon immediately makes it clear that he clearly doesn't like such names, and he would like something more worthwhile for himself. Larry thinks for a moment and realizes that in that case it would be much better if they called him Anders. The little dragon immediately responds to the new nickname, showing that he really liked this nickname. Larry happily extends his hand and announces that his name is now Anders, after which the dragon immediately bites him. Larry realizes that he will have a hard time, since he now has 2 unruly dragons under his command. The system returns to him again and congratulates him on another confident victory, sending a blood card. Larry opens the chest and finds that in front of him is a divine rank card, which is different from the usual ones. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Ying family's family garden, which is located on the western border of the Long Country. The mentor, who we know well, and who has been interested in the main character all this time, is watching the tournament. Smiling, she notes that she knew perfectly well that there would be no problems with him, since her gifts took him to a new level. After this, she begins to cough, as if she were suffering from some very serious illness. Looking at her hand, she finds a small amount of blood, which is clearly not a good sign. She recalls her past, and notes that the Hind family is incredibly cruel in their methods of influence. After some time, an assistant comes to her, informing her that things are very bad. She bows sadly before her mentor, and informs her that the Hind family has arrived here to conduct negotiations. The teacher wonders what they want this time, and the assistant explains that they came from beyond Cloud Mountain. The girl states that Cloud Mountain has belonged to their family for centuries. She adds that they have come to the western border, but are behaving barbarically, after which she asks about the Lin family. The assistant reports that she has no news from them, which causes the mentor to lose her temper. She calls them ungrateful jackals and a stupid herd, when suddenly she begins to cough and covers her face with a handkerchief. Seeing the large amount of blood, she realizes that she is in bad condition and states that she will meet with the Huang family. She strongly notes that it will be very interesting to look into the eyes of this shameless family and understand their motives. Larry, meanwhile, is already flying at full speed towards his native lands, thinking about lofty goals. He understands that the reward the elders gave him will be very useful to him in the future. He recalls a conversation at the airport when he was asked to choose 10 awards from 460 available. Elder Hong noted that all 460 secret items were collected over decades. Larry muses that he won't be able to level up much due to the strength of his dragons while he discovers treasure. Having chosen the dungeons of the Sand Sea of Death, he realizes that this is where the divine map leads, by a happy coincidence. Larry immediately points to this place, noting that the other areas are absolutely not interesting to him, and he is heading only there. Elder Hong advises that this is a good choice, as the zone is located on the border, and one will have to ask permission from the deputy for access. Larry thanks him and says that he will return home a little later, as he has an appointment with Andrew. Shen suddenly interrupts his thoughts by placing a hand on his shoulder and asking why he is flying in the clouds. Larry looks out the window and is surprised at how busy it is in here. The plane lands smoothly and comes to a complete stop after a few minutes, allowing passengers to disembark. Larry finds himself on the street and immediately sees a huge number of fans taking pictures of him and praising his achievements. Shen asks if he is used to such attention, suggesting that he go straight to the academy. Larry happily agrees, and within a few hours they are at the right place. Shen says he may miss a couple of classes to rest while the portal is being prepared. Hillary greets him joyfully and waves, causing a genuine smile to appear on his face at the meeting with a relative. The other girls also decided to play the role of cheerleaders, and unfurled entire banners hailing him as the winner. Larry is surprised that he was given such a lavish welcome and wonders why they did it. Hillary explains that she worried about him every day and watched the broadcasts, because a whole hunt had begun for him. Shen reports that he gave him 4 tasks, including caring for the dragons and spending time with loved ones. Ingrid asks him why he arrived later than usual, and Larry explains that he was meeting a new friend. Citrine notes that they were too worried, and Larry enjoys a feeling of peace. He also asks how his mentor is doing, and whether she knows that he has become a champion. Sometime later, a meeting takes place between Circus and the head of the Sully family at the secret estate of the family. The head of the family reports that the Sand Sea of the Dead is on the border, and that executioners who kill gods must be sent there. Circus questions whether this is too much force to destroy one person, which greatly irritates the head of the family. The head of the family immediately grabs him by the neck with his tentacles to teach him a lesson in good manners. Circus realizes he has said too much and begs for mercy, promising that he will never allow this to happen again. Immediately after this, the head of the family lets him go, realizing that this man can still be useful to him. He declares that he will spare absolutely nothing to avenge his son, and he will do anything to kill Larry. The head of the family says that the kingdom needs to be surrounded and everything there needs to be cleaned out, and he will join with the 4 heroes of Tin Quan. We move to midday at the entrance to the Sand Sea of Death, where a number of university employees are already located. Our heroes step through the portal to look around and see how difficult this dungeon will be. Tina reveals that she never expected to one day be part of a team of pioneers in a state-level dungeon. Larry is thinking about how they're about to get a new dragon when he notices tents with the Tin Quan flag. Gloria explains that as soon as they started building the teleportation system, people immediately came running from their side. She reassures them, noting that there are few of them here, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Larry asks why she came, and Gloria replies that the Academy is worried that something might happen. Larry says he's glad they care about him, and Hillary thanks them for caring, Gloria invites them to follow her, explaining that she will show them the entrance to the dungeon. After some time, they find themselves in a creepy cave, which ends with a bright portal flash. Gloria looks at her students with awe and respect, wishing them a pleasant passage. Larry nods politely and understands that it would be best if they left as quickly as possible. Within seconds, they find themselves in the sand sea of death, and the landscape changes almost instantly. There are guards in front of this dungeon, but Tina confidently claims that they will deal with such opponents. Larry asks if they are confident in their abilities, to which she replies that he is not the only one who has become stronger in these months. After this, she rushes forward and uses the water-splitting skill, creating 4 incoming jets. Ingrid performs another combo attack to freeze the enemy, completely preventing them from moving. Citrine uses a skill that destroys starlight to deal powerful damage. The skill deals massive damage and additionally adds the effect of burning with holy fire. Larry comments that this is very cool, and Hillary notes that there is a huge gap between them, but they do not want to be weak. Tina notes that they act in harmony and will try to go along with her. Larry remarks that they are doing great since they are level 30, but they were unable to defeat a level 65 monster. After this, he suddenly takes out his weapon and recommends that everyone lie down, hinting at a sudden danger. Tina looks in surprise at the projectile that flies a few millimeters from her head, and decides not to make any sudden movements. Larry shoots accurately and takes out several monsters that appeared out of nowhere behind her. Ingrid and the others are surprised that he was able to kill 8 elite monsters with just 1 shot. Tina thinks that this seems like a joke, because one person is not capable of causing so much damage. Hillary asks him where his dragons went, adding that it would be great if he summoned them. Larry smiles and says that he recently got a new dragon and it has a really nasty personality. His friends notice that they are not afraid of his dragons because he is with them, which means they can be controlled. Larry muses that otherwise he could just drive the dragon back to raise him. After the quarter opens, lightning starts appearing everywhere, which, fortunately, does not hit his friends. Tina looks at Anders as he appears and asks why he always appears so spectacularly. Larry reports that he sometimes acts completely immodestly, while Anders lashes out at opponents. Larry watches Anders' progress in amazement and notes that his fighting skills are very impressive. He also discovers that Anders already has the Blue Dragon Lord's Roar skill, meaning it needs to be combined with other skills. This attack produces an incredibly powerful effect and releases thunderclaps, dealing significant damage to enemies. Larry only now realizes that his skills are thunder-related, despite the fact that he has summoned lightning before. The system notifies him that he has received a map fragment that relates to a very important task. Hillary asks if he wants to find the tyrant's treasure, while Larry clutches a piece of the map. Ingrid explains that if they find 500 map fragments, they will gain access to the treasure. Tina states that this is a decent amount of fragments, but this does not diminish her fighting spirit one bit. Hillary asks if he has any ideas on how to find the treasure as quickly as possible. Larry calls Emerald and tells her that they will use her to scout out the area first. Emerald summons 2 more dragons to his side, each with suitable skills. They also summon a huge number of puppets that will act exactly as Larry wants. His friends are amazed at such incredible skills and note that it most likely seems like a dream, because it is simply impossible. Larry proudly declares that the twin dragons can open gates that transport the puppet army to another location. Ingrid explains that this skill is much stronger than that of the necromancer, although this class is also considered hidden and very strong. He is asked if he took the demons of the 9 worlds with him, and Larry happily reports that he could not pass up such an opportunity. Larry snaps his fingers and a giant demon emerges from the portal, bringing more of his comrades with him. His friends are shocked by the appearance of such giant monsters. Larry smiles and notes that now these creatures will try to clear the entire path for them. They are opposed by the skeletal servants of the tyrants, but they are no match for Larry's army. No matter how many monsters the desert sent to stop the heroes, all such efforts will be in vain. This time, a giant spider emerges from the sands, which is an elite monster and can cause some trouble. However, in order to deal with them, one of the earth demons jumps into the air. He makes a loud roar to stun his opponents and also uses his weapons. The skeletons fly up and are immediately struck by Anders, practicing his Thunderstrike skills. He plays it over and over again to better master it for future use. Tina points out that it's unfair since they trained for 2 months, and Larry cleared it all out in a second. Larry is notified that he is in the right place, and a god-level map is opened in front of him. He opens the chest and receives the equipment, but to his great disappointment, there is no dragon egg inside. He also finds a special scroll that allows him to summon the Shadow Dragon Lord for 1 hour. Larry realizes that this item is an artifact that can be absorbed and thus bypass the rules of the system. He realizes that if he gives the dragon to Emerald, he will get another dragon that can be used indefinitely. The system informs him that he has completed the task of finding all 500 fragments that need to be connected. Larry admits that he didn't expect to complete the task so quickly, and happily presses the button. Meanwhile, strange people in military uniforms appear near the portal and quickly approach it. The staff of the Long State look at the approaching representatives of another country in surprise and try to understand what this means. One of the officers, noticing the knight who is clearly playing the role of leader, reports that this secret kingdom is already being used. Larry, instead of responding, launches a powerful attack to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. The officers realize they are under attack and quickly fire a flare to warn others. The flare successfully reaches its target and explodes into pieces with a loud roar. Gloria turns around in surprise when she hears the explosion and wonders what is going on. The real massacre begins as the Moon soldiers find themselves completely powerless. A wounded officer appears next to Gloria and advises her to run as quickly as possible. He reports that they are under attack from the Tinquan state and everyone needs to be warned. Gloria sees only one enemy and understands that she will no longer be able to escape. Looking at her random teleportation scrolls, she realizes that it would be better to use them to avoid death. Suddenly, a giant knight appears in front of her, preparing to cut her in half. Gloria turns away from the hands of this incredibly fast fighter, clad in very heavy armor. After this, she immediately uses a random teleportation scroll to dissolve her body into thin air. The knight tries to finish her off with a powerful blow, however. As soon as his sword touches her body, it passes through her. Gloria disappears in a bright flash, leaving the knight confused. But he realizes that this is not the end of the story. This knight turns out to be the commander of a country's squad called the God Killers, named Oswald. Larry, meanwhile, continues to carefully study the skills his dragons have acquired, and notices that Emerald has a new ability. She can now choose an ally and create 2 clones that fully acquire the original's abilities. Larry praises her, noting that at only level 30 she already has 2 amazing skills. A multitude of the tyrant's minions leap out from the ground and can duplicate their attacks to deal additional damage. Ingrid explains that the map's activation appears to have caused the boss to appear, but Larry is glad he won't have to look for it. Along with the servants of the tyrant himself, they are followed by a giant golden chariot with a rider dressed in red armor. This damn tyrant has a level of 80 and very significant stats. Ingrid asks how they will fight, and Tina suggests sending an army of demons and then unleashing the dragons. Larry asks them not to worry, and notes that the demons of the 9 worlds will deal with this enemy themselves. Tina reports that these monsters are certainly strong, but the boss itself is level 80, and there are also several level 70 opponents. Larry believes that these are not very serious opponents, so there is no need to even bother with coming up with a plan of attack. Larry summons Emerald to greatly strengthen the demons of the 9 worlds that are about to appear here. He orders her to show that she is capable of demonstrating her new skills in all her glory. Emerald flies higher and higher into the air, continuing to empower the monsters with his amazing abilities. Ingrid is surprised by what is happening as she watches Emerald clone his allies. The monsters continue to grow stronger, and gradually their numbers begin to increase. Tina notes that if all the demons of the 9 worlds were summoned at once, there would be 27 of them, which is an unimaginable success. The monsters quickly clone themselves and unleash a fearsome battle cry to stun their opponents with terror. Citrine says it's really cool, and Hillary adds that Emerald's new skills are amazing. The corrupted tyrant is not afraid of such an army, and immediately rushes into battle, driven by the desire to tear them apart. He raises a real sandstorm with his skills, and the heroes completely lose visibility for a while. However, Larry, as always, indifferently notes that there is nothing to worry about, since he already foresaw the outcome of this battle. The tyrant sees a huge stone mace belonging to one of the demons flying towards him. He doesn't have time to dodge and gets hit on the head with a massive weapon. But this is only the beginning. Larry, meanwhile, says that now they will enjoy an incredible show that the demons will put on. The cloned mighty creatures increase their onslaught and can now show their strength to the maximum. Thanks to Emerald's enhancements, their weapons instantly increase in size to unprecedented heights. They take aim and use the sky-splitting attack, which allows them to attack a small area very quickly. The tyrant finds himself in a hopeless situation, since he can neither hide nor dodge. All of his servants are destroyed, and soon there is nothing left of the monster. Larry notes that the result is not very impressive, as this enemy could have been dealt with even faster. The system notifies him that the Sand Sea of Death has been cleared and offers a chest with rewards. Larry quickly opens it and finds a level removal scroll, glad he doesn't have to buy one. He is also offered a paper search talisman and other important items that may be useful in the future. Larry takes the scroll and the talisman, and decides to distribute the remaining items among his friends according to their classes. Larry is offered to cleanse this kingdom once again, and they declare that they are not at all against this. Meanwhile, Tin Quan's fighters gather near the portal and inform the knight that they have sent people to search for Gloria. Oswald says that they must report to Mr. Bernard that the forest has been cleared, and the same fate awaits Larry. Bernard suddenly appears behind them and explains that there is no need for that, as he has already come here himself. Drawing power from the dead officers, he declares that he must finish off Larry himself. He points out that a cover-up must be created, as if it were the followers of the gods who did it, in order to shift all the blame onto them. He emphasizes that the Moon Country absolutely must not know that they are behind all of this. Shen tries to call the deputy, but is surprised that no one picks up. He decides to call the kingdom, where the candidate from their university went, to find out what happened there. He is immediately informed that his camp is under attack, and he jumps up in horror, trying to figure out what to do. They also explain to him that Tin Quan warned them that there was an unknown detachment of pagans nearby. Shen wonders how this is possible, and is told that a special squad has been created to check everything. Meanwhile, we are transported to where Bernard lives, since another important character for the plot is located there. Circus receives information from his handlers, and is surprised that Lung does not trust Tin Quan to keep Larry safe. He recommends reminding them that the Sand Sea of Death is located very far from the Land of the Moons. From his point of view, even if they sent their best craftsmen, it would take them at least 10 days to get out. Suddenly, his assistant comes to him and tells him that a very important message has arrived from the Land of the Moons, and Circus is surprised by such a rush. Bowing to his assistant, he notes that there are letters from Jeff and Elder Han, so the matter cannot be delayed. Circus asks what's inside, and the secretary explains that Elder Han was unhappy with the report and sent Jeff there. She adds that a detachment of griffins is also heading there, which is already gathering at the border. Circus questions what they are allowing themselves to do, emphasizing that this is effectively a threat and a declaration of war. The secretary advises not to interfere, as they will not be able to withstand a squad of griffins. Circus declares that executioners must be sent to the border immediately to detain the griffin squad. She adds that if they have enough time to kill Larry, they won't need any evidence. He confidently notes that Larry's murder must go off without a hitch, and no one should interfere with it. Meanwhile, our heroes carefully exit the dungeon to wait for a while, and then enter it again. However, they quickly discover that all the guards are dead and all their energy has been drained. Larry notes that these are definitely not pagans, as he now senses the energy of the ancient gods. Suddenly, Bernard appears in front of them, declaring that first place would not have gone to some fool. Ingrid immediately prepares for battle and summons a small sword to destroy anyone who comes close. Bernard then states that his intelligence will not save him in any way, and he will die in this battle. Larry immediately stops his friend, explaining that she should not make any sudden movements, as this man is very strong. Citrine adds that she recognized the man, and that he is one of the heroes of the Tin Quan state. Another of Tin Quan's heroes asks why they even came here, since the target is too weak. The White Lady stops their bravado, noting that it is better not to underestimate the enemy, because he was able to deal with even demons. However, such a warning means nothing to a person who drinks strong alcohol without stopping. A few moments later, an earthquake occurs, and our heroes wonder what is happening. A giant warrior comes in and declares that he doesn't care how many demons Larry kills. Numerous lightning bolts also begin to sparkle in the sky, and the heroes look up. After some time, a strange dark magician materializes in space, who does not say anything, but only analyzes them. The drunkard smiles and notes that it is impolite not to speak to one's opponents, as such behavior is unworthy of a dark magician. Ingrid wonders if these are the heroes of Tin Quan who once defended the country. Larry states that they have killed everyone in this camp, and they will pay for it with their lives. He calls upon Emerald and tells him that it is now time for the heroes to part with their miserable lives. Hillary tries to stop him, explaining that these heroes still don't understand that Larry is the strongest hero in the world. Bernard just calls him an arrogant bastard, and says he will pay for the death of his dear son Charles. At that very moment, the drunkard rushes forward with his sword, intending to cut the main character. Other heroes also try to attack, counting on the element of surprise. This unit is fairly well balanced as they have advantages in both close and ranged combat. However, they do not realize that they are fighting against a man who is equal in strength to the highest gods of this universe. Emerald uses his bloodline skill to create a shield that cannot be penetrated. All shots, as well as other ranged attacks, are reflected without causing a single scratch. The archer is very surprised and tries to understand how it is possible to create such a strong barrier that cannot be broken through. Larry points out that if the enemies are targeting him, they shouldn't attack innocent people. After this, he turns to Bernard and vengefully declares that he will watch with his own eyes as he and his squad die. The drunken swordsman rushes into the attack, claiming that this boy will die and finally shut up. After this, he delivers a piercing blow, which, according to his calculations, should penetrate the target with a 90% probability. However, to his great surprise, the shield remains impenetrable despite all attempts. At that very moment, a heroic barbarian joins in, throwing forward his bloody axes. However, some of his attacks miss their target as they are intercepted by two shining golden dragons. Larry hears that he has been called a coward, and his pride cannot forgive such an insult. He turns to Ingrid and tells her that she must retreat and protect the others. After this, he furiously promises to kill all his opponents and uses a summoning spell. Demons from 9 worlds come to his side, declaring that they will obey their master. The barbarian wonders what is happening and feels his unquenchable rage give way to fear. The archer also cannot believe that some boy was able to summon all the demons of the 9 worlds. Bernard points out that they are just puppets, so there is nothing to worry about, since they have already defeated them once. Larry decides to strengthen his puppets and says that he will be interested in watching them fight their enemies. The drunken swordsman warns that you need to be careful, as these monsters are far from simple. Gradually, the demons also become enraged and declare that they will tear all enemies to pieces. Emerald initiates the cloning procedure, making it impossible for opponents to resist. Bernard orders everyone to remain calm, emphasizing that they are just clones. He adds that the clones' characteristics are much lower than those of their real owners. One of the earthly demons dissolves into thin air, and the system reports that there are still 17 mirrors left. Bernard claims that it is just an illusion, as the clones are much weaker than real demons. The dark magician carefully watches the main character, analyzing his actions. He adds that from the very beginning a strange light emanates from him, which certainly has a special meaning. Larry looks at them haughtily and tells them that he has been waiting all this time for them to realize what he is doing. After this, he turns into a golden dragon and again promises to destroy his opponents. His friends are surprised that Larry now also has the ability to transform into a dragon. The dark magician notes that this boy not only skillfully controls dragons, but can also transform into them himself. Meanwhile, the situation becomes increasingly dire as Tin Quan's heroes are unable to effectively fight the demons. They try their best, but they can't overcome the protagonist's unfair advantages. Larry claims that even the demons they've already defeated can handle these heroes, without mentioning how much he's strengthened them. He decides to tell them that at this moment he receives a double boost from Emerald's skills. Bernard doesn't understand why this information is needed, but it is clear that this is just an attempt to test him. Larry gathers enough strength to tell them for the third and final time that he will kill them. Larry then delivers a powerful blow that breaks through Bernard's defense and quickly dispatches his opponent. Bernard wonders if he lost and understands why he couldn't hold on to the victory. His comrades face the same sad fate, as they did not know that they were going against such a strong enemy. As he watches his friends being killed, he realizes that this is the power of a dragon rider, which is the strongest class in the world. With his last thoughts, he understands that he shouldn't have messed with this man, since his power is comparable to that of a god. It was a big mistake from the start, but if he could see the future, he would have done differently. Bernard falls to the ground and realizes that this is probably his end, and Larry will just finish him off with his weapon. The protagonist slowly approaches him, freezes in place and carefully watches his victim. He adds that the effect of the Dragon Kingdom is still in effect, so their only option is to die. Bernard begs for mercy, but Larry declares that even if he kills them all, the States will not leave him alone. After this, he charges up for another attack and asks if Bernard remembers what he promised just a minute ago. He then takes a swing and says that he wants Bernard to see with his own eyes how he kills his people. After some time, Larry deals the fatal blow, feeling no remorse for the bloody carnage he has caused. His friends wonder how they will explain the death of Tin Quan's heroes. Larry haughtily declares that this is not true, since these heroes are far from dead. Citrine looks at him in surprise and asks if he has really decided to go back on his promise to kill them all. At that very moment, one of the dragons lets out a special roar to awaken the slain souls. Larry explains that these people killed his comrades, and therefore deserve a more severe punishment. He says with a smile that he couldn't just kill them, and now he will use them as his puppets. Meanwhile, Oswald and other soldiers approach the portal to scout out the situation. He quickly notices 5 figures near the portal and decides to stop, realizing that they are his friends. He falls to his knees and reports that he was told that representatives of the country of Lun learned of what happened. They stand in front of him, not saying a word, as if listening to the information he is conveying. Oswald wonders silently if he has arrived too late, unaware that the operation was a success anyway. Larry suddenly comes up to him and asks where they got so much courage that they decided to attack. Oswald looks at him in surprise and asks how he survived after such a serious fight. He orders Larry to be killed when he suddenly notices charged energy and an arrow flying towards him. Oswald manages to block the blow, while the soldiers armed with bows jump aside. Oswald notices that the archer's shot missed and watches her face change, trying to figure out what's going on. The soldiers ask him if he is okay, when Bernard himself suddenly intervenes. He uses his fingers to destroy ordinary soldiers who cannot resist him. Oswald is wounded and asks his master why he did this. Larry approaches Bernard and tells him that there is a very simple explanation for this. He pulls the hood back from Bernard's face and explains that they are now his pawns, whom he will control as much as he wants. Oswald asks how he dared to kill Mr. Bernard, and asks if he is tired of living. Larry claims that their master was unable to resist him and was defeated in battle. Larry looks at his opponent suspiciously and asks if he thinks he has any chance. Oswald understands that he needs to kill Larry, but his strength is running out, so he has no chance. Immediately after this, he is lifted up with the help of tentacles, leaving no chance for escape. Larry says he will give him exactly one chance to tell him how everything was organized in detail. Oswald realizes he has no choice and says he will tell everything he knows. Some time passes, and he lays out absolutely everything from beginning to end of the assassination attempt. Larry loses his temper and brutally beats him before he can finish his story. Tina notes that she didn't expect 2 elite squads to be sent to kill 1 person. Hillary wonders what to do now that the portal is destroyed and they are far from their country. Larry says the teleportation scroll won't take them far, so they need to find Gloria first. Oswald says that he has told him absolutely everything he knows, and there is no more use for him. Larry agrees to this, after which he decides to kill him, since he did not initially plan to keep him alive. Oswald says Larry deceived him despite his initial promises. Larry states that if he lets him in, he will not be able to forgive the memory of his country's fallen soldiers. Meanwhile, we are transported to the camp of the God Killers, where a small talisman falls, from which energy begins to emanate. The common soldiers assume that Mr. Bernard will certainly have time to deal with Larry before the main army arrives. They believe that the defenders will be able to resist this boy again, despite the fact that he owns dragons. After some time, a portal opens behind them and a zombified Bernard arrives there. The soldiers greet him with surprise and ask why he came so early, since they were expecting him in a few hours. Not noticing the change in his face, they report that the general has gone to report the news. However, within a few moments the real massacre begins, as Bernard decides to kill his soldiers. These murders are unparalleled in their brutality, but they are in keeping with the protagonist's will. The soldiers don't know what to do except run away to save their lives. They are trying to escape the bloody massacre, but their chances of surviving are extremely slim. Bernard, in turn, continues to use his tentacles, tearing apart every soldier, even if he is simply following orders. However, some demons manage to reach the final line, but it would be premature to rejoice about this. It becomes obvious that other monsters are already waiting for them on the street, who are also inhumanely killing everyone. One of the soldiers cautiously looks out into the street and sees a truly horrifying sight. He notices that the demons of the 9 worlds continue to advance and tear apart any person they encounter. The soldiers find themselves trapped with no escape route. Bernard continues to mercilessly cut down his soldiers, sparing no one. The entire command post is drenched in the blood of Tin Quan State soldiers, and soon no one is left alive. Bernard goes outside to reunite with the other dead soldiers and meet their eyes. A genuine smile appears on his distorted face from the incredible happiness of serving Mr. Larry. Meanwhile, we are transported to Bernard's residence, where Circus tries unsuccessfully to reach his boss. He calls the Godslayer's headquarters and tells them that they need to send people to the Sand Sea of Death immediately. He is informed that their camp has been attacked by demons, and then the connection suddenly ends, leaving him in the dark. Circus realizes that this is not a good sign and realizes that something serious has happened. He tries to send someone to at least partially compensate for this uncomfortable situation. His secretary comes to him and informs him that the squad of God Killers failed to complete their task. Circus looks at her in surprise and says he can't believe this actually happened. At the same time, a large warship is patrolling the territorial waters of the Long and Tin Quan countries on the border. He is immediately met by warriors on griffins, ready to open fire if necessary. Lucas introduces himself as the captain of the 78th Squad and orders an investigation into the attack on their camp. The ship's captain reports that this territory is under the jurisdiction of another state, and they have no business here. The assistant warns that if the Griffin Squad starts a fight, the losses will be extremely large. However, the captain decides to escalate the situation and declares that anyone who crosses the border will be eliminated. Lucas says the elders sent a message to the estate to clarify the situation. The captain decides to act himself, and orders fire to kill at that very second. The energy cannon is preparing to fire a salvo at the intruders, which is clearly a dangerous action. Moments later, all ships open fire with laser cannons trying to shoot down the Griffin Riders. Chuck reports that these opponents started first, so they can destroy this fleet. Lucas promises to provide cover and announces that he will attack the attacking units of the ship. Immediately after this, he rushes into the attack, accurately dodging energy shots flying faster than light. Concentrating all his strength, Larry launches a powerful attack that tears huge chunks off the ship. Explosions begin to appear throughout the battle fleet, signaling that ships are being disabled. The thing is that another person came to their aid, whose staff they had already seen once. The captain of the battle group wonders how it is even possible to destroy a ship with one blow. He remembers the staff he glimpsed in the sky and realizes that its power is no less than that of national heroes. The staff is returned to its rightful owner and the party turns around. The university director addresses Tin Quan's army and informs them that if they hold their positions, he will destroy them all. A new report comes on TV, reporting on emergency news. Local residents look at their television screens in surprise and try to understand what has happened in the country during this time. The broadcast reports that terrible monsters have appeared, attacking cities and destroying large numbers of civilians. The news also reported that the monsters were led by people who looked very similar to the Great Five of Tin Quan. From some shots it becomes obvious that these are either the five heroes or someone who imitates them very well. Violent protests have erupted in some cities, calling for Bernard's family to step down. A large number of protesters gather in front of the gates of his estate, demanding that he answer for these events. Police say they will hear from authorities soon, so please remain calm. The university director explores a province that was completely destroyed by demons from the 9 worlds. She looks around carefully, but finds no trace of survivors, as they are most likely dead. She understands that this cannot continue, since many more people have already died on the Tin Quan state side. When she returns, she sees a giant earth demon continuing to destroy the area. Together with the resurrected army, he finishes off the remaining survivors in order to sow as much chaos as possible. It also becomes clear that it is no longer possible to allow him to commit such outrages, as it would be too cruel. The director concentrates his powers and flies upward, forming an energy comet from his body. The director realizes that Bernard's family were just puppets, and if Larry draws attention to this, he is finished. These forces are so powerful that even Larry's strength is insignificant in comparison. Meanwhile, Circus continues to try to fix the situation he and his comrades have gotten themselves into. The secretary reports that the protesters continue to rebel, and no amount of news coverage is helping to calm them down. Circus reflects that he couldn't have predicted that Larry would decide to take revenge on them by destroying an entire side. Circus orders an army to be assembled to crush the resistance and drive the demons out of the country. The secretary says it's an abuse of power, but he grabs her by the clothes and says now is not the time for arguments. He claims that while Bernard is missing, he is the eldest in the family, and his orders must be followed without fail. Immediately after this, he throws her aside, saying that she must act much faster. He realizes that if he can find new martial artists to kill Larry, he will become the boss. Smiling, he comes to the conclusion that in this case Bernard's family and the entire state will belong only to him. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Forest of Holy Bones, where powerful energy explosions are occurring. Larry tries to discipline Anders, whom he completely ignores, without regard for the owner. Immediately after this, he throws lightning towards him, causing him to jump back several meters. After hitting another demon, he starts laughing, increasing his level to 10. A strange energy begins to pulse around him, indicating a new transformation. Anders flies up into the air, screaming loudly to attract attention. Lightning begins to appear around him, almost hitting Tina and her squad. Larry attaches special significance to this, as all attention is absorbed by the transformation of his dragon. He looks forward in shock and realizes that his dragon has already reached its second form at the 10th stage, just like Celeste. The system displays all of the dragon's updated stats, as well as several new abilities that have been unlocked. Citrine reports that she has seen dragons change shape before, but she still can't get used to this energy. Larry carefully examines all the forms available to Anders, and realizes that he only has one additional form. Larry realizes that the name of this form is similar to the constellation Starlight, and thinks that this name suits him very well. While studying his dragon's stats, he also realizes that the new form's special feature is Roma's sphere. Celeste turns to the side, keeping a close eye on the approaching enemy. Larry wonders what happened when a huge divine bone spirit appears next to them. Ingrid reports that it is an elite monster, but Larry reassures her that there is nothing to worry about. He explains that they can simply rest and watch as his dragons deal with the enemy. Celeste immediately rushes into battle, remaining in human form and not transforming into a dragon. However, after a few moments, the Thunder Roar skill is triggered, causing her to go deaf. Larry's friends also turn around in fear to see where the loud sound came from. Larry is perfectly aware of who used the skill, and a genuine smile spreads across his face. He is glad that Anders used the Crimson Sphere skill to increase his lightning by 50%. At the same moment, a large flock of other monsters approaches him, which can be used for training. Anders adopts a specific fighting stance to create another Thunder Sphere. After this, he rushes forward, completely ignoring Larry's request to return. However, the fate of the monsters turns out to be unenviable, as they are very quickly destroyed by a powerful lightning bolt. Anders continues to demonstrate his strength in this form and tries to test the limits of his new power. He crushes his opponents with his claws and uses lightning to the maximum, striving to exceed all limits. Larry's friends try to frantically dodge to avoid being accidentally hit. Citrine is in serious danger because if she is not saved now, she will be struck by a powerful lightning bolt. Larry quickly pulls her aside to get her to safety and asks if she's okay. Larry explains that Anders's actions are too bold and could slow down the search for the precious teacher. However, if there is one thing that is certain, it is that Anders's lethal force allowed him to destroy many enemies. Larry watches the bones left by his opponents begin to move quite quickly. The clouds are starting to gather, and this means that something terrible and amazing is about to happen. Everyone wonders what's going on as another dragon is formed from the bones. Larry realizes that he is facing a giant creature that he will have to fight. He can't believe his eyes, as he has never encountered dragons made of bones before. Anders is not at all afraid of the new opponent, and is already preparing for battle. But Larry asks him to think better of it. He charges his wings as if he's not going to fight Larry and his dragons. Anders waits for Larry to attack, but the dragon simply soars upward and flies away at high speed. Anders returns to his human form, and becomes angry at the missed opportunity to defeat the enemy. Citrine turns to Larry and asks him to let her go, then removes her hand. Ingrid reports that the monster looks even more terrifying than the dragons from the dungeon, and Larry agrees with her. He understands that it was not worth risking his comrades like that, since he needs to destroy the boss alone. Emerald picks up a small amulet and charges it with his powers to pinpoint the target's location. Larry watches the amulet closely as it gradually rises into the sky and decides to follow it. As they move further, they discover several bone dragons patrolling the area. Anders continues to rise up from time to time to shock the dragons, but they ignore him. Larry and his companions move on, trying to figure out where the creatures are headed and what they want. Tina says she never imagined she would ever see a whole flock of flying dragons. This is a truly rare occurrence, as no one had ever seen a dragon before Larry received his class. Larry watches the creatures closely and wonders what force controls them. Gradually, they approach a very gloomy mountain, rising high above the earth. A fairly large area around the mountain is strewn with bones, which suggests that someone very scary lives under the mountain. One of the dragons lands on the ground and begins to look around in search of possible enemies. Unnoticed by the others, the talisman moves closer to the mountain to find an entry point. Larry and his friends gradually approach the talisman, thinking about the need to learn the secrets of this mountain. Larry is preparing for the best-case scenario, but even if there is someone powerful there, he can still handle them. Ingrid notes that the talisman stopped right in front of the mountain, meaning Gloria is inside. Larry charges his hands with dragon energy and explains that they must wait here for him while he clears the way. He also asks not to worry, adding that he knows exactly what he is doing and everything is going according to his plan. A large number of dragons suddenly appear behind them, attracted by the noise. Citrine wonders what they should do as the enemies are arriving at a surprising speed. Larry advises not to be afraid of these creatures and says it's a great training opportunity. Immediately after this, he sets off forward with his dragons, who are ready to join forces. Anders changes form again to become the destroyer of worlds and create more thunder spheres. Celeste keeps up with him and takes as much air into her lungs as possible. After this, she uses the lava flame skill to deal large area damage. Anders uses his claws and thunder market to stun enemies and deal increased fire damage. Suddenly, Larry hears a strange voice in his head that orders him to stop immediately. Larry looks around at his friends and concludes that they probably didn't hear anything. The voice says that only Larry is worthy, and he does not want to talk to anyone else. Larry realizes he experienced something similar when he was in the far north and turns his gaze to the mountain. The voice asks if he is a slave of the god of the sacred mountain or a slave of Bolg the Defiler. The creature introduces itself as the god of ancient bones and tells Larry that he can leave without any harm. Larry realizes that when he fought Morgan, the projection of the god of the sacred mountain wanted to kill him, which means there is no friendship between the gods. The god of sacred bones states that his patience is not limitless, and if Larry continues to remain here, he will die. Larry realizes he needs to save the teacher, and asks Emerald to activate the Eternal Guardian's shield. Emerald takes on the form of a dragon to enhance its defenses, making them stronger and more durable. After this, she creates a protective barrier that absorbs damage to all targets within a small radius. Larry goes ahead and asks his comrades to stay inside and not to come out under any circumstances. He reassures them, explaining that a powerful creature will appear soon, but he will deal with it. Immediately after this, he summons the constellation to take the form of the star Nebula. The deity clearly doesn't appreciate Larry's determination and warns him that he will quickly regret his choice. Gradually, the earth begins to shake, and the bones of the various dragons merge into one monstrous creature. Hillary and Ingrid feel a strong earthquake and decide to stick close to each other to avoid falling. The incarnation of the god of sacred bones returns to dragon form and declares that he will turn mortals into his puppets. Larry examines the creature closely and realizes that it is just a clone of an ancient deity. The god of ancient bones announces that puny mortals will be destroyed by the power of his path to eternity. After this, he creates several clones to scatter them in different corners and crush them with blows to the ground. Larry puts his hand out to defend himself, and for the first time in history, gets a small cut. However, next to him is the dragon constellation, gaining power from the levels he has gained. After a few moments, he unlocks his human form, appearing as a beautiful girl. Larry looks at her carefully and is glad that she now has a new form. As he studies her, he realizes that so much time has passed that he has begun to think that she has no human form. His friends remark that this is the first time they have seen her like this, and point out that this is pretty much how they imagined her. The god of ancient bones declares them worthless, and the hour of their swift death has struck. Anders is clearly not impressed by such words, and immediately begins to use the thunder blessing. The constellation assists by using the surrounding starfall to summon a shard of a powerful star. Celeste also doesn't stand aside and uses her typical attacks to enhance the fire synergy. Together they rush forward to create a powerful unified energy sphere. In just a few moments, the deities create a powerful explosion that obscures everything around. However, after some time, the dragon appears from under the explosion and asks if this is all he can do. After this, he explains to the protagonist that he is very disappointed with such attempts. He also adds that all the ways the enemy tries to resist him are just pitiful dust. Larry cannot tolerate such an insult to his exclusivity and orders the use of the Jade Mirror. However, the system notifies him that the skill did not work and all effects were not applied. Larry looks at his comrades in surprise and wonders how this is even possible. The god of dead bones explains that in the face of the ancient gods, pitiful illusions are worthless. Larry takes this to heart and wonders how he dares to call himself God if he creates his body from bones. After this, Larry himself turns into a dragon and furiously asks if the enemy really doesn't have a full-fledged body. His stats skyrocket as Celeste takes on the form of World Destroyer. The constellation also decides to quickly transform and becomes a dragon in the form of the star Nebula. Larry, filled with rage at the recent insult, says he will show him what a real dragon should look like. The god of dead bones warns that endless self-admiration will only lead to divine punishment. Larry proudly declares that he will shed the blood of his enemy to punish him for his excessive pride. After this, he unleashes his attacks on all the dragons, hoping that their defense will be too weak. However, the heroes unite to defend the honor of their master, using their full potential. They combine their powers and use different elements, trying to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible. Larry rushes forward and explains that he is sorry to upset the enemy, but he still lacks the true power of dragons. After this, he bites into the enemy's body, and the god of dead bones asks how he dared to injure a supreme being. The bite is so strong that the enemy's bones begin to crack and fall apart. The god of dead bones declares that arrogant, proud people like him deserve only banishment to the abyss. Larry says that if he can use the bones lying on the ground for healing, they will have to destroy them. Emerald immediately uses a skill to create a dragon realm with a radius of 100 meters. The god of dead bones finds himself cut off from the outside world and unable to overcome it despite his divinity. Larry realizes that he has no power in his kingdom, as even the gods can't do anything about it. With these words, he prepares another attack to finally destroy the enemy. Immediately after this, he uses the skill Dragon Magic Replica to copy the last skill used. However, the attack does not impress the giant monster, despite the efforts of the heroes. The god of dead bones explains that as long as there are unclaimed bones left in the world, retrieval will never be a problem. After this, he uses the Soul Return skill, fully restores health and summons spirits. The spirits immediately head towards the main character to tear him apart. Emerald stands up to protect its owner and uses the Eternal Guardian skill. The other dragons also do not stand aside and combine their attacks to stop the god of dead bones. They rush forward to destroy it and break the vicious cycle, at least for a while. The god of dead bones declares that he has remembered Larry and his dragons, promising to restore the body and come for them. Larry reflects that his dragon's new skills are incredible, and they manage to defeat God for a time. They rush forward to find the teacher, but at first, nothing works. Over time, they find the talisman and the teacher, who is unconscious. Larry and his friends run to Gloria, asking her if she is okay, but she does not answer. Quickly placing their fingers on her pulse, they realize that she is still alive, but in serious condition. Citrine notes that she is very sorry that Gloria changed classes and now cannot help with healing. Larry suddenly finds Anders rummaging through the bones and wonders what he found there. After some time, he sees a bone crystal in front of him, which reminds him of the essence of other ancient gods. Larry muses that if this thing were essence, he could pass it on to his twin dragons. After this, he remembers that he has already seen the name of this crystal somewhere, and an amazing idea comes to him. The thing is, this crystal, by a happy coincidence, is one of the ingredients needed for the contract with the Shadow King. Larry immediately turns to Tina and asks her to use her water skills to cleanse the crystal. Tina does as he asks, and then asks if this method is really right for him. Larry apologizes to her and looks at the glowing crystal, which suddenly shatters, leaving behind the essence. Larry notes that the essence remains, so it can be used to create a contract. Larry immediately turns to Emerald and gestures to summon the twin dragons to feed them the essence. Emerald immediately fulfills his request, summoning the familiar twin dragons. Larry throws them an essence and explains that a third evolution and new skills from the ancient gods await them. The dragons swallow the essence, and their eyes begin to glow with a strange, slightly whitish light. Larry is thrilled that everything worked out, and watches as the dragons continue to evolve. However, no great miracle occurs, as their appearance remains the same. Larry suggests that the full essence still doesn't allow them to evolve completely, but new skills are added. Larry considers this a good result, since dragons can now absorb characteristics infinitely. He thinks that it would be better to absorb the characteristics of the demon soldiers, since he still needs to destroy the state of Tin Quan. His thoughts of destroying a foreign country disappear when his friends report that the teacher has woken up. Gloria jumps up and says that they need to get back to the border quickly, as they are being attacked by soldiers. Larry reassures her and explains that there is nothing left to worry about, and she asks how stable the situation is. Citrine and Ingrid ask if they can return to their border. Larry advises not to worry, as they will be able to leave this place without any problems. Meanwhile, they are transported to one of the cities 6 hours after they found Gloria. The police drive around the city, trying to save at least some civilians and preparing for an attack by monsters. Larry hides from the eyes of other people, not bothering to disguise his comrades, since no one knows them anyway. They go to a couple's hotel and wonder why they have to stay there. Citrine notes that this is not the most terrible place for a conspiracy, but it does look strange. Tina says she enjoyed flying here and that it was fun, despite the fact that they are in the center of the capital. Tina explains that the sacred bone god's puppet has performed its challenging role as a personal jet perfectly. Citrine reminds them that they were rushing 10 kilometers from the city, but they still feel uneasy. Larry recalls that he somehow managed to restore the body of God, who did not die completely, although it was expensive. However, nothing is impossible for the hero, and he easily changes the rules of this world, so everything worked out for him. Hillary suddenly returns to Larry, catching his attention, and he tries to figure out what happened. Approaching the reception desk, he inquires about how to check into this hotel without arousing suspicion. Larry explains to the employee that they need 3 numbers, and says that he will leave tomorrow. The employee looks at him closely and notices that his face seems familiar to him. After this, Larry watches the news and sees that the capital is still under a state of emergency. He smiles, thinking he has mistaken him for someone else, and hands over the keys. Larry immediately turns to her allies, explaining that she must lead the others to their rooms. He himself declares that he will go out into the street to observe the actions of Bernard's family. Tina, meanwhile, points to various photographs of girls in attractive lingerie and asks Citrine's opinion. Larry states that he will be back either late tonight or tomorrow morning, so she should take care of the others. After this, he turns around and explains that she shouldn't worry, as it will all end tonight. The receptionist watches as the worried girl wonders where he went. Larry reflects that the heroes are incredibly lucky, as they are about to have the best night of their lives. Meanwhile, they are transported to Bernard's estate, where the soldiers say that they did not expect the heroes to turn their guns. When they return, they see powerful explosions in high-rise buildings where civilians are still located. The soldiers assume that it is probably the demons of the 9 kingdoms who attacked the city. Meanwhile, The demon runs down the street, destroying houses one after another, and announces that he will destroy everyone who is here. The troops are trying to figure out what to do when suddenly a figure appears behind them. A former member of the palace guard reports that she has come to guard the estate to the last. The soldiers decide to leave security to her and evacuate, wishing her luck. The girl looks closely at the approaching opponents and understands that this will be a very difficult fight. Larry, meanwhile, jumps over the wall of the house, but is almost immediately discovered. The girl approaches him, taking out a gun, and says that they must get through this door as quickly as possible. Larry points out that she may be strong, but she still can't handle him alone. The city has yet to experience the full horrors that Larry's blind rage can bring. Circus frantically tries to gather allies to join forces with and try to kill Larry. He tells the candidates that he takes the situation seriously, but he is not prepared to hand over the estate to him if he wins. Another former member of the guard claims that Lev is indeed quite strong. Larry remembers that this man was previously banished from the palace, so he doesn't really have that much power. The young man replies that although he looks strong at first glance, in reality he is not, and therein lies the big problem. Afterwards he smiles because he didn't come alone and brought with him an irritable, beautiful master. He is suddenly distracted by a very powerful enemy, and they decide to approach to find out what is going on. Circus sees the demon of the 9 realms destroying floors of buildings and killing everyone in its path, and understands that this is the end. Circus says it's too late for negotiations, but he agrees to the proposed terms. A few moments later, the body of the girl who had just tried to fight the main character flies through the window. They wonder what's going on and check to see if the warrior has a pulse. Larry flies through the window and notes that he only used 1% of his power and explains what happened. Circus looks at his comrade and asks where his desire to fight fiercely has disappeared to. Larry sees another member of the magnificent family and decides not to investigate whether he has anything to do with the attempt on his life. Instead, he chooses the easiest way to destroy everyone who stands before him. The building is leveled to the ground, but somehow Circus manages to survive the collapse of the debris. He wonders what kind of creature is in front of him and sees a dead comrade who did not have time to do anything. After this, he takes out a small scroll and reminds himself that he cannot die here because his plan has not yet been realized. He tries to use a teleportation scroll, but is instantly cut by a blade. Larry brutally finishes off his defeated opponent and explains that this blow was meant specifically for him. After this, he rises to his feet and asks Bernard, who has arrived, if he saw what happened to his city. Bernard advises to be careful not to get hit by the debris, as he is no longer capable of resistance. Turning around, Larry announces that there is only one person left to destroy. He approaches the dead Bernard and says that as soon as he finds out where Sally is hiding, he will kill her without any hesitation. After this, he orders the remaining guard to kill all the rescuers who arrive to clear the rubble. Larry orders the clone of the god of sacred bones to raze the city to the ground, showing no mercy even to civilians. Suddenly, the director's voice is heard ordering them to stop and stop the chaos without reason. She appears out of nowhere and starts scolding him, explaining that he has created a real mess. She adds that if she had been late, he would have destroyed the entire city, not paying attention to the fact that the civilians were not guilty of anything. Larry explains that this is what these people deserve, whether they are guilty or not. He also says that his friends are safe and orders them to use the locator talisman to find them. The director quickly grabs him and asks if he really thinks she will let him do this. She orders him to call off his pets, but jerks his hand and asks why the director is stopping him. He says that all members of Bernard's family are hunting him and that his friends and relatives have suffered for him. Larry sees no difference between ordinary citizens and family members and claims that they all deserve nothing but death. The director puts his hand towards him and explains that he understands his feelings and shares some of his anger. She adds that she stops him not because she doesn't care, but because she wants to protect him. She states that this world is huge and strange, and conflicts between people happen extremely rarely. She explains that this applies to absolutely everyone, since people understand that masters above level 90 are practically equal to gods. She reports that it is very rare for anyone to reach level 100, as it is extremely difficult to level up after that point. She adds that in this world there are masters who have passed the 5th awakening and have a level above 120. She points out that some of them live in this country, and Larry realizes that this complicates the situation, as they will have to be destroyed as well. The director stops his reckless impulses and tells him that he must forget about attacking them. She also notes that it is very easy for Tin Quan to govern, since the country's rulers are essentially his puppets. Larry realizes that if he continues to destroy the city, he will incur the wrath of higher powers. The director says that if he wanted to take revenge on the family, then he needs to stop, since he has already achieved his goal. She adds that currently only 3 elders are capable of maintaining the balance, and it could seriously harm them. Larry feels an incredible burden, as he will now have to give up personal revenge for the good of the state. He notes that he is left with no choice and reluctantly orders the destruction of the city to be stopped. The director turns around and says that he needs to be taken to the place where his comrades are. Larry stops the director, hands her the relay, and explains that he can finally give the gift to the mentor. The director turns around in surprise and asks what he means, to which Larry replies that he already understands everything. He teases her slightly, saying that if the artifact is not needed, he will give it to his aunt. The teacher removes her hood and says that if she had done her housework, she would have received the necklace long ago. Afterwards, she asks how he knew who was under the hood, and Larry explains that it was because of the scent. He immediately reassures her, saying that there is no need to worry, as he was referring to the scent of perfume. The teacher gets angry and claims that he is behaving like a real naughty boy, and she will definitely punish him for it. The action moves to the Long Family Academy, which is located on the western border of the nation and the dragon. News reports indicate the academy was involved in a rescue operation for students and teachers. The unknown men say they were sure that the girl from the Ying family was busy looking for help in the area. He notes that the other family's actions appear too cautious, and such an opportunity cannot be missed. After this, he turns to the servants and orders them to prepare the scroll for dispatch, as he himself will go there personally. Meanwhile, the heroes finally return home and get the opportunity to have a good rest. Tina recalls how they got to the portal, and that she helped create it while Larry was talking with his comrades from the north. Ingrid smiles and notes that they were too happy to return home and even forgot about everything. The director says that she asked them not to spread the word, as it was a surprise even for the mentor. Citrine assures them that they will remain silent and will not reveal her identity. The director says that there is no need to be shy when communicating, and says that her name is Ursula Yin. Ursula also asks where Larry went, to which she is told that he went up to his room to make a phone call. Larry thanks his comrades for their assistance and asks them to convey his sincere condolences to the families of the victims. After this, he shows them via webcam that soon everyone will see his actions when they use the portal. Lucas and his team introduce themselves and explain that they remained at the scene of the attack to collect evidence. Ursula immediately signals them not to make any sudden movements that might reveal her identity. Larry explains that he hasn't seen his comrades for 6 months and has really missed them lately. After this, he points to a giant obelisk and says that there are no names of the dead there yet, but they will appear very soon. Larry notes that the destruction of an entire country should at least somehow allow the souls of these warriors to rest in peace. Another man approaches the camera and reports that, according to the official version, the savages attacked the camp and then attacked Tin Quan. Larry explains that this puts the blame entirely on the savages for Bernard's family, but he is stopped. Ursula advises him to calm down and says that this is the best solution for everyone in this situation. Citrine asks why this is the best solution if the truth needs to be told. The warrior explains that his friend is right, since such a report will not only cover up traces of interference, but will also harm Tin Quan. After this, she gives him the documents and says that he is grateful for his understanding and clarity of mind in such a situation. Ursula notes that the gold badge officers, including Larry's father, are roughly on par with him. Hillary cooks so they can at least get some rest and spend time at home while cooking. Larry turns around and says he'd be happy to take part in all of these culinary procedures. Suddenly there is a knock on the door of the room and Larry opens the door, wondering who it is. Looking closer, he sees a giant Andrew standing in front of him, who explains that he has come to visit him. After this, he suggests moving on, and Andrew says that he is very glad to see him. Hillary also greets him and invites him to the table, explaining that she has prepared everything just for them. Andrew immediately pulls out his chair and sits down, saying that he thought about Larry for a long time after their first meeting. Ursula notes that Hillary's cooking is simply fabulous, and she is pleased to see that the students, on the other hand, enjoy everything. Andrew clarifies that he is not here as a student, but has come to invite Larry to his home in his country. Larry asks why he decided to invite him and shows a small frost stone. Larry looks at it carefully and realizes that this is the very ingredient needed for the contract. Andrew explains that his family received a lucrative deal to go to Shadow Island and clear it out. Andrew clarifies that the contract only needs to be completed, and Larry can keep all the rewards. Larry snatches up a large dumpling and takes a bite, agreeing to participate. At this time, an unknown man passes by the students, who remark that he is incredibly handsome. While the friends are chatting quietly, he quietly enters the courtyard, approaches the door and stops for a moment. Larry says he's already thought about starting a search and asks Ursula for permission to go. Ursula clears her throat, catches her breath, and tells him he doesn't need to worry about it. Larry asks her what happened to her, and the girl replies that she is fine. Suddenly they hear a knock, and Larry decides to open the door, trying to figure out why there are so many guests today. He carefully opens the door, and the guests greet him politely, saying they want to see Ursula. The director realizes who the voice belongs to, and her face instantly becomes more frightened. Larry asks the strangers who they are, and the young man explains that his name is Sarkon, and that he has come on a private visit. Ursula quickly runs out into the corridor and casts a curse on him, reminding him of the agreement within a month. Her strength leaves her and she falls into Larry's arms, while Sarkon explains that if she is here, everything will be easier. He adds that they don't have to wait a month and offers her family to become his family's vassal in exchange for helping other clans. Ursula looks at him menacingly and understands that he is trying to blackmail her from a more advantageous position. Larry asks her what happened to her, and she replies that an old injury suddenly came back to haunt her. Larry asks why he still doesn't know about her injury, and Sarkon explains that it's the result of a serious injury. Looking at her, he notes that her current state clearly demonstrates that she will not be able to protect her family. He smiles and recommends that she think carefully about his proposal. Larry decides not to interfere and says that she will never accept his proposal, no matter what. Sarkon asks why the once great Ying family is suddenly relying on a complete stranger. Ursula thanks him for his help and explains that he should not interfere, as the conflict between noble families is difficult to understand. Larry ignores her warning and notes that she has always helped him, so he cannot leave her. Sarkon suddenly resorts to threats, explaining that the true title of hero is earned only in mortal combat. Larry says he'll have a hard time dealing with him when suddenly his friends appear behind him. Larry thanks them for their help, adding that it's not worth it since he can handle the brat himself. Sarkon calls this a pathetic sight and prepares for a serious fight. Ursula asks him if he dared to break the agreement they had made. Sarkon states that there is nothing to worry about, as he will not touch them for another month no matter what. However, a few moments later, Celeste crashes into him, delivering a powerful kick. This blow turns out to be so powerful that it flies into someone else's house and destroys it. Larry orders him to get out immediately, explaining that the estate has not yet been restored, and he would not like to destroy another one. Sarkon understands that the battle did not go as he planned, but this does not change anything. He explains that he initially only wanted to teach him a lesson, but he left him no other choice. Larry puts his hand in his pocket and announces that he has now changed his mind, and then summons his dragon. Celeste instantly materializes in another form, taking on the essence of the destroyer of worlds. Sarkon realizes that this is a powerful aura, and now he knows why dragons are called the strongest creatures in the world. Larry turns to his dragon and orders it to use its intimidation skill to start the fight. Celeste flies into the air and uses a powerful psychological attack to weaken Sarkon's resistance. Sarkon feels a tremor, although he does not understand the reason, but he cannot resist it. Suppressing his fear, he unleashes a powerful attack, noting that few have seen him in such fighting form. However, at the last second, Celeste appears next to the main character and covers him with her wings. Sarkon can't believe his blades couldn't even penetrate Larry's defense. Celeste immediately prepares to spew a massive amount of fire at her opponent. At the same time, she lets out a deafening roar that completely deprives Sarkon of the ability to fight. It is at this moment that she presses him even harder to the ground with her paw. Larry comes closer to him and tells him that dealing with him will not present any problems for him. Sarkon responds by saying that his family will not let this go, and that he has brought big problems upon himself. Larry decides to demonstrate his strength and fearlessness by standing next to Sarkon's head. Larry explains that he spared him not because he feared revenge from his family, but in order to collect the debt from them later. After this, he clarifies that in a month, he and his older sister will come to the family to demand retribution. Celeste receives the command to release Sarkon and quickly raises her hand up. After that, she takes aim and throws it away so that it doesn't get in the way anymore. Larry says that this was enough, after which he declares that he will participate in the conflict of noble families. Ursula throws herself into his arms to thank him for his sincerity. She snuggles closer to him and expresses gratitude for his behavior. Larry asks her about the nature of the injury, and she explains what happened. 6 months ago, her family suffered losses while exploring the western anomalous zones. The 4 great masters of the Fourth Awakening died one after another, and nothing could be done about it. This was taken advantage of by 2 other clans that formed the elite of the noble families of the West. The weakened clan was easily torn apart, its land and resources taken away and everything appropriated for itself. Ursula did everything possible to prevent the destruction of the family, but it was all in vain. She sought help from many old acquaintances, but no one had the courage to stand up to the great clans. Ursula reports that his actions were incredibly reckless and could cause more trouble than they're worth. However, she smiles and says that she is grateful to him because now she feels that she is not completely alone. Larry claims that there is nothing wrong with this, since for him, absolutely any problem is solvable. He notes that she has helped him a lot, and he cannot stand aside when she is in trouble. Ursula looks at her pupil and realizes that she could not have imagined that one day he would become her support and support. Andrew has been watching them all this time and understands where their close collaboration is leading. A month later, Larry and Ursula head into the primeval forest to level up. The cleanup is proceeding systematically, and they do not experience any problems along the way, since they are already too experienced. Hillary also continues to go with them into dangerous dungeons, despite the fact that her class is completely useless. The blue dragon gains additional levels and unlocks new stats for its Crimson Sphere skill. Larry muses that Anders can rightfully be called the most powerful dragon mage. A week later, Andrew informs the Academy that a stable portal to his country has been established. Larry immediately agrees, but before that, the older one comes to him and persistently offers to go with him. Given her rich experience, he does not refuse, because he understands how valuable such an assistant can be. However, he is still worried about her internal injuries, which could play a cruel joke. After a while, they find themselves in a port on the snowy side, although there is not much snow there at this time of year. Larry and Ursula emerge from the portal, looking around, and immediately hear the familiar voices of the people who came to greet them. Andrew runs towards them and is glad that they have finally arrived. After this, he introduces his comrades to them, noting that together they have achieved many successes. He adds that at the top are the guys from the support team, all masters of the Third Awakening. He also shows them the giant Poseidon-class ship that they will use to travel to Shadow Island. Larry notes that this sight impresses him, to which he explains that he carefully prepared for the trip. Andrew rushes forward and says that with his help, they will definitely succeed in this difficult task. Gradually, the ship is loaded with people and supplies and sets off on its journey. Quite quickly, they find themselves in the middle of a powerful storm and can only hope to be carried away. Hoping for such things is a big mistake, so a huge number of monsters appear nearby. For Larry, this is not a problem, since he has amazing dragons that can guard him. The constellation uses the skill Star Destruction Light to destroy the creatures that dwell in the dark waters. Some creatures manage to escape, but this does not mean that they will not face severe punishment. Anders specifically tracked down one of the monsters in order to use lightning on it, which carries for many kilometers. Andrew notes that it all looks like space, since they had much more problems with creatures on previous expeditions. He adds that it is a strange feeling because they seem to be winning, but they are not putting in any effort. Larry reflects that already on the way to the island, he was able to raise several levels for his dragons. The sailors approach the commander and report that they have finally reached the island's waters. Taking a closer look, they notice huge mountains and realize that there is very little left. Andrew states that these were just the beginning, and the real fruit will come when they land on the ground. He turns to Larry and tells him that he shouldn't worry because there is a safe route here. Afterwards, they carefully dock, and Andrew reports that Larry can feel at home on this island. Coming closer to the side, he clarifies that the operation now depends entirely on Larry. We are transported to an unknown temple, where a sage sits in the rain and rejoices that a long-awaited guest has come to him. A peerless level 98 swordsman named Sharon comes to him, shocked by recent events. He bows in a respectful gesture to the elder, and a small dialogue begins between them. The sage smiles and hopes that Sharon will convey to him interesting news from the outside world. Sharon reports that the ancient temple is truly magical, as he only retreated there for a few days and was able to learn a lot. The sage says that Sharon is worthy of his ancestors with the ancient name and notes that they have not achieved even half the progress. Sharon suggests that this is not due to a person's personal qualities, but to the characteristics of the class he belongs to. He remembers that he is an immortal swordsman and notes that this matches the name of the temple, so his breakthrough seems logical. The sage expresses regret that this temple can only be visited once, and one can stay there for no more than 3 days. At this point they fall silent, and decide to think a little about the events that have happened recently. After this, the sage notes that after the 4th class change, normal experience is not enough to increase the level. Sharon reflects that this was not an illusion, because during meditation, exactly the same ideas come to him. After this, he bows again before his master, and thanks him for this important lesson. He also says that he was returning from seclusion and learned of rumors concerning Ursula Yin's family. The sage states that the boy from the opposite family broke the rules and forced her to surrender early, and that he was taught a lesson. Sharon is surprised, noting that Sarkin's skills are quite average, but he still passed the 4th class change. The sage tells him that he was offended by a youth on the 45th level, who is the only dragon tamer. Sharon admires this, adding that dragons are very strong and can take an ordinary master to a completely different level. The sage states that he was very impressed, and through Sarkun sent a message that he would return the girl from the family within a month. Sharon smiles when she hears a story about serious and naive childhood fantasies. However, he is understanding about this, noting that his only fault is that he does not know his place. The sage notes that despite his arrogance, one cannot deny the fact that he has dragons and possesses unprecedented power. He also states that if Sharon kneels before their family, they will be happy to raise him to be a general. The sage suggests that the family will come to the same conclusion once the Yin estate is absorbed. Sharon asks her elder to calm down and promises to sort out the situation as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Larry says that it would be great if they went into the depths of the fog without his friends. He justifies this by saying that the warriors will weaken over time, and he doesn't want to drag anyone else down with him. His comrades note that they did not expect anything more arrogant from such a man after his victory. Larry states that he doesn't take it personally because his dragons are too powerful, and he doesn't need anyone else. The warriors ask him how a dragon can perform the functions of a priest if it is impossible to pass without this class. Andrew says he has his own point of view on this issue, so they will not discuss it. He orders them to stay here and recommends that they not leave the camp, while Larry does not understand why they do not like him. After this, they go further into the mists, and Ursula soon notices that her body is becoming heavier. Larry understands that he cannot allow his performance to deteriorate significantly, and calls on Emerald for help. He tells her to use the Jade Light, which cleanses the bodies of all allies. Emerald scans the team and immediately applies a corresponding buff to allies, helping them advance further. Andrew is glad that all the negative effects were instantly removed, something that the previous priests were unable to do. Grabbing the weapon, he notes that it feels like he is charged to 110%. Larry suddenly stops him and says that there is something very strange ahead. Andrew prepares for battle and asks what exactly has him so worried, assuming it is a serious threat. Larry looks around, sensing the approach of invisible enemies from several directions at once. He quickly dodges as a sharpened sword flies past him, which in this case would have killed him. He takes out his bow and fires several quick shots in the direction from which the weapon came. A shadow swordsman appears before him, who knows how to effectively camouflage himself and set up ambushes. Andrew recommends being careful with this enemy, as he caused quite a bit of trouble last time. Ursula feels incredibly enthusiastic when she sees a difficult opponent and prepares for battle. She completely changes her battle attire and wonders if the monster can withstand her attacks. After this, she jumps up and prepares to unleash the full power of her fire magic on him. At this moment, her weapon takes on a different form, despite the fact that it was previously a staff for magic. Larry watches her movements closely and realizes that she is using a special weapon that turns into a spear. Ursula pierces her opponent with one movement, not giving him a single chance to return. Ursula reveals that she indeed possesses a special weapon that switches between two forms. After this, she realizes that this is far from the end, and there are clearly still some shadow monsters present here. Andrew recommends being careful, as if they see one swordsman, there will be a whole squad nearby. Peering into the darkness, he indeed notices several opponents at once, each of whom looks serious. Andrew states that last time it was these fighters who forced them to retreat and they lost their comrades. Larry is surprised, noting that usually high-level fighters should always have the option to retreat. Andrew says this isn't always the case, as closer to the center of the island, they were barely kept alive by 3 healers. Andrew adds that they were barely holding on anyway, but they ran into another similar detachment, which finally forced them to retreat. Larry smiles and notes that this time everything will be different, so he doesn't have to worry. Larry turns to Emerald and orders him to summon the corrupted dragons to deal with this. She complies with his demands, and 2 extremely majestic creatures rise above her head again, ready for battle. Andrew notes that Larry's common sense and actions clearly don't always coincide, as he has never seen a pet have pets of his own. Larry decides not to explain the principles of the world that he playfully violates and focuses on the main battle. Together they combine abilities to create a new skill and power up their attacks. The 2 twin dragons also receive multiple buffs, making it clear that the enemies don't stand a chance in this confrontation. Larry rushes forward and says that he will deal with all the dangers himself without any outside help. Andrew notes that he only summoned 2 dragons, but Larry replies that that will be quite enough. He charges his attacks with fire and engages multiple opponents at once, unleashing a flurry of attacks. One of the Shadow Warriors has been watching him closely all this time, but does not dare to intervene. Larry suddenly realizes that the reckless attacks have led him into an ambush, and now he needs to be on guard. Andrew explains that the impending attack is signaled by chains attached to the bodies of the Shadow Warriors. Turning around, he sees that the scythe on the chain is quickly rushing towards Ursula, who is also here. Larry speaks loudly to her and asks her to be very careful, and, if possible, not to expose herself. Ursula proudly notes that the creatures were wrong to think that she was the most vulnerable target. With these words, she stands in a confident stance and blocks the weapon strike without any problems. With a smile on her face, she says that she will have to disappoint these creatures, because she is one of the strongest in this world. After this, she immediately rushes into attack to punish the Shadow Warrior. The warrior prepares to counterattack, but is suddenly struck by a huge wave of fire. The damage is enough to make him disappear into thin air, at least for a while. Ursula muses that if this is the power of dragons, then it certainly inspires respect. She also notes that it used to take her 2 skill uses to kill 1 elite monster. Her face changes, and she says that the enhancements from these dragons are truly amazing, and now she can feel them. Ursula points out that Larry might not interfere in the affairs between the Western families and just lend her the emerald. Larry immediately calms Emerald down, saying that he won't give her to anyone anyway, so she doesn't have to worry. He reads the battle system summary and realizes that the chance of getting the shards he needs is too small. Andrew adds that there is nothing to worry about, as there are so many monsters ahead that there will be enough for everyone. Larry states that in this case there is not a second to lose, and Andrew agrees with him, pointing in the direction. Larry addresses the dragons and orders them to use fusion to transform these swordsmen into stat units. Suddenly they hear strange sounds and realize that this battle will clearly not be the last. Another group of monsters appears before them, hoping to take revenge for their lost comrades. Andrew quickly jumps into action and notes that he is pleased with the fresh delivery of ingredients. Larry tries to persuade Ursula to be more careful, but she states that she doesn't like it when someone steals the spotlight. After this, they begin to fight enthusiastically, feeling the spirit of incredible teamwork among themselves. 4 hours later, they reach the leader and deliver another fatal blow, finally killing him. Larry receives a small amount of shards and notes that it looks like they have reached the central area. Andrew states that he has never been this far before, and notes that they have entered a fully fledged destroyed city. They look around and note that it is too abandoned here. There are no signs of monsters or people. Andrew notes that if you look at delivery, you can see they're on the right track. Ursula takes a few steps when a strange fiery anomaly begins to form. Larry immediately notices this and warns her that she is in serious trouble and needs to get out of the way. A powerful explosion is created that destroys any creature that is dangerously close. Ursula thanks the protagonist for his help, and he points out that it is Emerald who should be thanked here. He summons his weapon again and notes that all this resembles the activity of some invisible monsters. Celeste appears out of nowhere again and he orders her to use her observation skill. Celeste lets out a powerful roar that allows her to detect any cloaked enemies within a large radius. The system notifies that all invisible and hidden targets have now been identified, and their camouflage has been revealed. The heroes discover thousands of battle mages, and Andrew notes that this will not be a problem for them, since they have dragons on their side. Larry immediately stops them, saying that he begins to feel a strange movement of the ground under his feet. Ursula suggests it might be the boss, while Larry states that it is definitely an unusual creature. Celeste uses her tracking skill again to scan the area and locate the creature. Larry notes that he feels something strange and realizes that his skills cannot be determined. Ursula suggests they separate, saying that they will deal with the boss, and he will try to clear the space. Larry agrees, and together they rush into the attack, each taking on a specific task. Meanwhile, Emerald calls the main character, as she found a secret message attached to the grave. Larry comes closer and receives a hidden mission, thinking that there is a boss waiting for them underground after all. After this, he praises his dragon, noting that she helped him find a hidden task that will help in further leveling. They're going to deal with this boss anyway, so why not get some extra reward for it? A strange portal appears near him, and his comrades advise him to be careful. Larry immediately receives a huge number of power-ups to deal with the enemy in one blow. Without waiting for the enemy to appear, he uses the Skybreak skill to charge his weapon. Ursula smiles, thinking that the protagonist's skills are not inferior to those of level 95. Andrew continues to maintain a combative attitude, noting that the diggers are approaching and that they need to remain vigilant. Larry says it's amazing because he was just getting ready for them to arrive. After this, he rises into the air and orders one of his dragons to prepare a cry of destruction. He also asks Emerald to use the mirror to further strengthen his pets. Thanks to this skill, giant dragons begin to clone themselves, and now there are 8 of them instead of 2. With such a huge army, Larry understands that he is not afraid of any enemy, and he will send any monster to the underworld. His friends also stand in a proud fighting stance and note that now they are afraid of absolutely no one. Celeste flies into the air and takes aim, preparing to unleash fire on her enemies. Other dragons also receive significant buffs and slice through opponents with sharp slashes of their claws. Andrew praises the protagonist's skills, noting that they have broken the monster-killing record. Ursula continues to destroy the creatures, stating that the diggers will arrive very soon and they need to hurry. Larry, who has never fought these monsters, says he is absolutely confident they can handle it. Immediately after this, he uses the skill Cry of Destruction and deals massive damage to all targets in the area of effect. Andrew starts bragging, but is immediately reprimanded, saying that he can't get distracted. Looking at the torn earth, they note that the shadow diggers are already very close, and they need to be prepared for anything. A few moments later, a giant creature, resembling an elongated man, bursts out of the ground. Larry watches his skills closely, and the system notifies him that the boss is about to evolve. Larry realizes this is very bad news when more summoned creatures begin to burst out of the ground. Andrew immediately begins to fight them and notes that there are more of them, which means the plan needs to be changed. Celeste changes her form to assume the state of a destroyer of worlds, and Larry decides to attack them with maximum power. Emerald also prepares for a massive attack on allies and applies multiple buffs to them. After this, they use the Cataclysm skill to release a flame that devours all the space below them. Andrew observes the result of this skill and notes that it is an amazing job, as he sees how much pain these creatures are in. However, the monsters quickly rise to their feet and do not feel any damage. A few moments later, the evolution doll hatches and a shadow dragon emerges, causing surprise among everyone present. Andrew says he had no idea such a creature would be encountered here. Larry states without hesitation that they will simply kill this scoundrel and calmly continue their advancement. With these words, he summons a blue dragon, which immediately changes into another form to deal more damage. Larry asks Emerald to ensure the protection of his allies, as well as to clone Celeste and Anders. She carries out commands without question, casting several spells on her comrades at once. Celeste and Anders feel incredible power, and their clones appear next to them. Having received several copies of themselves at once, they decide to combine powerful skills to strike simultaneously. Larry notes that his plan is to launch a preemptive and incredibly powerful strike. From his point of view, it is necessary to attack before the enemy can do anything, finishing him off instantly. The plan turns out to be perfect, and the dragon takes a huge amount of damage that is inflicted on it. He only has time to wonder what is going on here, but he dies rather quickly. There is no way that even God could have withstood such an incredible blow from Larry. He pierces his opponent through and through, and notes that it was a fairly easy opponent, and that he can move on. After receiving another batch of new levels, he discovers that Emerald has received another boost. Larry reasons that, when combined with his other skills, this skill will double his effectiveness. Without waiting for a suitable opportunity, he orders her to cast this skill on all allies. Andrew is surprised that he has a new defensive skill, and notes that it feels quite convenient. As he approaches the ground, he discovers that it has no relaxing effect on him. Andrew also says that it's very convenient to have two dragons constantly consuming corpses, as it makes it easier to find trophies. Larry reflects that with the help of his friends, he can gather the necessary materials much faster. He orders the corpses to be collected, but nothing to be done with the slain shadow dragon, which will still be useful. He states that it would be a great stupidity to process such value on such characteristics. Adds that the hidden level 95 bonus will be able to bring much more benefit to pets. Larry smiles as he reflects on the fact that his collection now includes a huge number of different warriors and creatures. He understands that once he gets stronger puppets, he will be able to use the 5 dragon heroes on the stat. After this, he approaches the reward chest and notes that all the mission rewards need to be checked. The chest opens, and a very bright light begins to pour out of it, which can blind you if you look at it for too long. Larry receives a quality upgrade and notes that he would be happy to use it to improve his armor. Turning around, he sees his friends bringing a huge number of the needed fragments. Looking at the protagonist's trophies, Andrew notes that he was very lucky to have obtained such an important thing. Ursula advises using these shards to improve the wings, and Larry decides to follow her advice. He emphasizes that he already deals a lot of damage, but improved mobility never hurts. After warming up a bit, he says that now during flight, his characteristics increase several times. Taking off into the air, he notes that he needs to go to the center to the creator to kill the boss. The other dragons and comrades try to catch up with him, but he is too fast and skillful. Larry suddenly hears strange speech and realizes that someone has used a voice-altering technique. Andrew asks his companions if they heard the strange voice, assuming it was coming from the palace. Larry declares that now he has no choice but to go down and check what is going on. He finds himself in the ruins of an old palace in the center of the Island of Shadows, and some entity continues to call to him. The hooded figure says that several hundred years have passed, and he has finally waited for a hero who will help him. Anders sits down next to this figure and looks at it carefully, waiting for it to end. Suddenly, a figure like a little girl hides behind the wall and declares that she is very scared of dragons. Celeste immediately teaches this dragon mind, and Larry suggests that she stop doing complete nonsense. Andrew wonders if it's a ghost, and Ursula advises them to remain vigilant. Larry approaches the unknown man and asks why he needs their help and why he is calling them. The pretend magician explains that this place was once called something completely different, and that he died defending the precious source. He adds that a black dragon appeared here, and the aura of corruption that he brought killed everyone and destroyed the kingdoms. His aura slowly begins to fade, and he asks the protagonist to free his king from eternal torture. Andrew wonders if, in 300 years, they are the only ones who have managed to climb so high. Larry is notified that if he succeeds, he will receive the entire island, but a king quickly appears. Larry hears strange footsteps and notes that they are coming from a specific direction, after which he turns in that direction. A giant sword begins to slide across the ground, which looks very impressive and can certainly cause a lot of damage. The magician asks them to be careful, to restore this island, and also to protect its inhabitants forever. A giant monster appears before them, and the wizard again asks them to free his king. A giant creature corrupted by dark magic lets out a loud scream and prepares to attack. Andrew notes that the corruption has turned the king into a true monster, and he is now half dragon and half human. Larry doesn't lose his composure and says that Andrew should cover their rear while Ursula will shoot from afar. Larry himself will fight in the vanguard position, and his friends agree with the plan, as he is a brilliant strategist. Larry summons his dragon and notes that they need to work together to defeat it. The Shadow King naturally charges in with his death sentence, which is impossible to dodge. Emerald stands up to protect him, and creates a very strong barrier that is almost impossible to destroy. Larry compliments her incredible blocking skills and declares it's time to counterattack. Celeste uses her standard lava burst skill to deal significant fire damage. The Shadow King doesn't have time to return, and becomes the victim of a powerful skill that lights him up like a match. Larry notes that life always finds a way to surprise him, despite his best-laid plans. The Shadow King quickly delivers a powerful blow to deflect the attack and avoid getting burned despite it. Ursula reports that she didn't expect this boss to be able to fend off Celeste's attacks so easily. Larry realizes that a change of tactics is needed here, and calls on Anders to his side to turn the situation around. Ursula, in turn, decides to use an unusual skill and uses the binding ability. This ability allows you to neutralize the movement ability of any target for a period of time. Meanwhile, Anders prepares his Thunder Sphere, manifesting into the form of the Destroyer of Worlds. The Shadow King fails to dodge again, but this time takes full damage from the electricity. Larry continues his powerful attacks and notes that this is far from all he can do. After that, he decides to cast the skill Void Strike on it to combine it with his dragons. The Shadow King uses countermeasures and transforms into a cloud of corruption to reduce damage taken. Larry can't believe that his brilliant plan didn't work out as planned, and his opponent simply disappeared into thin air. Ursula asks if her premonition can detect this creature, but it turns out that the skill does not work. Larry realizes there is another way to manifest this creature and turns to Andrew for help. Understanding each other without words, one of them rushes into the attack, while a surprised Ursula tries to understand his motivation. The dragons spot easy prey and immediately materialize from the darkness, preparing to strike a powerful blow. Andrew smiles and notes that this is perfect timing, and the source is definitely right here. The next second, the king unleashes all his power on him, burying him under a thick layer of stones. Ursula is surprised that the battle at such a crucial moment turned into some kind of farce. She turns to the protagonist and asks why he did absolutely nothing to save her. Ursula approaches him unnoticed, as he has been skillfully hiding from her all this time. He states that there is nothing to worry about since they used clones without her noticing. He asks her how convincing it was, adding that he didn't get a single scratch. Ursula asks what they should do now, and Larry replies that he certainly plans to take advantage of the opportunity. All of his dragons charge into a combined attack, each using their own ultimate skill. The Shadow King realizes that he has made a serious miscalculation, and now he will not have the opportunity to dodge in time. Larry creates the Dragon Realm skill so that the enemy can't hide anywhere at all. The dragons combine their abilities and burn through the giant enemy's body, gradually weakening it. Larry finishes off his opponent with a swift punch, passing through him with incredible speed. The system reports that all dragons have increased at least one level, while the Shadow King leaves behind a crown. After the crown falls to the ground, even the main character gets a small level boost. Larry muses that if he understands everything correctly, Then the crown jewel is the missing item for the recipe. Taking this decoration, he realizes that it is necessary to extract the shadow stones to create a contract. He quickly puts his plans into action and thinks that the remaining stones can be sold for a huge amount of money. Ursula immediately gives him a light slap on the back of the head and asks why he didn't tell her about the plan, because she was very scared. Larry explains that this was the first time he had used this skill, and the situation did not allow him to explain the details. Suddenly, he is contacted telepathically by a recently dispersed magician, who declares that he is not like everyone else. He brings him a mysterious weapon, and tells him that it is a gift in gratitude for saving the king. The Archmage clarifies that this is the Sword of Rulers, and expresses hope that the souls contained within it will find peace. He says with a smile that now it is his time to retire and reunite with his family. He calls Larry a true hero who helped the island regain its appearance and heal from the curse. The Archmage declares that he will fulfill his promise and transfer the island to Larry as his full property forever. Gradually, the island's territory is transformed, becoming more peaceful and colorful. Andrew's comrades look up at the sky in surprise, and note that the storm has stopped and the atmosphere has become less gloomy. Larry holds the crumbling sword in his hands, and the system notifies him that he has unlocked the territory's controls. Larry happily notes that he now has a territory management system that can also be upgraded. He understands that he can now earn a large income from this land, which means it will need to be developed. He reports that, along with the territorial control system, he also received the skill of teleportation within his domain. Andrew wonders what he should do now in this situation. He notes that his mission was to destroy the shadow source, but he was unable to find it. Larry states that he needs to take the source he found to switch it to shadow mode. 10 minutes later, they find themselves in the courtyard of a ruined royal palace, which has already been transformed beyond recognition. Larry takes a closer look and discovers a real lake that has been there all this time. Andrew reports that he now understands what Larry meant, as the protagonist can switch island modes. Meanwhile, Ursula lies on the shore and says that she would be happy to swim in this clear water. After she gets up and gets some water, she discovers a very strange anomaly. She turns to her comrades and explains that this water is unusual because it has improved its properties. The heroes scoop up some water and discover that this is indeed the case, and now they feel better. Andrew says it's liquid gold that can be sold and will sell like hotcakes. Larry states that he is not going to sell it yet, as he needs to help his friend complete a task. The island goes into shadow mode again, and Andrew's friends wonder why the weather here is changing so abruptly. After this, Emerald goes through the standard procedure of applying all shields and buffs. Andrew notes that he has realized the unpleasant truth: he will have to destroy some of his property. Larry advises Andrew not to worry, as he will fix it anyway after he completes the mission. Andrew smiles and declares that he is a true friend, and will take care of the restoration of this place. After this, they deal a powerful blow and note that he will definitely have a paradise for relaxation. Their journey to Shadow Island ends here, and Larry finally heads home, the trip having been quite successful. The mission Andrew completed was generously rewarded, but he promised to help with the recovery. He also gives Larry a powerful book that contains an amazing skill that allows him to become the Dragon King. Larry reflects that all he can do is wait for the island to be restored, and then return home. He is happy that very soon he will be able to create a contract scroll with the King of Shadow Dragons and get what he wants. A week later, he returns to the Shadow Island to disable the island's defenses and allow the puppets to be summoned. To quickly travel between the island and his home, he uses a portal that he opens right in his villa. To his surprise, they decide to have a beach episode to play volleyball. Unfortunately, the shadow source was destroyed beyond repair and cannot be accessed. After some time, they find themselves at a warm, hot spring in which something is bubbling and bubbling. Larry transforms into a majestic dragon to navigate the water, but the time comes to return to his human form. He looks at his amazing body and realizes that he is glad because his muscles are still growing. Ursula finds him and runs next to him, saying that she didn't even know about the existence of this hot spring. She calls him a scoundrel who secretly went swimming, but she jumps up and flies straight to him. Afterwards, she gets to her feet and notes that it is incredibly slippery here, and she didn't know about it. Larry starts to get shy and asks what she's even doing here at this time of day. Ursula wonders if he is embarrassed that there is a woman next to him. Larry explains that this is definitely not the case, and he is blushing simply because the water in the spring is hot. Ursula reports that she has news that the shadow source will soon be restored. Larry states emphatically that he has been waiting for this moment for quite some time, and decides that it is time to go there. After a while, he takes a small ampule to collect some water from the spring. Ursula observes this procedure and asks him why he needs this water. Larry decides not to reveal all the details to her, and says that she will find out everything herself soon. After this, he uses the recipe and creates the long-awaited scroll, which will allow him to conclude the contract. Ursula looks at the scroll in surprise and asks if it is really a summoning flower, as she thinks. Larry immediately summons Emerald and sends a flower to her so that she can regain her powerful skill. Emerald greedily grabs the scroll with his teeth and swallows it, without regretting anything. Ursula asks what this means, and Larry explains that it is a way to bypass the system's rules. He smiles and says that this is why he can use powerful skills an infinite number of times. After this, he orders Emerald to go forward and try to summon a monster to test the skill. After 5 minutes, it becomes obvious that something is wrong, as the Emerald Dragon has failed to summon the Shadow Dragon. Larry scratches his head thoughtfully and turns to the system assistant to understand what happened. After some time, the system reports that this dragon has dishonest skills. After reading all the possible abilities, he orders the stealth to be removed so that the summoned dragon can appear. A strange procedure begins, gradually removing the giant dragon's disguise. When the strange creature appears before the heroes, it becomes clear why the scroll was limited to one use. Ursula looks at the giant in surprise and cannot believe that he can become invisible. Larry happily announces that this is a very unusual dragon, and asks if she would like to test its strength. The heroes are transported to an unknown place on a shadow island, and meet another shadow dragon. Larry flies into the air above him and notes that this is the second most powerful boss on the island, and only the king is stronger than him. He states that this puppet is perfect for testing the capabilities of the new dragon that he likes the most. Immediately after this, he turns to his pet and orders it to use shadow cover. The dragon immediately carries out the command and begins a quick invisibility procedure. Larry looks at his future victim with a smile and understands that he is about to have a lot of fun. The shadow dragon turns to the sky and wonders if an outsider has gotten in here. Suddenly he pounces on Larry and looks like he's going to tear apart any trespasser. It's not entirely clear how his dragon was able to be reborn if they had a feud. But that doesn't matter now. The main thing is that Larry now has a new cool pet that can do incredible things. The shadow dragon takes heavy damage and crashes into the ground, leaving a crater behind. Immediately after this, someone starts to slash at him with their claws, causing an incredible amount of damage. This causes him to become enraged, and the spikes on his back begin to grow longer and longer. Ursula notes that this poor monster doesn't even see its opponent, and all it can do is take damage. Larry declares it's time to add fuel to this incredibly heated confrontation. Without thinking twice, he turns to Emerald to cast a Soul Sanctuary spell on all of his allies. Emerald carries out his command, greatly enhancing all of the Shadow Dragon King's skills. This buff causes him to deal several times more damage and become even more deadly. The opponent desperately tries to do something, but he can't see Larry. The only one he sees is Emerald, and he decides to make her his target in order to at least catch someone. The projectiles are rapidly approaching the Emerald Dragon, but she does not move. The shells fly past, and it turns out that the Shadow Dragon has been firing blindly all this time. Larry realizes that the Shadow Dragon King's abilities are impressive, as he can make even those who are attached to him invisible. The monster, meanwhile, turns its attention to Larry, who has been here all this time and is not disguised. He prepares a powerful attack to destroy in an instant the person who is the cause of his troubles. Larry also does not dare to move from his place, because he feels that nothing can defeat him now. He thrusts his hand forward, creating a giant gravitational anomaly, sucking in all the projectiles. Larry smiles and states that he is now able to nullify any enemy attack, and this is the perfect defense. After this, he turns to the Shadow Dragon King and orders him to use his most powerful attack. The Shadow Dragon King understands the command perfectly, and his eyes begin to glow with bright anger. Several energy flashes appear in the sky and rush towards the dragon. The creature looks at the approaching danger, but cannot determine from which direction to expect the attack. A few moments later, it receives a fatal blow that tears it into several pieces. The Dragon King teleports behind him and uses an attack that deals massive amounts of damage. Ursula watches this with surprise and notes that it looks incredibly threatening and impressive. Larry explains that the Shadow Dragon King is one of the best assassins, specializing in instant victory. Ursula notes that the stats of the toughened dragon class are completely unbalanced, but that doesn't matter right now. Larry assures her that she has nothing to worry about, as he is on her side and will help her against the other clans. He adds that only they are worthy rulers of these lands, and no one will dare to disturb them. Ursula reflects that if Larry really does deal with these scoundrels, she will thank him properly. 2 days later, they head to the western lands to scout out the situation and figure out what they need to do. They travel on a giant bone dragon because it will be much faster. After a while, they find themselves in a very impressive place with stunning scenery. Ursula reports that there are 3 families in this area that are considered to be the weakest, and she is one of them. She adds that deep within the continent live ancient patriarchs, in whose eyes even a level 100 person is just dust. Larry remembers this and realizes that his view of the world was very limited. He realizes that there are a lot of mysteries here, and once he can solve them, it will be a lot of fun. Ursula interrupts his thoughts, stating that they have arrived and need to land at her family's estate. Her estate looks quite interesting, and its architecture pays tribute to great traditions. Ursula notices that he is indeed ready to enter this place, because he still has a chance to refuse. Larry notes that they are already there, so he will never regret the choice he made. Ursula extends her hand to him and declares that she will show him the place where she grew up for so long. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Han family's training ground, where a very intense training session is taking place. During training, a powerful explosion occurs, creating a shockwave of energy. This shockwave reverberates deafeningly throughout the estate, but for the local residents it is already familiar. Sharon turns to his mentor and asks for respect, as his skills are still at a different level. He notices that even after a month of meditation and trying to comprehend everything he has acquired, he is still one step behind his mentor. The mentor says that Sharon is already fighting as a level 99 master, and that is impressive. He adds that among all the young D-rank soldiers of the family, he is the strongest warrior. Sharon listens to a lecture about the other clans, and declares that she will do everything in her power to achieve her goal. He reports the latest news, noting that Ursula has finally returned to her estate. He adds that she did not return alone, but in the company of a young man who controls a bone dragon. The mentor declares that this young man's development is too dangerous and must be stopped immediately. Sharon assures him that she can win him over to her side, and if he refuses, an unenviable fate awaits him. The mentor informs that in the next couple of days, Sarkhan's brother, Soren, will arrive at this estate to threaten Ursula. Sharon laughs at the news and declares that she will go there immediately to see it. The elder turns to him and says that he believes that one day, his power will allow him to lay claim to the entire West. 3 days pass like this, and Larry already feels at home in this estate. Even though he lives here, he constantly uses the portal to level up. He wanders through the dungeons, and in just a couple of days manages to raise the level of his dragons by one more level. He wonders how his older sister is preparing for this, and whether she is ready to do anything for her freedom. Returning from the portal, he hears the voices of other servants and realizes that he has arrived just in time. The servants report that the Loon family demands their presence and emphasize that a security convoy has been spotted. Ursula turns to the protagonist and notes that what they came here for will finally happen today. Larry reassures her, explaining that as long as he is around, no one will dare to lay a finger on her. After some time, the action moves to the main hall of the Ying family, where negotiations are to take place. Sarkhan and his brother turn their heads in their direction and wonder if they really decided to show up. He adds that their family's hospitality leaves much to be desired, as they had been waiting for guests for quite a long time. Ursula recommends being grateful for at least this, because in the past, such guests would have been immediately thrown out. Sarkhan begins to laugh mockingly, realizing that they are in a superior position. He declares that those times are long gone, and now he can even urinate on the main gate, and nothing will happen to him for it. Soren states that the 2-month period they agreed on is expiring, and so they have come to negotiate. He adds that their family owes them a lot of money, and this amount exceeds the debt that their grandfather took out. Ursula notes that Sarkhan came to her before the agreed time and violated the agreement. Soren states that as compensation he is ready to take her as his wife, adding that in this case she will be able to hit Sarkhan. Larry decides to intervene in the conversation and claims that they are both just trash. Sarkhan asks him how he dares to speak in such a tone to his second brother, adding that it is a violation of the rules. Larry tells Ursula not to worry, adding that he will definitely deal with them. Ursula throws herself into his arms and asks how a weak woman like her can cope with this. She complains that they not only want to rob her, but also marry her off. Larry promises to take care of them, but Soren states that Larry has nothing to do with these negotiations. Ursula declares that negotiations must be conducted according to all the rules and appoints Larry as her confidant. Ursula takes his hand to demonstrate the seriousness of her intentions. Larry takes the throne, and Ursula easily grants him the rights to the Ying clan, since their great rules allow this. Sarkhan asks them if she's really ready to hand over the rights to her clan to some brat, but Soren stops him. He claims that Ursula has probably been having an affair with Larry for a long time, and has completely lost the ability to think clearly. Larry declares that he doesn't care about this nonsense, and adds that he will only talk to him and no one else. Sarkhan turns to his brother, saying that according to all the rules, one must ask for the arrival of the ancestor. Soren declares that now is not the time to follow the rules, because his love is on the line. He clenches his fists and insists that his love will not allow him to endure such humiliation, and he is obliged to teach Larry a lesson. He adds that he is always kind to women, but if she interferes in the duel, he will cripple her. Ursula is surprised by such impudence and takes a few steps forward, but Larry stops her. Smiling, Larry explains that there is no need to worry, as he will deal with this conflict on his own. Soren turns to him and claims that if Larry is the younger one, he will give him a head start of 3 breaths. Larry smiles and says he will play by his rules if he remains alive after 3 breaths, after which he will hold up 3 fingers, starting the countdown. Sarkhan warns him that their dragon is monstrously dangerous, but Soren states that this does not bother him. Soren adds that if Larry remains alive after 3 breaths, he will forgive him all his debts and stop haunting him. Larry agrees and holds up 3 fingers, confirming the start of the countdown. Sarkhan is surprised that this boy is sitting and doing nothing, amazed at his incredible arrogance. Ursula understands that there is something amazing behind this, but decides not to interfere. Soren reflects on how he withstood 3 blows from his family's ancestors without receiving a single scratch. Larry makes a threatening face and declares that time is up, but nothing happens. The very next second, currents of air rush through the hall, but other than that, nothing changes. Everyone looks around in surprise to understand what happened, feeling their bodies. They start laughing, claiming that it was some kind of pathetic trick that wasn't worth their attention. Sarkhan approaches his brother and says that he thought he really had such a trump card, but it turned out to be a pathetic trick. Ursula tries to intervene, but Larry takes over the situation again, explaining that there is no point in wasting time on this. Looking into his eyes, she sees a smile and understands that this is part of a cunning plan. Sarkhan, in turn, asks his brother what he thinks about the plundering of the estate. However, in reality, it becomes clear that one powerful blow was dealt that no one could notice. Larry proudly declares that the winner of the argument has been determined, and Soren remains frozen, neither of them saying a word. Sarkhan looks at his brother and cannot understand how this is even possible, because no one saw anything. The other guards note that the gentleman died just like that, for no apparent reason. Sarkhan finds this impossible, not understanding how Larry did it, since he didn't even move. Larry looks incredibly menacing as he watches all his enemies at once. The guards grab their weapons and declare that they will cruelly avenge the attempt on their master's life. Sarkhan tries to stop them, but it is too late as they cross a dangerous line. Ursula argues that someone needs to be left alive to have witnesses, and Larry confirms that he understands this. After this, he snaps his fingers, and absolutely everyone in the room, with the exception of Sarkhan, instantly dies. Sarkhan watches in amazement as his subordinates fall dead, unable to understand the reason. Larry explains that they have disobeyed him and asks if Sarkhan is unable to control them. He asks Sarkhan if he is so afraid that his legs are shaking and the terror prevents him from thinking clearly. Sarkhan begs for mercy, explaining that he was following his brother's orders, and Larry steps aside. Larry states that he does not plan to kill him, as he will return to his family and tell them everything that happened here. He leaves for the city, saying that he must return to his clan and convey the new terms of the deal between the families. He adds that if they fail to reach an agreement within 3 days, he will come to their estate and destroy the entire family. Sarkhan claims that he understood everything and promises to repeat everything word for word. A few moments later, the guards throw him out, giving themselves the opportunity to take it out on the man who offended them. They claim that the clan has finally gotten what it deserved, and are glad that they have the opportunity to punish it. Sarkhan notes that Larry killed his brother and all of his men in an instant, but does not understand how it happened. He gets to his feet and wonders what skills Larry might have used to achieve this. The guards ask him why he is frozen in place, but he does not respond. After some time, he suddenly discovers the presence of a strange creature that had been looking at him all this time. He suddenly runs away and asks the creature not to kill him, while the guards continue to laugh at him. Larry briefly sees the presence of the creature that destroyed everyone in that building. Now he has no doubt that this creature is behind the death of his brothers and comrades. It's unclear how such a gigantic dragon could strike the people inside without damaging the walls. But that's not important. Half an hour later, we are transported into the skies above the western lands, which this time turn out to be quite restless. Sharon rushes to the Ying family estate, saying that all they're waiting for is a bunch of 70-year-old old men who are incapable of anything. Suddenly, he notices a strange man and says that there is someone ahead, after which he takes a closer look at him. It quickly becomes clear that this is an extremely frightened Sarkhan, who is flying somewhere on his ball. Other soldiers noted that the man looked as if he was very frightened by something and was in a hurry. Sharon recommends focusing on the road, as they need to fly to the estate at maximum speed. He says that if you look closely at the bloodstains that Sarkhan was covered in, you can come to an unpleasant conclusion. After a short pause, he says that their journey may not be as easy as they thought. Half an hour later, they find themselves at the entrance to the estate, and are met by 2 security guards in business suits. They whisper to each other, claiming that the Hu clan has come here to negotiate from a position of strength. Sharon comes closer to them and says that he doesn't need the 2 of them at all, since he doesn't intend to talk to them. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful punch with his fingers to finish off the guard. He declares that he is interested in a conversation exclusively with Madame Ursula, securing an audience for himself. The guard tries to escape and cowardly shouts that a member of the Hu clan attacked and killed his comrade. Sharon decides to show arrogance by claiming that he is irritated by useless, noisy people. At that moment, an energy projectile with flashes of fire rushes towards him. Sharon, being incredibly strong, repels this attack with a single wave of his fingers. Ursula asks him if he has forgotten that one cannot kill in broad daylight. She adds that if he started with an attack, she sees no point in talking to him. Sharon feels confident in her abilities and notes that she shouldn't have attacked after what he did. He creates a blade and says he is impressed that she has the courage to say that to the one who injured her before. He reminds her that she was in incredible pain from their last fight. Throwing her aside, he says that he will be very happy to teach her one more lesson. After this, he orders her guards to attack as well, so that she realizes the consequences of the insult. Suddenly, the resurrected Soren comes to the rescue, whose appearance no one expected. There is a powerful explosion, and everyone else who didn't notice it coming wonders what happened. It turns out that with one movement he dealt an irreparable blow to several guards and took their lives. Larry orders him to deal with the remaining enemies, and he says he will do so. Sharon's charges ask what is going on and why he suddenly betrayed their alliance. Larry receives a synthesized treasure map and claims that it is exactly what he needs at this moment. After this, the other soldiers notice him and wonder who he is. Sharon calls him an arrogant bastard and promises to punish him for his arrogance. He asks if Larry has decided to die, ordering him to make one last wish immediately. Larry says with a smile that he can attack as much as he wants, but it will not bring any results. Immediately after this, the King of Shadow Dragons emerges from invisibility, whose skin is too tough. He instantly destroys all the spirit blades, and Sharon is surprised that such a giant dragon snuck up on him unnoticed. Larry says he would like to see the skill he was injured with last time, after which he paid for it 100-fold. The dragon, meanwhile, continues to use its skills to move from an invisible state to a visible one. Sharon realizes that the intelligence about the family's power was wrong, as no one spoke about this dragon. His comrades ask for help, saying that they cannot cope with the combat master. Soren continues to fight them to satisfy his master's will. With his bare hands he tears them apart, as ordinary people have no chance against such a great warrior. Ursula gets the opportunity to approach Sharon and talk to him. Immediately after this, they approach him to give him one last chance to apologize. Ursula says this is the only way to avoid more bloodshed before it's too late. Sharon clicks his tongue in irritation, insisting that some pathetic invisible dragon would never bother him. He uses the ice ball skill to start a duel with his longtime opponent. He tells Ursula that he must show her how easily he can manifest all the creatures around him. After that, he uses the sword radiance skill, hoping that this will give him an advantage. This skill dispels illusions and removes area of effect stuns. However, after jumping to the side, he discovers that his attack was not nearly as effective as he thought. He wonders what happened and why he couldn't detect the dragon's presence. Larry claps his hands, noting that it was an impressive and smart move. After that, he says with a serious expression that, unfortunately, these skills are completely ineffective against his dragons. Ursula continues to attack and claims that his confidence could cost him his life. Sharon stops her, saying that she shouldn't go that far, but Ursula doesn't listen. She accuses him of using her family's resources and that he personally hurt her without thinking about the consequences. Immediately after this, she defeats him in combat and says that this is payback for all the pain she received. Moments later, the great swordsman falls, realizing the seriousness of his injury. Looking at her, he notes that she has become much stronger and was able to inflict at least some injury. Ursula says that this doesn't mean anything, since he won't leave here alive and must pay with his life. Sharon realizes that if he hadn't been distracted by the boy's dragon, he wouldn't have missed her attack. He says that if he is going to die anyway, he has no need to hold back all his power. He transforms his ice sword and declares that he will take everyone with him. Ursula suddenly remembers that it was with this skill that he inflicted a serious injury last time. Larry doesn't move, which surprises the great swordsman, who was expecting a different reaction to his attack. Ursula decides to act on her own and confronts him. Larry decides to take advantage of the situation and orders his dragon to act immediately. Sharon uses her wits to spot the dragon before it strikes. Immediately after this, he casts a mysterious spell that no one knows about. He uses the blood sword skill to deal full damage to the giant creature and neutralize it. The shadow dragon is completely immobilized and unable to perform any actions for 30 seconds. Sharon chuckles, noting that he knew perfectly well that Larry would do exactly that, so he took action. Ursula asks how he guessed, even though his behavior was obvious. Sharon immediately jumps onto the mechanical bird, thinking that it is time to leave and inform everyone about her departure. However, as soon as he flies a few meters away, a powerful cut destroys his bird. After this, Sharon falls to the ground and now he has no way to escape from here. Larry approaches him with his knife and asks if he received permission to leave. Larry wonders if Sharon really believed that the shadow dragon would be the only threat to him. Sharon states that it is impossible to kill him, since the dispute between critical clans must be resolved according to the rules. Ursula says that she has completely handed over authority to Larry, so now he actually manages her lands. Sharon understands that the situation is extremely tense and tries to apologize, admitting that he said too much in a fit of anger. Larry steps aside and says that Ursula has the right to finish him off herself if she wants. Ursula prepares to launch her final attack and says that Sharon has stepped on the same rake. Sharon states that he had previously agreed with Larry that he wanted to see him visiting his clan, and that they should not be at odds. Ursula decides not to listen to him and aims her spear to take his life. Afterwards, she asks him if he can hear the screams of all the members of her family who have ever been killed. She then uses the Fire Blast skill and sends him to hell to his forefathers. Her spear is charged with energy, fueled by her incredible anger. Only after she kills him does she throw herself into Larry's arms again and say that she needs to tell her clan everything. They come to the conclusion that one of the people should be left alive so that he can return and tell everything. Larry asks if Ursula was able to vent all the anger that had been holding her soul for so long. After some time, he summons his dragons to restore Sharon's body as a puppet. Having appeared, he declares that he bows before the master and will carry out all his commands. He thinks back to all the puppets he has at his disposal and realizes that his team now looks more balanced. This brings him great pleasure, as he finds it very exciting to manage the lives of dead soldiers. Larry concludes that news of Sharon and Soren's deaths must have reached the heads of their families. He wonders how they will react, although in reality the answer to this question is obvious. Sarkon tells the elders that he told them the true truth, and that the dragon tamer is monstrous. He explains that the same thing happened to the rest of the people as to his brother, and they died without even understanding anything. The great ancestor reports that the girl from the Ying family has already found someone who has decided to support her. The boss replies that even if there are conflicts between the second young master and the girl, the main thing now is to return the resources and land. Moments later, the roof of the Long family's Great Order home is destroyed by a powerful explosion. Sharon's mentor bursts into the room, declaring that he must explain himself to him. Vuchin looks at Hobbs's former ally in surprise and tries to figure out what to do. First, he decides to talk to him and wonders what he means. Vuchan claims that all the blame lies with his family, since Soren killed his dear grandson. Sarkon listens attentively to this conversation and cannot believe what he hears, since he himself saw that his brother was killed. He gets to his feet and says that he saw everything with his own eyes, so he could not have acted consciously. Hobbs turns to him and says that if he is lying, he must pay for his sins. Vuchan takes his son's side and says that he should watch his words and actions. He notes that his son is indeed telling the truth, and Soren died in battle, which means that we are talking about a necromancer. The two decide to team up to respond to Larry's audacious demands for territorial compensation. Both come to the conclusion that these people must pay for their arrogance. Wuchen states that, according to Sarkon, the strongest opponent the Ying clan can field is Larry. Hobbs says that it is enough to use skills to destroy the tamer's body, and then all the dragons will disappear. Wuchen states that there is no need to worry about this, since the only serious problem besides Larry will be the invisible dragon. They say that if anyone thinks they can handle them with a tamer, they must disappoint them. He sadly says that this is quite a shame, as he was considering giving him a chance to listen to their family. Raising his eyes menacingly, he announces that he has now completely changed his mind and is determined to destroy them. That evening, the action moves to the estate, where new guards guard the entrance. Suddenly they feel an earthquake approaching and wonder what is happening. One of them sees a huge number of wolves approaching the estate gates at great speed. They realize that the pack looks extremely threatening and decide to stay out of sight, otherwise they might be torn apart. They understand that this is a migration of a large number of monsters, and they consider it necessary to immediately inform the lady about this. Larry is in the kitchen at this moment, and is also surprised by the earthquake that is happening. One of the guards bursts out to them in the kitchen and reports that the monster migration has begun, and the first wave is already approaching the estate. Ursula wonders what it is, and Larry decides to examine everything to understand what happened. At this moment, the guards tensely hold their defense and prepare for a bloody battle. The monsters stop a few meters away from people, but are ready to attack at any moment. Vuchin and Hobbs also decide to drop in on the evening event with them. Hobbs says they killed his grandson and dared to demand that the family hand over all its resources within 3 days. Vuchan says they have plenty of courage, but they tried to give them a chance to change their minds and save face. Mounted on their dimensional mounts, they rush forward, declaring that they will leave no one alive. Their soldiers rush into a decisive attack, feeling that with their 2 patrons, they have nothing to fear. The guards realize that their fate is unenviable, as they are surrounded on all sides. Suddenly, the estate is revealed to be shrouded in a powerful but invisible barrier that is only now becoming apparent. Anyone who tries to break down the barrier encounters serious resistance that cannot be overcome. Vuchin and Hobbs note that this is simply impossible, as an attack of this level cannot be overcome even by legendary artifacts. Emerald continues to use a familiar skill that allows him to create a powerful barrier. Larry states that if they don't come to their senses after losing their descendants, only the grave will correct them. Ursula, angry, says that it seems that the Wuchan and Hobbs families have decided to unite to attack them. Vuchan carefully studies the main character and asks if this is really the dragon tamer in front of him. Ursula recommends that everyone choose a facial expression, since Larry is now the patriarch of the clan, and they are equal in status. Wuchan states that no one dares to speak to him so dismissively, even though they only have a couple of dragons. Larry calls their resources poor and notes that with such forces it is impossible to defeat their clan. He declares that their powers are ridiculous, and then orders all the dragons he has to appear. Wuchan and Hobbs cannot believe this horror and wonder where he got so many dragons from, since they are extremely rare to meet. Luckily, dragons were only rarely encountered before the main character got his class, so he now has a whole army. Larry advises them not to worry, as he has a special gift prepared for them. At the same moment, 2 dragons call upon their dead sons to their side in order to inflict additional psychological damage. Looking at all the puppets at his disposal, he realizes that fighting them will be very difficult. Vuchan feels that he is losing his fighting spirit, but says that the battle is not yet lost, and there is no retreat. Larry wonders how many minutes it will take him to destroy the 1,000-year-old family's troops. After this, he decides to transform into his final form to demonstrate his power to his operatives. In just a few moments, he becomes a legendary dragon. Wuchan and Hobbs have never seen anything like it, and cannot believe that a human can turn into such a legendary creature. Larry approaches Emerald and orders him to create the Jade Mirror skill. This skill is needed to create a small army of dodges of the selected creature, and gain a serious advantage. Larry states that he has never been intimidated by superior numbers, because he is the strongest in the world. Hobbs wonders if attacking this clan wasn't the best decision. Larry decides to play the role of a cruel warlord, and declares that he will leave no one alive and will kill indiscriminately. After that, he uses the Dragon Magic Replica skill to break the morale of his enemy's troops. Hobbs tries to counter this technique by creating several talismans as a shield. Vuchin, in turn, covers himself with the wings of his proud dragon, which is not actually that strong. Anders intervenes in the situation and decides to use his Thunder Roar skill to strike everyone with lightning. The constellation also does not stand aside and uses the skill of Ambient Starfall, bringing down the cosmos itself on the enemies. Vuchin watches this carnage and says that it is a real nightmare that cannot be foreseen. 2 twin dragons fly high, losing health, to dive down and cause a powerful explosion. The entire army had no chance, but it only now occurs to the commander. Wuchin and Hobbs begin to insult each other, claiming that they certainly have more power than the other, and use it. After this, they come to the conclusion that they must fight against him together, and vow to kill him. Hobbs tells his opponent that he wants to use his strongest control skill on him. Hobbs assures that Vuchan must seize the moment and not hold back at all, because it could cost them their lives. Vuchan states that he already knows what to do, and doesn't need any hints from pathetic old men. By using the scroll, he imbues himself and his dragon with incredible power, which instantly multiplies his damage. This scroll also destroys the fabric of space and time to summon a great monster. A giant 3-headed dog appears before the main character and his dragons, looking threatening. This dog immediately begins to generate a powerful fire skill, aiming directly at the protagonist. Larry watches this skill carefully and doesn't move much, as if he's not afraid of taking damage. A few moments later, a powerful explosion is heard, capable of destroying entire mountains. The explosion spreads for many kilometers, and the shockwave from it is truly terrifying. Ursula truly believes that such an attack is capable of destroying the protagonist, considering that he is practically immortal. Wuchin begins to celebrate prematurely, claiming that the measly dragon cannot survive their combined attack. The explosion continues to shimmer beautifully, but it becomes unclear whether it hit the main character or passed by. Larry appears behind Wuchan and asks if they really meant to kill him with that attack. It turns out that the attack only separated one of his clones, which he had tactically placed in the right place. Looking at his opponent, Larry asks if he feels fear at the sight of true power. Wuchan realizes that he must act now, as the dragon has finally revealed its true body. He quickly attacks with his spear and orders the enemy to go to hell. Ursula once again begins to worry about Larry, as the opponents still have more power than they seem. Larry doesn't even get a scratch from the blow, and then delivers another blow with his paw as a counterattack. The impact is so powerful that it knocks the dragon off its usual flight path and it falls down. Larry asks them if they are really so confident, since even his clones are capable of causing harm by sucking out energy. Wuchan realizes that after the last blow, he only has the last bits of strength left to fight. Wuchan can't believe this is possible, as he is only at level 40 with his second awakening. Larry summons his dragons again and asks what they are going to fight with next. Anders once again prepares a powerful thunderous attack to finish off his opponents. Wuchan and Hobbs look at their army and realize that a real massacre has been committed, and all their soldiers have been destroyed. Larry proudly declares that from now on, there will be no more of these families in the Western lands, as he will destroy them. His opponents refuse to believe it, and claim that they will fight to the last. From their point of view, as long as they are able to fight, Larry's claim that their families are dead is wrong. Wuchan declares that even if he has to use up all his remaining life force and soul, he will never allow them to survive. Hobbs is of the same opinion and decides to use his ultimate attack. Together they combine all their powers in the hope that this will give at least some chance of success. But their hope is in vain. During the furious confrontation, they completely forget that one of Larry's dragons is simply not visible. Hobbs looks at his fallen comrade and asks if he is all right, then continues the attack. His soldiers quickly take up the necessary positions near the protagonist's body and prepare for activation. Just moments later, his gigantic body is trapped in an icy tomb, supposedly by chains. Hobbs looks happily at the result of his work and says that he has finally managed to achieve what he wanted. Larry explains that he came here specifically to find out how strong the ancestors of the ancient clans can be. As he destroys his prison, he says that he is naturally disappointed by the weak attempts he has seen. Hobbs can't believe that these powerful talismans couldn't hold him back even for a few seconds. Larry proudly states that now it's his turn to attack and show what a real dragon is capable of. Hobbs concentrates on the defensive spells and realizes that he has a very bad feeling about the situation. Larry uses the lava explosion skill to create an entire pool that fills with lava and continuously deals damage. Hobbs spends almost all of his energy, accumulated over countless years, but it is not enough. His protective barrier breaks and he falls down, losing a huge amount of health points. Thus, it becomes obvious that none of his skills could defeat the young boy. Wuchan says that their piercing sun of divine encounter is capable of detecting any being. Larry points to the soldier who was cut in half and says that the pathetic insect didn't even have time to squeak. After this, he tells with a smile how colorfully his dragon destroyed another person. Wuchan and Hobbs realize that they are facing a real maniac who does not care who he kills. After this, Larry smilingly declares that he will cut out all their families if they refuse to cooperate with him. He absolves himself of responsibility for all the cruelty, claiming that they themselves are to blame for what happened to them. Wuchan advises him to think 3 times, since the clans may turn out to be empty places, but others will come after them. Hobbs also states that there are powerful clans behind them who will definitely grind him into dust. Larry continues to pick his ear and asks them if they are done with their idle chatter. Larry states that if they miss their friends from the higher clans, they will go to hell, where a reception will be prepared for them. Wuchan says that if he kills someone today, he will become an enemy of all noble families for the rest of his life. Larry claims that this is exactly what he wants, as he enjoys killing other people. After this, he explains that he recently acquired an interesting skill that he now wants to test. Hobbs watches in amazement as all the dragons merge together behind Larry, forming a powerful outline. Larry takes on a semi-divine form and declares that he is now going to have some fun with his victims. After this, he creates a giant black hole to destroy all his opponents in an instant. The souls of Wuchan and Hobbs are sucked into this gravitational anomaly and disappear into oblivion forever. Ursula approaches the protagonist and asks if everything is okay with him, but he states that he is completely fine. She says that she is very surprised and has never seen him so cruel, but at the same time very strong. Larry explains that he has already said everything he wanted and that he will help her. These were not empty words, since he does not throw words around. Ursula notes that all the strong warriors of both clans have died, and now it is necessary to capture their territories. They decide to split up, and Larry remembers that the Lun clan is located in the place where the system indicated the treasure. After some time, he spreads his wings and moves to these lands, carefully looking around. The constellation increases its abilities after level 40, and can now permanently remain in its radiance form. Larry says with a smile that if things have gone this far, they need to use a skill that can destroy entire worlds. Sarkhan strolls peacefully through the estate, and says that he still has not received any news from his ancestor. Suddenly he notices something incredibly bright in the sky, and decides to find out what it is. Looking closer, he realizes that it is a concentration of lightning that is about to explode. He wonders what is happening, but it is too late for him. Larry decides to cold-bloodedly destroy an entire settlement along with the civilians living there. Larry watches the destruction closely and says that the power of this skill was truly terrifying. Larry creates a huge hole in the ground and states that if they used resonance, they would destroy the entire mountain range. Afterwards, he follows the map, thinking that he can't wait to open a new treasure chest. He is given a large number of rewards, each of which has unique properties and will help him in battle. Larry ponders the fact that the received scrolls for strengthening must be spent on the Shadow Dragon. Taking off into the air, he says that they have dealt with the loot, which means it is time to return and find their mentor. Meanwhile, they are transported to the Hu clan, which was previously ruled by Elder Hobbs and his loyal warriors. The Hu clan's manager, Junkers, throws himself at Ursula's feet and declares that he will serve her faithfully. Ursula looks at him skeptically and wonders if she can trust him, but he insists that there is nothing to worry about. Larry lands nearby and declares that if Junkers dares to betray the family, he will regret it. Ursula immediately runs to meet Larry and says that she is very glad to see him in a new place. Larry states that the man has no martial arts skills, so he can be used as he sees fit. Junkers says there is no need to worry about him, as he is an ordinary person. Larry rudely orders him to leave the premises before he gets angry. Ursula asks him about the fate of the people who were still in the territory of the Moon Clan. Larry scratches his head indifferently and says that people from these parts are unlikely to ever bother anyone again. Ursula is also not satisfied with the fate of ordinary people in these lands and declares that she wants to show Larry something. After some time, she hands him the papers for management, but Larry begins to doubt it. He says he is not interested because he only came to help her. Ursula says it's a little sad, but Larry can pick up the papers and take over at any time. Larry remarks that he was expecting a slightly different gift, which makes Ursula smile. She takes a few steps towards him and hopefully asks if he really wanted to take her as his wife. Larry claims he hadn't planned anything like that, but Ursula hands him the papers again, suggesting he think about it. Larry finds a very interesting place and says that he really wanted to go there. The photograph shows a remarkable temple, and Ursula explains that this is where the real immortals live. The next day they go there to get hold of a very interesting artifact. Ursula says you can only go there once, and no matter what level you're on, you can get a boost. Larry states that he is sure that there are many such temples in this world, which he will definitely find. After he lands on the temple grounds, his staff immediately bow their heads before him. Ursula says she doesn't need formal worship, but they must remain committed to the new plan. After this, they approach the portal, and Ursula states that she has already been there, so Larry will travel alone from now on. Smiling, she says that she will wait for him here, hoping that he will not stay there for too long. Larry smiles and says they have an agreement, promising to return as soon as possible. After a while, he passes through the portal, looking around to find out how dangerous it is here. The system informs him that he has reached the location of the treasure indicated on the map. Larry hopes that he will be able to find a new dragon egg that will make him even stronger. After walking a few steps, he discovers another new egg, and says that he has not received such gifts for a long time. Having raised this gift, he declares that he will definitely restore the temple to thank his elders. After this, he finds a small book, which is clearly a source of valuable information. Larry evaluates the item using the system, and discovers that he is holding an epic rank explorer's journal. He carefully studies the diary, and assumes that its owner has visited many places and made interesting notes. He finds that there are many notes, and the handwriting is small, but still quite legible. According to research, the author saw a severely wounded dragon that fell in a large valley a long time ago. The research team hoped to establish contact with the dragon and somehow tame it. The dragon was indeed wounded, but still looked extremely menacing. The diary's owner takes out a scroll to activate the summoning magic, but his naivety is of no avail. Each of those present was a fourth awakening master, and the dragon was seriously injured, but this did not give them a single chance. He didn't have time to complete the spell while studying it, because the dragons let out a powerful, loud battle cry. They had to flee to at least partially ensure the survival of at least one of them. All of the owner's comrades probably fell into the clouds of gas and simply dissolved, leaving behind only emptiness. In the end, in order to save his own life, he had to abandon his comrades and run away as fast as he could. However, he managed to inhale the gas, and the poison remains in his body, slowly draining his strength. Before his death, he decided to write everything down and advised never to go to the Valley of Fallen Dragons or awaken it. At this point, the lines break off, as the carrier could not withstand the serious strain on the body. Larry reads the last lines carefully and realizes that he is dealing with a dragon devourer from the abyss. He briefly recalls that he was once offered a task that required him to destroy a devourer dragon. He recalls that the reward for this was the opportunity to summon the Dragon of Life, which is the progenitor of all things. Larry tosses the seed into the air and reflects that he was unable to complete this task before. Having intercepted it in the air, he says that now everything has changed, and he is capable of destroying absolutely any dragon. He uses his ability to increase pet spaces and believes that now is the time to get a new dragon. However, first he decides to see his new friend so that he can get to know his brothers and sisters. All tamed dragons fly out of the characteristic ports and carefully watch the egg. Larry uses the scroll to create a new location and immediately prepares to awaken the egg. Everyone is taking a wait-and-see attitude to see the arrival of a new comrade in the close-knit family. Larry addresses Celeste and Anders, telling them not to even think about hurting the new baby. Larry uses his dragon control skill to tame the dragon and hatch it from its egg prematurely. As soon as the shell cracks, a foul odor comes out of the egg, which is immediately detected by other dragons. Celeste, who has the keenest sense of smell, smells the scent more strongly than anyone else and moves away a couple of steps. Larry receives a system notification that the destruction is complete and looks at the egg in surprise. Looking at the characteristics, he realizes that the dragon is rather mediocre. But after a while, he notices something interesting. According to the data, any enemy that touches this dragon will be poisoned, and the dragon itself can be revived upon death. Meanwhile, the shell finally cracks, and a new dragon emerges from the egg, looking around. Anders growls at him, and Larry wonders what's going on, forbidding him to touch the baby. After a while, the little dragon runs around the corner, trying to hide. Larry looks out cautiously and says that the little dragon is very timid and behaves like a mouse. Taking it, he notices that the dragon is strange and looks more like a lump of slime. Larry gains complete immunity to poisoning when he stays near the dragon, but it's still unpleasant for Celeste. He calls her incredibly cute and explains that this is why he calls her Chiana, to emphasize her beauty. After this, he hands her the shell and tells her that she should eat it, as it is good for growth. Emerald immediately hands Cyan over to Emerald and tells her that she needs to be looked after, and made sure she eats all the shells. Observing them, Larry comes to the conclusion that the two dragons are a bit similar and will probably become friends in the future. Larry states that the Valley of Fallen Dragons is filled with poisons, so now is the best time to go there. Seeing that Ciana has fallen asleep, he decides to wait a couple of days for her to gain strength. After spending 3 days in the temple, Ciana not only gained levels, but also unlocked new passive weapon skills. Due to little Cyan's low level, she levels up very quickly and reaches unprecedented heights. She also has the ability to hide, so Larry had to teach Anders a lesson and some manners. 3 days later, he returns to his friend, showing her the new dragon and declaring that she will now live with him. Ursula asks if she can touch Ciana, noting that the dragon looks like a jelly bean. As soon as Ursula's hand approaches Cyana's body, the dragon instantly changes shape to avoid contact. Larry states that she is different from the other dragons and not as social, so it is better to hide her. After throwing her into the pet space, he asks if anything creepy happened while she was waiting for him. Ursula decides to turn on the Rector of the Academy mode to convey the news from home to him. She says that Shen called her yesterday and told her that the Academy was preparing to hold final exams. Larry asks to speak normally, and Ursula theatrically announces that the Rector's mode has been deactivated. Ursula also notes that Larry is constantly busy with things, so time flies for him. Larry says he'd like to head to the Valley of Fallen Dragons before he returns for his exams. Ursula looks at him in surprise and asks why he suddenly decided to go to such a place. Larry asks why it bothers her so much, and Ursula replies that the place is connected to her grandfather's death. 6 months ago, she was in the gorge of the Valley of Fallen Dragons to find something for herself. The head of the family moved through the forest, taking the Masters of the Fourth Awakening with him, and went deeper inside. He was a strong warrior, so he believed that he would be able to annex this territory to the possessions of his clan. However, the place turns out to be forbidden, and has many more dangers than he expected. A strange boss appears there, which the team simply could not cope with due to insufficient combat skills. Grandfather decides to retreat and abandons his comrades to return with a stronger team. However, retreat is not easy, and the poison he received during the battle finishes him off completely after a few days. Ursula recalls that before his death, he took her hand and told her that, as he retreated, he heard the roar of a dragon in the valley. Ursula says her grandfather hoped that the Valley of Fallen Dragons would one day become an asset to their family. Larry declares that he has a mission to kill the Dragon King, and Ursula agrees that only he can do it. Larry adds that he is counting on her help, and Ursula declares that it is not even worth discussing. After this, he suggests returning to the estate and preparing, adding that tomorrow they will return to important matters. After some time, a strange creature approaches their clan's estate, frightening the guards. A child also comes in and says that they are 3 days behind on Danny's payment to the clan. The boy says that the pathetic idiots from the Who clan have gotten into trouble again, and the guard declares that it is no longer the Who clan's problem. A boy named Thomas asks the security guard if he understands the consequences of refusing such things. The guards run up to him and inform him that they are asking the stranger to leave immediately, since this territory belongs to In. Thomas states that he doesn't care whose land it is, as he has come to collect the tribute his sister expects. Smiling, he says that he doesn't care how they get the tribute, since everyone is obliged to pay. With these words, he takes out a small bell and rings it, indicating that the ghostly general is rushing to attack. Immediately after this, a strange creature resembling a giant ugra begins to move. Waving its giant arms, it crushes the earth, causing small earthquakes. The situation is extremely dangerous for the guards, and they can only hope that they are not crushed. Meanwhile, the ghostly general rushes forward, destroying everything in his path and breaking down the walls of the expensive estate. He forces his way in the most rude way, without paying attention to other people. Thomas starts laughing, saying that he crushed the pathetic insects and gave them a dignified death. Junkers looks around, hears a strange noise and tries to understand what is happening. A dead security guard falls next to him, and the building's manager wonders what's going on. Noticing the giant ghostly general, he realizes things are bad and tries to figure out what to do now. Thomas continues to watch what is happening with a sadistic grin, as if he enjoys killing other people. Junkers tries to figure out what to do and comes to the conclusion that the best solution is to turn to the Ying clan. Larry, meanwhile, strolls carefree through the forest, as he has more important things to do than take care of the new clan. He reflects that, if the coordinates the Elder gave him are to be believed, he has almost reached the right place. Looking closer, he sees a giant gorge and realizes that he has entered the valley that the Ying family was unable to conquer. After that, he opens his backpack to find out what his girlfriend has prepared for him to help. The day before, she had given him instructions from his grandfather, as well as a large backpack containing supplies and food. Larry admits that he expected things to get easier as they went along, and the girl declares that they need to take all the supplies. Ursula also says that she is sorry that she cannot go with him. However, she will not be able to help him in the fight as she has a lot of things to do. She asks him to be careful, while the protagonist replies that he will move forward right now. She reports that she has been given control of the secret dungeon, a cave of a molten snake where resources can be found. Ursula says she's heading there too and asks for help with the driving while she's gone. Thomas listens to the story and asks if he understood the interlocutor correctly. He asks Junkers if she, as the head of 3 clans at once, is really going to the cave personally. Junkers confirms this, and the boy begins to laugh, noting that this is very interesting. The maid approaches him with a cup of tea and offers him a drink, to which he replies that in this clan they still remember etiquette. After this, he takes the tea and says that in this case, he will show more mercy than he planned. He states that she needs to be given some time to take the Earth's core herself and give it to him. Meanwhile, Larry finds the artifact he needs, a portable magnetic lamp. Larry muses that with this artifact he can see what lies at the very bottom of the valley. Suddenly, young Sienna emerges from the backpack and looks around with interest. Larry says that thanks to her, he is now immune to all poisons, and he will show her abilities to the dragons. Opening 2 small portals, he summons the trusted Celeste and the somewhat calmer Anders. He orders them to clear the way for him, and they happily rush into battle, destroying everything in their path. Larry muses that if the first dragon he met had been Sienna, he would have thought dragons were weak. Anders continues to smash everything and everyone when he suddenly notices movement behind him. A large number of slugs appear near him, which carry out attacks using graphs. Larry discovers that they are poisonous creatures and tells Celeste to prepare for battle. Celeste, along with Anders, rushes into the attack, noting that the fight will not last too long. Larry tells them that they must destroy all the slugs except one, which must be left alive. Since the rest of the slugs can be dealt with, they happily decide to use all their abilities. After a while, only 1 slug remains, and the heroes can only absorb it. Anders loses his discipline again and charges, but Larry orders him to stop. Celeste realizes that orders aren't as effective as quick-hit attacks. Larry asks Anders why he suddenly stopped listening to him, and reminds him that there are enough enemies for everyone. After this, he turns to Cyane, saying that it is time to absorb the slug. Tiana looks closely at the slug to understand what kind of strange creature it is. In the eyes of the slug, Larry, along with the dragons, appears as a spawn of hell and the personification of evil. Larry says that if Cyane absorbs this creature, she will become stronger and gain new skills. He encourages her, noting that she is a strong dragon and should not be afraid, since with her by their side they will sort everything out. Tiana gains confidence and prepares to absorb a slug to level up her skills. As it gets closer, the slug suddenly deforms its body, turning into a giant mouth. She begins to slowly digest him alive. Larry proudly notes that the process of absorbing toxins looks very interesting. Cyane completely absorbs the slug, and the system informs her that she can now absorb poisons and activate them at will. It also allows her to level up and reduce the target's defense by 50%. Larry praises her, noting that she has received a new poison and has also gone up several levels. After this, he lifts her up in his arms, saying that she is an incredibly strong dragon and will become even stronger when she grows up. Tiana reacts happily, realizing how to interact with this strange creature. After Tiana has gotten a little used to the fighting, they continue their journey into the depths of the Valley of Fallen Dragons. His dragons fight on the front lines while Tiana focuses on finding new poisons and consuming them. Larry praises his dragons, noting that even more interesting abilities are now available. Cyane rises several levels at once and now receives a new form, thanks to which she can turn into a swamp. Larry also discovers that she can create a giant pool of poison, making her useful for weakening opponents. Meanwhile, Celeste and Tiana suddenly discover an interesting place and decide to immediately explore it. Anders attracts their attention because he is fighting mushrooms and laughing very loudly. Larry suddenly realizes that he really likes it when the spots on the mushrooms start to glow when hit. Tiana approaches the mushrooms and begins to absorb them, intending to use this skill to her advantage in the future. Larry is surprised that she has become so voracious, and now he feels much more confident than before. After she consumes the mushrooms, her body begins to change rapidly, and her own color also suddenly changes. Larry watches her closely and is amazed because she can now emit light like these mushrooms. Larry realizes that these mushrooms contain toxins, and her abilities are not limited to poisons. After this, they look around carefully and see that something is moving strongly in the grass. It turns out that a lot of decaying centipedes have made their way here, and they look incredibly disgusting. Larry realizes that these creatures must be destroyed, and Tiana, now a braver dragon, immediately rushes to attack. These millipedes are poisonous, which is of great interest to her. Larry is surprised that his little dragon stopped being scared almost immediately, and considers this a very good sign. Cyane changes her form to take on the essence of the swamps from the underworld. She also constantly spreads her toxins to inflict blindness and burning effects. Monsters that find themselves within the area of effect of this poison cannot do anything against it and slowly die. Larry is delighted and says that this is a great job, since it must destroy these nasty creatures. Tiana continues to rage, destroying one enemy after another, after which her body changes again. Thanks to the huge number of creatures she absorbs, she becomes even stronger and creates copies of herself. She creates multiple clones that constantly spread active toxins to enemies and explode upon death. Larry and his dragons note that this is an amazing skill that will greatly help them defend themselves against enemies. Larry is glad that her shyness has disappeared, and she is now able to fight without hesitation or doubt. After this, everyone calls upon their signature abilities to assist the promising fighter. Larry says that after clearing this area, they will be able to advance into the deepest part of the valley. Celeste rushes forward to prepare a fire breath skill and spread fire across an area. Anders decides not to be left behind and shocks the monsters, rendering them unable to move. Larry accurately takes out the rest of the enemies, leaving one centipede for Cyane. Immediately after this, he releases the bowstring and fires several arrows at the desired enemies. A powerful explosion is created, which miraculously does not lead to a fire, given the current location. The centipedes don't stand a chance as they attack majestic dragons that are too strong for them. After some time, only one centipede remains, and Tiana must consume it to process the toxin. After completing this order, she gains access to a new poisonous substance that reduces her movement speed. Larry notes that this dragon is a real revelation, and he expected her to be quiet. It now becomes clear that she quickly got used to fighting, and mastered a new form that will be very useful. They continue moving and break through the thickets with powerful blows of the fire blade. Larry cuts a small entrance to the cave and orders his dragons to follow him as he has found the entrance. Moving further, He activates the magnetic lamp so that it is not so dark, since he does not yet have night vision. He tells the dragons to be careful, as danger can lurk around every corner in this place. Walking further, he notes that they are almost at the very bottom of the valley that Ursula's grandfather told him about. Deep in the area, a creepy tree called the 10,000 poison vine awaits them, with a power level of 100. Larry and his dragons continue to explore the cave, looking around cautiously. Larry suddenly notices some tree roots wriggling and orders Celeste to use her sense skill. Celeste immediately follows his command and gains a heightened sense of danger, allowing her to detect threats. Larry discovers that the tree's roots look very much like the tentacles of some monster that lives deep in the darkness. Larry states that she should keep going and light the way so they can get to the monster's main body. Celeste moves forward, periodically firing fire to light the way for Larry. They also set fire to the roots, which quickly fly away to warn the owner of danger. Larry realizes that he can't let the giant monster get ready and decides to run ahead for the roots. Larry muses that if he understands everything correctly, these tentacles will lead them to the monster itself. This monster kills Ursula's grandfather, and Larry realizes that he needs revenge for allowing their lands to be attacked. They find themselves at the very bottom of the Valley of Fallen Dragons, and the landscape becomes increasingly gloomy with every meter they pass. Larry looks closely at the enemy and realizes that he never expected to meet a boss in the form of a plant. He also notes that he has never encountered monsters of level 100 or higher before. The tree uses its skills to attack with toxic vines, dealing heavy damage and causing bleeding that is not easily removed. Larry understands that it is impossible to negotiate with this monster, since it immediately rushes into battle without further ado. After this, he opens his portals and decides that it is time to call upon his loyal fighters. Destroying Leon, he declares that the tree must be burned to the roots, leaving him no chance. Emerald continues to use the most powerful shields that nothing in this world can penetrate. The twin dragons call upon the Shadow King to seize the opportunity and destroy the monster. Celeste and Anders are on the front lines, rushing headlong into battle, activating their enhanced forms. Anders decides to use the Enormous One's blessing to make his spheres even stronger. The tree continues to fight back with various poisonous attacks. Larry asks to carefully monitor the dragons and every movement of the tree to avoid poisoning. Celeste takes on the form of the destruction of worlds and destroys everything with fire, causing even more damage to the tree. Fire attacks the weak point of any tree creature, so Larry understands how dangerous this boss is. The twin dragons and the shadow dragon rise into the air, preparing for a powerful attack. Larry orders to go all out so as not to drag out the fight with the enemy. The Shadow Dragon King prepares to launch a devastating attack. After teaming up with his dragons and receiving numerous power-ups, Larry delivers a powerful blow to the tree and cuts it down. Larry turns to the other dragons to finish off the creature. Emerald increases all effects placed on dragons several times over with his bloodline skills. 2 royal dragons dive into the tree to produce 2 powerful explosions. The explosions are further enhanced by energy that destroys wood and organic materials. Gradually, the tree becomes less powerful, but a few more blows are needed to finally win. Anders flies into the air and attacks with electricity, while Larry delivers the finishing blow with his sword. The tree leaves behind a huge amount of toxic fumes, and Larry calls upon Kiana to absorb the poisons. Kiana is indignant, and Larry asks her what happened, looking around. It turns out that as long as a tree has at least 1 root left, it is capable of endlessly growing and regenerating. Larry realizes that he can't leave this to chance, and orders Cyan to switch to Starshine form. He understands that it is not easy to deal with such creatures, since their skills and characteristics are at a very high level. Tiana suddenly makes a powerful jump and increases in size several dozen times. Larry orders her to return immediately, as the boss is very high level and can harm her. Cyan changes form into the essence of the swamp from the underworld to deal significant damage and absorb the tree's power. Larry freezes and realizes what the plan was, to exploit the baby's toxicity. Dragon Realm halves enemy stats, while Cyan also reduces the power of toxins. Emerald receives a command to immediately use the enhancing abilities on Cyan. Emerald carries out the order, and again increases all the effects imposed on the dragons by several dozen times. Larry tells Chiana that time doesn't matter in this case, and she just has to finish off this monster. Larry understands that she is only on level 15, but for this monster, she is the perfect opponent. He decides that all they need to do is just give her the right amount of time, and she'll deal with this boss. He reflects on the fact that, on the one hand, time is not a problem, but on the other hand, this principle of conducting battles is very specific. After 15 minutes, he realizes there is no other way, and hopes that it won't take too long. Quite quickly, Ciana finally deals with the last root that the giant vine left behind. Larry praises her, noting that perhaps she can do the same with the Dragon King they are looking for. Larry discovers that Ciana has gained a skill that belonged to the tree and realizes that she has limitless potential. Larry thinks with a grim smile about how he can use his new skill to torture his enemies and make them suffer. He also notes that he feels sorry for the baby being consumed by the demonic vine's body, as she could have been turned into a puppet. Larry pets Ciana and tells her that she is now old enough to stand up for herself. He explains that she has a long way to go and must show her brothers and sisters her incredible skills. Ciana smiles, and it becomes clear that her enthusiasm is at a very high level. Larry smiles and notes that it is a real sweet bun, and he enjoys watching it grow. After this, he declares that it is better not to stay here for long, and orders his comrades to move on. After the encounter with the giant vine, the journey goes quite smoothly and does not present any problems. No matter what evil monster stands before them, dragons can deal with it without any problem. However, Larry is more surprised than anyone else by the changes that have occurred in Ciana in such a short time. Ciana becomes more aggressive and confident, eager to fight at almost every opportunity. From a shy dragon who hid behind the backs of her brothers and sisters, she moves into the vanguard and reaches level 30. Meanwhile, the action moves to a cliff in the Valley of Fallen Dragons, where the final destination of their journey is located. Larry carefully studies the further landscapes and realizes that the valley is ending soon. He turns to his friends and informs them that it is time to prepare for the descent. Larry orders the Shadow Dragon to use cloaking on the entire group so they can pass undetected. After this, they quickly jump down and hope that no one will notice them due to their camouflage. The area looks eerie and is filled with toxic waterfalls that flow into a large lake. Larry explores the lake with the dragons, taking notes on where to retreat in case of danger. He reflects that this landscape is very similar to the swamp of the underworld, where he has already been before. He wonders why there are no monsters in the area, since this is the perfect territory for them. A vial of poison suddenly bursts next to them, breaking through the defenses and landing on Larry's body. Larry is very surprised that the poison was able to break through the defense that no one could break through before. Larry immediately turns to Celeste and asks her to scan the space using her observation skill. Celeste realizes that to do this, she needs to change form in order to use the skill to its full potential. She tries to scan the area with utmost care, given the danger of the current situation. A few moments later, she sees a menacing entity staring at her with unblinking eyes. Larry notices this too, and wonders if this enemy is right in front of them. Within moments, the lake beneath them begins to gurgle, and something tries to escape from under the poisonous cover. Larry orders the dragons to disperse immediately to increase their chances of survival. Immediately after this, another powerful surge is created, which now poses a real threat. Larry covers his face and quickly flies away, while Ciana closes her eyes in fear. All dragons take serious damage, despite the protective barrier cast by Emerald. Larry advises that they need to go higher and not go too close to the poisonous pool. Along the way, he turns back to carefully examine the enemy and understand who is in front of them. Seeing two angry dragon eyes, Larry realizes that they have been closely watched all this time. Larry wonders if this is the Dragon King who has been hiding in the shadows all this time. He understands that the situation is quickly becoming critical, and this poison is causing him considerable inconvenience. He understands that he has protection against all poisons, but despite this, the Dragon King's toxin continues to affect him. Emerald understands that healing skills are essential here, and once again turns to his ancient abilities. She uses the Life Source skill to constantly restore Larry's health. Larry notes that they don't have much time, because the longer they stay here, the greater the enemy's advantage. He summons his legendary crossbow, and believes that they must finish off this creature as quickly as possible. The creature watching him suddenly reflects that he has never seen anything like this before. It adds that it hasn't seen dragon tamers for a long time, and this specimen is of particular interest to it. Larry wonders what that voice was and why he heard it so clearly. He continues to charge his powerful skill, hoping that the enemy will reveal themselves and come out of the shadows. The Dragon King asks him why a lesser being, incapable of telepathy, has wandered so far. He also notes that he had heard of a legend that dragon tamers were born among humans, but he considered it a lie. After this, he adds that he now doubts his beliefs and wonders who Larry stole these babies from. Larry angrily tells the Dragon King that this information does not concern him, and he must shut up immediately. Larry speculates that the talking dragon is probably the Demon Eater, the Dragon King. He understands that to win this difficult battle, he must force this creature to reveal its true form. Suddenly, as soon as the fire arrow approaches the poison pool, the skill that Constellation used earlier appears. This creates an additional explosion that completely extinguishes the flash from this attack, negating its effect. Larry realizes that the Dragon King just used the skill Starfall. The giant creature emerges from the pool and says that he hasn't seen such self-confidence in a common man in a long time. Larry realizes that the Dragon King is wounded, and the information is true, which means he needs to act decisively. He receives a massive boost from Emerald and orders him to prepare for a combo attack. Everyone is trying to do their best to inflict as much damage as possible in the shortest amount of time. Larry decides to combine fire and shadows to instantly release a burst of energy from the bow and magic. An attack like this could have destroyed any demon in the 9 realms if he had performed it earlier. Finally, the entire attack is followed by a large number of fireballs to provide explosive support. Larry watches the attack closely and realizes that it must have done at least some damage. The giant Dragon King notes that it tickled, and he clearly has the courage. He adds that, unfortunately, before the power of true dragons, such actions will remain just empty words. At this moment, he lets out a loud roar to dispel all the skills that the heroes used. Larry feels his allies taking damage, and even takes some damage himself. Larry is surprised that the dragon can fend off 4 attacks at once, and notes that it is terrifying. The Dragon King calls the protagonist a sinner who enslaves dragons and declares that he must die. Immediately after this, he releases a powerful tornado in their direction, combining the 4 elements. Larry realizes that this attack must be blocked by any means possible, and asks Emerald to intervene. Emerald immediately takes his side to charge a powerful skill that can save them. However, a powerful wave of energy, amplified by all 4 elements, quickly reaches them, not allowing them to prepare. There is a powerful flash in the air, followed by an explosion, and the Dragon King watches closely. He notes that even if the children fight on his side, it will not save them. After this, he realizes that Larry is still nearby, which means he survived the attack. Looking at Larry, the Dragon King is surprised that a man was able to transform into a dragon on his own. Larry realizes that this creature is fighting at only 20% of its capacity, and has already managed to break the barrier. He understands that he needs to give it his all here, and asks Constellation to prepare the E17 million stars skill. The Constellation instantly carries out his command, taking the appropriate form to charge the skill. Larry realizes that this is the strongest opponent he has ever fought, so he needs to use heavy tactics. Looking at him, he realizes that he simply does not believe that the 2 of them will be able to destroy him, because he has already defeated even the gods. After this, he rushes forward, driven by his incredible self-confidence, and believes that this skill will be enough. After this, he orders the monster operator in Hell to act, claiming that now he will definitely not be able to defend himself. The Dragon King is clearly unimpressed by the threats and simply watches Larry's actions. At the last moment, he decides to use the Shield of Superiority skill to gain immunity to damage. Larry is surprised that the Dragon King can use skills belonging to other dragons. Having taken no damage, the creature rises into the air, noting that its strength is commendable, but still insufficient. Looking at it, the creature states that it has absorbed the power of 13 dragons during its long life. After this, it says that among these dragons, many were of royal blood, and it brought several of them to itself at once. The royal dragon considers this a precious gift, noting that he has not received anything like this for a very long time. Larry feels the incredible breath of frost that this dragon emits to weaken his defenses. It seems that for the first time the protagonist understands that he is not the most powerful being in the universe. He expresses hope that his skill will withstand the frost attack, after which his entire body is covered in ice. The royal dragon uses its skills for a long time, but stops after a while. After analyzing the enemy, the giant creature is surprised that Larry was able to withstand such an attack. The ice slowly begins to crack, and the giant dragon remarks that this is quite interesting. Larry is happy because he survived the blow and now has a chance to strike again. He reflects on the fact that the resistance he received reduces the effect of this skill by 50%. Larry realizes that this boss is stronger than he expected, and if he continues to fight like this, he will lose. Chiana also wishes to participate in the battle and uses the skill to direct the seed into the enemy's body. The dragon looks at his body in surprise and discovers that many side effects are sprouting from it. He smiles and notes that this is an interesting young dragon with strange abilities, before destroying the skill. Larry can't believe that even this skill turned out to be completely useless, despite his genius. After this, the dragons take to the air, and he notes that he did not expect that he would be able to learn the techniques that Loza used. Afterwards, he uses the Universe Smiting Stars skill to drain all the power from Larry. Larry realizes that this can't go on for long and unites with all his dragons. Together, they each use their signature skills to turn the tide of battle. Larry gives orders to his dragons at great speed to do whatever is necessary to win. Together, they create a powerful shield that allows you to block the skill at least for a while. Larry hopes he can hold out and survive long enough to plan a counterattack. After a short pause, he again gives the command to his dragons to rush forward. The Dragon King realizes that it is now his turn to defend himself and creates the Golden Shield skill. However, since the skill is very powerful, it is short-lived and cannot continue for long. Larry hopes to keep attacking until the dragon runs out of energy to maintain its shield. After a while, the shield actually falls, and the dragon disappears among a huge number of spells. No one in the universe has ever seen such a number of bright flashes, but the success of the attack remains unclear. Larry stops attacking and looks in surprise at the place where the giant dragon had just been, discovering emptiness. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appears from the lake where the Dragon King was, after which he soars into the sky. Larry realizes that the dragon has survived despite all their efforts, but now their strength is running out. However, he continues to bluff and wonders how much longer this creature will hide there. The Dragon King suddenly transforms into a woman and remarks that she has not appreciated him properly. After this, she turns her attention to his pets and informs them that they are all on edge and that continuing the battle will require caution. Afterwards, she asks him what he thinks about making a deal and stopping wasting time. Larry asks if she is really willing to come to some kind of agreement. After this, he decides to use his signature skill, believing that she is just stalling for time. The Dragon Queen looks at the protagonist in surprise, noting that she has never seen anything like this before. Larry returns to human form and muses that she should return to dragon form to try to attack him. The Dragon Queen notes that this man has a powerful aura that will have to be reckoned with. Larry becomes confident again, believing that the ancient and powerful dragon will not have the ability to withstand his attack. The Dragon Queen decides to take the diplomatic route and show him the location of the Blade Dragon's egg. Larry stops his punch and asks if this is true and if she has any useful information. The Dragon Queen assures him that the information is accurate and explains that she could make a contract with him since she is not working on the skill slot. Larry asks why she needs this, since she will try to kill him at the first opportunity. The Dragon Queen reminds him that once the contract is formed, his death will automatically result in her death. Larry agrees, noting that she better not try to deceive him, as he will immediately notice. The Dragon Queen quickly takes off and heads towards him with incredible speed. Larry is surprised and wonders what she is doing, as he does not have time to react to her actions. If the Dragon Queen had torn his head off, the story of the battle would have ended here. But fortunately for him, she had other plans. Larry wonders what this means and why she decided to act so strangely and inappropriately. The Dragon Queen states that this is merely a contract-making ritual and emphasizes that she did not deceive him. Larry realizes that such tricks are his weak point and notes that they have now completely figured it out. His bluff is called almost instantly as his strength leaves him and he feels himself losing consciousness. He closes his eyes and completely loses control of his body, falling into a huge lake filled with toxins. After a while, he comes to his senses and looks around to understand where he ended up. Rising quickly, he wonders how long he had been unconscious. Larry realizes that the battle with the royal dragon has completely drained his strength. Looking at the delighted Tiana, he wonders how much time has passed and why she is so cheerful. He also reflects that he was lucky to have come to an agreement with the Dragon Queen, otherwise he would be dead. The Dragon Queen asks how long he has been awake, which immediately makes him nervous. She relaxes in a pool of toxic liquids and asks him if he would like to take a dip. Larry apologizes to her and says that he will refuse such an offer, as he does not like such procedures. He asks her what she is doing here, and she wonders why he is so distrustful. She emphasizes that he has nothing to fear, because she is not stupid enough to break her own contract. Larry states that he prefers to be on guard, as there may be a magic hook hidden in the contract. The Dragon Queen says that if there had been a hook in the contract, she would have already used it while he was unconscious. She adds that she lost to him only because she was seriously wounded and did not have time to recover. After this, she creates clothes for herself and declares that she can return to his pet space and be healed. She says that for this, she is ready to give him a small gratitude, so as not to leave him in trouble. Smiling, she adds that the contract will allow her to be summoned 3 times, and she will help deal with those who do not obey him. After this, she smiles again and notes that this is a win-win situation for both parties. Larry admits that he can't deny it, but notes that she must now agree to 3 of his conditions. The Dragon Queen advises him not to play with fate, because if the conditions turn out to be unacceptable, he will regret it. Larry states that she offered to take the contract to save her own life, meaning he wins. The Dragon Queen understands that there is no point in trying to convince a man who almost died, so she simply listens to him. After waiting for his undoubtedly important monologue to finish, she smiles, pretending to have listened to him. After that, she takes him by the chin and asks what his conditions are. Larry is still trying to be serious and is thinking about how he needs a pool of poisons because it would help Ciana a lot. The Dragon Queen explains that she used it to gradually discern the poison, but now it is no longer necessary. She asks him if he wants to use the pool for Ciana, and Larry states that he doesn't have to give an answer. The Dragon Queen doesn't attach much importance to his answer and informs him that these bones belong to his former companion. She explains that this is where they fought against the Blade Dragon, an event known as the War of the Three Dragons. She also reveals that it was her companion who turned these lands into a poisonous desert, and Larry understands that this is important information. Looking at the dragon's remains, she notes that unfortunately she had to kill it, as the situation called for it. Larry reflects that she can't be trusted because she has a difficult past and killed her partner. The Dragon Queen smiles and says that she has already explained enough, so he can name his next conditions. Larry shows her the seed and explains that she must drop her blood on it to start the task. Hearing this, she begins to laugh loudly, noting that she did not expect such a development of events. Afterwards, she notes that, like pathetic bugs, they gave her the seed of the sacred tree of the royal dragons in order to complete the task. She then makes a sudden move, cutting herself, and says that she accepts his terms. She states that he can take the seed to the royal dragon of life and tell her that she will tear him apart. Larry says with a serious look that he will never allow her to interfere, even if she really wants to. The Dragon Queen smiles and notes that his desires and intentions do not play a significant role in this confrontation. After this, she smiles and says that she is very tired of his requests, so she leaves him for a while to rest. Larry stops her and points out that she did not agree to his third condition and did not tell him where the dragon egg is. The Dragon Queen telepathically tells him that he must be patient, as his current powers are not enough. Larry only now realizes that she can ignore his commands, and that his threat means nothing to her. He tries to see the positive in every situation and turns to Ciana, assuring her that she cannot be afraid and absorb the poison from the lake. He also notes that she should hurry up because as soon as they finish, they will immediately leave here. After this, he receives a notification from the system and decides to check the parameters of his pets. He discovers that all of his pets, except Ciana, have completely exhausted their powers and now require restoration. After a while, he looks at Ciana and asks if she is finished absorbing the poisons. The little dragon grew several hundred times in size and became the owner of the largest belly among its relatives. Larry feels his head spinning and knows he needs to rest because flying back with wings will be difficult. He reflects that in that case he still has trump cards that need to be used. With that, he summons the Constellation Dragon, instructing her to use the Star Rift skill. The constellation strikes quickly through space, creating a wormhole that will transport them back. Larry turns to his dragons and tells them that they need to hurry before the portal disappears. However, it turns out that Ciana completely digested and absorbed all the poisons, as a result of which she returned to normal size. The next day arrives, and they are transported to the Council of Elders of the former Hu clan. Thomas reflects that he has already eaten his 8th packet of chips and doesn't know what to do in this situation. Junkers walks around him, suddenly throws a package at him and declares that he is irritated by Thomas's constant complaining. Junkers wonders what would happen if Ursula simply returned her residence. Meanwhile, his puppet henchmen sense strange fluctuations in the energy field of this place and turn around. Thomas smirks and says that there is no need to worry about Ursula's whereabouts anymore. He notes that he now definitely felt her return from the dungeon, and therefore he needs to talk to her. They are then transported to the lands of the Earth's core mine, where a huge number of workers continue to toil hard. Ursula emerges from the mine, reflecting on the large amount of crystals she has received. The miners approach her and ask if she is okay, promising to help with the resolution. Ursula reflects that Larry's progress is simply unimaginable, since only 6 months ago she was teaching him martial techniques. She also understands that she has to work hard in training to remain a worthy senior for him. She sees a man in the sky and wonders what it could be, assuming she is simply overheated. Thomas and his puppet greet her, then prepare to deliver a powerful blow. Ursula doesn't have time to dodge and comes under serious pressure from her opponent, which is clearly not merciful. The miners are thrown back by the powerful shockwave, asking what is happening here and what they should do. Thomas looks closely at his victim, after which he greets her, noting that he hasn't seen her for a long time. After further analyzing it, he says that, judging by its condition, the dungeon had pretty much battered it. Ursula looks at them in surprise and asks what they are doing here and who they are anyway. Thomas names his puppet and explains that it is the former head of the family, whom he has subjugated. After that, he gives his name and states that he is the young master of the Ning family, and has been waiting for her for several days. Ursula asks if this is revenge for the destruction of the Hu clan, after which she realizes that these opponents are very strong. Junkers runs closer to resolve the conflict and says that Thomas should show more mercy to Ursula. He also notes that these people came for the crystals, and Ursula finally understands what their motive is. Thomas explains that since the Hu clan has become part of the Ying clan, they should, in theory, give back in equal measure. He offers them cooperation and says that in this case their clan will also rise to the next level. Ursula is angry at fate for this man coming just now, when she has used up all her mana. Thomas demands that she hand over all the crystals she has, and that she show obedience, like all the previous owners of the Hu clan. Junkers warns her that she needs to make a better decision and not let her emotions get the better of her, as the lives of ordinary people are at stake. Ursula ignores his warning and says that the little bastard has completely lost all sense of decency. She yells at him, asking why her clan must become obedient and perform other people's services. Immediately after this, the puppet throws her to the ground, inflicting powerful and extremely brutal blows. Thomas understands that this man is extremely stubborn and capable of anything, so he decides to use brute force. Immediately after this, he lifts her into the air and orders the puppet to clench his huge hands. He asks her if this is really her final answer and makes it clear that he is not satisfied. After this, he turns his gaze towards the stone deposits and says that Ursula must die. With these words, the giant puppet throws her towards the stone mine so that she will damage her bones. Junkers understands that this is an extremely bad development, and hopes that Ursula will be able to survive and come to an agreement with Thomas. However, he no longer cares about the norms of decency, so he orders the ghostly general to kill her. The puppet obediently follows the order and heads towards Ursula at great speed. Ursula does not leave the battlefield after the blow, but her strength is still not enough to fight at full capacity. A fight breaks out between them, but Thomas is saving up his strength all this time, while Ursula is spending it on training. Ursula accuses him of being the reason for the current world order, but Thomas says she thinks too much of herself. After this, he turns to his ghostly general and says that he enjoys confronting this woman. He notes that it would be interesting to play with her a little, but first, it would be better to break her legs. Suddenly Ursula freezes, seeing in her eyes Larry, who is quickly approaching to help her. A few moments later, a swift blow follows that cuts off the ghostly general's arm, neutralizing all the impact of the blow. Thomas looks at the protagonist and wonders who dared to interfere in this duel. Larry wonders what's going on here, then states that the elder shouldn't worry about ill-wishers. Ursula notes that she is very glad to see him, since otherwise a serious problem would have occurred. Larry says she needs to rest, and he will teach the child proper manners. Some time ago, he heard a maid running through the estate, screaming that Ursula was in trouble. Larry hears this along with the others, and asks the maid what happened, trying to understand why she is so scared. The maid tells him the whole story about how a representative of a hostile clan came here to collect tribute. She asks him to act as quickly as possible to help the lady, and he tries to calm her down. He says there is no time to panic as he is heading there right now to save her. Immediately after returning, he decides to tell this fascinating story, taking advantage of the fact that no one is attacking. Ursula notes that it now becomes clear to her how he managed to arrive on time when hope had already disappeared. She adds that she almost died here, as the boy ambushed her as she was leaving. Larry declares that Emerald will do everything to restore her fighting potential, and the boy will deal with this himself. Ursula understands that it is not to her advantage to get into a fight, so she hopes that he will be able to cope on his own. She takes advantage of his slowness and tells him that the big guy is his puppet. Thomas, meanwhile, looks at his opponent and notices that he clearly doesn't understand what happens to those who attack him from behind. Larry takes out his sword and notes that now he will show him what happens to those who hurt his girlfriend. Thomas declares that he will not tolerate a pathetic nobody from a low-ranking clan daring to argue with him. He adds that they are all only fit to become his puppets, after which he uses special skills. After this, he starts laughing and orders the ghostly general to kill this scoundrel for his own pleasure. The giant golem immediately rushes forward, obeying orders and unable to resist Thomas's desire. After this, he delivers a powerful blow, but hits the rock, partially destroying the giant. When the smoke clears, it becomes clear that it hit not the stone firmament, but the hand of the golden dragon. Larry wonders if this is really all his vaunted puppet can do, as it hasn't received a scratch. Thomas looks on in surprise as Larry orders Emerald to give him a boost. Emerald immediately follows the orders and rushes forward, letting out a menacing roar that pierces the sky. Having received enough power-ups, Larry unleashes a powerful attack on the huge puppet, knocking it to the ground. Thomas feels the smoke making it difficult for him to breathe properly, after which he clears his throat and orders the ghostly general to get up. He is very surprised to see that one blow is enough to knock out a level 100 master and make him lose consciousness. Larry, meanwhile, looks at the boy haughtily and asks him what he just said before the battle began. He creates a relic of dragon magic and explains that no one can destroy it or make it a puppet. After this, he orders to continue and asks why Thomas suddenly became silent. Thomas starts laughing and says that he even starts to enjoy this carnage a little. The ghostly general comes to his senses almost instantly, his red eyes flashing as he feels a surge of strength. Immediately after this, he rings the bell, and the giant creature covers it with its body, without receiving any damage. Larry is surprised that his stunning attack did not have the desired effect, and realizes that he will have to fight on. Thomas asks what the point of his transformation is if he never learned to use his skills. He claims that his pet will not allow even a finger to touch him, so he stays behind him like a stone wall. Larry continues to proudly fight his opponent, and notes that he is making too much fuss about nothing. However, the Ghost General takes this battle seriously, as the enemy is capable of causing a lot of problems. Larry, in turn, receives even more efforts, which pour down on him like a cornucopia. Thomas remains unharmed again, and points out to Larry that he was never able to touch him. Larry asks if Thomas is really so confident, then prepares another attack. Rage gradually takes over his body, as he becomes filled with the desire to punish the stupid child. He then delivers several more powerful blows to the ghostly general, hoping to get rid of him. Thomas is surprised that this boy has so much strength, but he understands that this does not mean that he is going to give up. Larry looks at his opponent and notes that he has dealt with the recharged general, so now it is his turn. Thomas rings the bell again to awaken the ghostly general and bring him back to life. Larry charges forward using his Wings of Justice skill, realizing he has one more hit left. The ghostly general manages to save his master in time and takes the entire blow on himself, absorbing it completely. Thomas starts laughing heartily, saying that he has never experienced anything funnier in his life. Looking at Larry's dissatisfied expression, he says that it's funny to watch him get angry, but he can't do anything about it. Afterwards, he declares that if Larry has lasted this long, he deserves to see something really interesting. He tears off a small piece of paper from his general's neck and says that his general is a level 100 puppet. Once he destroys the collar on the creature, it awakens its ancient form. He proudly states that his ultimate skill allows him to become a true warrior who cannot be destroyed. The Phantom General assumes his crusher form and activates the third phase of his transformation. Thomas, as a child, is quick to point out what other skills he has, claiming that he is incredibly strong. Afterwards, he plunges 3 soul-piercing claws into the puppet's body to increase its power. Using an incredibly high jump, he rushes towards his pet and notes that a real fight awaits him now. Larry looks at him carefully and doesn't say a single word, realizing that the time has come to use his signature move. Thomas, in turn, continues to boast and says that his puppet is capable of destroying entire armies. He also states that even the vaunted dragons, of which there are not so many, will be able to stand against such a warrior. Larry changes into human form and pompously puts his hands in his pockets to make himself look more cool. Immediately after this, he begins to theatrically mock his opponent, declaring that he is very disappointed. Thomas looks at him with genuine contempt and asks what this all means and why he is so confident. Larry explains that all these multiple enhancements are just a pathetic attempt to replicate the power of dragons. He muses that these 2 scoundrels have nothing but brute strength, making them ideal candidates for puppets. Thomas reflects on his opponent and considers him an arrogant fool who needs to be put in his place. Larry opens a portal to summon Cyan, who already has great potential. As soon as she sees the giant enemy, her courage instantly leaves her and fear pierces her body. Immediately after this, she hides behind Larry, having no particular desire to continue the fight. Thomas starts laughing, saying that he didn't expect anything more from a scoundrel like Larry. Larry remains optimistic and tries to encourage his dragon to feel more at ease. He explains to her that she could defeat the demon tree and the devourer dragon, so the muscle clown won't be a problem. Tiana tells him that she is not afraid and uses hit-and-run tactics to gain an advantage. Larry says it's a very smart move, then insists that she must show everyone what she's made of. Thomas asks if she really thinks a small fry can defeat a puppet of that level. Larry questions whether he really said that the dragon couldn't fight alone. Immediately after this, he turns to Emerald and demands that she summon the Shadow Dragon. Emerald uses the nature simulation skill to cast the Shadow King summoning skill. Thomas is very impressed when he sees this monster and realizes that there is nothing in this dragon except the intent to kill. He realizes that the number of dragons Larry has doesn't really matter because he has the trump cards himself. He makes a sacrifice to the Guardian to create a strong shield that is almost impossible to break. The ghostly general rushes into the attack, hoping to destroy the pathetic brat with one blow. Larry continues to stand as if nothing had happened, completely unconcerned that he could be killed in a few seconds. Suddenly the blow stops, and the ghostly general finds himself in the middle of a lake filled with toxins. Thomas looks at this lake in surprise and wonders when it appeared at all. After this, he uses the mirror of pure mind to better see his target. Attempts to remove any weakening are unsuccessful, which causes him anger and misunderstanding. Larry advises him to stop being angry, as he has never encountered such poison in his life. Thomas starts ringing his bell in frustration, trying to make some progress. He gives the command to his puppet to try to get out of the swamp as quickly as possible and stand on solid ground. The ghost general tries to carry out the command, but faces serious problems. He also looks up and sees the wrath of the Shadow Dragon King directed at him, and realizes that he will not be able to return. Moments later, the dragons use their powers to deliver a powerful, devastating attack. Larry immediately lunges forward to perform the finishing blow, transforming his hand into a dragon's claw. Once he gets close, he uses a devastating dragon move to inflict maximum damage. Thomas realizes that he has never faced such strong opponents before, and now he has lost his powerful puppet. Immediately after this, he summons another puppet, which is focused and able to move quickly. He calls Larry a vile bastard and promises to meet again to destroy him with more powerful creatures. Larry is not going to let this scoundrel go and asks if he is really going to run away. Immediately after this, he summons Dragon Wings, declaring that the ideal option will not allow the enemy to escape. Sheridan continues to be in the mine area and thinks that this scoundrel is annoying him, since he won't get rid of him. At the same moment, he summons the ghostly guards to send them to intercept Larry. Larry looks at them with disdain and wonders why only weak losers are sent to him. Immediately after this, he destroys them with one confident blow, without putting in much effort. He proudly declares that this will definitely not be enough to stop him. After this, he closes his eyes and orders Emerald to destroy these pathetic and unworthy enemies. Emerald rises into the air and aims carefully to concentrate powerful energies. Thomas turns to the side, but notices rather late that the Shadow Dragon has already approached dangerously close. He delivers a devastating attack that is nearly lethal, but somehow miraculously does not kill Larry outright. The boy cannot understand how he was defeated so quickly, as if he did not have a single chance. Thomas falls to the ground, feeling that his entire lower body is damaged, and begs for help. He begins to beg, because he is still a small child and does not want to go to the next world. Larry calls him a pathetic mongrel and says he likes him better when he doesn't beg for help. Thomas claims that he is the young master of a wealthy family, and can provide Larry with everything if he saves him. Larry turns around and orders the dragons to be summoned using familiar procedures. Thomas is still conscious and asks what Larry is doing, and why he hasn't helped him yet. Larry proudly declares that now this scoundrel will be turned into a puppet, where he will be spineless and serve him. Thomas becomes desperate and says that if he is killed, the family will destroy Larry, since his sister loves him very much. After a few moments, he is finally killed, and his will is completely subordinated to the Dark Dragon. Within a few more moments, he becomes a corrupted puppet and completely loses his free will. Larry takes a close look at his skills and notes that they are all still there, which is a good thing. After a while, he hears Ursula's familiar voice and immediately turns around. Larry looks at her with a smile and says that he has been waiting for her to appear for a long time and has started to miss her. Ursula discovers that Larry has decided to kill Thomas and emphasizes that he had no doubts about his actions. Larry says it's a worthy addition to his collection because it can empower puppets. After this, he asks Ursula how she feels, to which the girl states that she is completely fine. She notes that she was badly injured, but Emerald's healing skills are simply amazing. Larry says that in that case he will begin testing the abilities of this puppet. He turns to one of his dragons and orders the full force of the corrupted hosts to be summoned. Within moments, a huge number of fallen heroes arrive in this world, including those who died very recently. Larry orders Thomas to take control of them so he can give them his powers. Thomas uses his skills to take control and also transfer a significant amount of power-ups to them. Immediately after this, he begins to use the bell to give them even more power. They immediately grab their weapons to demonstrate maximum combat readiness. Ursula says that now he will be able to give orders to Thomas, and he will do everything else. Larry claims that he can do more than just control them, and orders all these dead soldiers to be strengthened. After a few moments, he summons special nails that are driven into the puppets' bodies to transfer power to them. Ursula watches in shock at how powerful these puppets can become with just one command. She understands that if the combined forces of all states are deployed against this army of puppets, the latter will not have a single chance. Larry also notes that until these creatures are completely destroyed, they will continue to regenerate. Ursula says that absolutely anyone who goes against him will be doomed, because Larry has so much power. Larry states that even a representative of families of a higher rank is not capable of mustering such power. Smiling, he says that if he is temporarily in charge of their clan's affairs, he will make sure to eliminate all competitors. Ursula happily welcomes the idea of a massacre, after which she hears the voices of servants rushing towards her. Junkers immediately throws himself at the feet of the protagonist and tells him the difficult story he had to endure. Larry doesn't believe him and says that he most likely hoped that the family would be destroyed and he would change owners again. Junkers declares that heaven and earth will be his witnesses, since he had not the slightest desire to betray his superiors. Ursula sides with him, noting that even masters of the Fourth Awakening are sometimes forced to bow their heads before powerful enemies. Larry pushes him away with his foot and says that they are well aware of everything that happened in the estate. After this, he gives him a month, warning that if nothing changes, he will immediately finish him off with a single thought. Ursula suddenly feels her strength begin to leave her and begins to slowly lose consciousness, giving Larry a chance to catch her. The protagonist takes her in his arms and says that if she still hasn't come to her senses, then she needs to take care of herself. Ursula smiles, blushes a little, enjoying the time she spends with her student. That same night they move to the western border, to the territory of a huge volcano, inside which there is a girl. She furiously wonders who committed this terrible murder that tears her soul apart. This girl turns out to be the same sister that Thomas mentioned, promising that she would come to avenge him. This woman's rage knows no bounds. She is ready to destroy the entire world to avenge her brother. The girl's emotions cause a rapid volcanic eruption, releasing a huge amount of hot magma. A powerful explosion is heard, capable of wiping out an entire continent if directed in the right direction. This girl's name is Charlize, and she swears that she will definitely avenge her brother and punish the killer. Another person approaches her and advises her to moderate her anger, as she has not yet reached a new level. This man turns out to be the head of the clan, who orders her not to worry about her technique and to continue meditating. Charlize turns to her father and asks where her brother went before he died. Her father says there is something wrong with her, and it is clearly an experience that should not concern her. Charlize shows him the pendant given to her by the puppet master, which always showed where Thomas was. Charlize states that if the pendant breaks, it only means that her dear brother is dead. The father claims that this is impossible, since he simply went to collect the Earth's cores needed for its breakthrough. Charlize listens to him carefully, and understands that this means that he did not go for the cores from the Hu clan. Father insists that this cannot be true, as such a plan does not have masters of the level capable of harming him. He says that she needs to calm down, because the most important thing now is her breakthrough to another level. Charlize states that she knows everyone looked down on him, but nothing is more important to her than her brother's life. The father clicks his tongue in irritation and says that he was sure that his child would behave so stubbornly. After that, he promises to send someone to the clan while she focuses on training. Charlize angrily declares that she will go there herself to destroy the villain who killed her brother. The father takes out his blade and says that Thomas doesn't matter. He's only interested in his daughter's breakthrough to the next level. He adds that, from his point of view, what happened will clearly benefit her in the long run, if you think about it. He happily notes that now she will finally stop thinking about her useless marriage and focus on development. Charlize attacks him and asks if the clan is really more important to him than the life of his own child. She states that this is unacceptable to her, and she will tell him to go to hell if he continues to give such instructions. Her father quickly makes a powerful lunge to deliver a serious blow with his sharpened sword. Charlize looks at her hand and feels a thin blade pierce it, and hot blood begins to ooze. The head of the family asks her if she has grown wings, and if she considers herself strong enough to stand up to him. After this, he takes out his weapon and says that he will teach her a lesson so that she listens to him carefully. Charlize understands that if her father is so reckless towards her beloved brother, then she is willing to take the risk to fight him. Suddenly, the tense confrontation is interrupted by an unknown person who orders them to contain their anger. They immediately calm down and look at the person approaching them, wondering what is going on. The young man declares that he has come here to carry out one very important task, after which he begins to condemn them. He reminds them that they are father and daughter, so they should have no reason to fight. The father says that since he is Charlize's mentor, he will tell her the truth about what is happening. Afterwards, he tells the whole story in detail, while Charlize's husband Stan tries to take care of her seriously injured arm. Charlize breaks free from his embrace and says that she must go to the clan and destroy her brother's killer. Stan tensely reveals that he knew about his brother's death and planned to tell her only after she lived to the next level. Charlize asks him if her brother was really killed, and if that's what the destruction of the clan means. Stan tries to calm her down, saying that the clan is known among families for its powerful intelligence, and they found out everything. Charlize asks who rules this clan, and he reveals that a dragon tamer named Larry is involved. Charlize's father says that he heard about this man, and that he does have a lot of dragons, but his level is too low. Stan states that he prefers to believe his intelligence and emphasizes that this guy has enslaved 2 clans. He also points out that he has 8 dragons, and he killed Thomas using only 3 of them. Charlize asks how this is even possible, and where he was able to get so many dragons. Stan says they did some research and were very impressed with the man's service record. Charlize is once again unable to control her emotions, and declares that she doesn't care how strong this villain is. She claims that he killed her brother, and therefore must answer for this death and give his life in return. Her father forbids her to leave this place, saying that he is taking this matter under his personal control. Stan tries to calm her down again, noting that there is not enough ground for further conflict. After this, he says that he has an amazing idea that can help him deal with it. After listening to him, they come to the conclusion that his proposal looks quite good and is worth implementing. Charlize's father says that this will not stop his daughter from visiting the secret kingdom, and she will be able to avenge her brother. Charlize listens carefully to their plans, and says that she will do everything as they say, and deliver the teleportation stone. After this, she reflects that before starting the mission, she wants to meet with the dragon tamer. 2 days later, they move to Ursula's estate, where she is taking a walk with her friend. She hands him a scroll and tells him that he must find a family that will help him in his further development. Larry doesn't understand what she means, and Ursula explains that it takes 2 days to travel from the western lands to the Dragon City. She adds that the clan has an enchanter who can open a location-bound 2-way portal. After this, she begins to dream that if the gate could travel such a long distance, she would not have to buy the scroll. Larry asks how soon they can see each other again, knowing she will be gone for at least a month. Ursula takes his face in her hands to examine it closely and holds on. Smiling, she says that she is now in charge of the clan, so she cannot relax. She also notes that by the time the exams are completed, the academy will go on vacation. She passes him small objects to help him with exams, not noticing that there are feathers nearby. These feathers float in the air, but in reality they can be used to spy on other people. Charlize feels like she's finally found her target, and now she just needs to start eliminating them. The feather gradually descends, getting ready to explode like a real bomb. Larry quickly notices the approaching strange entity and turns his gaze to it, trying to understand what it is. The next moment, the feather explodes, and a giant phoenix appears in front of the heroes. Ursula wonders what it is, and Larry suggests that it is either a skill or someone's avatar. The giant bird looks around to spot its new target and makes no sound. Ursula senses an incredibly strong aura, and says that if this is just an avatar, then it is scary to imagine what its host could be like. The bird suddenly starts screaming, declaring that it needs Larry, who is a dragon tamer from the Ying clan. Larry smiles and says that this man has come for his soul, and rushes forward, ignoring Ursula. In conclusion, he advises her not to worry about him, claiming that he will definitely open the door if someone knocks on it. Ursula tries to wish him luck, but he says there is nothing to worry about as he will sort everything out quickly. Charlize names the man and asks if this is the man who killed her brother, to which he states that he does not regret it. Charlize claims that such impudent words deserve death, since no one forced him to kill her brother. Larry says his brother attacked him, so he acted in self-defense and doesn't see any problem with it. Charlize notes that only her brother's avatar is in front of her, but even that is enough to destroy the estate. Immediately after this, she flaps her wings, creating a powerful aura of incredible strength. Larry understands that such opponents cannot be messed with, since one wrong move can destroy the entire estate. Larry taunts slightly to tease Charlize further. He calls Emerald to his side, saying that one blow will be enough to destroy her avatar. Charlize carefully studies the abilities of the summoned dragon, realizing what exactly the report was talking about. After this, she finishes charging her attack and releases a huge fireball forward, capable of splitting mountains. Larry says it's time for Emerald to demonstrate his defensive skills against another enemy. The Emerald Dragon creates a powerful shield that can withstand almost any damage. Charlize's strength is still not high enough to penetrate this shield, but she does leave cracks in it. She looks at the result of her attack in surprise, and realizes that she expected much more from her skills. Larry, in turn, snaps his fingers, in order to finally end, in his opinion, this senseless confrontation. A shadow dragon appears behind Avatar Charlize, despite no one summoning it. Charlize only takes a small portion of the damage dealt by the shadow dragon, but realizes that there is no point in fighting any further. She carefully remembers how fast the creature moves, and realizes that it is quite fast. Taking a closer look, she realizes that this dragon is the same one mentioned in the report, and the one that killed her brother. After this, she begins to disappear, realizing that the dragon's reputation is not an empty phrase. Larry claims that Charlize underestimated him, but she says that his revenge is just beginning and that she will kill him. But not today. Larry looks at her menacingly to demonstrate how fearless and strong he is. After this, he intercepts the pebble left behind after the giant fire avatar dissolved into thin air. The stone allows you to teleport to the secret kingdom, but this is only possible after 3 months. Charlize, meanwhile, returns to physical form to analyze what is happening. Rising to her feet, she says that this disgusting dragon is really formidable, so it is better to be prepared. After this, she goes deeper into the volcano to get to small, oddly shaped stones. She collects legendary quality earth cores to level up to the next level. She is not going to give up and says that she is waiting for the moment when she can kill Larry. After this, it begins to absorb the cores of the earth, so that its level will eventually rise another step. She expresses hope that Larry will not be scared and will still come to the duel. Larry, meanwhile, examines the stone and does not realize that it was just an invitation to the real arena. Ursula flies closer to him and asks if Charlize will come back, to which he replies that she will not come. He asks her if she knows about the secret realm of divine ruins, and she confirms that it is a very secretive place. Larry realizes that she could have sold the teleportation stone for a tidy sum, but instead, she gave it to him. Ursula advises him not to accept this challenge, explaining that there are other powerful families behind this clan. Suddenly, the Dragon Queen appears behind the protagonist, saying that he must accept this challenge and go there. He is instantly transported into her space, and she informs him that there is something there that she needs. She adds that when he reaches the third awakening, she will tell him where the Blade Dragon's egg is. Larry asks her when she woke up, and if she saw everything that happened over the past few days. The Dragon Queen states that she sees everything and nothing escapes her gaze, after which Larry asks what this elixir is. The Dragon Queen also says that this kingdom is very old and its history is surrounded by legends. Larry realizes that this all sounds like an advanced version of the sources on his island, and decides that it's best to check out this realm. The Dragon Queen asks him if something is wrong, because she doesn't see any enthusiasm from his expression. Larry states that getting this thing will not be easy, but she adds that Charlize also has some trump cards to try to kill him. She also says that in this kingdom one can only rely on one's own strength, since summoning pets is forbidden. Larry realizes that his entire team will be out of the game and he will have to fight fair. The Dragon Queen states that he shouldn't be so afraid, as he has his transformation skills and his weapon. She adds that even though she is not his pet, he still won't be able to summon her. Larry claims that the Queen wants him dead because going there would be tantamount to suicide, meaning she would die too. The Dragon Queen smiles and says that he is starting to worry, but there is no point in her sending him to certain death. After this, she states that if he brings her the tempering elixir, he will immediately receive a third awakening and another egg. Larry can't believe the Blade Dragon is so powerful and still doesn't know what he should choose. He is so immersed in his thoughts that he doesn't even hear someone desperately calling him. He becomes very curious about what the Dragon Queen is planning and why she wants him to go there. Ursula shouts at him loudly and asks what happened to him and why he suddenly froze. She adds that if Charlize doesn't come to take revenge, he needs to hurry up and pass his exams. Larry realizes that right now it's better to focus on getting to level 60 and the third awakening. He realizes that if everything goes smoothly, he will be able to deal with even such strong enemies as Charlize. The next day they are transported to the academy, where the protagonist arrives after a long absence. He realizes that because of this girl he spent too much time on training and missed exams. He hears the chatter of other students who are annoyed that they will have to go through the arena test again. He also learns that the exam will now be a team battle, with each team consisting of 5 people. Hoping to quickly find his team, he accidentally bumps into Gloria, who is carrying some books down the hallway. Larry apologizes to her, and she looks at him in surprise and says that she didn't expect him to come to the exams. Larry asks her how she is feeling and she replies that she is fully recovered and is in his debt. Shen says that if he comes back, he must participate in the 5-on-5 exam battle. Ingrid rejects another suitor who wanted to join her team, saying that she is not interested. Tina calls him mediocre, claiming that he shouldn't waste the great Ingrid's time. After this, they meet Larry's eyes and wave their hands happily at him, since they haven't seen him for a long time. They immediately try to cling to him, explaining that they thought he would miss the exam, but were pleasantly surprised because they were wrong. Shen says he hasn't had time to explain the exam rules yet, but Gloria advises not to ruin the moment of the meeting. The girl begins to actively promote herself, claiming that they should fight together, because they are no longer a burden to him. Larry, meanwhile, says that he wants to find Sally and Chester, since he has not yet destroyed all of Bernard's family members. They explain to him that they disappeared after their return, and no one still knows where they are. Larry notes that this is the least of his problems now, as he will definitely get to them and kill them. Tina suggests resting before the exams to gain enough strength. Larry realizes that most of his classmates remained at level 20, and only a few made it to level 30. After some time, he hears a strange conversation in which someone asks if there are any more people willing. Turning around, he notices 2 people who explain that they only accept students from the top 10 into their squad. Tina tells him that it is Ford and Alfred, who are again trying to make a splash by recruiting a team. Larry states that it is a complete waste of time, since they are no match for them, as they are too weak. Suddenly, a strange figure appears in the crowd and loudly announces that he is going to join their team. The giant knight asks them if they can take first place and states that if they can, he will join them. He also says that he doesn't like to be on a team with weaklings, but if first place is guaranteed, he'll be in it. Ford explains that he had invited him to join the squad before, but was refused, so he doesn't understand his motives. The knight says that if it weren't for these harsh conditions, he wouldn't have even thought about joining them, but now he has to join the team. Larry asks who this man is and is told that his name is Manny. Citrine says that he comes from a military family and has been accustomed to the army since childhood, so he trains constantly. Tina adds that he brought 132 challenges to the arena and won each of them without any problems. Ingrid assumes that this man wants to challenge her to defeat her during the exam. Larry states that he will not interfere and will leave it to them since they have leveled up well enough. Alfred suddenly turns to his comrade and says that, apparently, Larry has returned here. Ford looks around to find it, but at first he is unsuccessful. Manny asks who he is and why everyone is so scared when he is mentioned. Ford explains that this is a dragon tamer who is the first in the elite class ranking. He sadly adds that if Larry really has returned, then they will almost never get first place. Manny immediately yells at him and asks if he is going to give up without a fight in such a simple situation. Their team is frightened and understands that it is better not to provoke this man, so as not to arouse his incredible anger. Manny says he's doing them a favor by stepping down to his team to take first place, and laughs that he has nothing to fear. Several people look closely at his armor and notice the symbol of the Bloody Army on his chest. It is the strongest military organization that unites the 4 religions, masters and dragon nations. Manny reveals that he has been fighting monsters on the front lines since childhood after joining the Bloody Army. He states that his goal is to become the most powerful general, and that is why he entered this academy. Manny adds that this is precisely why he wants to take first place in the test and graduate before everyone else. Afterwards, he extends his hand to Ford and asks if his confidence has been boosted by knowing this. Larry muses that if Manny really has that much experience, he might have a chance against Larry. With these words, he shakes his hand and says that they will definitely win and is glad to welcome him to his team. The other students cheer loudly, explaining that they are charged with maximum positivity from this story. Alfred says that they are celebrating too early, as Larry is the hero of the tournament. Ford smugly asks what difference it makes now that they have such a powerful ally on their team. Manny adds that he remembers news about the international tournament and recalls a little information about Larry. He notes that he does have a few dragons, but it's unlikely he's seen them fight in actual frontline combat. Meanwhile, we move to the villa to find out how our heroes are preparing for tomorrow's exam. Larry collects a whole bunch of legendary equipment to make it easier for them to fight. Larry adds that his older sister gave Hillary new cookbooks specifically for her to learn to cook. Meanwhile, Tina collects new sets of armor, explaining that these are her first legendary items. Citrine also puts on new clothes, adding that they are better than what her own father was able to buy. Ingrid states that the boost such items provide is far beyond anything she could afford. They begin to rejoice, claiming that now victory in tomorrow's exam is in their pocket. But they also approach the protagonist and say that they owe him a debt of gratitude for what he has done. They ask where she disappeared to, and he explains that she will return here in a month, as she has important business. A few moments later, someone starts knocking on the door, and Larry realizes that he needs to open it immediately. He opens the door and sees a huge man looking at him through dark glasses. The man politely removes the accessory and asks if he is Mr. Larry. After this, he states that his name is Mr. Morozov and that he flew here from the north side at Andrew's request. Andrew acted faster than Larry expected, as he managed to free the architect and send him to him in a short period of time. This man arrived to oversee the restoration of the fortress and turn it into a truly impregnable citadel. Larry studies the plans and realizes that the resort could actually be turned into a fortress, and he realizes that this is a good idea. Mr. Morozov says that he will complete the installation of the teleportation array within 3 days. That same day, final exams begin, and Tina reminds him that they agreed that he would not interfere. They ask him to simply watch as they defeat their opponents. Larry agrees to their terms with a smile and states that he will simply relax and enjoy the real battle. To help with final preparations, he offers to go through the dungeon for additional training and education. During these trainings, they gain a lot of experience and some useful equipment. Larry levels up to 50, which means he needs to gain 10 more levels to advance to the next awakening level. After a while, we are transported to the Academy arena, where another battle between groups of participants is being prepared. They are assigned Team Number 8 and wonder who their opponents will be and how quickly they can beat them. Almost immediately, he hears an uncertain voice asking if he can take a photo with him. The young man explains that he followed their performance at the tournament and is a big fan who wants to emulate his feats. Larry smiles and says he would never refuse a loyal fan the opportunity to take a photo with him. After this, the young man begins to pose, hoping that this photograph will inspire him. Larry asks if he wanted anything else, and is told that they are their opponents due to the draw. After this, the young man runs away, explaining that he is very worried because the opponents will immediately surrender. Tina says that the exam evaluates not only the result, but also the overall behavior, so giving up is not an option. Larry claims that he knows this very well, but their strength is still not enough to do anything against them. Tina says that they should give them a chance to prove themselves, so there is no need to worry. After some time, they find themselves on the battlefield facing each other, and the young man asks if they will be careful. Tina states that there is no need to worry and recommends starting the fight so as not to waste time. Inspired, the fighters rush forward to demonstrate their combat prowess and incredible fearlessness. Tina and Citrine smile and say that it's time for them to start fighting at least at half their capacity. They rush forward to trap their opponents and prevent them from moving quickly. Citrine traps them in the realm of light, creating 6 special walls from which there is no escape. Tina rushes into the attack and says that the opponents are too weak and they need to train more. Afterwards, she uses the condensed water skill to squeeze the moisture out of the air and quickly launch an attack. Citrine smiles and says there will be no more concessions, then destroys them with one powerful attack. Viewers are left wondering what it was, and wondering how these poor guys ever got a chance to prove themselves. The other spectators realize that they were 2 girls from Larry's entourage, and praise them for defeating the novice warriors. Larry is also pleased and says that they have become very strong lately. Ingrid says they didn't sit around doing nothing, but trained hard every day without a day off. Meanwhile, Ford's team tries to befriend Manny, explaining that they have admired the army since childhood. Manny smiles and says that if they prove themselves in this fight, he will personally recommend them there. Afterwards, the hosts note that the girls are behaving incredibly, and Larry didn't even have to intervene in the fight. Citrine and Tina continue to battle the newcomers, honing their skills on them. Besides everything else, such training on newcomers allows them to improve their reputation at the university. Manny carefully searches for the most worthy opponent among all, and understands that he will have to fight with him. He finds Larry pretty quickly and makes him his main target, because fighting strong people can make you better. However, he believes that he was simply lucky enough to summon the dragon, and that is why he is shown so much respect from all sides. Having clashed with his opponent, he reflects on the fact that now he will have to regret his arrogant statements. 6 days later, we are transported back to the academy when it is time for the final battle between the teams. The presenter says that Larry will most likely emerge victorious from these exams, but interesting events may occur. His co-host says he wouldn't be so confident in his place because he's up against some serious fighters. The fight begins with the strongest participants deciding not to engage in combat for now in order to observe their opponents. Viewers note that the girls around Larry are certainly strong, but they are in the minority. Meanwhile, Larry and Hillary sit in the spectator seats to enjoy the amazing battle. Manny decides not to interfere and watches closely as his charges deal with other enemies. Ford says he is too arrogant and that if he doesn't fight, he won't be able to maintain his place in the rankings. Larry smiles and remarks that they'll have to make him fight for that to happen. Ford feels his pride has been hurt and believes that this calls for serious revenge. He turns to his comrades and says that they need to crush the enemies and show that their squad is back again. Tina laughs at them, but Citrine advises them to take their opponents seriously, as arrogance can be costly. Gloria raises her hand and gives the signal to begin the battle, announcing that the fight has begun. The 2 squads look at each other closely, quickly analyzing all the possible outcomes of the opening strike. Tina decides to rush forward to use the Condensed Abyss skill since it has proven to be reliable. Citrine also decides to support her with the Starlight Annihilation skill. Ingrid nonchalantly summons her weapon, Mountain Crusher, to crush her opponents. Ford orders his comrades to prepare themselves to show their best side. Ingrid, Citrine, and Tina try to combine their attacks to confuse their opponents and throw them off balance. Ford watches as the energy projectiles approach, only to dissipate before them at the last moment. This all turns out to be a diversionary tactic to send a fireball that creates a powerful explosion. When the smoke clears, it becomes clear that the projectile either missed or the opponents managed to dodge. Tina wonders if they've escaped, and Citrine claims it's probably some kind of trap. The next moment, Ingrid finds herself the victim of a powerful trap that she had not yet noticed, and now her mobility is limited. Other members of the opposing team emerge from the darkness to try and land surprise attacks. Ford approaches Ingrid and asks her what she thinks about the chain that restricts her movements. He uses the Shadow Strike skill and adds that once he completes the attack, the battle will go from a serious fight to a simple punishment. Ingrid asks him if he is really so sure, reminding him that students are not supposed to kill each other. Citrine comes to her aid and uses her Starlight skill again, summoning a powerful projectile. Tina quickly dodges the attack and prepares to deliver a powerful counterattack using Water Prison. It blocks the mobility of an enemy who is already not very strong in close combat, and now his chances are minimal. Ford looks at his comrades in surprise and cannot believe that they were suppressed instead of finishing the job. Finally, he turns around and says that at least he can deal with her. The next moment, a blade of 10,000 colors appears behind him, which splits into many blades. Ford somehow manages to dodge these multiple blows, hoping not to get seriously injured. Ford notes that this is simply impossible, as he never expected anyone to be able to use such a skill. He has little time left before Ingrid frees herself from the grip, but he still wounds her with his blade. He turns to one of his allies and calls him an idiot who promised that this skill would definitely work. Larry and Hillary, meanwhile, move away to unfold a small tablecloth and have a snack. Larry points out that they miscalculated, as Ford is using the properties of his weapon rather than his skill. Manny continues to observe his so-called comrades and notes that this is a shameful weakness that must be eradicated. Ingrid, meanwhile, is released from her prison and is able to act freely. Immediately after this, she summons 2 blades and prepares to take revenge for what happened to her. Ford understands that retribution is just around the corner, so he needs to quickly come up with something to avoid punishment. He uses the soul-splitting skill to create a massive number of copies and retreats from Ingrid. The copies rush at her to deliver a powerful attack from different sides, but they do not suspect what this will turn out to be. Ingrid remarks that all their attempts are pointless, and that they will definitely not emerge victorious from this tournament.